At anthem number 1 high, Yi jerks awake from another nightmare, already sweating like his life is trying to ruin exam season. The classroom is cramming for college entrance exams, and Yi looks completely overwhelmed by the pressure. He can only groan at the timing. If he had to be reincarnated, he at least wanted to make it past high school first. His memories explain this world. Humanity lives under the threat of terrifying beasts from secret realms. Those monsters are not just scary stories. Their invasions can wipe out human cities. The secret realms connect to Earth, and monsters can cross over whenever they get the chance. To fight back, humanity created the Beast Gene system. Inject Beast Genes, awaken a monster template, and an ordinary person can become a warrior. Those awakened fighters earn status, treatment, and the power to protect civilization. The stronger the bloodline, the higher you rise. In this world, martial strength decides everything. For Yihei, martial cultivation stands above every other path. A strange system confirms it has chosen Yihei as a host, and begins planting memories in his mind. Back in class, Yihei clutches his head, while the other students assume their usual loser is having another breakdown. His classmates laugh at his dreams of taking the entrance exam. The support group is clearly not in attendance. Yihei sits silently at his desk, taking every insult while his expression hardens. Miyainoa, the black-haired girl in pink, tells him to drop out and work until he dies. She is very committed to being awful. Yihei remembers the old rule of these stories. Every bully thinks they are the main character. Before this life, his grades fell after an accident. He spent 3 years training, but everyone only saw failure. The teacher announces the big event. Today the students will receive their genetic modification serum. The teacher warns that years of physical training and martial energy will matter most when the serum goes in. Yihei refuses to give up. His father left a mess behind, and he decides he will be the one to clean it up. His glowing blue eye shows that Yihei is done being the helpless version of himself. He makes his promise simple. He will do everything right and fix what his father left behind. The class arrives at the Gene Injection Hall, where the Genetic Awakening Conference is ready to begin. The students dream about rare beast bloodlines, each one hoping to awaken something powerful. The awakening machine comes online, looking far too serious for what is basically a school medical checkup. Rows of glowing serum tubes contain the primal genes of magical beasts recorded by human warriors. After injection, the body absorbs a random gene. Usually, a stronger physique means a stronger awakening. The bull instructical students forward and tells them to accept this surge of power calmly. Names are called, syringes come out, and Yihei watches the process without blinking. As students inject the serum, beastly visions erupt around them. Yihei sees that this will not be easy. Yihei grips his own syringe. Nervous or not, he decides to go for it. The needle enters, and Yihei's eyes sharpen as the serum starts flowing through him. Oh, for one strange second, Yihei feels nothing at all. Mao Yunwu immediately laughs that he must have received a fake dose. She keeps taunting him, sure that a guy without an awakening has no place among warriors. Behind Yihei's calm face, something monstrous begins to open its eyes. Then the system speaks. Yihei has acquired the infinite monster template. Miao Yunua leans in to keep mocking him, unaware that the atmosphere around Yihei is about to crush the room. Jig! He tells everyone to back away. His cold stare makes it clear he is not asking twice. A colossal monster phantom rises behind him, filling the hall with blue lightning. The beast's presence bears down on everyone nearby, and panic replaces laughter instantly. Yihei's aura explodes outward, hurling the surrounding students off their feet. The crowd tumbles across the floor, stunned by the force of an awakening they cannot handle. Miao Yunua leant hard and finally realizes the quiet boy she mocked has unleashed something terrifying. One of the girls stares through the purple haze, shocked that such a powerful impact came from Yihei. Iwachi watches icy blue fragments circle him, and wonders if someone stronger than him is hiding nearby. The system reveals another template, an A-rank matte flame demoler, but Yihei's compatibility is only 3%. Yihei. He realizes the golden finger he received is not handing him easy power, it is giving him a dangerous path. The stunned students ask whether Yihei awakened at all after he used his aura to knock down everyone around him. Miao Yunul lies dazed on the floor, shocked that even Wan Xing was knocked out by the pressure. The instructor admits the students ignored his warning to step back. He quickly sends everyone on to testing. All awakened third years are ordered to the testing building for a full gene and martial arts assessment. The gene breakthrough device can test both the student's magical beast gene and martial level. Inside the testing room, The students enter towering blue scanning chambers one by one. Chuijo awakens a third-tier bloodline, the wizard spine bug, and suddenly the average student is not average anymore. Tice marvels at Chuijo's results. A top student with a 9 martial apprentice level and a rare bloodline is huge news. Then, a black-haired girl with violet eyes awakens a stage 4 Nether Sparrow, the highest result in the province. Everyone is stunned. A stage 4 bloodline in true form could crush ordinary martial artists with ease. Now the examiner calls the next student. Grade 3, Class 7, Yihi. Yihi looks uneasy as every eye in the room turns toward him. This is a lot of pressure for one test tube. The students whisper that Yihi must have an even higher level after the monstrous aura he released earlier. Yihi walks into the scanner, knowing that in this world, martial power decides how people treat you. The crowd is convinced Yihi is about to deliver a huge breakthrough. Even the students who dismissed him before are now desperate to learn what Yihi awakened. The scanner flashes an impossible result, a giant question mark. The readout lists Yihi as a stage 3 martial disciple, but his beast bloodline is completely unknown. The class goes from awe to mockery in seconds. They decide the mystery result means Yihi has no bloodline at all. His old bullies laugh harder, calling him the same hopeless loser. They really did not learn from being launched across a hall. He stays quiet. The test did not detect his template, exactly as the system expected. The infinite monster template finally explains itself. He can upgrade it through quests and reputation, then gain more templates. He realizes his rank may differ from everyone else's, but the system could let him draw monster templates forever. If he meets the conditions, Yihi can pull unlimited monster templates. That is not a failed awakening, it is a cheat code with paperwork. Yihi grins as the answer settles in. With endless monster templates, he can become the king of monsters. At Anshin number 1, high school, Ye asks his teacher for one more chance to improve, looking determined despite the setback. The teacher looks doubtful and reminds him he failed the Beijing University entrance exam. Yi admits he has fallen behind, but he refuses to give up. The teacher bluntly tells him to train again and repeat that Yi is being handed the academic equivalent of a very expensive do-over. Yi insists he is desperate to get stronger. His intense eyes make the teacher realize this is not empty bravado. The old teacher is visibly rattled by Yihi's sincerity, but still sends him toward the Warrior Center. Yihi heads to the Anqing Warrior Center, carrying the pressure of a failed future and no obvious task forward. His past mortgages their home for a huge compensation payout, giving Yihi startup money. He sees only 2 ways to promote. He sees only 2 ways to improve: train hard or raise his template compatibility. He studies the system and notices his Mad Flame Demora template is stuck at 3% compatibility, even though it should only have 1 point. The time template absorbed the power of a gene-enhancing serum and gained 2 compatibility points. He immediately sees the loophole. Instead of grinding like everyone else, Yihi decides money can feed his template. It is a ridiculous cheat code, and he plans to use every bit of it. Grinning with fresh confidence, Yihi rushes to buy a gene-enhancing serum. His student card beeps at the counter, and Yihi suddenly senses powerful bloodlines flaring around the Warrior Center. Yihi's eyes widen as the pressure hits him. Whatever is awakening nearby is not normal. Blue, beastly energy erupts around the center as awakened warriors unleash their bloodlines. Yihi watches the crowd with sharp focus, realizing everyone here has awakened a bloodline of some kind. His Mad Flame Demora template grants a life magnetic field, letting him sense the life signals of nearby creatures. Yihi can feel warriors and monsters burning with the urge to fight. His own bloodline is a king of beasts, but he can only suppress its hunger for now. A fierce purple glow fills Yihi's eyes as he restrains the violent instinct surging through him. A woman taps Yihi on the arm and taps Yihi on the shoulder and catches him staring. He is instantly embarrassed, because his new sensory power has terrible timing. Huang He looks annoyed but quickly figures he is probably just awakened and cannot fully control his senses. He apologizes and asks Huang He where to buy genetic medicine. She's surprised that a beginner is already shopping for upgrades. Huang He explains that G-medicine is not cheap and becomes less effective as resistance builds. To get the best result, warriors use it before reaching a bottleneck. A single solid Taijin potion costs around 400,000. Yihi is stunned, realizing even his savings will not buy 5. Huang He offers Yi her warrior referral card for a discount, then casually calls a middle guy. He gratefully takes the lifeline. He watches his cash disappear and steals himself. Next up is an absolutely brutal shopping spree. At the counter, Yi pays for medicine and weapons, including a spear. His wallet is getting sent into battle before he is. Back home, Yi lets out a scream as he begins forcing the medicine's power into his body. The serum dries his template from 3 to 4%, then 4 to 7% compatibility. Yi's body starts changing fast. His overall stats climb from 8 to 10, then from 10 to 15. Every gene potion works less than the last, but his body is still transforming. After only a few minutes of training, Yi has gained what most people need 3 years to reach. He is barely using the King of Beasts bloodline yet. He starts doing push-ups, convinced he might actually score high in the exam now. With power flooding through him, Yi realizes the real destination is the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm contains 5 ranked rifts, and stronger beasts wait deeper inside. This is less of a training ground and more of a monster buffet. S-class realm beasts are completely uncontrollable. If they enter the real world, the result would be a disaster. At Angchang's 3rd level secret realm, Yi notices the entrance is quieter than expected. The clerk explains that the realm has been overdeveloped, so only weak beasts remain. He buys a ticket anyway. A blue portal opens before Yi pulling him into the secret realm. Yi arrives in the rift with a grin, calling this the beginning of his rise as the King of Beasts. He leaps forward without hesitation, ready to hunt. He lands beneath the bizarre star-filled sky. The secret realm is far more spectacular in person than any textbook promised. Alien stars hang over the realm, making it clear that this place follows very different rules. Yi takes in the stunning landscape, then spots movement in the dark grass. A red rabbit-like monster emerges, and he senses it is not some harmless woodland mascot. The system identifies it as a first-rank split-fang rabbit. It looks ready to bite first and ask questions. Never. He draws a spear as the rabbit lunges. He meets the attack with a calm, confident smile. He strikes the blood-fang rabbit cleanly and mocks it for thinking it could hide from his senses. Yi's life magnetic field lets him track living targets, and the rabbit's magic core is worth about 1,000 yuan. He sees a new way to earn money and grow stronger at the same time. He makes 1,000 yuan in minutes, far more efficient than ordinary work. Yi is clearly enjoying this career change. He wants a better payout and decides to hunt a second-rank beast. Then a massive demon corpse bug appears. The enormous second-rank monster towers over Yi, but he holds his spear ready instead of backing down. Yi grins and says, "Speak of the devil." The hunt just got serious. The corpse demon bug lunges at Matt Demola and he throws himself aside with pure survival instinct. The monster keeps pressing forward, its dark body whipping through the air like a living wrecking ball. Matt Demola plants his feet and gathers martial energy in both hands. He is done playing defense. His face tightens with focus as he prepares a hyper beam at point-blank range. The hyper beam erupts in a blazing column and slams straight into the bug. Blue weight explodes across the monster's face, but the deck is nowhere near enough to finish it. Matt Demola realizes the bug can fire projectiles from its mandibles. That is a nasty upgrade. Purple shots tear through the air and blast him backward, leaving him battered and wide-eyed. Cornered and frustrated, Matt Demola activates the Emperor Demon's bloodline. A blue core ignites in his chest. The glowing core pulses harder, flooding his body with a power he clearly did not have a minute ago. His arm mutates into a monstrous claw wrapped in blue energy. The comeback has officially arrived. Matt Demola glares to the surge of power, his new demon arm crackling as he swings. His transformed strength tears into the bug, and the creature recoils under the sudden punishment. The demon claw reeks across the bug again and again, carving it apart before it can recover. Green fluid sprays from the monster as the final blow lands. The bug is finished. Matt Demola drops from the attack with claws still out, looking more monster than martial artist for a second. The transformation fades, and his hands return to normal while green residue drips around him. Matt Demola catches his breath and feels the strange energy still racing through his body like a jet engine. He spots the cheap short sword he used on the bug and immediately complains that his $250,000 weapon was a scam. Then he notices a green core glowing in his hand, and his exhaustion suddenly becomes a lot less important. It is a green-grade magic core from the corpse demon bug, and it even seems to be calling to him. Matt Demola swallows the core, and light bursts from his body as the monster template responds. His Emperor Demon compatibility climbs from 7 to 8%. One core did more than piles of potions. Matt Demola grins like he's found a cheat code, already imagining what more cores could do. He is annoyed about the money he wasted, but admits the boost is worth it. Pay to win just got very literal. After activating his life field, the chapter jumps ahead to the next afternoon. Madhimala checks his status. Emperor Demon compatibility is now 9%, and his physical strength has risen too. He hands over a pile of magic cores, confident that his new power will keep growing. A government notice changes the plan. Martial artists must enter the secret realm carrying 1 green core and 5 white ones. With 9 days left before the college entrance exam, a new D-class secret realm opens. A blue portal swirls between ruined buildings as a team prepares to enter the dangerous realm. Captain Lin He explains that their last expedition found the location of the blood jade flower, but 1 veteran is injured. The team needs 6 people for the D-class realm, so Lin He has brought in 1 new martial artist. The hooded newcomer is Madhimala, posing as a level 9 martial disciple. The disguise costs 200 credits, so he makes it count. Lin He does not care about the fake name. He tells Madhimala the team can teach him as long as he does not hold them back. Madhimala calmly accepts, privately pleased that nobody has guessed how much power he is hiding. The vehicle dives through the portal, carrying the team into a realm where the sky looks completely alien. They emerge beneath massive planets and a blood-red horizon. This secret realm is not playing small. The tracker confirms the blood jade flower is somewhere in this wasteland, guarded by a Tier 2 monster. The group races across the desert, until Lin He warns them that the secret realms are not all connected to a single world. A dangerous signal appears. Lin He identifies it as an earth demon rat, and the beasts have locked onto them. Xiao Wu takes the front line without hesitation, his eyes hard as he readies his weapon. Xiao Wu spins into the attack, slicing through the charging demon rats with practiced force. The blade flashes through the pack, and the rats are cut down before they can surround the vehicle. More demon rats fall in a bloody heap as Xiao Wu clears the path. The remaining creatures scatter across the dunes, but the team knows the noise will attract something worse. Lin He calls the targets eliminated, but the victory feels suspiciously easy for this place. A distant red glow hangs over the landscape, warning that the real danger is still ahead. The team leaves the vehicle and continues on foot through the burning desert. Lin He explains that vehicles would alert the sensitive oasis monsters, so everyone must move quietly from here. Xiao Wu insists he can handle the front line, and Madhimala casually agrees to stay behind him. Madhimala raises his hands in agreement, while Xiao Wu launches a stun grenade to lure the target out. The grenade detonates, releasing high-level monster pheromones that are guaranteed to irritate anything nearby. The bait works. A Tier 2 earth dragon bursts from the sand with red eyes and a mouth full of teeth. Dust rolls across the dunes as the team realizes a much bigger monster is coming. Someone reaches for a weapon as the earth dragon closes in through the storm. A hand grips the weapon tightly, and everyone braces for the next clash. Elsewhere, a bald man grins behind dark glasses, looking far too happy about the chaos. A mysterious woman watches from above, leaving the expedition with one very ominous new question. The hunt opens on a strange red world, where something huge is already crashing down toward the ground. It is an earth dragon, a massive clawed beast kicking up dust as the team races straight into danger. Captain then pushes everyone onward, but the dragon is not interested in letting its prey walk away. The monster swings a huge claw at Captain Linen, and the attack comes down fast enough to make everyone freeze. A hand reaches out at the last second. This is the kind of rescue timing that only works in manhwa. The young fighter launches upward with his arm blazing, putting himself directly between the dragon and the team. He draws in close while the beast towers over him, committing to one clean, desperate strike. A bright blue blast erupts through the battlefield, and the dragon gets hit with far more force than anyone expected. The dust clears with the earth dragon down. The squad can barely process a punch he just threw. Its companions crowd around in stunned relief, calling it a powerful punch while he stays almost annoyingly calm. From the fallen beast, they recover a glowing red fragment, proof that this hunt paid more than just bragging rights. The others admire the dragon's soul essence, and he points out that it looks like a large fruit. Looted Brazel has become snack time. Captain Lin explains they also found the template, but his wary expression says the victory is not as safe as it looked. That feeling is right. A blade suddenly punches into Captain Lin from behind, and the whole group is thrown into shock. The team shouts for Captain Lin as an attacker rushes in, moving like his ambush was planned from the start. The attacker is clearly not here for a fair fight. He is setting up another strike while the wounded captain struggles behind him. The gang's leader steps forward, bald, scarred, and smug. He has the posture of a man who thinks the hunt already belongs to him. The young fighter recognizes the bold intruder as Hu Peng, one of the martial artists hunting loot inside the dungeon. A frightened ally reveals the worst part. Hu Peng's blades are poisoned, and he even knew their location before entering. The young fighter spots the answer in a dart. Someone planted tracking information on them, turning the hunt into a setup. Hu Peng mocks him for worrying about exams when death is on the table, trying to crush his confidence before the fight begins. The young fighter refuses to flinch, tells the brutes that he has a top school waiting for him, and charges in. His blue eyes sharpen as he focuses. Hu Peng just made the mistake of treating a calm kid like easy prey. Blue energy ignites around his hand as he decides it is time to take out the trash. Hu Peng grins and orders Hu De to take the kid's head, sending his big enforcer into the attack. Hu De comes in from above, dropping toward the young fighter with the full weight of a trained killer. The young fighter slips beneath the attack in a flash of blue, leaving Hu De swinging at empty air. Captain Lin warns the others to be careful as Hu De vanishes from their line of sight. He looks up and announces Mountain Splitter, turning the counterattack into a very personal physics lesson. Instead of panicking, he sees the opening as the perfect chance to test his new skill. A focused blue beam tears upward from his strike, catching Hu De with frightening precision. Hu De gets launched aside in one move, and even watching goons have to wonder if their boss hired the wrong guy. Hu Peng finally stops smiling. He recognizes the gene technique, and the confidence drains from his face. Dark energy coils behind the young fighter like a monstrous shadow, revealing that his power is much bigger than one punch. Hu Peng reveals he's from the Demon clan, then calls on a genetic technique that changes his own body. Purple power surges around the thug as his silhouette swells into something beastly. The bad news has entered its final form. Hu Peng completes his black bear transformation, trading smug swagger for a giant wall of muscle and claws. The transformed fighter unleashes Peak Shaker, roaring as he rushes the much smaller young opponent. The bear-like brute slams into the fight and targets the young fighter's legs first, trying to cripple him before he can answer. A brutal stomp crashes down, and the impact proves Hu Peng's second-tier martial arts are no joke. Hu Peng thinks he has crushed the young fighter's ankle, but the fight is not ending on his terms. The young fighter twists through the attack at close range, staying cool while the monster-sized thug wastes power. Hu Peng launches himself in again, driving down with enough force to crater the ground. The transformed brute lands hard, but the young fighter has already read the move and is waiting for his turn. He steps onto the giant's body and tells him plainly that now it is his turn. Blue energy floods around his fist as he gathers everything into one decisive counter. He fires Corfu's mountain-crushing fist, and the blue strike drops like a compact natural disaster. The attack keeps pounding forward in waves, overwhelming Hu Peng before the brute can recover. The blast tears through Hu Peng's transformed body and sends him flying across the battlefield. Blue energy settles around the young fighter as he stands over the aftermath, completely in control now. The thin Yue of him compelled heave the ground hard, while the young fighter remains standing in the dust without even looking rattled. The team stares in disbelief and admits he is unbelievably strong after watching the transformed enemy get flattened. Hu Peng glares up in pain and disbelief, calling the young fighter's gene technique an unbelievable gift. The young fighter's glowing eyes stay fixed on Hu Peng as the defeated thug wonders who he really is. At An City's Central Stadium, the college entrance martial arts exam is about to begin. The rules are simple: fight through 3 rounds and only the strongest students advance. The announcer tells the packed arena that humanity's future is standing right in front of him. No pressure, then. With a huge grin, he officially opens the An City High School examinations. The crowd waits as every arena begins its first match. Fighters immediately clash in the surrounding rings, powers flashing from every direction. At Arena 6, one contestant is missing. The remaining student, Huang Tong, waits alone on the cold floor. The examiner checks his watch and calls it. Yi He has not arrived, so this match counts as a forfeit. Huang Tong smirks at the easy win. Still furious over being humiliated at the genetic conference, she assumes Yi He is hiding in bed, and the spectators eagerly pile onto the insult. The officials note that Yi He vanished from school after the conference, making his absence look even worse. Then the older spectators suddenly look skyward. They can feel an enormous aura approaching. A blue light tears through the sky, and every doubter freezes as the missing fighter finally arrives. Yi is flying in on that blazing blue energy, which is not exactly the entrance of a nervous beginner. He dives straight toward Arena 6, blue power streaming behind him. Huang Dongdong throws up a hand in shock as Yi-Hei's descent barrels toward her ring. She braces herself inside a glowing shield, but Yi-Hei's momentum keeps coming. Yi-Hei trucks through the brilliant impact zone and lands the kind of entrance nobody can ignore. He casually asks if he was late, as if he did not just fall out of the sky. The result is immediate. Yi-Hei wins, and Huang Tongkan is left stunned by a single decisive strike. Yi-Hei's system reveals a Savage Trace monster template with only 20% compatibility, and he quietly thanks Captain Lin for the fruit. The tournament bracket starts moving, while Yi-Hei admits he still needs time to improve his physique. Round after round, Yi-Hei keeps advancing as An City No. 3's Long Tao enters the fight. Another opponent is launched backward, and Yi-Hei's winning streak keeps rolling. Bloody but standing, Yi-Hei is declared the winner again. The crowd loses its mind, calling Yi-Hei a one-kick Superman after watching another instant finish. Yi-Hei has won all 3 matches and advances to the 3rd round. The moment he steps off the ring, university recruiters swarm him with offers and cameras. They ask which university he favors, expecting a local school to win the bidding war. Yi-Hei's blue eyes sharpen as he names his target, Huadu University. The recruiters warn him that Huadu is out of reach, but Yi-Hei says he intends to enter anyway. They explain that Huadu is the country's best martial arts university, one of only 5 top schools in the entire nation. Yi-Hei knows a second-tier city like An City rarely sends anyone there, but that only makes him more determined. 2 officials stop Yi-Hei and demand to reevaluate his martial arts level. The scanner gives them an impossible answer. Yi-Hei has reached the 9th martial arts level in barely a month. Yi-Hei remembers finding a message from his late father telling him to surpass humanity after breaking through his genetic lock in a secret realm. The officials are horrified. A genetic lock breakthrough makes his sudden growth far more serious than the tournament surprise. Yi-Hei watches them rush away and realizes he has somehow become an important observation target. Online, parents and friends flood the stream with encouragement for the young fighters. Yi-Hei sees the cheering messages, but his expression stays distant. He admits there is no one waiting to cheer for him. Yi-Hei isn't worth him. Then the older man watching the broadcast clenches his fists and roots for Yi-Hei anyway. The promotion round begins, and Yi-Hei steps back into the arena for his next real test. His opponent is Lu Chuan, the former top student of An City No. 3 Middle School. Lu Chuan stands with total confidence. He's an 8th-level martial artist with a rare awakened magical beast bloodline. Lu Chuan smirks and tells Yi-Hei that knowing who he is will not change the result. He launches forward in a crackle of blue electricity, bringing out his dashing lightning claw. Lu swings lightning tears across the ring, and he's convinced this attack will end it. Yi-Hei barely reacts as the electric claw closes in. He catches the attack with monstrous force, and Lu Chuan realizes his momentum has hit an unmovable wall. Lu Chuan panics, blaming the pressure on some powerful old master behind Yi-Hei. Yi-Hei turns Lu Yuan's charge against him and drives him straight into the arena floor. The impact shatters the ground, leaving no doubt about who controlled this match. Yi-Hei! He looks down without a hint of celebration as the announcer declares An City No. 1 the winner. Lu Chuan is down, but the crowd cannot believe he is still breathing after that instant knockout. Meanwhile, the winner casually checks his messages. He treats the arena like a lunch break. The spectators are already calling him a lock for the finals, and he clearly enjoys the attention. He expected to reach the final round, but now he has his eye on whoever comes next. In the admissions office broadcast room, the stars move straight on to the next arena. The second group begins, and the audience gets a matchup built to cause chaos. Kai Xiaoying, the fiery queen of Anchang, steps out with a very confident look. Her opponent is Liu Qingju, the cool and unreadable beauty from Anchang First Senior High. The official starts the match, while the crowd immediately forgets all dignity. Kai Xiaoling opens aggressively, determined to keep Liu Qingju pinned from the first exchange. Liu Dinjuan's answer for the Lu family's transient splendor, summoning a swirling blue martial aura. The blue force tears across the arena, driving Kai Xiaoling back before she can settle in. Kai Xiaoling realizes too late that Liu Qingju has led her directly into a trap. The phantom attack closes around her hands, and Kai Xiaoling panics as the pressure locks in. Kai Xiaoling refuses to fold. Her eyes flare as she starts forcing power through the bind. She breaks free with a sudden burst of energy, stunning everyone watching. The staff recognize the technique at once. A college entrance candidate has awakened a serious martial skill. Then Kai Shaoling's bloodline erupts, and a massive shadow tiger manifests behind her. With the Tiger King looming over her, Kai Shaoling charges forward with a savage grin. Her bloodline awakens into a Shadow Claw Tiger King form, and the arena suddenly feels much smaller. But commentators announce it in shock. Kai Shaoling has awakened a third-tier royal bloodline. Liu Jinju stays calm and asks to see this famous Nepo Phoenix bloodline for herself. Kai Shaoling enters the full-speed rush, convinced raw power will end this now. Liu Qingju slips through the attack with transient splendor, leaving Kai Shaoling chasing a phantom. Kai Shaowen launches another flying strike, but Liu Qingju has already found her opening. Liu Qingsu condenses power at her fingertips, preparing a precise counter instead of a flashy brawl. Her primordial chaos jade finger flashes to life, and that name alone is doing most of the intimidation work. The two martial energies collide with tremendous force, blasting the arena into a cloud of dust. The crowd stares into the smoke, waiting to see who is still standing. When the dust clears, Kai Shaoling is upright, looking battered but victorious. Then the victory twist hits. Kai Shaoling's strength finally gives out. Kai Shaoling collapses from exhaustion, while Liu Qingju remains standing in the arena. Liu Qingju wins despite being pushed to the limit, proving why both girls were called once-in-a-century talents. The tournament draw moves on, and the next matchup is ready to pull in a whole new problem. He draws first, putting him in Group A for the next round. His opponent introduces himself as Shen Guan from Jingfang Private High, with confidence big enough to need its own arena. Yi learns they are up second, so he watches the first match and sizes up the competition. Luo Xi is praised as a powerful student with polished awakening control, but his opponent is Chuzhou. Chuzhou wins so decisively that Luo Xi barely gets a chance to show what he can do. The announcer declares Chuzhou the winner, and Shen Guan immediately takes the result personally. Shen Guan boasts that even his teammates together could not take him down. Subtlety has left the building. He admits he is the only real threat in these exams, then fixes him with a cold stare. He feels something dangerous inside Shen Guan, like a dormant volcano about to wake up. Shen Guan calls for their turn, and the arena prepares for match 2. The two fighters take their places, with Yi below and Shen Guan looming over the scene. He looks up without fear as the tension between the next opponents locks into place. The board confirms it. Shen Guan versus Yira. He is the next fight, and neither man looks interested in backing down. College entrance examination arena is already shaking, and Yiha is about to meet Shen Guan head-on. Yi and Shen Guan collide with enough force to blast debris across the arena. These two came to take an exam, apparently by demolishing the building. Shen Guan breaks the exchange with a grim, focused stare, while the people behind him panic at the shockwave. Blood runs from Shen Guan's nose, and he realizes Yi may be using a bloodline ability that can strike directly at a target. Shen Guan gathers martial energy outside his body, shaping it into a vicious snake-like form. Yi watches closely, impressed but not relaxed. Yi admits the opponent in front of him is a real monster. That is not fear in his eyes, though. It is the look of someone calculating the next move. Shen Guan reveals that his martial art has been passed through the Shen family for generations, and the summoned snake titans around him. The enormous serpent coils over Shen Guan's body as he prepares to strike. He is making a family heirloom look extremely unsafe. Shen Guan launches forward with a snake technique, his body turning into a blur of golden force. The attack crashes down with a deafening impact, and Yi barely has time to react. His eyes widen. The attack is far faster than he expected. Shen Guan's blow slams into Yi and sends him flying across the arena. The spectators remember Yi as the fighter once known for ending matches with a single kick. This time, he is the one taking the first clean hit. He spits blood and steadies himself. Shen Guan's sharp will fist has real power behind it. He skids across the shattered floor, hurt but still refusing to stay down. Shen Guan snarls that Yi cannot win, then charges in to finish the job. Shen Guan closes the distance with another brutal rush, his confidence growing with every step. Golden energy spins around Shen Guan as he drives a crushing attack straight at Yi. Yi remembers every opponent he has faced. He has never had to fight someone this strong before, but he has learned from every one of them. Yi plants his feet inside the storm of martial energy and raises his guard. He catches Shen Guan's attack and explains that martial energy is not limited to one body. He can take it too. The stolen force wrecks Shen Guan's rhythm, leaving him unable to use his martial art properly. Shen Guan bends forward, stunned as the momentum suddenly flips against him. Instead of backing down, Shen Guan's bloodline erupts again, forming a terrifying golden beast around him. The beast's power surges through the arena as Shen Guan throws himself back into the fight. A streak of golden light drops through the arena, signaling Shen Guan's next all-out attack. Shen Guan attacks like a walking zoo, unleashing a savage burst of beastly force. He declares that Yu Hei cannot beat him, then dives in with another heavy strike. He's blasted backward as the arena fills with cold light and flying rubble. The impact detonates across the floor, leaving the outcome hidden behind dust and light. Shen Guan laughs like he has already won. He has already won. He is enjoying this way too much. The officials are ready to step in because Shen Guan's attacks are so violent they could kill an ordinary fighter. The dust settles, and the announcement begins to declare a winner. A shocked eye peers through the smoke. Someone has realized the fight is not over. A massive amount of strange blue energy pours out of the smoke, stopping everyone cold. He emerges from the blast and calmly admits that Shen Guan is indeed very strong. A cord, black-blue form, begins to take shape around Yiha as his aura tears through the arena. Yihi's body transforms into a huge armored beast wrapped in blue lightning. The whole room suddenly has a much bigger problem. The transformed Yi Hei stands over the cracked floor, looking less like a student and more like a disaster report. Yi He tells Shen Guan that he is the first person to witness this form. His glowing eyes show total control now. The observers recognize it as a magical beast embodiment, an extraordinary bloodline talent that could open elite university doors. Blue lightning crackles around Yiha's towering form while the examiners scramble to understand what they are seeing. An elderly examiner stares in disbelief. Yihi's bloodline awakening has reached an unbelievable level. The monitor spikes to a nuclear radiation value of 99999999999. The arena barriers flare to life, wrapping the entire battlefield in martial energy to stop the power from leaking out. Students stare upward in awe, asking how someone from an ordinary middle school could awaken such a monstrous bloodline. Shen Guan watches Yi's blue aura with a hard, uneasy expression. He finally understands that this opponent was hiding something enormous. Shen Guan wipes blood from his face and realizes his martial art cannot suppress Yi's strange energy. Even so, he refuses to quit. Shen Guan awakens his own golden star, AP demon bloodline, turning his desperation into a savage counterattack. The golden ape-like power surges around Shen Guan as he braces for a final clash. The crowd realizes Shen Guan has another third-order king bloodline. This entrance exam has become a monster showdown. Yi's blue beast form charges straight toward Shen Guan's golden snake-like force, refusing to give him room to recover. The two awakened powers crash together in a blinding martial energy strike. Blue lightning tears through the collision while Shen Guan struggles to keep his defense together. His attack lands with a violent burst, overwhelming Shen Guan's golden power. Shen Guan realizes too late that if the strike had hit with full force, he would have been shattered. Shen Guan drops to the ground, bleeding and exhausted. The fight drains out of him at last. Yi's towering blue form remains standing in the ruined arena, calm after unleashing that impossible power. Yi acknowledges Shen Guan's strength, but makes it clear that the result cannot be changed. The college entrance trial opens with a monster-level clash. Yi is facing Shen Guan, a rare third-order king bloodline fighter. Shen Guan can feel Yi's strength climbing after every exchange, and that realization makes him want to retreat. He does not let him breathe. The beast-armored fighter launches forward in a blur. Blue energy crashes down as Yi keeps pressing Shen Guan across the arena. Shen Guan swings back with a huge golden strike, trying to force Yi off him. The counterattack is wild, but Yi stays locked in. This is not a sparring match anymore. Shen Guan admits he cannot predict Yi's next move, and he is already getting pushed into a corner. He leaps clear as the golden attack tears through the space below him. Then Shen Guan unleashes a massive blast from above. He is clearly done playing nice. The arena vanishes under the flash of the attack, leaving everyone waiting to see if Yi has survived. The strike slams down with enough force to crater the floor. Shen Guan puts everything into it. Shen Guan looks stunned when Yi comes through the smoke untouched. That confident stare disappears fast. He lands calmly in full beast armor, eyes glowing as if the explosion barely registered. Cracks spread across the arena beneath Yihee's feet. He has taken control of the whole fight. He says it is his turn now and charges power into a blinding blue attack. A burst of blue energy erupts from Yihee and races straight at Shenguan. The energy blast keeps coming, and Shenguan finally realizes he cannot overpower this guy. Shenguan raises the white flag and calls Yihee Big Brother. Pride has officially left the building. He sweats and begs for mercy, insisting that he is ready to admit defeat. He reluctantly pulls his claw back. Even Shenguan admits that holding this pose is getting uncomfortable. His beast hand retracts as the match ends. Once a contestant surrenders, the rules say the other side cannot attack. Yi lets Shenguan walk away. Shenguan is left battered and embarrassed, while Yihei stands as the clear winner. The competition announces its top 4 and the crowd erupts for Yihei. Fans cheer Yihei's name like he just became the arena's newest celebrity. Online Shenguan's defeat becomes instant meme material. The internet wastes absolutely no time. The celebration reaches Qingfeng privatized leadership chair, and he is furious about the humiliation. The chair demands to know why Shenguan dared lose after the school spent so much on training him. Shenguan grabs the angry official and warns him that a stronger warrior cannot be threatened by a weaker man. He calmly reminds the chair that his school was already warned not to underestimate him. The chair instantly folds and admits Shenguan has a point. Survival instincts are working overtime today. With the drama settled, the officials reveal the 4 semifinalists. The board shows Yi, Ji, Zhou, Lu Qingju, and one final contender. The field is getting serious. The draw official proudly steps up to pick the semifinal matchups. Yihee draws first, watching the result with a calm, unreadable expression. Lu Qingju draws next, composed and elegant as she takes her place in the bracket. Lu Qingju's calm presence hides the pressure around her. She is clearly not here to be a background character. The first semifinal is announced, and city's #1 middle school, Yihee, versus Lu Qingju. Yihee and Lu Qingju face each other across the bracket. This is the matchup everybody wanted. The crowd hypes Lu Qingju's mysterious warrior martial arts, hoping she can finally stop Yihee's run. Lu Qingju gathers violent purple power around herself, looking completely focused instead of intimidated. People remember that Lu Qingju crushed another Third Order bloodline fighter before. Her full strength is still unknown. Yehei's own Third Order King bloodline is no joke either, and the crowd knows this clash could get ugly fast. He is also rumored to have a 4th level bloodline and elite martial arts. The odds are not as simple as they look. The semi-final venue fills with spectators as the next fight is about to begin. A massive arena waits under the lights while the crowd leans in for the showdown. Yihee and Lu Qingju step onto the platform, facing each other with the referee between them. The signal sounds, and the fight begins immediately. Yihee rushes in first, hammering the ground with a powerful opening strike. The impact explodes across the platform, but Lu Qingju stays poised through the shockwave. Lu Qingju brings her hands together, eyes narrowed as smoke and energy swallow the arena. A dart shape with glowing eyes rises from the smoke. Lu Qingju has answered Yihee's attack with something far more dangerous. Lu Qingju stands firm in the haze, calm and ready while the shadowy power gathers behind her. Her violet eyes harden with determination. She wants to see whether Yihee is truly strong enough. Lu Qingju quietly tells Yurhan how he hopes he can handle what comes next. The arena erupts in smoke, and the crowd panics as the fight suddenly gets serious. Even the announcer looks stunned. He wonders if Lu Qingju has awakened some kind of bloodline. Through the smoke, Lu Qingju stands calm while Yihee studies him from a distance. Lu Qingju is not impressed. He decides it is time to stop holding back. Blue energy gathers around him as he prepares a direct attack. Yihee launches forward inside a spinning spear of power, challenging him to try that attack. Lu Qingju answers by switching from defense to a sharp counterattack. His blue strike whips around Yihee with enough force to knock her off course. Yihee is furious. From her point of view, this guy is fighting with every rule book thrown out the window. She tumbles through the air after he slips past her defense with a strange move. Behind Lu Qingju, a dark beast-like presence flashes into view, its eyes glowing through the shadows. The shadow closes in, making the whole exchange feel a lot less like a school match. Lu Qingju drives in with a powerful kick, forcing Yihee to keep moving. The spectators cheer like this is exactly what they paid for, even though nobody is getting paid. He keeps chasing him through the air, refusing to give Lu Qingju even a second to breathe. Lu Qingzhu fires another burst of blue energy to create some distance. Yeah, he twists away from the blast, but she is still locked into his pursuit. She tells him he's not getting away that easily, then attacks again from above. A huge blue arc tears across the arena as Yihei presses her advantage. Lu Qingzhu is thrown back hard, spinning through the air before he can recover. Yi's eyes sharpen as martial energy gathers around her claws. She sends another sweeping strike at him, determined to finish the exchange. The blast races across the arena, but Lu Qingzhu is already preparing his answer. Lu Qingzhu charges straight back in. Running away clearly was never part of his personality. He drops from above in a blur of blue light, turning defense into another assault. He realizes his relentless attacks are draining her strength fast. Lu Qingzhu reveals he has mastered 2 mysterious royal martial arts, including floating shadow. His other technique is the Hunyuan Jade Finger, a far more dangerous offensive move. He refuses to let him recover, so Lu Qingzhu knows he has to gamble now. He steels himself and admits he does not have a choice. Purple energy coils around Lu Qingzhu's hand as he brings out his final trump card. The power condenses into a bright violet core, and the arena suddenly feels much smaller. A violent purple flare erupts, signaling that Lu Qingzhu has crossed into something new. The energy surges higher and higher, building toward a transformation. A massive purple wing bursts from the light, scattering feathers across the arena. The wing keeps extending, beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. Feathers drift through the air as the awakened power takes shape. The transformation is complete enough to make everyone watching freeze. Lu Qingzhu now stands beneath enormous dark purple wings, surrounded by crackling power. His awakened form hangs in the air, with feathers and violent sparks swirling around him. For the first time, Lu Xingdou has displayed his magical beast bloodline. He warns Yihei that he may not control its strength. His purple eye glows as he watches Yihei closely, fully aware this form could go too far. He rises from the floor, battered but far from defeated. She understands why he was holding back. She admits she has barely used her own strength so far, and now she is ready to go all in. Lu Qingzhu senses danger behind him just as Yihei moves into position. He unleashes the mysterious royal martial art, Hunyuan Jade Finger, in a blinding burst. The attack detonates at close range, catching Lu Qingzhu in a wall of light. Lu Qingzhu answers with an atomic blast fist, pouring blue power into the collision. Purple lightning and blue energy crash together as neither fighter backs down. The impact explodes outward, shaking the arena with pure force. Blue lightning tears through the smoke as the 2 techniques continue to collide. The crowd can barely keep their eyes open. That is how hard the shockwave hits. Spectators recoil from the blast, stunned by the sheer power on display. The winged form is hurled through the air, finally showing signs that the fight is taking its toll. Yi watches with a nervous smile as the blue energy below keeps rising. A violent blue surge erupts from Lu Qingzhu, announcing that the battle is not over yet. Yi turns toward the energy storm, suddenly realizing something far more dangerous is coming. Lu Qingzhu's face becomes monstrous in the blue light, his eyes blazing with unleashed power. The chapter ends on a massive burst of blue energy, leaving the arena braced for what comes next. Qingzhu senses something deeply wrong as Yihei's magical beast energy starts changing shape. A huge wolf-like beast erupts behind Yihei, pouring raw power straight into him. The arena floor cracks under the pressure. Yihei is not warming up anymore. The beast's spine flares, with enough energy to make Qingzhu freeze in alarm. But energy funnels into Yihei's mouth, and his glowing eyes make the threat painfully clear. Yi unleashes a blinding blast. The semi-final just became a natural disaster documentary. The beam tears across the arena in a violent burst of blue-white energy. Yihei drives the attack forward with a savage expression, refusing to give Qingzhu room to breathe. The blast keeps expanding, swallowing the battlefield in light and flying debris. A dark silhouette stands inside the explosion as the energy crashes down around them. Yihei's beast looms over the arena, while its power floods outward like a storm. Qingzhu is caught in the blast, her eyes wide as purple energy whips around her. Qingzhu cannot believe it. Yihei's breath attack was supposed to use only his magical beast's feathers. The beam cuts through the smoke with enough force to shake the entire stage. Feathers explode through the air as Qingzhu is blasted back by the attack. The arena is ripped apart by the impact, but a golden barrier flashes to protect the spectators. The crowd recoils in fear as a shockwave reaches the stands. The protective shield holds, glowing like a honeycomb under the strain. Blue energy continues hammering the barrier while the stadium erupts in chaos. The explosion finally begins to clear, and someone important steps into view. An City's mayor, Huang Jing, arrives with the calm confidence of a man who expected the fireworks. Mayor Huang Jing walks forward as the golden light fades behind him. He declares that the strongest champion in An City's history will be born today. The announcer cheers as Mayor Huang Jing takes his place before the roaring audience. Back in the arena, Tinju lands hard, battered and bleeding, with torn wings hanging behind her. Tinju looks shaken. He has shattered her defense with a single move. She wonders if she can really beat him, while the weight of her entire family closes in. Guihingi remembers the ancestors watching over her and the command that she cannot lose. A mother's warning echoes in her mind. Jingju must keep the Liu family alive. In her memory, Jingju's white-haired mother watches her with stern, heavy concern. Her mother tells her that winning this exam is only the beginning. She must keep fighting for the family. Young Jingju admits she is afraid, and the memory leaves her exhausted in the present. Tinju realizes Yi is far stronger than she expected, and that thought almost breaks her. Yi stands surrounded by crackling power, still focused on Jingju. Then Jingju lifts her head with a hard stare. She decides this is not where she quits. Jingju launches herself forward in a purple blur and tells Yi to take her seriously. She demands a quick defeat, but her desperation is obvious as she commits to the strike. He slips away from her attack, leaving Jingju flying past empty air. Jingju stares in disbelief. Her attack missed completely. Yi's expression stays cold and unreadable as he prepares his answer. He asks Jingju where her fighting spirit went, and that question hits harder than a punch. He asks if she has even looked him in the face. Apparently, trash talk is also part of the curriculum. Before Jingju can recover, Yiha attacks again in a burst of blue energy. Yi says he will win this title fairly and squarely, then doubles down on the pressure. Jingju Kinsu can only stare as Yi closes the distance at terrifying speed. Yi dives straight in and slams Jingku down with crushing force. Jingju's driven into the arena floor, her body spinning under the impact. Yi tells her to start taking him seriously, and Jingju knows he's right. Another hit shakes the arena, before Jingju can find her footing. He pins her down and points out that nobody treated him like this when he was a kid. Jingji shields herself from the next blow, bruised and gasping beneath the blue glare. She finally understands. Yi is leaving her openings on purpose, forcing her to keep fighting. A violent red-purple blast erupts between them, and Jingju fires back with real anger. Jingju snaps that he should not hit a girl in the face. Fair complaint, terrible timing. Yi smiles and says that's more like it. If she wants a fight, he wants her serious. Shangzhou's magical beast blood ignites, flooding the arena with pink lightning. Feathers and energy spiral around Jingju as a new form begins to emerge. Her transformation erupts behind her in a massive storm of violet power. The shape grows brighter and larger, wrapping Jingju in a dazzling feathered aura. The transformation reaches its peak, blasting the arena with a final surge of light. Jingju opens her glowing eyes in her magical beast true form, ready to use her strongest power. Jingju declares this time she will defeat Yi with her strongest form. Yi grins as Liu Qingzhu finally reveals her magical beast power. He looks thrilled because apparently a normal semi-final was not dramatic enough. Blue energy erupts around Yiha as he prepares his nuclear-like combat body for the exchange. The narrator identifies Yihe's technique as a fusion of the Daira template and Heart Qigong, his nuclear-like combat body. Wrapped in blue flame, Yihe charges straight at Li Qingzhu while she watches from across the arena. Yi launches in with a simple invitation for a good fight, and then the two powers collide. Liu Qingzhu answers with a sweeping violet attack, her face calm but locked in as the arena flashes pink and purple. Her energy spirals into a huge ring, trying to catch Yihe before he can break through. Yi blasts her to violet currents, blue lightning tearing a path through her attack. The clash becomes a wall of light, with neither fighter giving the other even a breath of space. The impact hammers Yi's armored body, but his blue aura stays burning around him. Liu Qingzhu presses harder, forcing Yi to absorb another crushing wave of purple power. Liu Qingzhu sucks in a breath as the pressure reaches her, and for the first time she looks shaken. A glowing beast-like emblem opens above Liu Qingzhu as she draws out more of her power. She dives through the swirling field and sends another fierce purple strike toward Yi. He is swallowed by the blast, but his silhouette remains upright inside the blue storm. The energy snaps and tears across the arena as he keeps forcing his way forward. He stands in the blast zone, battered but still glowing with enough power to keep the fight alive. He challenges her confidence, asking if she thinks she is the only one who can scream. His body hardens under the blue energy, and he recognizes the same old move coming again. Liu Qingju decides to stop holding back and unleashes what she calls her family's strongest move. Floating in a storm of violet lightning, Liu Qingju declares that she will face him head-on. He braces beneath the attack, his blue aura flaring as the pressure crashes down. Liu Qingju reveals this is her bloodline ability, and her wide-eyed expression shows how much she's gambling on it. Her netherworld bloodthorns descend in a massive purple barrage. The thorns slam down in a blinding explosion, turning the arena into a very expensive-looking crater. The final beam drives into the ground as both attacks reach their limit. Blue and violet energy collide head-on, refusing to give either fighter a clean victory. The spectators realize Yihei's atomic breath and Liu Qingju's bloodthorn form two equally terrifying impacts. A suited official panics as the collision grows beyond what these young warriors should be able to control. A glowing defensive device activates around the arena just before the shockwave lands. The barrier catches the blast, but the force still detonates across the floor. The explosion floods the arena with white light and shards of purple energy. The cushion finally erupts at full force, scattering debris in every direction. The crowd worries that the mayor may have been forced to contain the impact himself. Smoke rolls over the damaged arena while everyone waits to see who is still standing. The narration confirms both fighters' attacks collided, leaving neither side untouched. Liu Qingju drops to the ground, bloodied and exhausted, but she refuses to give up. A magical beast body has been pushed to its limit, yet she tells herself she can still fight. Liu Qingju stares ahead, bruised and breathing hard, as he has steps through the smoke. He stands over his injured opponent, calm after surviving the full collision. He points out that she hit him while he was unarmed, then warns that the nuclear radiation in her body must be removed. Liu Qingju looks up with tears in her eyes, overwhelmed by pain, frustration, and his unexpected concern. She protests that she never wanted the fight to go this far, and asks why he kept forcing her to fight. Ihei explains that her competitive spirit was holding her back. He could feel that she wanted victory for herself. Liu Qingju realizes he was right. She had been focused only on defeating him. She remembers fighting with everything she had, not because she hated him, but because she wanted to prove herself. The fight gave Liu Qingju a rush she had never felt before, and the realization softens her anger. Embarrassment hits Liu Qingju all at once as Yihei reaches down to help. Purple lightning is dangerous, but apparently feelings are worse. Yi offers a hand and quietly uses his power to heal the radiation damage in her body. He tells her she lost because she had too many distracting thoughts, but he also admits she is the strongest opponent he has ever met. He turns away after giving her that sincere praise, leaving Liu Qingju stunned. He gives her one final promise, saying that next time he wants their purest battle. He names Liu Qingju directly, and she can only stare after him in flustered silence. Liu Qingju is left blushing so hard that the emotional damage may need its own medical report. As the smoke fades, Yikish remains standing alone in the ruined arena. He raises his hand in victory as the result becomes clear. The announcer declares the first semi-final over. Yiki of An City's #1 middle school wins. The chapter closes by shifting away from the arena, teasing that the next part of this tournament is already moving into place. An City's college entrance finals are here, and the fight for first place is about to get very loud. Yiki steps in as his middle school's #1 dark horse, looking far too calm for a kid walking into this showdown. Across from him is Shuzhou, another top student from An City. This is not a friendly schoolyard spar. Nearly 50 million live-stream viewers pile in, apparently watching teenagers destroy an arena is prime entertainment. The finals officially begin, and Yihai immediately calls for Shuzhou to bring everything he has. Blue energy wraps around Yihai's body as he raises his weapon, his eyes locked forward with total confidence. Yeah? He shotguns as he's enjoying his way too much. Shuzhou attacks first with a huge wall of icy blades, testing whether Yihai can handle raw pressure. The ice barrage tears across the arena, but Yihai charges straight through instead of backing off. He slips through the frozen blade with a fierce look, turning defense into a direct counterattack. His energy spikes hard and the arena lights up around him. Yihei plants himself in the center of the blast zone, completely unfazed by the chaos. He gathers the power into his fist and quietly names the move, Atomic Fist. The atomic fist detonates with enough force to turn flying ice into glittering shrapnel. The explosion swallows the field in a blinding burst. He realizes simple attacks will not work. He starts searching for Chuzhou's real opening. Even with his defensive ability, he cannot get near Chuzhou. The gap feels ridiculous. So Yi changes tactics. If close combat is blocked, he will fight from a distance. Blue power surges outward as Yi launches his next move. A massive ice dragon rises from the energy. Its glowing eye fixed on Chuzhou. Yi stands behind his creation, calm and focused as the dragon takes shape around him. The ice dragon dives, dragging freezing force across the battlefield. The dragon crashes down and traps Chuzhou beneath an expanding iceberg. The livestream explodes as viewers realize Yi has created a full ice dragon. Subtlety has officially left the building. The frozen mountain seals over Chuzhou, leaving only a tiny silhouette inside the ice. The audience cheers Yi on, convinced Chuzhou has finally been buried by his own bad luck. The entire arena is now an iceberg, with Chuzhou frozen inside it. Yi is sweating. That sudden burst of power hit hard, and his body is paying for it. Then the iceberg starts melting from within, and Yi's confidence takes a serious hit. A blazing strike punches through the ice, shattering the trap in one violent blast. Yi, his eyes widen. He cannot believe Chuzhou broke out that easily. Chuzhou rushes through the exploding ice and fires another crushing blast at Yi. The attack erupts across the field, but Chuzhou's expression stays cold and certain. Chuzhou tells Yi that his ice dragon has never worked on him. Chuzhou towers over the arena in his armored form, admitting that Yi caught him off guard. He sees the real problem now. The difference in raw strength is simply too big. Chuzhou gives Yi a warning, then prepares the strongest move his martial arts can currently produce. A towering pillar of energy forms above the arena, making the last exchange look like a natural disaster. Chuzhou brings the devastating strike down, putting everything into one final attack. A searching observer was in shock, realizing Yi's strength far beyond what anyone expected. Yi launches himself upward through the incoming energy, refusing to let Chuzhou control the finish. The collision tears open the sky with a blinding streak of blue power. The shockwave rips through the air as both fighters push beyond their limit. Blood falls through the icy air. This final clash has cost Chuzhou dearly. Chuzhou admits Yi might have a chance someday, once he gets a better sword. Yi stares in stunned silence as the truth lands. His sword lies shattered on the ground. Yi won the exchange, but his weapon did not survive it. Yi asks how much chance he really has, still trying to size up the monster in front of him. Then Yi smiles and decides a little admiration for a stronger opponent is perfectly acceptable. Chuzhou raises a hand and surrenders. The result is official. Yi wins Ant City's college entrance examination finals. The crowd erupts, yelling that Yi was right all along. Their faith arrived right on schedule. One rival watches Yi with a grim look, admitting that even Chuzhou was no match for him. The livestream chat calls Yi the true dark horse, and nobody can argue after that fight. Viewers call this year's examination level the highest Ant City has ever seen, with Yi standing alone at the top. Cheers for Yi through the arena as the crowd celebrates his impossible win. The audience keeps roaring for the new champion. After 3 bloody days of battles, the top scorer in Ant City's college examination is finally born. An interviewer introduces Yi as Ant City's #1 middle school student and asks what he wants to say. Yi thanks his teacher, saying that encouragement helped give him the fighting spirit to stand here. His teacher immediately gets emotional and blames himself for not noticing Yi for 10 so sooner. The headmaster hears the praise and pops in with a reward offer. Time has never been his weakness. The school announces a 2 million scholarship, and Yi has eyes practically turned into money signs. Yi raises a fist and adds one last thank you, this time for himself. He proudly credits his own hard work, personality, and wisdom. The self-esteem is fully charged. Then a system message appears, congratulating Yi for becoming the #1 scholar and awarding him a random template ability. Elsewhere, Omen pauses in surprise, hinting that Yi's victory has already reached beyond the arena. Back in the stadium corridor, Yi has barely stepped out before a crowd of reporters floods toward him. The reporters fire questions from every direction, and Yi looks completely overwhelmed by the sudden attention. He throws up a hand and begs them to stop chasing him. Winning fast was apparently enough to start a media siege. Even the crowd is gossiping about which girl is prettier, while Yi and one smug bystander look deeply unimpressed. Yi does all have time for this circus, so he breaks away and runs. As he escapes, someone calls after him with one last question, but Yi keeps moving. He reaches the basketball court, relieved to finally lose the reporters, then starts thinking about the rewards he can earn from the system. He clenches his fist with a fierce grin. The attention may be annoying, but he is not backing down now. A sharply dressed man interrupts him and congratulates Ye on taking first place. He's not another reporter, and that instantly makes him more suspicious. The gray-haired visitor removes his glasses and says he wants to discuss the strange issues surrounding Yi. The phrase genetic lock catches Yi completely off guard. Yi realizes his abilities came from the monster template, not from any genetic lock he knows about. The visitor explains that genetic locks are inherited, and hints that his own profession is tied to that secret. He asks whether Yi is curious about an ordinary taxi driver who understands genetic locks. Yi immediately suspects there is a much bigger secret here. The man hands Yi a sealed document saying his special situation gives him access to it. Yi opens the file and sees one name that changes the mood completely: Prometheus. The file reveals a hidden research institute that once studied biological genes on Blue Star until authorities buried the project. Yi pieces it together. Genetic lock technology was once a major Prometheus project, and his visitor was one of its researchers. The researcher tells Yi the country is managing the matter, and that as a party involved, he deserves to know. He promises that Yi, as a key trainee, will be protected. He is annoyed by the fame, but he is clearly enjoying the perks. The researcher leaves, and Yi dryly notes that society adapts very quickly when someone becomes useful. He remembers the massive entrance exam bonus, but what excites him most is the chance to draw another template ability. He starts the draw immediately, eyes locked on the glowing system interface. Purple energy swirls into a violent vortex as the new template begins to form. He stares upward, stunned as something enormous emerges from the portal. The shape keeps descending, and Yi can only watch with his eyes wide open. The summoning gate cracks with power, building toward the final reveal. A colossal humanoid monster bursts into view, armored in dark plates with an elephant-like trunk. The system confirms it. Yi has drawn a D-rank template, supergiant humanoid. The result comes with giantification, ultra-heated steam, and an almost terrifyingly low compatibility rate of 1%. He realizes templates can be superimposed. If this giant humanoid merges with his D-rank monster template, the result could be absurd. The two monsters' powers begin to overlap in a storm of dark energy and violet light. Yi makes his decision without hesitation. He will become the true king of monsters. Elsewhere, Long receives a call about personal matters and quietly cancels his upcoming schedule. His expression hardens as the message lands. Whatever this is, it is not good news. The unseen caller reports that they still have not found Huolong's brother in the secret realm. A field agent adds that the last signal from Huolong's brother left a trace of strange nuclear radiation. The report turns dangerous fast, but Huolong refuses to stay out of the mess. At the college entrance exam finals, the winner is announced. Yay! A shadowed observer hears the result and recognizes Yi as the rare genius Huader University wants. Meanwhile, a delivery arrives for Yi, setting up another surprise before he can test his new power. Yi finds a letter waiting for him and wonders who would contact him the old-fashioned way. It is from Chuzhou. The letter says a Sikang secret realm will open at An City's Redwood Mountain, and he wants Yi on his team. Yi stares at the letter in disbelief. A serious invitation by mail is definitely one way to make an entrance. At Redwood Mountain, crowds gather beneath the sunset as the secret realm prepares to open. The mountain is packed with awakened people, all waiting for a chance at the sea-current realm. The crowd surges forward, each person chasing the rewards hidden beyond the entrance. Yi spots the huge crowd and immediately wonders how many monsters they will have to defeat. Priorities are priorities. Dijuju greets Yi and notices he has grown stronger again. Yi quietly realizes his new template boosted his compatibility to 35%. Chuzhou asks which university Yi plans to choose, and Yi gives the answer, without drama, Huadu University. Chuzhou accepts the answer. though his expression suggests he is still thinking about school and far more than school. Before they can say more, the secret realm finally opens. A violent purple rift tears open above Redwood Mountain, flooding the sky with supernatural light. Inside the rift, a spiked beast with glowing green eyes takes shape. The creature looms closer, its jagged body framed by crackling purple energy. The beast lunges through the opening, turning the realm's arrival into an immediate threat. The secret realm opens and a monstrous beast tide spills into the sky. Everyone below stares up in alarm as the hunt begins. The Oran Kensits charge straight at the flying monsters. Nobody wants to be late for a secret realm payday. The attackers launch upward with weapons ready, but the beasts slam down like a living wall of claws and wings. The swarm is far bigger than expected. The bird-like monsters panic, then immediately call for a retreat. The beasts shriek and scatter as the fighters keep pushing in. For a moment, the monsters are the ones getting bullied. A purple streak tears across the battlefield, carving through the fleeing tide before it can regroup. The battle takes place in Redwood Mountain's secret realm, a huge and dangerous hunting ground hidden beyond the entrance. A wounded monster crashes into the rocky forest, proving the hunters are already hitting hard. Yi walks through the chaos with an icy calm while the other candidates fight around him. Yi's blood stirs at the sight of the beast tide. He can feel something dangerous waking up inside him. Purple energy erupts around the monster as Yi attacks. The fight gets ugly in about half a second. The beast mutates into a snarling mass of fangs and eyes, but Yi does not even flinch. A heavy blow sends the creature reeling. The hunters are not here to negotiate with monsters. More fighters drop in to support the defense, following the rules to kill monsters and resist the beast tide. Yi cuts through another monster, while a teammate unleashes a sweeping blue attack nearby. A blue-head fighter triggers his bloodline ability, freezing the battlefield in a burst of icy power. The monster dives at the blue-haired fighter, but he stays focused and prepares another clean counter. His atomic explosive fist punches straight through the beast, blasting it apart in a violent flash. He notices danger behind his teammate and warns him just in time. The blue-haired fighter answers with a grateful look. Standing over a field of bodies, the fighters realize one person has been doing absurd damage to the beast tide. Shuzhou looks stunned. He has already slain far more monsters than anyone expected. The monster remains melt away into flesh and blood. Yi's attack is silent, brutal, and terrifyingly effective against living targets. He lands inside the fading smoke, surrounded by the remains of his latest victims. A hunter gets knocked back and curses the chaos. Nobody expected a high-level warrior to be mixed in with these candidates. Someone identifies Yi as NCT's top scorer from the college entrance examination. That explains a lot, and somehow makes it worse. A bystander admits he ignored the entrance exam broadcast. His friend is not impressed by that confession. Yi rises above the crowd in a halo of blue power, while the remaining fighters wait for his next move. The aura goes out to drive the monsters toward the #1 scorer. That is a very confident use of bait. A bright signal flares from the forest, and the monster leader reacts immediately. The beast tide retreats. The first wave is over, and the exhausted fighters can finally breathe. Only about 100 people remain from the original crowd of thousands. The secret realm has already taken its toll. One battered fighter gasps at Yi's haul and asks if there is some trick to getting those gains. He casually shows off a pile of monster cores. He says they are just storage rings, but the crowd is clearly not buying the casual part. The survivors decide to head back together, while word spreads that Yi is worth a fortune in monster cores. A martial arts group notices Yi's performance and moves in to recruit him before anyone else can. Shui Ling introduces himself as a leader from the Silver Wolf martial arts group and invites Yi to join. Another group leader steps in with a rival offer. Yi has become the hottest target in the entire clearing. The recruiters promise resources, education, and status. Even the onlookers know this kind of backing can make a warrior much stronger. A rival calls out Wu Sen for trying to snatch Yi up first. Recruitment season has turned into a street fight with business cards. A purple-haired recruiter arrives with a beast-like aura crackling around her, making it clear she has a serious offer of her own. She invites Yi to the Changde martial arts group and promises access to the group's monthly training resources. The others are shocked by the offer. 15% of cultivation resources is a remarkably generous deal. Yi politely refuses every offer for now. He's not ready to tie himself to any martial arts group. The Kinder recruiter accepts the answer gracefully and leaves Yi-hai a contact route for the future. Yi says he will not join him, but he is happy to make friends. With the beast tide gone, he and Chujo can explore safely. Chujo leads Yi into a giant forest and suggests reaching the treetops first, to scout the whole area. Yi launches upward in a blur of blue energy, leaving Chujo to realize just how fast he really is. He shoots above the canopy in an instant, turning a simple climb into another flex. From the treetops, the two see the secret realms stretching far beyond the forest. The clouds part over a strange landscape, revealing a hidden world that feels far larger than the entrance suggested. A massive body lying among the crimson trees proves the secret realm is not a small hunting ground. Yi grins at the possibilities. If they explore deeper, they may find both greater beasts and the truth behind this place. Chujo admits Yi is stronger than he expected. Yi quietly decides this makes him useful as a temporary partner. Yi senses something wrong. His life field detects an amber area ahead that feels completely empty. Then a gigantic black bird bursts from the stormy sky. The empty zone suddenly has a very obvious explanation. He spots the creature's massive tail and warns Chujo to stay alert. The bigger the monster, the more valuable the hunt. Yi points forward, ready to investigate the threat instead of running away from it. The giant bird waits in the distance, and Yi sends Chujo closer for a look. The next hunt is already calling. Yu Yang enters the strange secret realm with a cold, focused stare. Giant mushroom farms stretch across the horizon, and the place already feels way too quiet for a casual treasure triptych. A confident purple-haired woman recognizes Yu Yang as the city's top scorer. Her muscle-bound partner is impressed too, and his crew is clearly hoping his strength makes them rich. They quickly invite Yu Yang into their relic hunting squad after watching him handle the beast tide. Nothing says friendship like seeing a top scorer and immediately checking his combat stats. The purple-haired woman asks how long Yu Yang has been here. He stays calm as the others explain they only arrived recently and split up to search the lake. Their armored companion bursts from the water, absolutely thrilled. He has found a relic under the lake, and his wide-eyed grin says he has already spent the money in his head. The big guy demands the details, practically vibrating with greed. The answer is simple. There is a relic below the lake, and they think it could make them a fortune. The group gets fired up at the word relic. Yu Yang and the blue-haired fighter say much more reserved because rare treasure usually comes with a very expensive catch. Yu Yang explains that relics are prized remnants from the old mysterious world. Modern martial arts and many genetic technologies came from discoveries like these. The excited pair spot Yu Yang's group and confront them. Their faces harden immediately, worried the newcomers have come to steal their find. The blue-haired fighter coolly points out that the two newcomers are outsiders, so they should share the spoils according to what they contribute. Yu Yang stands quietly beside him, watching everyone. Yu Yang agrees to join temporarily, but he makes the boundary clear. He is here to explore, not to be pushed around by a greedy team. The armored man decides not to make enemies of two college entrance exam top scorers. He forces down his irritation, and the whole group dives beneath the lake. They plunge through the lake into a hidden passage. The bright surface disappears above them as the hunt turns into a deep underground expedition. Beyond the water lies a huge blue-lit cave, packed with glowing formations. It looks beautiful enough to make everyone forget that caves do not decorate themselves. The team enters the cave expecting ruins, but one question hangs in the air. Where is Li Wei? The missing teammate was supposed to stay outside. They call out for Li Wei, but only their own voices answer. The purple-haired woman looks uneasy as the group realizes they may have walked into this place one person short. The team presses onward through the glowing tunnel. Their cautious body language says nobody believes this silent cave is empty anymore. The goggle-wearing woman reports that Li Wei and the others released monster bait bombs, yet not a single monster appeared. That is not a single monster appeared. That is not reassuring. That is a warning. The armored man tries to rally everyone, saying they need to find the relic and prove themselves. His grin is loud, with the danger around him is getting louder. One member wants to leave before they get killed, the others refuse, arguing that anyone who wants to get rich has to stay, so the group marches deeper. The explorers file through a narrow, dark tunnel, following a strange purple glow on the ground. Yu Yang stays at the rear, visibly alert while the others chase the promise of treasure. A small glowing shape sits ahead like a relic waiting to be claimed. It is exactly the kind of suspiciously convenient bait that should make everyone stop walking. Yu Yang narrows his bright blue eyes as the glow shifts. He does not rush in, and that tiny pause may be the smartest move anyone makes down here. Yu Yang warns the blue-head fighter that something is wrong. The blue-head man immediately connects it to the recent movement of Huang Yu's team. They remember that Huang Yu's group found a hidden route into this underground cave before disappearing. Yu Yang realizes this may be more than a simple relic hunt. Yu Yang calls it an obvious trap and asks whether they should warn the others. The blue-head fighter looks grim because the cave is already showing them the answer. The tunnel opens into an eerie chamber filled with massive green vines. The deeper they look, the less this place resembles ruins and the more it resembles a monster's home. The group stares upward at the crawling vines, suddenly dwarfed by the chamber. Even the fearless ones are starting to look very small. A grotesque corpse hangs tangled in the vines. Yu Yang realizes the strange lack of aquatic monsters makes sense now. Something here has been feeding on them. The purple-haired woman recoils as she sees the dead body. Her fear spikes when someone identifies it as Li Wei, the teammate they were searching for. Goggle-wearing woman points at the corpse in disbelief. Everyone freezes as the missing man's fate becomes impossible to deny. Li Wei's body hangs limp in the vines, drained and suspended like discarded prey. The team finally understands that the relic was never the only thing waiting in this cave. A purple-haired woman stares in horror, her face drained of color. A second ago this was a treasure run, and now it is a murder scene. The armored man drops to his knees and asks where the relic is. Even with death hanging over him, greed is still trying to drive the wheel. He clutches his head as a voice seems to invade his mind. His eyes bulge with terror, and he realizes the vines may have been watching them all along. The cave erupts with green movement, and the team is told to run. That advice arrives a little late because the monster has already made its move. Vines pierce and seize the armored man as the creature attacks. The purple-haired woman cries out his name, shocked by how fast the trap closes. The goggle-wearing woman is yanked forward by the vines, her panic written across her face. A bright energy pattern begins forming as the monster tightens control of the battlefield. A blinding blue-white blast tears through the cave. For one brief moment, the monster's trap looks like it might have met something stronger. Energy crashes down in a violent column, throwing the captive fighter back. The attack is huge, but Yu Yang is already studying the enemy instead of celebrating. Yu Yang watches the monster adapt around the blast. His expression turns sharp and suspicious because this thing is fighting with far too much intelligence. Yu Yang figures it out. After hunting 2 warriors, the monster has parasitized one of them and is using him as bait to lure in even more prey. The monster's crimson core glows overhead while vines spread through the cavern. Yu Yang realizes the squad has been lured directly into its hunting ground. The vines block the path they came from, sealing the group inside. There is no clean escape now, and the monster clearly does not want its dinner leaving early. The blue-haired fighter recognizes the enemy as a second-level king-class monster, the ghost demon Vine. His calm face says he knows exactly how bad that name is. The purple-haired woman trembles as the danger closes in, but Yu Yang steps forward with a fierce grin. He does not care what rank it is, he is ready to kill it. Yu Yang launches himself into the fight, declaring that he is here to kill the monster. The fear on everyone else's faces turns into stunned disbelief as he attacks head-on. His strike detonates against the cave in a burst of light and flying debris. The ghost demon Vine has finally found prey that bites back. A burning warrior form appears through the smoke, radiating fierce energy. The onlookers realize Yu Yang has summoned something far beyond an ordinary student fighter. The creature is identified as an 8th-level warrior, wrapped in chi and blood smoke. The monster thought it had cornered easy prey, but Yu Yang has brought a real weapon to the cave. The chapter closes on Yu Yang's terrifying power as the underground battle escalates. The relic hunt is over. Now the Kent is over. Now the cave itself has to survive him. Redwood Mountain, Yi finds the ghost demon Vine hiding underground after it sensed hunters closing in. The Vine admits it buried itself in Moss's tracks, but that only bought it little time. It cannot fight, so it begs Yi to save it before the hunters force it into a desperate corner. Yi is baffled by the panic rant, but the incoming threat makes the situation very clear. A furious high-level warrior charges in and orders Yi to get lost. Subtle diplomacy has left the building. The attacker wants the monster Vine for himself, and immediately swings at Yi. The huge warrior roars with confidence, convinced Yi is part of the monster's scheme. Yi watches the tantrum unfold and dryly points out that this is an impressively fast overreaction. The warrior doubles down, bragging that no one can resist him as he launches a blazing attack. Yuli sees the attack coming and panics, shouting for everyone to move. A blue-haired warrior steps in, calm but focused, gathering a crackling mass of blue energy. His lightning power erupts forward, turning the rescue into a full-scale elemental collision. The blue blast keeps drilling ahead, bright enough to make the whole battlefield disappear in its blow. The energy surges into a massive column, and the attacker is swallowed by the impact. The lightning strike reaches its peak, blasting the ground apart in a violent blue-white explosion. Rock and water explode outward as the shockwave tears through the lakeside. He tells Yuli and the others to leave first while he stays behind to deal with the danger. The enemy refuses to back off and hurls a burning plasma charge punch straight at Yi. Blue lightning meets orange plasma, and neither side is interested in making this a clean fight. The clash throws up a towering wall of energy as Yi's side pushes back. The blue-haired warrior protects Yuli with his blade drawn, warning the attacker not to touch her. The attacker sneers at the younger fighter, calling him a low-level warrior and expecting an easy win. The blue-haired warrior answers with another electric strike, proving that confidence is not the same as winning. A compressed blue blast tears across the field and sends the enemy flying. The blue-haired warrior tells Yihei to take Yuli away, because a high-level opponent is still dangerous. Yihei stays cool and takes control, telling the others to leave the wounded attacker to him. The battered warrior crashes down near the lake, finally looking much less invincible. From above, the lake looks like it has been smashed into a cracked mosaic by the battle. Yuni rushes to the blue-haired warrior, asking where Yi is as a new blast flashes behind them. The blue-haired warrior turns toward the shockwave, alarmed as Yi's power starts to flare. Blue-white power detonates through the lake bed, splitting the scene with Brunchen lightning. The ghost demon vine rises through the shattered water and debris, showing just how massive it really is. Another explosive strike lands, blasting the monster's massive body skyward. The monster vine hangs in the air, battered and smoking, while everyone braces for the fallout. Lightning rolls through the storm clouds over the lake, leaving the battlefield drowned in smoke and static. As the smoke clears, the fighters stare at the wrecked lake and try to process that ridiculous explosion. Yi suffers his merely took a rough swim, then casually asks for spare clothes. The group debates the blast, but Yi calls it a plasma bomb. Everyone else is understandably unconvinced. He quietly reveals the truth. He did not destroy the vine. He claimed it with his monster template ability. The group thanks Yihe for saving them and promises to make it worth his while when they leave the secret realm. Yihe smiles and wonders what monster he should hunt next. The man clearly does not believe in taking a day off. 3 days later, Yihe and the group arrive at the entrance to the Redwood Mountain secret realm. They emerge into a freshly built town, and both men look stunned by how quickly the place has transformed. Transport planes roar overhead while new buildings fill the skyline. This secret realm is becoming a city at speed. Yihe admits the country's infrastructure is impressive, which is one way to react to an instant airport town. At an appraisal station, Yihe is warned that his haul is huge and the staff cannot process it quickly. Yi grins and tells them to hurry up. He still has plenty of spiritual medicine to unload. He starts counting out bag after bag of supplies, and the sheer pile keeps growing. By the fifth bag, He finally calls it the last one, while the exhausted worker looks ready to resign on the spot. The red-haired clerk stares at the mountain of goods in disbelief and asks if he has actually finished moving them. He says the job is done, then calmly adds that he still has a whole batch of spiritual medicine left. Back home, a brown-haired woman peeks around the kitchen door and calls Yihe over. She stands in the kitchen holding a ladle, setting up a quieter ending after all that monster-powered chaos. At the Spiritual Medicine Appraisal Center, Yihe lays out his monster cores while the buyers stare at the hall like they have found a treasure chest. The appraiser explains that spiritual medicines are scarce, so even average quality cores can sell for a fortune. Yihe keeps a cool face, but this is clearly his lucky day. He remembers the fight that earned him these prizes. The blue beast cores and those gold-patterned green cores are the real moneymakers. The bank deposit lands at 2.75 million yuan, not bad for a schoolboy who went out hunting monsters. With the cores sold, Yihe decides it is time to find someone who can identify spiritual medicine and teach him what this new world can really do. He steps outside just as a speeding car tears through the street. The driver has entered the scene with all the subtlety of a cannonball. An older appraiser approaches Yi-hei politely and says he has heard about his spiritual medicine hall. Yi-hei immediately suspects the appraisal center leaked his information, but he decides the money matters more than staying annoyed. The transfer goes through and Yi-hei watches the huge balance rise. He knows cash helps, but strength is the thing that keeps it. He realizes ordinary genetic potions barely improve him now. His body needs something far beyond standard supplies. Yi-hei is frustrated by how picky the template is. Even rare blood jade fruit and genetic potions are beneath its standards. Then Yi-hei reaches the obvious answer. If he wants real growth, he needs martial arts. A blazing martial vision fills his thoughts as Yi focuses on mastering the power he has only begun to understand. He takes off at full speed, determined to find a martial arts master instead of wasting another minute. At An City's #1 middle school, Yi-hei visits the principal, who is surprised to see his top student back so soon. The principal is stunned that Yi-hei topped the college entrance exam while still attending middle school. He is proud enough to burst. Yi-hei offers the principal medicine for Mr. Lee of Pinghe. The old man is delighted and instantly starts praising his character. He gets to the point and asks for martial arts connections. The principal admits he has none, but promises that he'll find someone. The principal finally secures an introduction. Yi-hei looks shocked, because this little favor just opened a very big door. The principal happily declares that the rules are meant to bend for exceptional students. He has decided Yi-hei is education's personal miracle. The next day, the principal calls with the arrangements. Yi-hei asks which martial arts family he has managed to contact. Yi-hei's eyes widen when he hears the answer. The Liu family of An City is important enough that even he knows its name. Yi-hei heads for the outskirts of An City on a motorcycle, racing toward the powerful family and whatever they are hiding. A flashy biker pulls alongside and praises Yi-hei's ride, then immediately turns the road into a very stupid competition. The rider warns his friend not to drive so recklessly, but the guy in the yellow helmet is already furious and ready to prove himself. The angry biker swears at Yi-hei and comes after him. He nearly scared himself to death, so naturally he picks a fight. The biker fires a weapon from his motorcycle, confident that Yi-hei cannot compete at this speed. The shot streaks toward Yi-hei in a cloud of smoke, while the attacker boasts that his machine can hit 500 kilometers an hour. Yi-hei barely reacts. He calmly gathers blue energy and the attacker suddenly realizes this was the wrong person to provoke. Yui unavakasus power and flips the biker's advantage against him. The motorcycle duel is over before it really begins. Blue energy surges around Yi-hei as he speeds away, leaving the reckless riders behind in a blast of supernatural force. The energy flash tears across the road, showing just how far Yi-hei has climbed beyond ordinary fighters. The stunned bikers can only watch the blue streak disappear. Yi-hei is moving at a speed they cannot even process. Sweating under their sunglasses, the two riders admit that Yi-hei is almost as fast as an airplane. Their confidence has fully evacuated. Yi-hei arrives at the Liu family estate and takes in the expensive grounds. A martial arts family clearly does not do modest front yards. The sprawling mansion confirms it. The Liu family lives behind gates, gardens, and enough wealth to make the place look like a palace. He senses several powerful auras woven into a protective magnetic field around the estate. His visit is not going to be casual. A dark-haired girl spots him at the gate and greets him as classmate Yi-hei, her expression bright and welcoming. Jingzhou asks if Yi-hei is unhappy to see her. He quickly denies it, looking caught off guard by the warm welcome. Jingzhou explains that her mother asked her to greet him, then leads Yi-hei inside the mansion. Inside, Jingzhou announces that Ye has arrived. The household's attention shifts toward the grand entrance. A poised woman descends the stairs in elegant heels, making an entrance that tells Yi-hei exactly who runs this family. Qinglan, head of the Liu family, welcomes Yi-hei personally. Her calm expression makes the room feel instantly more serious. As Qinglan approaches, the principal is visibly overwhelmed. Yi-hei has come for martial arts, but old fart is having a completely different emergency. The principal blushes like a teenager and decides he finally understands life. Qinglan's arrival has apparently answered every question he ever had. Silver-haired Liu matriarch studies Yi-hei with cold, calculating eyes. She sees talent in him, but she also sees dangerous ambition. After making him wait, she formally welcomes Yi-hei into the Liu family. Qingzhou stands nearby, nervous but clearly relieved he has been accepted. The matriarch says Chengsu will guide him through the family grounds. Yi-hei is caught off guard that this deal is actually moving forward. She gives Chinjo access to the Liu family's martial arts pavilion, but warns that she may only study there and cannot take techniques outside. The matriarch approves Yihe's polite thanks and promises the Liu family will help him fulfill his promise. Chinju watches him like she cannot decide whether to trust him or blush at him. Chingu leads Yi down into the underground archive. The place feels less like a school library and more like a dungeon with tuition fees. At the center of the passage stands a huge black stone. Chinju explains that only someone at the Xiuhulang level can break it with raw force. He ignores the warning and throws a blue charge punch at the stone. He is testing it anyway, because apparently self-preservation took the day off. The impact is absolutely nothing. Yi's fist meets the stone, and the stone wins without even showing a scratch. He realizes the stone swallowed more than 90% of his strength. I'll stay. Chinju tries to keep things moving and leads him toward the actual martial arts section. Inside the archive, Chinju explains the rules. The martial arts are organized by type, but Yi is only allowed into the deepest room with a special card. He wants the strongest art available. Chinju points him toward the secret room, where a rare black power stone is stored. The Chinju explains the real rule of Xiongou martial arts. The artist does not choose the technique chooses the artist. Yi grins like he just heard the best news possible. He calls himself the heaven-sent choice for this martial art, confidence fully set to maximum. The secret finally reveals itself. The Shuanwang martial art is not a book at all, but a monstrous statue called the Devil in the Flesh. Inside the observation room, the blue-haired fighter finds a huge ruined statue instead of a normal martial arts manual. He stares up at it, completely thrown off. This martial art is apparently hidden inside a statue, because subtlety clearly died here. The woman explains that a true martial master can leave their martial rhythm in anything, from books to statues and even everyday objects. She calmly says the rest is up to him, while he realizes this is not going to be a simple lesson. He asks how he's supposed to learn from a rock, looking like he has been handed homework from another dimension. The woman tells him to sense the martial rhythm if he is fated to find it. He is not impressed, and she casually suggests he take a nap. He drops onto the floor as the woman watches from the observation room, expecting this stubborn guy to figure it out somehow. His consciousness slips into a strange spiritual space, but his usual powers are gone, and the system warns him that he is trapped inside the martial rhythm. A hidden template remains active, and an unseen old master laughs that only a real man can inherit his martial arts. The statue comes alive as a hulking, long-haired spirit descends on him. The trial has officially stopped being theoretical. The spirit orders the boy to prove he is a real man of iron, radiating the exact energy of a final boss with too much free time. The monstrous monster lands hard, and the fighter recognizes the face. It looks exactly like the statue outside. His shocked expressions as a whole. He did not enter a training room, he entered a martial nightmare. The spirit explains the rules. A storm will release hundreds of evil ghosts, and the boy must face them or run away. Rain begins falling across the spiritual arena, and the fighter looks up as the old master's trial starts for real. The statue spirit watches from above, grinning as the first drops signal that the ghosts are coming. He grips the sword and squares his shoulders. If the storm wants a fight, he is ready to meet it head-on. Red spectral shapes pour down with the rain, flooding the arena like a very angry supernatural weather report. The fighter stands in the crimson downpour, surrounded as ghostly enemies close in from every direction. Instead of panicking, he locks in with a fierce stare and prepares to carve a path through the swarm. He launches forward with his sword blazing gold, cutting into the rain of red ghosts. Golden sword-like tears through the crimson horde, but the ghosts keep pouring down without mercy. A red ghost rushes straight at him, through the storm, forcing him to react in an instant. He swings upward with everything he has, sending a wide golden arc through the attack. The fighter twists through the impact, keeping his blade moving as the red energy crashes around him. The spirit reaches down with a massive hand, but the boy stays mobile beneath the attack. The old master is impressed. This trial normally demands the fighter defeat 100 named ghosts, and this kid is already holding his ground. He darts across the arena, dodging another violent strike while the storm keeps trying to bury him. More ghosts descend in waves, turning the whole arena into a flashing red and gold blender. The swarm presses in, but his sword-light keeps slicing gaps through the dark red mass. He spins through the pressure with a bright sword arc, refusing to let the ghosts pin him down. The master reveals that these are vengeful spirits, echoes of martial artists who die bitter and broken. Even the old master looks surprised. This challenger is lasting longer than the previous fools who entered the trial. He realizes he cannot waste time. He has to collect these ghostly bodies himself before the swarm overwhelms him. A glowing spirit dives at him from above, its red eyes locked on the lone swordsman. The fighter braces with his golden blade while another flaming ghost lunges from his blind side. The master is stunned when none of the ghosts can even get close enough to touch him. The fighter realizes the system is automatically shielding him from the attacks, giving him one ridiculous advantage in this death trap. He breaks into a wild grin, thrills that he has an invincible golden body in this strange spiritual world. With fear gone, he cuts through the ghost pack in a burst of gold and red energy. The old master is visibly rattled. This kid is somehow unaffected by the martial rhythm that should be crushing him. He cannot understand it. The fight should be struggling, but instead he is tearing through the trial like he belongs here. The fight answers simply. There is no secret trick, he just practices hard and keeps moving. The old master finally gives in. Since the boy can subdue hundreds of ghosts, he promises to pass on his inheritance. The spiritual storm fades, and the fighter stands calm as the old master's decision changes the entire trial. Back in the room, the statue is shattered and glowing red, showing that something powerful has been released. The old master says this wheel holds the essence of the evil spirit he spent his entire life confronting. He reveals that the technique called devil in the flesh is stored inside the wheel, if the boy can refine it. The master begins his story, praising the boy as the first young man he has seen with such an unusual personality. At his peak, the old master was a hero who crossed a secret realm, fighting monstrous evil with terrifying power. He once used devil in the flesh to destroy evil, but he admits the technique came with a brutal price. As he grew older, his body and blood weakened. The evil spirit suppressed inside him broke free and killed everyone around him. Before dying, he mixed those vengeful spirits into the statue using martial rhythm, hoping someone stronger could someday master them. The master says the spirits have weakened, but they are still far beyond what an ordinary martial artist can endure. Outside the spiritual trial, two women watch the fighter's motionless body in the observation room, unaware of the chaos inside. The younger woman suddenly sees him collapse and calls out to her mother, alarmed by whatever is happening to him. He wakes from a strangely happy sleep, grinning like he finally found the answer to a problem nobody else could solve. His white-haired elder explains that the Xuanhuang martial art once rejected him and left him injured, but now Yi's whole body is twitching with power. The elder looks stunned and worried. She reminds him that extraordinary power is never free, and whoever wears the crown has to carry the weight. He accepts the martial art anyway, then launches himself up with a roar. Subtle training session, this is not. The younger woman watches in sweaty disbelief, as Yi absorbs the technique almost instantly. Red energy erupts around Yi as the inherited art finally takes hold. Yi realizes he did not just get lucky. His elder says the rest of the secret realm is now his to uncover. He studies his hands with a sharp, confident grin. The technique has boosted his strength, even if it is still not fully mastered. The two women rush in, and Yi casually confirms that he learned it. The elder freezes in disbelief. A technique that should take a genius at least a week was learned in an hour. Yi smirks while the younger woman stares at him like a real genius just walked into her living room. He decides to demonstrate the art, and a violent red and blue surge bursts into the room. Yi explains that the terrifying energy comes from the martial realm, like a magical skill that can be fueled by martial energy. The power lashes across the room in blazing streaks, and neither woman can hide her shock. The younger woman calls it an evil spirit because the attack is far stronger than anything she expected. The elder gives Yi an admiring look that is much less reserved than she intended. He definitely notices. He puts on a smug little pose while the elder struggles to keep her composure. The elder offers to teach him more, but Yi says he has learned enough for today and wants to head home. The elder calls her daughter out for pretending to be stupid, then tells her to send Yi off properly. Mom has seen enough flirting for one day. The daughter offers Yi a car, but he asks for a motorcycle instead, because it will be more convenient. Her reaction says it all. Yi has somehow turned a ride home into another surprise. Yi remembers the sleek motorcycle he saw before and asks if his aunt has one. Outside, a scarred man waits alone. He has heard a live-in son-in-law is coming to meet the family, and he wants a look. The scarred man is already annoyed. thinking this unknown guy has no business near his girl. Then Yi tears past on a motorcycle, leaving the scarred man stunned as he realizes that is his bike. The scarred man can only watch in horror as Yi rides off with his prized motorcycle. Yi gets home and parks the motorcycle outside before settling in for dinner. On the table sits a glowing blue monster core. Yi remembers it tasting surprisingly good, which is a sentence nobody should say before dinner. He picks up the blue core with chopsticks and decides to try it first. Adding sauce like this is completely normal cuisine. His system panel appears. Yi has a 23.8 physique, the savage traced in more template, and points ready to spend. He compares the giant humanoid template to the Redwood Mountain secret realm. It is powerful but still feels too small beside the mysterious creatures he knows exist. Yi chooses the golden monster core next, ready to see what this upgrade can unlock. Blue lightning floods. Yi's body as the template begins responding to the monster core. The system offers a mutation after absorbing the creature's genetic sequence. Yi now has to decide whether to gamble on evolution. He understands the danger. A mutation could create a stronger monster template, or it could leave him with a bad trait. Yi thinks it through, then decides the gamble is worth it. He says even failure would make a great bicycle, or at least a shared motorcycle. He slams yes, and the system unlocks an S-Frank nuclear template. A dark cosmic silhouette forms as the reward becomes something far beyond an ordinary monster template. The new creature rises to a starry void, enormous and alien, with a blazing core of light. He looks up in alarm as the mutation keeps escalating. The system announces the evolved form, Star Universe, Domora. The creature fills the cosmic vision with a massive armored body and a brilliant central light. Its name alone sounds absurdly powerful, but Yi learns there is one catch. The current template must reach 100% before he can use the upgrade. The window suddenly glows with the same cosmic colors, and Yi's excitement turns into wary focus. Yi stares outside at the strange sky and wonders if this is some kind of terrorist attack. His calm expression hardens. Whatever's happening outside it has arrived right after his impossible evolution. Police seal the apartment block after the break-in, while a homeowner sits alone inside, alert and clearly not buying the idea that this is random. He notices the quiet outside and realizes nobody should be visiting this late. The guy is already bracing for trouble. Then the sleek armored woman drops into the room like she owns the place, and the homeowner stares her down instead of panicking. The armored intruder laughs that he is not some ordinary martial artist. Bold opening line for someone standing in another man's living room. She admits she meant to alter his memory, but now she has to make sure he cannot talk. He calmly tells her to try running instead. He is so unimpressed that he says he can just buy another house if this one gets wrecked. Property insurance has never sounded this threatening. His expression hardens as he tells the intruder she's already dead, and the fight immediately spills out into the night. The armored woman rockets away over the road, with the homeowner chasing close behind through the darkness. Her partner reveals himself to the police and orders them to take her down, while telling Yao Yemei to get the golden gene away. The grinning attacker welcomes the fight and claims Yao Ye's life is worth far more than his own. He unleashes a blood-burning forbidden technique, blasting a red and blue surge through the police line. The attack tears through the scene in a violent flash, forcing the officers back as the intruders make their escape. Hacker expects the escape to be clean, but he suddenly senses that there are still enemies behind them. Yao Yemei sees her normally white nano-battlesuit turning black and realizes the situation has gone very wrong. Her partner loses his nerve, says he hit the item, and wants to retreat before their pursuer catches them. A manhole cover shifts in the empty alley, showing that the chase has gone underground. The pair slip into a ruined passage between the buildings, finally believing they have lost their tail. Yao Yine paces her partner in the tunnel, both of them tense and breathing hard after the escape. The pursuer steps into view behind them, completely relaxed, and says the damaged nano-armor repaired itself after that impact. He explains that they chose the wrong random neighbor to rob. Unfortunately for them, they picked the final boss. The attacker is rattled that he was found, while the homeowner promises he will make them pay for breaking into his house. He reveals that Yi can sense the nuclear radiation in Yao Yemei's body, so hiding was never really an option. The homeowner lunges forward and activates the flesh-bound demon technique, wrapping his attack in crackling red and blue power. His joint strike closes in fast, and the attacker finally realizes this is not a normal neighborhood fight. The attacker tries to brace himself, but the energy clash explodes around him and his confidence starts to crack. Red power swallows his silhouette as he is forced to answer the homeowner's technique with everything he has. The attacker channels the red energy to his body, powering up for a desperate counterattack. The counterattack lands in a blinding burst, and blood sprays from the attacker as the impact rips through the tunnel. He staggers with blood on his face, shocked that the homeowner can hit this hard. The homeowner keeps pressing forward, surrounded by spiraling red force and giving the attacker no room to recover. A heavy blow crashes into the attacker and sends violent shockwaves through the narrow underground passage. The strike tears through the enemy's defense, and Yao Yime can only stare at the terrifying martial skill on display. Yao Yime T is stunned enough to ask which master taught him. Even she knows this level of skill should not be here. He casually calls himself a disciple of Emperor Guangla, while Yao Yime looks baffled because she has never heard of him. The attacker warns him not to get cocky, and a darkness shape starts to rise behind the confidence. The attacker transforms into a huge iron-crowned rhinoceros demon, roaring as his body becomes armored and monstrous. The demon boasts that even a tank barrage cannot break this true form, and its bulk fills the tunnel like a walking fortress. Its massive feet slam down as the transformed attacker charges, trying to crush the homeowner with brute force. The rhinoceros demon lunges through a burst of blue energy, all teeth, armor, and very bad intentions. The monster looms over the homeowner, but he does not flinch as the claws and armored feet come down. Lu Force trails around the monster's charge, while the homeowner watches closely for the opening. Instead of fear, the homeowner grins and says this is more like it. You wanted a real fight. He identifies the battlesuit's stealth capability and calls the armored intruder the real attacker behind this ambush. He fires a concentrated blue beam upward and tells the hidden attacker to stay out of his way. The beam catches the armored woman and blasts her position apart before she can interfere. The blue beam bursts through the room passage, leaving LEKK exposed and her partner suddenly on his own. The rhinoceros demon curses Yao Yeapa for walking into an ambush, realizing the homeowner split them up on purpose. With its partner removed, the armored rhinoceros lowers its head and prepares to handle the homeowner alone. The homeowner narrows his eyes and decides he will have to handle this monster himself. He launches another charge attack with a calm, "Here we go," but the collision does not go as expected. His eyes widen when he realizes the demon's defense has increased far more than he expected. The monster bares its teeth and taunts him, claiming its tougher defense comes with a stronger attack too. The rhinoceros demon swings in close, and the homeowner is forced back by the sheer weight of the incoming strike. The monster surges forward in a blue blast, throwing its full transformed body into the attack. The homeowner fires back with a furious "Go to hell," refusing to let the charging demon take control of the fight. Elsewhere, a woman pauses in her kitchen, quietly setting up the next turn in this escalating mess. In the shattered city, a hulking creature mocks its opponent as nothing more than a crowned rhino. The blue monster lands in the rubble, bristling with spikes and looking very pleased with itself. It suddenly loses track of its target, and the confusion hits fast. The monster's glowing eyes widen as it senses something coming from above. A massive blue entity form crashes down around it, turning the whole street into a very expensive demolition project. The creature is swallowed by smoke and crackling blue power as the attack keeps building. It roars in alarm, realizing this is no ordinary beast and no ordinary transformation. A blinding blue core ignites, and the monster can only stare at the impossible power in front of it. The giant form launches upward through the debris, blue light ripping across the ruined skyline. The attack slams down in a violent streak of energy, leaving the monster no room to breathe. Blue energy tears past the creature at brutal speed, carving the fight into a blur. The strike detonates against the ground in a flash that shakes the entire battlefield. The giant monster takes the blast head-on, its massive frame still crackling with blue power. More energy bolts rain down, forcing the creature into a relentless barrage. The system identifies Yihai in an ultra-gigantic anthropomorphic form, so the monster was Yihai all along. Yi, his monstrous body twists through the smoke while his armored opponent looks up in pure dread. The armored woman is frozen by the scale of him, her eyes wide as the attack closes in. She regrets provoking this monster, but she knows she cannot escape now. With death staring her down, she decides she'll have to fight to the end. From the rooftop, she faces Yiha's towering body through a wall of smoke. She fires glowing orange molecular lines around the giant, trying to bind him in midair. The orange threads wrap around Yiha's skull-like armor, and for 1 second her trap seems to hold. Her nano armor has been strengthened with high-grade alloys, but she can already see the giant form breaking through it. The armored woman braces herself, orange energy circling her as her confidence starts to crack. E's armored skull rises through the restraint, completely unfazed by her last-ditch move. She lands hard and asks if she succeeded, but her exhausted face already knows the answer. Cracks spread across her suit as she watches E's power gather again. A gigantic blue blast blooms in front of her, bright enough to erase the street from view. She can only whisper monster as the beam reaches its peak. The blue beam fires straight through the ruined buildings with overwhelming force. For the woman caught in the blast, the last thing she remembers is an endless, brilliant blue. The explosion fades into smoke, debris, and an eerie silence. Smoke rolls through the dark wreckage while blue sparks drift over what is left of the fight. He walks out of the smoke in human form, calm after unleashing all that chaos. A bloody blue-head attacker coughs at Wiki's feet, badly beaten, but still breathing. He looks down at him and says it is his turn now. He warns that anyone ready to kill should be ready to be killed. Fair is fair, apparently. A strange purple flash cuts through the ruined street as the injured man panics for a way out. Facing death, the blue-haired man blurts out that the woman he killed hid something in his room, called the Golden Gene. Even bleeding out, the attacker grins and promises Yi will be hunted forever. Yi shuts him down with one savage kick and tells him to run his mouth less. With the cops coming, Yi decides the body needs to disappear fast. A fresh blast punches through the damaged building, making the cleanup anything but subtle. The ruined building stands empty after the fight, with only dust and drifting sparks left behind. Back at Yi's apartment, he checks on Aunt Jin and asks how the police questioning went. Aunt Jin texts that everything is fine and tells him not to worry, as if that is an option tonight. Yi says he gave the police a head start, otherwise they would never explain that nuclear-level blast. He studies the Golden Gene device and wonders what those attackers were talking about. The symbol on the device that's familiar, something he remembers from the Prometheus file. He identifies it as a logo of Laserbird, a biotech giant, and realizes the attackers likely stole it during their escape. The blue-haired man is stunned, realizing he has dragged Yihan into something much bigger. He heads out through the smashed wall, deciding to lie low at a hotel and figure out the Golden Gene. Elsewhere, Aunt Kin appears at the doorway, leaving the chapter on a quiet and suspicious new turn. At Swan Lake, the comb scenery is about to become a full-blown disaster zone. A patrol checks its haul, looking relaxed for exactly as long as this chapter allows. The hunter spots something in the lake, and the captain realizes their small prophet has just turned ugly. One scout shouts that something is wrong as the ground starts cracking apart beneath them. The lake bed splits open with a violent roar, turning the patrol's routine mission into a nightmare. The soldiers peer over the edge in pure disbelief, because whatever is climbing out is way too large for their pay grade. A monstrous shape rises from the crimson fissure, surrounded by smaller beasts and glowing red eyes. The creature keeps emerging, its jagged body filling the entire breach like the lake just grew teeth. Its massive claws and fanged jaws confirm the obvious. The patrol has awakened something terrifying. More of the beast's enormous body comes into view, and every roar shakes the air around Swan Lake. The monster lifts its head and stares forward with a cluster of glowing red eyes. This is not a normal beast tide. Lightning flashes over the lake as the beast's roar rolls across the sky. The creature rises higher, covered in black fur, spikes, and enough menace to ruin everybody's evening. The report identifies it as a 15-tier sovereign-class beast, the blood-eyed Sin Wolf. A terrified soldier orders an immediate military alert. A sovereign-class beast means the entire city is in danger. The officer knows this is worse than it looks. Even high-tier monsters rarely invade a long-term zone. The Sin Wolf opens one glowing eye, and the patrol finally understands they have its attention. The huge purple shockwave erupts as the beast moves, blasting power through the broken ground. The impact sends rubble raining down in every direction, while the Sin Wolf barrels forward. Chunks of rock fall from above, forcing the soldiers to run for their lives. The emergency call goes out. A sovereign-class beast has appeared at Swan Lake, and it is heading toward the city. One soldier spins around in horror as the threat closes in behind him. The transmission confirms the incursion, then cuts off mid-request. That silence tells the rest of the story. The blood-eyed Sin Wolf charges through the storm, its huge frame making the surrounding forest look tiny. The beast locks in with blazing eyes and surges ahead at full speed. The Sin Wolf accelerates, and its next move sends the whole battlefield into chaos. A bright, swirling burst of power opens ahead of the beast as it tears through the dark sky. The monster's towering body moves towards civilization, leaving a trail of destruction behind it. The distant city feels the impact first, with a violent blast cutting through the skyline. Civilians stare toward the horizon as officials announce that a massive beast tide is coming straight for Swan Lake City. Military forces are deployed to the front lines, but they only have 20 minutes before the beast arrives. The city calls every available martial artist to the front. This is now an all-hands defense. Evacuation begins as officials urge citizens to keep order and reserve the trains for children and students. A crying child becomes the clearest reminder of what everyone is trying to protect. Inside the mayor's office, the news is brutal. This is not one isolated attack. Cities across the country are overwhelmed. The mayor's aide explains that even cities without beast incursions are building defenses. No help is coming. Huado cannot send reinforcements either because nearby Gunshan is facing a sovereign-class beast of its own. The mayor makes the hard call. Swan Lake City has to survive this battle by relying on itself. Elsewhere, at Jusensei's place, a much smaller fight is already underway. Two fighters clash on the rooftop, moving so fast the exchange lands before either man can reset. The black-haired young man drives in with a sharp strike, his face focused and completely unfazed. His opponent absorbs the hit, sweat beating as the sparring match turns unexpectedly serious. The older fighter grins and admits the punch was not that. Apparently rooftop lessons come with concussion checks. The blue-haired fighter asks when he picked up the black tortoise style, and gets the answer just a month ago. The blue-haired fighter is stunned. In 1 month, the black-haired fighter has become freakishly strong. Then the alert hits. An active beast tide has been triggered and the relaxed sparring mood disappears instantly. Students are ordered to evacuate immediately, but the blue-haired fighter realizes his friend is not planning to leave. The black-haired fighter tells him to run, but his own tense stare makes it clear he has already chosen to stay. He moves without hesitation. The decision is made, and now the real fight begins. Across the city, even families are talking about joining the defense as the threat draws closer. A worried woman reports the numbers. 30,000 martial artists against a beast this large is nowhere near enough. A white-haired woman watches the monster and gives the cold assessment. Against something that huge, they are like boats in a tsunami. She says sovereign-class beasts can only be challenged by grandmasters, and even then there is no guarantee. The brown-haired woman listens in stunned silence as the white-haired woman declares that weak martial families do not deserve to survive. The white-haired woman rises from her chair with a sharp thump, clearly done waiting for other people to act. The brown-haired woman asks Antong if they are leaving the city, her voice full of fear. Antong calmly asks about Yihei, already thinking several moves ahead of everyone else. Aunt Hong says to send Yihei a message and let him decide for himself. The city is about to learn what choice he makes. At Swan Lake's secret realm, an old survivor faces a beast type that has returned after 20 years. He is furious, but the fear underneath is obvious. The crowd gathers with weapons drawn, yet their faces show they know this is far beyond a normal monster hunt. Old Chen grumbles that he was born here and will die here. The man has apparently chosen stubbornness as his battle technique. Another veteran asks where he will retire after this, but Old Chang refuses to leave his city behind. The defenders charge into the realm entrance as the first clash begins. Military machines descend beside the fighters, but even this much firepower looks tiny against the coming disaster. The command is clear: hold the city line. Elite martial artists have entered the secret realm to stop the beast tide at its source. The mayor receives the order to make it out alive and report back, but the battlefield is already swallowing his men. A wounded defender screams for help, his face twisted in shock and pain. Medics rush in, but the bloody fighters show how brutally fast the line is collapsing. A man falls near the mayor, barely able to speak. The mayor freezes as he realizes something has gone terribly wrong. A bloodied hand offers the mayor the Bati data. It is the kind of handoff nobody wants to receive. The mayor demands to know where the others are, and his panic is getting harder to hide. The answer lands Yakapam. They are all dead. The mayor can only clutch the survivor as grief takes over. The dying fighter weeps that the beast tide crushed everyone and left no bodies behind. In his terrified eye, a massive red-eyed shadow appears. The threat is still moving toward the city. Black zone spars burst from the rift and begin dropping toward the city. The jagged stones plunge straight into a glowing vortex, gathering speed as they fall. The mayor watches the rift flare open above the skyline, knowing exactly where its attack is aimed. A beam punches down beneath the tower. and the city defense system starts screaming danger. Stone fragments rain over armored vehicles and buildings. The attack is not random, it is targeting the city itself. The mayor realizes the enemy is trying to blow up the defensive structure from inside. Explosions rip through the structure as the defenders fight to keep the city from being breached. The mayor sees the trick now. The monsters are weakening the city with long-range attacks instead of charging blindly. Bombardment keeps hammering the ground around him, forcing the mayor to dodge through the falling fire. He barely escapes another blast, his anger rising as the monsters keep attacking like an organized army. The mayor stares upward, realizing the beasts are using tactics smarter than humans expected. His expression hardens. He's done underestimating them. The rift swells again, and more stone weapons gather around its binding core. A second wave begins, with even more stone projectiles forming overhead. The new barrage descends while every defender braces for impact. Tanks open fire, blasting stones apart before they can smash into the city. Then a gigantic beast slim steps through the smoke, and the soldiers suddenly look very small. A pack of red-eyed wolf monsters charges from the rubble with hungry, savage expressions. The soldiers call out an incoming attack as the wolf pack closes the distance. One wolf launches at a gunman, its jaws wide open and its eyes locked on the kill. More wolves flood the broken street, tearing through the rear line while the defenders struggle to regroup. The mayor orders everyone to intercept the falling spikes before they hit. There is no room left for mistakes. The rifts keep glowing through the smoke, quietly preparing an even larger nightmare. The blood-eyed black ape finally reveals its towering body. One look at it explains why the first team never came back. The ape grins with cruel confidence. To it, the human defenses are barely worth noticing. It decides to trample the city until nothing is left standing, then lunges forward. The ape crashes into the battlefield, and the civilians below scatter in pure terror. From above, the beast tide looks endless. The defense force is being drowned by numbers. Artillery answers with a wall of explosions, but the ape keeps pushing through the fire. The black ape is struck again and again, yet it roars through the blasts with terrifying stubbornness. A direct barrage erupts across its chest, but even that does not stop the monster's advance. Amid the explosions, a figure appears above the ruined battlefield. Lukyun watches the city burn from above, his posture calm but his eyes heavy with concern. He looks down at the fighting and wonders what this city will become after tonight. Lukyun admits he has grown fond of the city, and he refuses to let a pack of monsters destroy what he fought to build. Blue energy erupts around Lukyun as he dives straight at a monster. He has officially run out of patience. His eyes blaze electric blue as his strike tears through the battlefield below. A blue shockwave lights up the skyline, and Lukyun has already dropped 5 beasts. Luoshin spots the aftermath and jokes that 5 kills are only a third of Lukyun's usual score. Her grin says she is enjoying this. Xiao Xiao Yoming turns toward the newcomer, startled to see help arrive in the middle of the chaos. Tu Zhou recognizes Xia Shaolin and asks why he is still here when everyone should be evacuating. Xiao Shaolin answers that his parents are martial artists fighting outside, so he could not bring himself to run. Before they can say more, danger charges in from behind. Someone shouts a warning as a heavy weapon or falling threat barrels toward them. The looming machine fills the frame, turning their brief reunion into another fight for survival. The chapter opens on Yi He, calm beside his massive shadowy beast form. That peaceful pose is not going to last. The city is already burning as monsters tear through the streets, and somebody has just dropped a tank into the chaos. The armored vehicle slams in hard, but the battlefield is moving too fast for ordinary firepower to matter. A fighter braces and draws steel with a sharp clang, ready to meet the threat head-on. Blue energy whips through the smoke as the fighter launches a sweeping slash at the incoming beast. The sword crashes down with enough force to blast rubble across the street. A brown-haired woman stares wide-eyed at the impact, realizing this monster is far beyond the usual class. The huge white-furred beast roars back at them, and everyone can feel its size and aura are a terrible mismatch. Another violent blow lands, shaking the scene with a huge bang. He looks dumb for a split second as the pressure spikes around him. The others recognize the danger at last. This is an elite beast. A pillar of blue power detonates into the beast, lighting the whole street like a supernatural artillery strike. The blast keeps drilling down, but the beast is still fighting through it. The white-furred monster is knocked back, furious and battered, but nowhere near finished. A massive dark claw swings into view. Apparently the monster fight has brought extra limbs. Something spurts across the battlefield as the beasts trade another savage hit. He appears in his blue-black beast form above the enemy, announcing it is time for dental care. Yeah, he flashes a vicious grin, and even the enemy can only manage a confused, huh? He dives straight into the giant beast's open jaws, because subtle plans are apparently off the table. He tears into the monster from point-blank range and promises it a proper rinse. Blue energy surges in Yeeha's hands as he charges the attack inside the beast's mouth. He unleashes the blast directly down its throat, turning the monster's own mouth into the worst possible launch tube. The blue beam erupts through the beast in a blinding column. The nearby fighters freeze as Yeehee and the elite beasts keep mauling each other while they are distracted. Yeehee stands over the smoke, and one observer admits that he might barely survive this. A sharp-eyed man decides he needs to reinforce the other fronts before this disaster spreads. The beam shoots skyward in a twisting blue spiral, cutting through the storm clouds. Below the beam, Yeehee's beast form remains standing. The city around him is not enjoying the show. The camera pulls back over burning streets, revealing this battle is only one disaster zone. Someone scans the city and finds where the beasts are clustered most heavily. The answer arrives at the giant armored elephant beast pushing through the ruins. The elephant-like monster towers over the soldiers, armored in spikes and staring down with one red eye. The soldiers ready their weapons, but their body language says they already know guns will not solve this. They click the blades into position and prepare to bite on the hard way. The elephant beast charges through the formation, tossing armored soldiers aside like loose luggage. More red-eyed monsters pour in from above, and the defensive line starts breaking apart. The reinforcements keep dropping into the street, turning one elite threat into a full monster swarm. A soldier begs the captain to fall back. They're regular troops, and these marchers are anything but regular. The captain shouts for everyone to hold the line, forcing themselves to look brave as another attack comes in. One soldier lunges with his blade, eyes locked forward and jaw clenched. He insists they are soldiers and must give civilians time to escape, even as fear catches up with him. Black-red flames suddenly crawl around the monster, and the soldier can only ask what those things are. The elephant beast raises a colossal flaming leg over the truck defenders. A crushing strike comes down, and the soldiers are left scrambling beneath it. A blue beam suddenly punches down onto the monster's head before it can finish the job. The attack blasts straight through its armor in a burst of blue light and blood. The giant beast crashes into the crater, but its allies immediately answer with enraged roars. A horned beast snarls at the fallen body, its eyes burning with rage as the swarm gathers itself. Blue power flares again from above, signaling that Yeehee is not done hunting. Yeehee's blue-black beast form drops into view, glowing with power as he faces the next wave. He dives again in a streak of blue, driving the monsters back with another explosive impact. The beam slams into the ground and sends debris flying across the battlefield. At the other battlefronts, fires still rage across the skyline. Yeehee may be winning here, but the city is not safe yet. The monsters are not retreating, they are moving toward one location in force. A worried fighter realizes Yeehee, the city's top scholar, has entered the battlefield and every beast is swarming his direction. Another man grimly calls Yeehee the city's last hope, then moves to support him. The fighters rush out with renewed resolve. They cannot let the top scorer get overrun. The battlefield is already a nightmare, with a monster lord looming over the ruins and its power tearing through the sky. A blinding blue blast crashes down on the beast as the defenders throw everything they have at it. The ground is covered in blood and wreckage, making it painfully clear how badly the fight has gone. The blue beam drills straight into the center of the battlefield, forcing the monster back for one crucial moment. The soldiers panic because a Lord-class beast has locked onto their protector. This is not the kind of target you want getting angry at you. One defender stares up in terror, while another refuses to back down, daring the monsters to get through him first. The humans cling to hope and promise reinforcements, but the burning city behind them says they are running out of time. The defenders argue that protecting one fighter could doom everyone if the monster breaks their line. The horned ape-lord charges through the smoke with glowing eyes and pure murder on its face. A huge glowing formation rises over the city, its spiraling patterns ready to become a cage. The ape slams down hard, trying to smash through before the humans can finish their setup. The seal towers over the rooftops, and now the plan is obvious. Trap the primal beasts inside it. The Yellow Street fighter stays calm and explains the plan. The Earth Fiend seal must hold this beast down. He rockets toward the formation, moving fast enough to leave a violet streak behind him. His attack slices across the glowing seal, pouring more force into the trap. The ape launches itself at him, desperate to stop the seal before it closes. Instead of retreating, he gathers golden light between his palms and prepares a direct counter. A golden beam blasts into the ape, and its furious charge is stopped cold in midair. His eyes widen as he senses something much larger moving beneath the battlefield. The real threat reveals itself. A colossal scaled serpent coils below, covered in eerie green lights. The mountain-crushing python rises from the darkness, making the ape look like it was only the opening act. He identifies it as a fourth tier, king species lord-class monster, and the scale of the problem suddenly gets very real. He realizes the blood-eyed black ape is getting nervous. Even a monster lord knows this serpent means trouble. He drops toward the glowing formation with a focused, almost icy expression. Concentric rings of energy bloom beneath him as he channels a crushing earth-type technique. He unleashes the mountain-crushing Dominator Hammer, and the city itself seems ready to join the punch. The python tries to surge forward, but the attack hammers down toward its massive body. The serpent's glowing eyes track the attack. It is not confused, and that is a bad sign. The hammer lands in a violent explosion, blasting debris across the rooftops. Python's huge body twists through the impact, scales scraping against shattered buildings. He admits he picked an Earth-type attack for a reason. Apparently he brought the ray can opener. The serpent has fallen straight into the bait, and he immediately follows through with another martial strike. He launches Burst Martial Serpent Surge, sending spiraling golden force into the trapped monster. The golden glow tears across the beast at close range, driving deeper into its armored body. Then comes the follow-up, Outer Peak Earthquake Strike, with enough force to shake the entire block. Blood sprays from the python as the strike finally hurts it, but the monster is far from finished. The python opens its enormous jaws, its response arriving with far more teeth than anyone ordered. Crystal-like shards erupt across the battlefield as the monster retaliates with brutal force. The blast keeps spreading, filling the city with flying shards and collapsing stone. Jagged stone spikes burst upward through the city streets, turning the battlefield into a death trap. The python rises behind a ring of shattered earth, still looming over the city despite the punishment. The fighter hovers among the spikes, watching the monster carefully instead of celebrating too early. He is relieved the python was drawn outside the city center. If it reached the weak point, the casualties would have been catastrophic. He warns the beast that entering the city would have made him weaker, but facing him out here only makes the trap deadlier. He dives back in through the falling debris, completely committed to ending this before the seal fails. Golden energy flares around him as extra spectral arms appear, turning one attacker into a whole problem. The multi-armed assault pounds into the python's scales, sparks racing along its enormous body. The python coils and absorbs the barrage, its armored hide refusing to give him an easy win. Those green eyes stay locked on him to the explosions, and the beast is clearly setting up something nasty. The serpent's head shifts through the smoke, while the fighter remains suspended beneath its massive frame. A huge dark shape cuts across the sky, forcing him to react before the attack can close in. Stone spikes keep growing on the python's body, giving the king species beast even more armor. He recognizes the trick immediately. This king species beast can grow stone spikes right out of its body. He lands amid the rubble, tense and alert as the dust hides every possible angle of attack. A red eye appears from inside a stone spike. The battlefield was hiding a second monster all along. His expression hardens as he finally senses the ambush closing around him. He realizes it too late. This was an ambush, and the blood-eyed black ape has the first move. The ape bursts out from cover and crashes into him before he can reset his stance. The ape's huge hand grabs at him as it presses the attack with savage confidence. The blood-eyed black ape snarls that it will crush his skull and prove how insignificant humans are. He pieces it together. The ape was hiding inside one of the python's stone spikes. Even trapped in the ambush, he stares back without blinking as the ape promises to crush everyone around him. The ape's red eyes burn with rage as it gathers force for a finishing slam. The massive ape drops from above, driving its attack toward the ground in a violent impact. The city is already shattered when a massive horned ape-like monster rises from the smoke, and Huang Jin stands alone in front of it. Huang Jin confirms the ugly truth. No strong martial artists remain, so he has to stop this beast himself. His narrowed eyes stay locked on the monster, as golden power starts building around his body. Huang Jin fires first, launching a blazing golden strike straight at the monster. The blast slams into the beast's chest, but this is less victory lap and more angry gorilla alarm clock. The monster is blasted skyward, then glares down with one red eye glowing through the dust. The beast treats the battle like a game designed to make humanity drown in fear. It openly enjoys seeing humanity's strongest defenders look terrified and hopeless. Behind that smug monster face, its followers are having the worst possible fan club meeting. Huang Qing answers with another explosive rush of golden power. The attack erupts around him in a storm of light, and he keeps pushing forward without hesitation. The monster barely reacts. It calls Huang Qing fast, but still too weak. One brutal counter sends Huang Qing flying through the wrecked city. He becomes a tiny figure against the ruined skyline as the monster's force hurls him away. The beast watches him fall and dismisses his strength as powerful but far too slow. Huang Qing arcs through the air in a violet trail, headed for the rubble below. The monster orders him to kneel, furious that a lower creature would dare meet its gaze. Huang Qing lands on his feet anyway, battered but standing directly beneath the towering beast. His eye widens as he realizes the monster is still pressing the attack. A violent purple beam tears down toward him, carving through the shattered street. The impact flashes white and throws dust everywhere, but Huang Qing is still in the crater. The monster pauses. Huang Qing is beaten into the ground, yet he is not afraid. Huang Qing stares upward through blood and dust, his expression hardening instead of breaking. The beast demands to know why he is not afraid, then begins wrapping him in glowing restraints. Huang Qing snaps back that the monster is arrogant for thinking it has already won. He raises one hand and activates Blood Forbidden's technique, Nine Whoosh. The monster realizes too late that Huang Qing deliberately lured it into the right formation. The technique erupts into a huge swirling vortex around the battlefield. The vortex tears across the city blocks, dragging debris and energy into a crushing spiral. Huang Qing drops back into view, still glowing as the trap tightens around the monster. The beast sneers at the palm and claims no human can keep it sealed forever. Its red eyes burn with rage as it threatens to tear the human defender apart. Huang Qing gives a grim little smile. This was never a backup plan. He rips open his shirt and reveals a device embedded over his heart. Huang Qing calls it a hymn to humanity, a hymn to humanity, a hymn to courage as he commits to the final move. The monster finally looks unsettled and demands to know what Huang Qing is doing. At the start of the war, the city buried a strategic nuclear warhead beneath this battlefield. Its trigger is in Huang Qing's heart. The monster calls his bluff, but its open maw and furious eyes show that confidence is slipping fast. Bleeding heavily, Huang Qing declares that he is the mayor of this city. He offers everything, his body and his life, for the city and its people. Huang Qing says he has finally done enough, and the trigger detonates. The blast swallows the battlefield in a roaring wall of fire. Huang Qing is silhouetted inside the nuclear flash, making his final stand count. A red white flash erupts over the city as the shockwave races outward. The streets and towers vanish behind blinding light and flying debris. A towering mushroom cloud rises from the battlefield. Nobody's calling this a subtle exit. The explosion keeps expanding while the survivors can only stare into the smoke. A phone alert reports that a towering mushroom cloud has risen from the early evacuation zone. A stunned survivor looks up at the dark sky, trying to understand what just happened. The aftermath settles over the ruined city as responders and survivors gather in silence. Armored soldiers salute while exhausted civilians stand behind them, all facing the devastation. The evacuees look toward the blast site as the mushroom cloud rises like a gravestone from the earth. The survivors watch the fiery cloud in stunned grief, knowing someone paid the ultimate price to stop the monster. Those who escaped in time remain silent. This was a funeral worthy of legends. The chapter opens over a city-sized blast, and something enormous is waking beneath the fire. A skeletal horror claws its way out of the crater, grinning like this disaster was on its calendar. The monster throws its ripped body back and absorbs a blazing orb overhead, growing more monstrous by the second. The burning power locks into place, and the creature rises with a fresh wave of violence. Purple energy suddenly lashes across the battlefield, forcing the towering beast to look up. A strange purple attack keeps striking, wrapping the monster in crackling pressure. The Sin Domain beast shakes off the purple assault, its red eyes snapping open with rage. It realizes the attacker is only human, and that insult seems to hurt more than the attack. The beast snarls that it will make every human in this city suffer for what happened to it. Now fully formed, the creature towers over the ruins with the glowing core in its chest. Its red eyes burn with hatred as it promises slaughter, but it has not noticed who is approaching. The monster vows to torture the city, while the battered defender turns away to regroup. The beast calls after him, asking where he thinks he is going. Bad timing for a victory lap. Blue light surges behind the fleeing human, answering the monster before he needs to. A blue-armored titan drops into the ruins, and the beast immediately recognizes this is no ordinary human. The monster remembers him as one of humanity's greatest threats, a terrifying prodigy. The titan calmly says he finally found the beast, though he arrived a little late. Without wasting another breath, the armored titan dives in with blue energy blazing from his fist. K's energy strike rushes down in a brilliant blue column. The blast lights the whole battlefield as the titan drives straight at his target. The Sin Domain beast braces through the glare, still refusing to back down. The beast calls the human foolish for standing before it, but its glowing eyes look less certain now. The titan closes the gap at point-blank range, turning that warning into an opening. The armored titan stares it down, fully committed to ending this fight. The monster fires a massive blue blast from its mouth, furious that the human dared challenge it. The titan is thrown through the air as the blast tears across the ruined skyline. Lightning rats around the monster's attack, hammering the titan toward the ground. Dust explodes everywhere, but the titan refuses to stay buried. He plants himself in the wreckage as blue power gathers into a tight, dangerous sphere. The energy ball swells between his hands, direct enough to turn the ninth electric. He releases it, and the blue blast sweeps low across the shattered city blocks. The shockwave rattles the buildings, sending smoke and debris climbing into the sky. Nearby survivors stare in disbelief as the man they thought was finished keeps fighting. Smoke rolls over the battlefield, hiding both monsters for 1/10 second. Then the Sin Domain beast steps out of the smoke, battered but very much alive. Its red eyes flare as it spots the blue titan standing against it. The titan answers with a monstrous roar, his blue armor and jagged teeth filling the frame. His transformation is named at last. The armored titan has entered the fight. The enemy admits this titan feels even more beastly than itself. That is a rough review from a monster. The armored titan launches forward, his huge blue frame cutting through the smoke. He fires back that he is not like that bald chimp that drops from above. The titan's heel comes down with crushing force toward the monster below. The impact slams into the ground and kicks up another wall of dust. The titan rebounds through the smoke, already lining up his next move. Blue energy crawls across his armored body as he prepares a named technique. He unleashes mountain-shifting sea-flooding strike, a name as subtle as the incoming hit. The beast raises a fist and warns him not to underestimate a sovereign. Their powers collide in a violent flash, blue force against the monster's red aura. The collision sways into a blinding burst that swallows both fighters. A final energy line tears down from the sky and drives straight into the battlefield. The beam detonates below, and the titan is hurled upward by the force. The beast mocks him as a sovereign-class opponent, saying even injured it should have won. The titan admits his transformed physique gained 30 points, yet he still could not overpower the monster. But the monster's confidence cracks when it realizes the titan has already healed from that last strike. Thrust on the ground, the beast finally admits it cannot beat this human genius. Its fear spirals out of control as it repeats the same thought: it cannot win. The armored titan gathers one last sphere of blue light overhead. In his human form, he looks up with calm blue eyes and delivers the final judgment. He calls the technique Radiant Pulse Strike, then fires it straight at the beast. A towering column of white-blue energy engulfs the monster completely. The blast keeps drilling downward, leaving the beast nowhere to run. The final explosion blooms across the ruins as the attack reaches its peak. The Sin Domain beast is blasted away, cursing the human genius as the light consumes it. A colossal monkey-like overlord is said to be dead, but its shadow still hangs over the ruined city. The beast is badly hurt and hiding its presence, while Major Huang realizes finding it earlier might have changed everything. Major Huang spots the trail at last, sweat on his face as he steps into the monster's territory. A blue hexagonal barrier crackles around the wounded giant, but it is still very much alive. The giant lunges in the rubble and finds Major Huang first. So much for hiding. The monster opens its jaws and fires a brutal blue blast straight at the intruder. The beam tears across the battlefield, forcing Major Huang to retreat. Huang curses his timing. The Sin Domain entrance was almost within reach, and now this monster is in the way. The giant's red eye locks on him, furious that a human dare approach. Huang is thrown through the air as another violent strike erupts below him. Blue energy detonates against the ground, turning the ruined street into a crater. The beast promises to make Major Huang pay for defiling its domain. Its enormous jaws close in, all teeth and rage. The monster gathers a blazing core in its hand and warns Huang not to underestimate it. That burning energy swells fast, and the threat is clear. It wants to drain Huang dry. Purple energy lashes toward Huang as the monster commits to the kill. A massive hand reaches through the violet storm, trying to crush him in midair. The monster roars for Huang to die, but Huang drops straight toward the blue beast instead. Huang drives his attack into the monster's face at point-blank range. The impact explodes in white-blue light, and the giant reels from the sudden counterattack. Huang keeps pressing forward, blasting through the monster's defenses with a relentless stream of energy. The debris barrage pounds the giant backward through the debris. One final blast launches the creature away, leaving it battered and bleeding. The monster crashes down, but Huang is not celebrating yet. Huang falls hard too, his body clearly pushed to the limit. Blood at his mouth, Huang gives a grim smile. He knows that desperate attack did not finish the job. Often the monster gathers another blinding blue mass and declares that Huang has reached his end. A strange sing-song laugh rolls through the light, and Huang's expression tightens. Pain tears through Huang's head. This is not just force. It is a psychic attack. Huang realizes there is another expert here, and the unseen attacker is already making a move. Hundreds of ghostly hands surge from the ground, reaching upward like a nightmare with excellent staffing. Hands climb over Huang and lock around him, building a living cage. The trap closes tighter as the monster tells him he cannot escape. Huang looks up at the massive beast looming over the cage, surrounded by blue fire. The hands twist Huang's body into painful angles, and he realizes they are locking his joints. He cannot move, but Huang refuses to panic. The blue flames around him begin to surge. Huang powers up through the restraint, and the heat climbs from 200 to 1,000 degrees. His aura erupts in brilliant blue fire as the temperature keeps rising. The flames become a roaring inferno far beyond what the monster expected. Huang unleashes flames hot enough to burn through the monster's trap. The spectral hands are swallowed by blue fire and begin to break apart. The hidden attacker strains to hold the trap together, almost reaching the entrance it needs. The giant stares in shock as its army of hands burns away. Smoke clears around Huang, and something far more dangerous emerges from the flames. A towering human-shaped figure stands inside the blue blaze, its eyes glowing through the smoke. The fiery figure advances, looking less like a fighter now, and more like a magic beast. Blue flames spill from Huang's transformed body as he breaks free completely. The giant panics and orders the hands to hurry. It is literally on fire now. The remaining hands rise again in a desperate wave, trying to stop the blazing threat. The hands pile onto Huang from every direction, but this desperate dole pile is already melting. More hands claw at him, yet the blue fire keeps burning through every grip. The unseen enemy can only laugh nervously as its plan goes up in blue flames. Huang stands calm inside the flames, transformed into something the giant can barely understand. The monster's expression shifts from rage to fear as it sees Huang's true power. The battlefield is drowned in blue light, while the monster realizes this power may belong to an overlord too. It knows the truth is terrifying. If Huang has revealed his true form, defeat could come in seconds. A wounded young man is pinned beneath a massive beast, and its glowing eyes lock onto him like it has not finished hunting. Instead of folding, he gathers a blinding sphere of energy between his hands. This is a kind of plan with absolutely no indoor voice. Blue power erupts upward as he unleashes the attack at point-blank range. The recoil throws him back, but he keeps forcing every last ounce of power into the blast. The impact tears on the ground in a huge smoking crater, swallowing the battlefield in dust. A furious voice calls him out for the bodies left behind and asks if he really thinks he can just walk away. His eyes go wide as he screams that this is a dream, but the terror on his face says he knows it is not. He slams both hands down and channels another surge of crackling blue energy. The beast is caught in the lightning storm as the attack pounds its enormous body. The energy keeps detonating around the monster, turning the fight into one giant electrical execution. A towering column of smoke rises from the strike zone, while the fighter drives the blast through to the end. Bleeding and furious, he calls this his hometown's local specialty and promises the monster it is not leaving alive. Multiple beams converge into a single devastating burst, leaving nowhere for the beast to run. The monster roars through the glare, its red eyes still burning with rage. Then the secret round rift flares into a towering blue pillar, growing wildly unstable. Nearby fighters realize the rift may explode, while the beasts suddenly start moving in a coordinated frenzy. The defenders are ordered to stay sharp and stop Mayor Juan's forces from breaking into the city. The blood-eyed black ape is finally destroyed by the giant nuke, and city martial artists begin clearing the remaining beasts. The siege lasts a full day and night. The city survives, but nearly 80% of its soldiers are killed or wounded. One exhausted survivor sits alone, battered and covered in blood after the fighting finally stops. At Swan Lake Secret Realm, the old nuclear blast site has become a shattered wasteland. The young fighter opens his eyes, bruised but alive, and starts piecing together what happened. He realizes the nuclear radiation and residual fission energy recharged him after he drained himself on the giant attack. He admits the battle was brutal, but Mayor Juan's gamble worked. The black ape was blown apart before the woman who needed saving could die. He sees the truth clearly. Even his powerful monster template cannot yet match an overlord-class beast. He credits the winterluck, the battlefield advantage, and fate, not raw strength. He knows he can reach the peak of martial power eventually, but this secret realm gives him no time to grow. His answer is to hunt compatible cosmic martial art cores and build a stronger cultivation path. As the sun rises over the ruined city, he decides that being transported here may be part of his destiny. 1 month after the siege, the wider crisis is only getting worse. Across the nation, 18 cities are attacked by beast tides and 12 fall completely. Guanchan City is swallowed by an S-class secret realm, so the National Martial Organization sends Grandmaster Du Ming to investigate. The young man reads the disaster report with a hard, focused stare. The report reveals that even Nation Guardian Fu Hongsheng vanished at the edge of the secret realm. Fu Hongsheng enters Guanchan himself and emerges 8 hours later, severely wounded, supported by 2 surviving Grandmasters. The death toll reaches 1.8 million, and even the nation's strongest protector cannot hold back the coming disaster. Back at a grand estate, the young man calls An Kim with a favor to ask. An Kim lounges in full glamour and asks what he wants to learn from the Liu family, remaining cosmic martial arts. He dodges her teasing and asks for high-quality plant element cores, preferably blue cores or even purple Lord-class ones. Casual shopping list. An Kim smiles and asks what he can offer in return, making it clear those cores will not come cheap. He proposes a deal. At Huadu University's freshman opening, Liu Qingju can join his team and take first place. He reminds An Kim that Qingzu is strong but still below the very best newcomers, and asks whether she wants the Liu family restored. He sweetens the deal with an IOU and promises to serve the Liu family later. He's negotiating like rent is due tomorrow. An Kim rises and laughs at his nerve, but the amusement in her voice means the offer landed. She finally agrees to help him this time, turning his desperate request into a real chance to grow stronger. At An City Central Hospital, the aftermath of Yihe's monster battle has turned him into local celebrity material. Fans crowd around Yihe for selfies and autographs, but he looks completely done with the attention. Bemara, will you punch monsters for a living? A bandaged patient barges in with gifts, revealing himself as Lucian, Yihe's old opponent from the promotion match. Lucian tries to act casual, but his visit is clearly sincere. He came to see the guy who nearly got himself killed. Yihe finally recognizes him, then stares at the damaged leg with a grim, focused expression. Lucian jokes that Yihe still looks rich enough to recover, but Yihe's silence makes the joke land a little awkwardly. Yihe says limb regeneration surgery is possible, and if that fails, he can buy a battle prosthetic from Laserbird. Even while talking about replacements, Yihe's clenched fist shows how badly the injury still burns. His phone keeps lighting up with messages, and Yihe looks ready to throw it across the room. Lucian snaps at him to block the annoying callers, while Yihe answers one more call with obvious reluctance. It is Huadu Imperial Capital University's admissions office. They want Yihe there early, and a special train will collect him in 3 days. Yihe calmly accepts the arrangement, then makes one request before leaving the hospital. He tells Lucian he will be back, then quietly thinks about the 3 people waiting in the ward for him. Before reporting to Huadu, Yihe decides there is one more thing he has to do. A few days later, the story returns to Swan Lake, nuclear blast site, where the battle began. The nuclear blast left a massive supercloud overhead, covering the city in thick ash and turning daylight into a gloomy haze. Then a violent burst of blue energy tears through the smoke below. Yihe emerges in his giant anthropomorphic monster form, towering through the dust with claws, scales, and heavy tail. He stands in the crater as power crackles around him, looking like he came back to inspect his own disaster zone. Blue lightning flashes through the clouds as Yahaj checks the results of his transformation. His system reports a major rise in synchronization after the battle with the blood-eyed Blackade. 3 days of training increases giant anthropomorphic sync by another 6 points. The leftover nuclear radiation is basically a cultivation gem with terrible safety standards. But the gains come with a cost. Yihei's enormous form begins to break apart into energy. Yihei decides he has to leave, and the blue arc carries him away from the poisoned battlefield. The blue streak races across the sky toward the station, just as the Huadu train prepares to depart. At the station, the announcement gives passengers 5 minutes before the train leaves for Huadu West Station. A silver-haired student waits on the platform, then suddenly senses someone approaching. He recognizes Yihei's arrival before anyone else can even see it. Yihei's blue energy trail drops from the sky in a dramatic curve toward the platform. Yihei lands hard in the middle of the station, scattering nearby travelers with a very unnecessary amount of style. He straightens up and says he made it in time, while everyone nearby tries to process what just crashed into their commute. The onlookers recognize Yihei and panic over the terrifying aura that just shook An City. The silver-haired student watches with a small smile and notes that Yihei has grown stronger again. Yihei looks back over An City, calling it the place where his first major crisis ended and his journey truly began. With a steady expression, Yihei says farewell to An City. The sleek Huadu-bound train arrives, and Yihei steps aboard for the next stage of his life. Yihei says it is time to go to Huadu, and the train pulls away from the platform. Inside the train, Yihei takes his place, while the silver-haired student follows behind. The train accelerates into a blur, carrying its elite passengers toward Huadu. The advanced train glides at incredible speed, its heavy armored design built for a dangerous world. Even its reinforced body can withstand impacts of several thousand tons, so this is not exactly a normal student express. Yihei asks the silver-haired student to take the score a little more seriously as the other students fill the carriage. Yihei senses hidden escorts among the passengers. The university protects these gifted students with 5 warriors and possibly Grandmaster-level experts. Yihei coolly thinks that even those escorts would struggle to survive 3 moves from him. Then the cabin alarms blare. Level 1 alert. The Huadu train is under attack by an unknown enemy. An emergency alert rocks Huadu University's train. Unknown enemies have attacked, and every student is ordered to evacuate immediately. The passengers panic because martial artists were already caught up in recent attacks. Nobody wants this train to become the next disaster zone. One worried student suggests leaving the compartment, but the black-haired freshman stays unnervingly quiet. The freshman is bored by the panic and only wanted a nap. Of course, Danger picked the one-train car with 0 peace and quiet. Instead of hiding, the calm freshman gets up with a grin and says they should go see what is happening. The train races onward while the alarm keeps everyone trapped in uncertainty. A shaken student begs Zhou Jingqian not to go ahead, clearly terrified by whatever is waiting beyond the compartment. The survivors explain that the first 3 compartments are under enemy control, sealed inside a special separate space battlefield. That warrior teachers went in to save people, but none returned. The room goes cold when everyone realizes this is no drill. More students crowd forward, anxious and angry, while Zhou Jingxian asks for proof that the danger is real. A battered survivor can barely face him. Before he can answer, a huge lion-haired freshman steps in. The lion-haired fighter is Yan Jiangxiong, and he says the teacher's token is proof enough. He has friends competing for top freshmen too. Yan Jiangxiong points out that Zhou escaped, but another student did not. His accusation lands hard. Zhou recognizes Yan as the loud lion-haired guy and tells him to move aside. The hallway is about to get very crowded. The battered survivor begs him to stop. He is convinced the front compartments are a death trap. Zhou refuses to listen and pushes forward. The survivor desperately asks if he is really going after someone inside. Zhou studies the man's life field and immediately senses something is wrong. This frightened student is hiding a dangerous connection. The survivor reveals that a girl named Liu Qingzhao gave him a photo and ordered him to guide people away from the front. Zhou is stunned. Liu Qingzhou was a girl who shielded him from a lethal slash. The survivor insists she was already badly hurt when she protected Zhou. Her warning was simple: make sure he survives. Tears and blood cover the survivor's face as he admits that people died trying to escape. He could not save them, but he promised to save Zhou. Even while bleeding out, the man keeps trying to block Zhou's path. That desperate loyalty says everything. Zhou's expression hardens. He says he will not leave, because he promised Lu Qingzhou's parents. The survivor lunges after him, begging him not to go. Joe keeps moving anyway. Blue energy flashes around Joe as he calls out to Joe. The situation just stopped being an ordinary rescue. Joe blasts the desperate survivor aside, warning that nobody who knows Lu Qing Joe could be this weak. The injured man's eyes widen as Joe shuts him down. He apologizes, calling his blood essence trick a pitiful attempt. Cao casually calls the trick weak and runs for the front. That was less an argument and more a performance review. Yan follows behind, despite the warning. Whatever is ahead, neither of these freshmen plans to sit this one out. At the third compartment, they find the entrance to the separate space, glowing with violent purple energy. The portal churns like a storm in the doorway, and Joe steps toward it without blinking. He lifts the suitcase like a shield and says they should test the path. Improvised gear, maximum confidence. The suitcase vanishes into the portal as purple lightning tears through the compartment. There is no response and no life field signal from inside. Joe realizes the portal is swallowing everything whole. Joe notices that other freshmen entered before them. His curiosity wins, and he decides to go in. He dives through the purple vortex, disappearing into the separate space. The transition hits hard. Joe steadies himself as the portal throws him into a blinding spiral. Dizzy and disoriented, Joe wonders who created this trap. Then he notices Chujo is gone. Now alone, Joe forces himself toward a faint light ahead. Splitting the team was clearly part of the setup. Joe breaks through the light and emerges into a place that does not look anything like a train. A ruined city appears around him, with broken towers leaning beneath a dark sky. Joe stares at the wrecked skyline in disbelief. His life field is still unresponsive, leaving him blind in hostile territory. He reaches out for an answer, wondering if the strange place is blocking his power continuously. Zhao decides the old method still works. Blue energy erupts as he launches himself upward. He arcs over the ruined buildings using raw power to get a better look at the battlefield. In midair, Yule forms a blazing blue energy spear and warns whoever is behind this not to play games with him. The attack tears forward through the dark, carrying all the anger Joe has been holding back. A massive blue explosion engulfs the ruins and sends debris flying across the full city. Hovering above the destruction, Joe delivers the final warning. Explode for me. A huge blast tears through the city rooftop, throwing smoke across the battlefield. The survivors stare into the smoke, completely rattled as another violent entrance shakes the building. The black-haired fighter launches himself forward, and everyone immediately realizes this is no normal arrival. He lands in the ruined structure with a cold, focused look while someone sits wounded nearby. The injured woman is sweating and bleeding, barely able to ask why he came. He looks down over the rooftop, already bracing for trouble instead of celebrating the rescue. His blue eyes narrow as a red-eyed shape rises behind him. The welcome committee has claws. A grotesque masked creature steps out of the shadows, its skull-like head and red eyes making the threat very clear. The monster carries a chained blade and mocks him for still wearing a pig head mask. The attacker calls himself mysterious, then decides the fastest introduction is taking someone's head off. The chained blade flashes down in a brutal strike, leaving a bloody arc behind it. The fighter slips past the slash and fires back with a blue explosive counterattack. Smoke erupts around the monster, but the attack does not end as cleanly as he expected. He is stunned to see the monster block a full power punch with its bare head. The creature's red eye glares through the smoke, looking more annoyed than injured. He grins at the surprise, pointing out that healing fast will not save the monster if his muscles cannot stop his blade. He grabs the creature by the head for a cozy look, because apparently personal space is optional in this trial. A monster suddenly charges power in its mouth, its eyes burning as it prepares a desperate counter. It unleashes a flame attack, blasting blue energy straight at him from point-blank range. The counter fails. He stands over the wreckage holding the monster's severed head while smoke rolls behind him. Instead of moving on, he notices something hidden inside the monster's headpiece. He pulls out a green pendant, and it looks far too important to be random loot. The pendant confirms the ugly truth. This is a survival trial where beating monsters earns loot, and the masked attackers were human before evolving. Once removed, the pendant turns ordinary, suggesting it marks a target and makes stealing rewards the whole game. He calls it a battle royale, which is a very casual name for people hunting each other over monster masks. Red energy flares around him as he senses another attacker closing in. A new shadowy enemy drops in with hooked weapons. Another wave has already arrived. He dives forward with an irritated grin, making it clear that ambushes are his least favorite hobby. He hurls himself into the attack, sending blue force crashing down at the enemy. A rain of blue strikes pins the masked attacker from every direction. The enemy is skewered in silhouette, but the fight is nowhere near finish. He smirks through red energy, daring the attacker to try killing him with something that naive. The pendant erupts into a glowing skull-like form, surrounded by red and blue power. Crystalline blue energy bursts outward from the pendant in a sudden violent surge. The energy detonates in a blinding explosion, swallowing the rooftop in shattered light. The blast keeps pounding through the building, turning the entire tower into a smoking wreck. Smoke pours from multiple floors as the damage tears down the side of the high-rise. For a moment, all that remains is thick smoke and a dark shape in the destruction. Onlookers stare at the collapsed building, shocked by how quickly the fight has escalated. He walks through the rubble and spots another rabbit-headed figure, wondering if it is really one of the zodiac signs. The new enemy appears above the debris, gathering a purple arc of power for another attack. It dives in hard, swinging a heavy-bladed weapon through the purple energy. The attack becomes a massive piercing strike, aimed straight through him. The fighter is forced back under the glowing assault, and the enemy's strange weapon keeps pressing in. He looks up in disbelief and realizes the monster actually knows martial arts. A purple edge strike cuts down toward him before he has time to reset. He answers with Ice Wall, raising a jagged barrier of frozen crystal between them. The impact explodes through the ice around him, leaving him trapped inside the freezing wreckage. The fight crashes through the ruined city as massive ice spikes are rimmed a reeing shadow. The beast thinks it's in the way, but the trap lands right beside it. That was close enough to make even a rabbit sweat. The horned rabbit beast launches itself free, red eyes blazing as it prepares to strike back. It tears through the ice at a furious burst that the attacker keeps the pressure on with another freezing blast. The beast spins through the shattered ice, trying to turn speed into an escape route. Then it gets caught. A dark figure appears above it, and the rabbit realizes this fight is very much not over. The masked hunter grabs the beast at close range and taunts it like this whole chase was already decided. A few minutes earlier, the blast has already left the surrounding building shaking and the battlefield wrecked. The observers stare at the silence, stunned that their large group could not even stretch the monster. A pink-haired woman looks shaken while the others admit the local freshmen are far stronger than expected. The onlookers suspect these freshmen are gifted warriors, not ordinary students. Apparently this school skips easy orientation. They argue over what they just saw, with one of them insisting that strength is beyond anything a normal freshman should have. A blinding blue-white beam erupts across the ruins, swallowing the battlefield in raw power. The shocked pair can barely process it. One calls it a railgun, while the other knows that explanation does not fit. The beam keeps drilling forward, leaving everyone watching it with a kind of silence reserved for impossible attacks. A hooded observer turns to his ally, clearly studying the attack instead of panicking. The pink-haired man coolly decides the move is probably a freshman technique, even if it looks like a battlefield weapon. The aftermath reveals a fallen boar-like monster, proving somebody has already been collecting kills in this trial. The group compares animal head pendants. Rat, dog, monkey, and horse are accounted for, but the bigger prizes are still missing. They identify Shen Liuyi with the goat pendant and Qin Chen with the snake pendant, and narrowing the list of rivals. They learn Liu Jinji even killed a minotaur for the ox pendant. Only the strongest animal pendants remain. The dragon pendant is tied to a terrifying one-touch death monster, so even these hunters know not to challenge the boss head-on. The hooded man says that if they want victory, they will have to snatch pendants from other competitors. Elsewhere, a black-haired fighter walks through the rubble while another contestant crouches nearby, both alert for the next stretch. The silver-haired fighter pieces it together. This entire trial is about collecting every animal head pendant. Liang Zanzi spots the real problem. Someone is actively hunting contestants, and that attacker likely escaped the chaos. The two fighters follow the trail, knowing an arrow hit the monster and gives them a path to its attacker. The ruined skyline opens ahead as they move through the city, tracking the violence instead of waiting for it. Fresh scorch marks tell them the other party did not get far. The hunters are now hunting each other. Liang Ze presses a hand to the still-won ground and confirms their target is nearby. The silver-haired fighter senses the danger first, his expression tightening as a sudden strike comes from above. A towering ice bay drops into view, turning their careful investigation into another instant fight. Jagged ice erupts from the ground in a violent ambush, forcing the pair to react before the trap closes. The pink-haired woman finally admits it. Her optical invisibility has been detected. The Yen steps out of hiding and realizes the trap has already been noticed. The red-haired fighter calmly calls for Lei Yun to come out, her body already burning with power. Her flame demon battle body erupts in a violent blast, turning the ambush into an open fight. Shin Chen appears beside her, smugly telling Li Yun that his camouflage was never good enough. Li Yun plays innocent and says you only call a guy wearing a chicken mask. Very normal explanation. The black-haired young man stays unnervingly calm and says they should use this moment to lure in more masked enemies. Li Yun immediately senses something is wrong. The trap is no longer pointing in one direction. The red-haired fighter surges forward, and the pressure around the group starts to crackle. She laughs off the sneak attack and steps in herself, clearly enjoying the chance to fight. Xinjian launches a sharp counterattack through the haze. His strike detonates into smoke, but the target is still moving inside it. The impact throws bodies back, yet the smokescreen only makes the battlefield harder to reach. Li Yun opens her fan and summons swirling green wind around herself. She spins through the air, wrapping the battlefield in a cutting wind barrier. Green wind tears through the smoke, searching for anyone trying to slip away. The smoke churns instead of clearing, making it obvious the attack has not ended. A massive burst of fire punches through the darkness. The black-haired fighter refuses to back off and promises he is not finished yet. The flames twist into another explosive attack, flooding the entire scene with white. And King Shin sneers that raw strength will not be enough to beat Li Yun. Shin Chen looks far too pleased with himself and asks what the two of them are laughing about. A hand rises wrapped in cold blue energy, and the mood changes instantly. The icy power bursts outward, cutting straight through the heat and smoke. The black-haired fighter drives his power down with enough force to shake the ground. Jinjin panics as his fire cloud gets scattered. He cannot believe this kind of power is coming from a freshman. The black-haired fighter answers with a barrier-breaking fist and sends Shin Chen flying. The blow rips across the battlefield with brutal speed. Jinjin crashes into the distance, leaving Yun to finally understand how badly they misjudged him. Li Yun realizes their physical strength is nowhere near ordinary freshman level, and their techniques cannot stop him either. Li Yun lands on shattered ice, suddenly regretting how hard she focused on the obvious threat. Behind them, a huge blue-black monster shape rises from the darkness. Li Yun admits that even with Shin Chen, they could not defeat one enemy, let alone two. She tries to run, but ice locks around her leg before she can escape. Li Yun's confidence finally breaks. She knows she has to get out now. Her eyes widen in pure shock as the ground gives way beneath her. The black-haired fighter slams her down and tells her to stay there. He calls on cosmic martial arts, and his cold stare says the chase is over. Li Yun twists free with a desperate aerial move, trying one last escape route. She dives through the green wind trails with her fan drawn, refusing to go down quietly. The black-haired fighter grins and asks if she really thinks she can escape. Dark red shadows explode behind him, forming a pack of glowing-eyed demonic shapes. The shadows multiply and surge forward like a living nightmare. The demonic swarm closes in from every direction. Li Yun freezes as the monsters catch her in midair. She cannot move. The shadows bind her tighter, leaving her suspended and completely helpless. Li Yun can only stare at the creatures surrounding her and demand to know what they are. The black-haired fighter smiles with terrifying satisfaction as his prey realizes there is no way out. The trial is simple on paper. Collect all 12 pendants. The pink-haired contender watches the rules with a sly little smile. She immediately identifies Wu Yangze and Yan Zhengsheng as dangerous competition, and she suspects they are already gathering pendants. She says there is no point fighting for the pendant yet. For now, she wants to keep the others safe. That confidence is doing a lot of heavy lifting. The group moves to the ruined city, wondering whether Xin Chen and Lan Yuxi have already found the pendants. They agree to worry about winning later and focus on keeping everyone alive first. Then the blonde fighter freezes. He spots a corpse ahead, and the easy plan vanishes instantly. A body lies in a pool of blood between the empty buildings. The group can only stare, horrified. The victim is Xin Chen. The others realize this trial has become an actual hunt. The blood-soaked body confirms it. Somebody killed him cleanly and left no room for doubt. A few minutes later, one survivor panics that Lan Yuxi may be next. He knows the killer has marked him too. A terrifying presence closes in. The frightened survivor can barely force out one question. Who is there? Red eyes appear in the darkness, and the survivor's fear turns into full-body panic. Before any understands what is stalking them, the dragon mask. A weapon flashes through the night. The attack comes so fast the target has no chance to react. The strike lands in a burst of light and debris, turning the alley into a brutal execution ground. The attacker steps out through the blast, calm and deliberate. This is not a fight. It is a message. The dragon mask reveals a monstrous armored form with glowing red eyes, and the survivors are completely outmatched. A pendant drops beside the killer's feet. One more prize has been claimed. The survivors piece it together. The dragon mask killed Shin-Chen in one clean blow and overwhelmed him with raw power. The blonde fighter listens in grim silence as the truth sinks in. Only the dragon mask could have done this. They learned the dragon mask was never supposed to be active above ground, yet he came up with a whole squad to find his target. Only 2 members of that squad escaped alive. The survivor remembered how helpless they were against the monster. The young survivor trembles as he realizes Shin-Chen's pendant has already been taken. The pink-haired survivor explains the real problem. Every defeated mask contestant removes another restriction from the dragon mask. With each masked fighter defeated, Dragon Mask can move more freely. He's actively hunting everyone carrying a zodiac pendant. The blonde fighter hands it a brilliant surge of power, and golden energy ignites around him. He launches upward as the transformation keeps building. Apparently subtle exits are not on the menu. Massive golden wings burst from his back, filling the night sky with crackling light. Now airborne, he decides to send out a signal, draw in the pendant holders, and fight them head-on. The winged fighter dives through a blazing magic circle, openly challenging anyone who wants his pendant. A huge golden streak cuts across the city skyline. His signal is impossible to miss. Elsewhere in the Dead City, Li Qingzhou has been dragged into this nightmare after several freshmen were killed by the dragon mask. Li Qingzhou is bruised and exhausted, but she refuses to leave. She says she cannot abandon someone she has to protect. A black-haired young man pops up on her phone, grinning, while she looks deeply unimpressed. He wonders if he should tell Yi to stay out of this. Li Qingzhou worries about her, but she knows the dragon mask is facing someone powerful enough that he should not lose. A sudden blast interrupts her thoughts. Li Qingzhou looks up as danger closes in. She realizes she has been discovered. Too injured to escape, she fears the enemy will take her pendant. Li Qingzhou heads toward the parking lot, hoping to lure the pursuer away from the others. The winged fighter recognizes Li Qingzhou from the entrance exam. He remembers her family awakening a high-ranking divine beast bloodline. He watches her carefully and realizes she is moving toward a specific place. He knows exactly which trap she is walking into. He smirks as he follows her toward the Dragon Mask's parking lot. The city is apparently full of terrible real estate choices. The Dragon Mask waits below ground, certain there is nothing left in the parking lot but his blade and his prey. Golden wings spiral through the sky as the fighter rushes in, calling for Zheng Xiang to wait while he settles this. The ruined building shakes as explosions rip through it, and a winged fighter orders everyone to escape. Then a shadowy voice cuts in and tells Liu Qingzhou that he cannot get away. The blonde fighter hovers over the rubble with blazing wings, looking very pleased with his dramatic entrance. His glowing eyes widen as he hears that voice again, and the confidence starts slipping fast. He freezes, realizing the voice belongs to something far more dangerous than another fighter. A dark figure with red eyes appears behind him. The dragon mask is hunting the pendant bearer. The winged man panics when he understands the dragon has targeted the pendant bearer. 4 green pendants hang in the air, and the masked threat declares that the first bearer to arrive will be his prey. The unseen attacker mocks their arrogance, and purple eyes flare through the darkness. The blonde fighter looks shocked as the dragon mask power starts closing around the battlefield. Smoke coils into a monstrous dragon form. This is not a normal ambush. It is a full hunting ground. The winged fighter recognizes the technique as a field domain used by the dragon mask. Once anyone locks eyes with the caster, the domain drags them in and leaves no clean escape routes. The dragon dives through violet energy, forcing its prey into a shrinking cage. The winged fighter braces as purple bands whip around him. The trap has fully closed. The dragon roars and lunges, confident that its domain has already won the fight. A sudden blue flash slices through the pressure, interrupting the dragon's charge. The battered city block stands eerily still for one beat before the real counterattack begins. The black-haired fighter gets icy blue power around his sword, calm while everyone else is losing it. He calls out the dragon mask for using a global voice chat just to provoke everyone. Petty, but effective. He tells blue-haired Yi to stay back. He wants to test his own strength against this thing. The black-haired fighter raises his blade toward the dragon, challenging it head-on. With cold eyes and zero hesitation, he calls out, Ice Sword. A massive ice charge crushes down, forcing the winged fighter to react. The blonde fighter snarls and charges after him, demanding to know where he thinks he is running. He comes in swinging with raw force, his whole body wound tight with rage. The attack cuts through the air, but the black-haired fighter is already set to meet it. Bihei watches with wide eyes as the swordsman's composure never cracks. Steel and ice collide in a bright burst, and the black-haired fighter stops the charge cleanly. He enters swordman as one, turning his focus into a single lethal line. The dragon mask monster recoils as the ice blade tears through its defenses. Ice spears through the creature's winged body, and its roar turns from smug to desperate. The battlefield flashes white with the impact as shards and energy rain down. The wounded beast screams while the blonde fighter crouches beneath it, suddenly looking much less invincible. The dragon's body is hammered by a storm of ice attacks, one after another with no room to breathe. The barrage keeps shredding the monster's momentum until his roar becomes pure frustration. Meanwhile, the black-haired fighter sits there looking bored. The man is treating a dragon brawl like a coffee break. Ihi realizes the dragon's aura is calling for help, and the blonde fighter sweats at the implication. The swordsman moves again, carving a clean blue arc straight toward his opponent. The blonde fighter admits he did not expect this level of strength, but he still refuses to back down. The black-haired fighter lunges forward in a blue burst, catching the blonde man before he can reset. A point-blank blast sends the winged fighter flying through the wreckage. He slams into the ground hard, leaving a crater and a very bruised ego. Dust erupts around the impact point as the blue energy finally fades. The blonde fighter cannot believe the beast just knocked him flying. His piece just knocked him flying. His opponent dryly explains that he hit harder because of the horn. When accused of ambushing him, the swordsman says it only means the other man's brain was too slow to register the punch. The blonde fighter snarls that he wants the swordsman's life, but rage is doing nothing for his position. 3 minutes later, the blonde fighter is still sulking. Lasting 3 minutes earns him a backhanded compliment. The black-haired fighter picks up the fallen weapon and says it has good weight, but it needs reinforcement. He starts reinforcing the weapon, feeding it power as dark spikes rise around the blade. The weapon transforms under the icy energy, becoming visibly sharper and far more dangerous. The reinforced blade hangs heavy in his hand, black and jagged with fresh power. He confirms they've found a pendant in the dragon's spatial ring, then reveals there is something else. A green pendant keeps flashing in his palm. It looks less like treasure and more like a signal. The rooftop fight opens, with a sword crashing down beside a badly wounded fighter. He is barely standing, bloodied and exhausted, but his glare says he refuses to fold. He admits he has pushed himself as far as he can go, even burning every relic from the secret realm. Above him, the dragon mask wielder descends through purple smoke with a sword ready to finish the job. The wounded man bitterly reveals the cost: an arm, a leg, and 2 fingers to place a nail in the dragon mask's heart. Now that chance is gone, and he knows this monster is not the kind that gives refunds. The nail and sword hang over the ruined rooftop as the enemy closes the distance. The blade drives in, leaving the fighter pinned and looking completely finished. The crimson strike lands with a brutal finality, and the rooftop goes frighteningly quiet. Liang Yamse races upstairs, telling herself to hang on for just a few more steps. She charges through the wrecked stairwell, desperate to reach the roof before it is too late. Ouyang realizes the dragon mask is no longer hunting him. Its next target is her. Sweating but determined, she decides survival means getting to the roof and escaping the trap. She reaches the final staircase and makes a reckless plan: fire a weapon of her own at him. Purple light coils around her eye as her bloodline awakens. Apparently, panic comes with upgrades. A glaring purple shot erupts from her power and tears across the building. She slams to the ground, gasping, but hopes to hit at least got the enemy's attention. Her transformed eye flickers with power while the threat answers with a chilling metallic sound. The sound is instantly wrong. Wu Yangzi freezes, then looks up in dread. The dragon mask wielder is already dropping toward her from above. She dives away as the enemy plunges down through the darkened rooftop. Her eyes go wide. He found her far faster than she ever expected. Knowing she cannot outrun him, Ouyangzi fires another desperate signal into the sky. Twin purple bursts flare across the rooftop, bright enough to light the whole ruined block. The energy booms around the tower like a beacon, turning the battlefield into a giant target. From the rooftop edge, the dragon mask wielder watches the signal with cold confidence. He lands directly over Ouyangzi, sword lowered, and she has nowhere left to run. The dragon mask looms close, its monstrous face filling the frame as the blade comes down. Ouyangzi can only think one thing: there is no time. The sword tip reaches her awakened eye, and the pressure cracks the air around it. Instead of breaking, her purple power fractures outward in a violent web of light. Hu Yongzi throws herself into the danger, remembering the people she promised to protect. He cries out as the power surges, terrified, but still refusing to abandon them. The dragon mask is knocked back, its red eye glaring through the smoke. A dark-haired fighter appears with a savage grin and demands to know what this monster even is. He answers with a massive blue-white energy strike aimed straight at the enemy. The blast becomes a towering column of light, swallowing the rooftop fight whole. The attacker drives the beam down with everything he has, forcing the dragon mask toward the city below. The energy carves through the high-rise in a blazing line, because subtle damage was never on the menu. They are splendidly attacked while Yu Yongzhe watches the destruction with stunned relief. The dark-haired fighter lands beside her and asks if she is still standing after that blast. The beam finally fades, leaving the skyline choked with smoke and wreckage. The damaged tower stands split down the middle, but the enemy's presence has not disappeared. A black boot touches down through the dust. The dragon mask survived. The dark-haired fighter pulls Ouyangze close and gets her out of the danger zone. The dragon mask recognizes this domain and taunts them for hiding in such a small field. Then the relic nail is shown embedded in the fighter's chest, and a dangerous new possibility clicks into place. Purple energy explodes around the dragon mask as the fighters finally force the monster onto the defensive. The dark-haired fighter lunges forward, shocked by the enemy's speed, but clearly thrilled by the challenge. The dragon mask surges back to the smoke, turning the fight into another brutal clash. Steel and energy collide in a shower of sparks as neither side gives up an inch. The fight is already tearing through the construction site as a purple slash cuts past the tower. Another blade of energy rips across the building, and the whole place is one bad day away from becoming rubble. The impact blows out the structure in a cloud of dust, but the attack is not slowing down. The armored fighter is caught in a storm of flashing strikes when his opponent dives straight at him. The horned monster barrels through the smoke with red eyes locked on its target. A blinding slash comes within inches of the fighter's face, and his eyes widen as he barely tracks it. He twists away at the last second, but the monster keeps pressing him without mercy. The blast clears into a glowing crater, revealing that something monstrous is still standing in the smoke. Those red eyes glare through a haze, cold and completely focused on the hunt. A blue pillar of force erupts between the ruins, turning the battlefield into a light show with a body count. The energy column climbs higher and higher, swallowing the broken building in blue fire. A dark silhouette cuts through the glow, and the armored fighter braces for the next exchange. The horned monster steps out smiling, thrilled that it has finally found a worthy opponent. Apparently, demolition is its love language. The fighter answers with a challenge of his own, refusing to go down easily. The monster unleashes a savage purple aura, its grin showing just how much it is enjoying this. It launches into a spinning barrage, forcing the fighter to defend against attacks from every angle. The fighter's eyes go wide when he realizes the monster's speed is far beyond what he expected. Purple strikes crash down in rapid succession, leaving him no room to breathe. He grits his teeth and admits the ugly truth. The monster is not just fast, it is stronger too. Another vertical slash tears through the air, driving the fighter back across the shattered ground. His weapon takes a punishment, and he realizes it may not survive another clean hit. Then it happens. His blade breaks, and his shock lasts exactly as long as this fight allows. The monster lunges in to finish him, comforted the disarmed fighter has nowhere left to run. But he keeps hold of the broken handle, turning the ruined weapon into bait instead of surrendering. Broken blade spins away, leaving the monster convinced it has finally won. The monster charges with its jaws bared, rushing straight into the fighter's real plan. The fighter flashes a fierce grin. He has finally caught the monster exactly where he wants it. He vanishes in a burst of speed, slipping past the monster before it can react. A blue blast erupts at point-blank range as he counters from the monster's blind side. He drives the glowing weapon in with everything he has, his face set with raw determination. Even wounded, the monster looks almost amused. It is hurt, but very far from finished. A monster calls him customer and says it is not over yet. That is a truly unsettling customer service policy. The fighter recoils as Technician number 23 launches another lethal attack at close range. Blue energy surges again, and the fighter's expression shifts from panic to sharp calculation. He spots the monster's weak points, its throat, heart, kidneys, and groin. The target list is brutally thorough. He explains that the earlier strikes disrupted the monster's internal energy flow by hitting critical points. Technician number 23 narrows its eyes, finally realizing the fighter has been studying every opening. The monster throws itself forward anyway, desperate to force a final killing blow. The fighter expected that move. He knows the monster's best chance is to exploit the gap in his guard. A massive purple strike crashes down as the monster commits to its all-or-nothing attack. The fighter slicks through the attack's line, gambling everything on one narrow opening. He says the monster still only has a 30% chance at best, then orders it to die for him. The dragon-masked hunter whips up a blood-red storm through the ruined city, and the pressure alone looks like it could shred everyone nearby. He boasts that his killing intent is stronger in Lan Yuxi's hands, then sends the crimson whirlwind crashing down. He refuses to fold. Blue energy coils around his arm as he declares the first punch. The blue-haired fighter lunges forward with a roaring vortex around his fist. Subtlety has left the building. The first punch tears through the air, blasting debris and blue light straight at the masked hunter. The impact booms into a huge blue explosion, swallowing the street in smoke and crackling energy. For 1 second, it looks like the blast may have worked, but a dark silhouette cuts through the glare. He follows the second punch, mountain blocking fist, black flash and dew, and tears the enemy down like a meteor. Blue shockwaves rip through the city blocks, carving a bright path between the buildings. The energy finally slams into the ground, and the whole area buckles under the force. The dragon-masked hunter is buried in a crater, battered and smoking, but his grip on that purple blade has not loosened. A calm voice looks down at the wreckage and dismisses the so-called dragon as nothing more than a worm. Inside the crater, the masked hunter slowly rises. That landing clearly ruined his day, but not his attitude. His red eyes trail behind the mask as he mutters that he will kill them all. Hunter suddenly lunges with a cold farewell, his blade flashing toward his target. A blue-lit counterattack crashes into him at close range, knocking his weapon arm away before he can finish the strike. As the hunter falls, a green pendant slips free from his neck. He notices it immediately. He takes the dragon pendant too, then decides it is finally time to end this game. With the danger over, the exhausted restaurant regroup in stunned silence, still trying to process what they survived. Zhou admits Yihei was right. If they had been stronger, that masked hunter would not have dragged them into this mess. The group realizes the trial would have gone much worse without Yihei stepping in to protect them. Before anyone can get too emotional, Zhou asks to borrow the ox pendant. Priorities, apparently. The 12 zodiac pendants are laid out in front of them, from rat to pig, each one glowing green. They try arranging the pendants in zodiac order, but absolutely nothing happens. Ancient magic remains impressively unhelpful. The blonde hunter explains that the dragon pendant was never meant for masked hunters. It was designed to eliminate pendant holders. The dragon pendant begins to tremble as the group ponders whether it had triggered its real condition. The pendants suddenly fly apart, and the students look up in alarm as something activates above the city. A golden beam erupts into the sky, forcing everyone to stay upward at the growing disturbance. The light tears open the clouds over the buildings, turning the whole trial zone into a supernatural disaster scene. He can only gape at the sky and ask what the hell that thing is. The answer is an enormous glowing eye opening in the sky, surrounded by smoke and burning gold light. A golden force shoots down from the eye and locks onto Yihei before he can react. His blue eye widens in terror as a light completely engulfs him. He is ripped away from the city and flung through a glowing void, with no control over where he is going. He tumbles through darkness as the strange pull keeps dragging him farther away. Then the fall of Berkeley ends, and Yihei drops back into consciousness. He opens his eyes, shocked to find himself alive. Yihei is back at Huado University, wondering how he returned after being killed by the dragon-masked man. Around him, the other freshmen are equally confused. They all had the exact same nightmare, which is never a great sign. The school announces that Yihei and Zhou collected every zodiac pendant first, and Yihei will receive a special enrollment reward. The students immediately start asking who Yihei is and how someone from a small city pulled off that impossible trial. He stays focused on one thing only. His system reward has finally arrived. The system congratulates him for outperforming every freshman in the Mirage trial and grants him one template draw. He tells Zhou to get him a basin of water so he can wash his hands properly. He's taking this pull very seriously. The draw begins, and a red, monstrous figure steps out of the swirling light. The reward takes shape as a terrifying crimson vampire, built like a nightmare with excellent posture. Yi has drawn a B-class vampire Akuto template, complete with corpse infection, blood manipulation, and a brutal evolution path. On the wild train, the survivors are still rattled by the dragon mask disaster. Yi calmly corrects them. He did not defeat that monster. He killed it. The blue-haired student freezes at that correction. Yi looks completely serious, which makes the claim hit even harder. A pink-haired student sees an opening and invites Yi to join the student council, even offering him a president-level role. The whole carriage watches as the local Huadu crowd gathers around him. This freshman has barely arrived and he is already political property. The pink-haired recruiter leans in with a bright, hopeful grin, certain Yi will strengthen their side. The nearby students are stunned that the arrogant powerhouse got invited first. They can already smell a campus power struggle. Yi shuts the offer down without hesitation. He has no interest in student council turf wars and would rather go solo. The recruiter hides his disappointment and leaves Yi a business card, saying the door will stay open. As the train arrives, Yi turns toward the station while the blue-haired student watches him with quiet interest. Yi takes one look outside and is impressed. Huadu is every bit the giant city he expected. Neon towers stretch across the cityscape, giving the new freshmen a first taste of Huadu's scale. At the station exit, students stream toward the academy gate while Yi walks straight into the crowd. An announcement orders every Huadu freshman to the campus gate. Nobody gets a casual first day here. The packed crowd shuffles forward, shoes clicking across the platform as everyone tries to keep up. A girl in the crowd looks up in alarm as something massive descends overhead. A sleek academy aircraft sweeps down through the clouds. Apparently the shuttle service here comes with a boss-level entrance. Staff order the students aboard by the seat numbers from their Huadu train tickets. One student calls out for Qingju, and the boarding crowd suddenly gets much more interested in who is standing next to whom. A protected woman reminds Qingju that she is already Yihei's fiancée and tells her not to let another girl get too close. The warning gets physically enforced in public, leaving Yiha caught in the middle of a very awkward relationship claim. Qingju looks embarrassed and frustrated, wondering why her mother arranged an engagement with a country boy like Yihei. The freshmen stare upward when they learn Huadu University is not on the ground at all. It is in the sky. The aircraft cuts through the cloud layer, and the Sky City finally comes into view. Huadu University rises above the clouds like a futuristic fortress, enormous enough to make the arrival feel unreal. The craft passes through an electromagnetic barrier, a security net built to keep monster invasions away from campus. Yi realizes the defense system can identify every student the moment they enter its range. This school knows exactly who walks through its doors. He presents his student ID and heads deeper into the academy with the rest of the new arrivals. The group transfers to a maglev train that will take them directly to their dormitories. The train shoots through the towering campus buildings, turning a dorm run into a full sci-fi tour. The students arrive at what is called the world's highest city, and the vertical scale is honestly ridiculous. Other freshmen wonder where Yihei came from. He has already become the mysterious kid everyone wants to talk about. Room assignments send students to wildly different floors. Yihei is placed on the 45th floor, while another student gets off at 22. The elevator continues upward, carrying Yikor to unexpectedly high-end new home. Yihei's single dorm is a huge 100-square-meter apartment, complete with a lounge that looks better than most hotels. The room includes a fully equipped computer setup and even a massage bathtub. Huadu clearly does not do basic housing. Yi drops onto the enormous bed with a satisfied grin. For once, the academy treatment feels like 5-star luxury. After settling in, Yihei decides it is time to get down to business and improve his vampire Rakud template. His Huadu Pass opens the academy marketplace, where points are the real currency and the selection is far beyond ordinary stores. Yihei receives 322.43 academy points, then realizes 1 point costs 100,000 coins. The reward looks smaller all of a sudden. Still, Yihei finds what he needs: a giant anthropomorphic template and blood attribute magic cores, enough to push his compatibility past 90%. His purchase is dispatched immediately by drone. That delivery service moves faster than his doubts. The delivery arrives, and Yihei opens the case with a focused, almost hungry look in his eyes. He says it is time to eat, remembering how badly his stomach suffered the last time he overdid it. The upgrade completes. His Vampire Rakud template reaches 100% compatibility and unlocks its Crimson Calamity form. Yi-Hee's eyes turn red and his fangs sharpen. He is startled with the power surges unmistakable. His fingers stretch into vicious claws, and Yi-Hee realizes enemy flesh and blood may now be frighteningly easy for him to consume. The transformed hand looks fully monstrous, proof that the new template is not just a stat increase. Yi steadies himself and a bold idea forms. With this power, he is already thinking several moves ahead. He launches into action, moving so quickly that the room blurs around him. The chapter ends on a sudden glamorous surprise, because apparently Yi-Hee's dawn life was not complicated enough already. She staggers into the training room, already coughing up blood. This is not a warm-up. It is a personal disaster report. Blood runs down Yu's face and chest, but he notices something important. His body is mutating faster than before. He realizes the Crimson Calamity is the main source of this terrifying new power. He studies his bloodied hand with a grim little smile. The changes are becoming impossible to ignore. The university dorm has its own martial training rooms, so Yi has a perfect place to test exactly how far this mutation goes. Yu's eyes light up. He looks straight at the crimson monster and basically invites it to take its best shot. The horned creature lunges in a storm of red energy, while Yi stands there unnervingly calm. Monster swings hard, carving red arcs through the air. Yi is testing a nightmare with his bare hands. Its claw comes down with enough force to shred the room, and Yi still refuses to back away. The attack tears past him in a blur, filling the room with violent red flashes. The crimson monster keeps pressing forward, all muscle, claws, in pure rage. It winds up another savage punch. Yi has officially chosen the worst possible sparring partner. A massive fist rockets toward Yi's face. Yi crosses his arms to block, his eyes wide but focused as the impact closes in. The blow detonates in front of him, and red energy spirals around Yi like a cage. Even under that pressure, Yi keeps his guard up. His gacking miss. He's getting pushed right to the edge on purpose. A blue liquid-licking defense bursts across the scene, clashing with the monster's crimson attack. The collision blasts Yi across the room, but he lands with a fierce grin. Now he knows the test is working. Yi calls the creature a very good test piece, then prepares to try Crimson Calamity's time freeze. The room drops into an eerie stillness as Yi activates the skill. Crimson Calamity freezes time. 1 second passes, and Yi keeps forcing more power through it. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 1 second. Yi is straining to hold the stop wool together. At 5 seconds, cracks spread through the frozen space. Yi realizes the old limit is not enough anymore. Blood spills from Yi's mouth as the clock crawls past 5 seconds. He is paying for every fraction. At 5.4 seconds, Yi's eye is blazing. He refuses to let the skill collapse before he gets his answer. The crimson monster finally moves through the shattered stillness, but the test has already changed Yi. Time snaps back with a brutal impact, and the monster's form shatters apart. The enemy breaks into fragments. Yi has pushed Crimson Calamity beyond its original 5-second limit. The next morning, Yi is still battered, but he is satisfied. His limit has moved, and that is all he wanted. Outside, Yi walks with his blue-haired classmate. The sunlight is unusually harsh for someone fused with a vampire template. His classmate asks if Yi saw the academy reform notice. Yi did not, because apparently training was his entire personality last night. The academy has changed its teaching system. Students must find a mentor, then learn under that mentor's guidance. Yi's classmate says they need to find mentors too, and points toward the freshman group announcement. Because Yi collected all 12 Zodiac pendants as a freshman, the school gives him the right to choose any mentor. His classmate thinks posting that privilege in the group is a bit showy. That is one way to describe it. A huge crowd gathers at the assessment room. Students enter in groups of 3, and mentors light up to select them. The blue-haired classmate tells Yi to look around first, while Yi figures it does not matter when he enters. Yi walks off, already bored by the mentor-picking ceremony. He may have a point, but the timing is terrible. Then Yi suddenly stops. His eyes sharpen as a thick scent reaches him. It is blood. Across the campus, a strange woman crouches beside a spreading pool of red. Yi knows this is no ordinary blood scent. It carries hidden ferocity, murder, and the urge to kill. The blood trail pulls Yi's attention forward, and he realizes he has to find its source. The source is a silver-haired girl crouched in the blood, making a soft howl as Yi spots her. Outside Hua University, Yi suddenly panics as a tiny girl seems to recognize the dangerous aura leaking from him. The silver-haired stranger studies him with bright, curious eyes and asks whether he has been training a forbidden flesh-refining martial art. He admits he helped her find that technique while the small woman keeps snacking and watches him like she has found a very rare toy. Her shocked reaction is almost theatrical, but Yihei doubles down and insists he is the real deal. Nobody is buying that face value story yet. She says the martial artist he describes lived nearly 90 years ago, then calls Yihei a shameless liar for trying to sell that impossible claim. He sees through her childish act. Her eyes are far too sharp, and her knowledge of ancient martial arts is definitely not retiree chatter. The woman narrows her red eyes and says even a great actor could not fake this. He responds with a smug little joke, right before things get ugly. He laughs it off, saying he would sooner believe he is an emperor. Then the mood flips so fast it could snap a neck. A blood-red killing intent crashes over Yihei, and his confident grin disappears beneath a nightmare vision. Gongke stands in the red haze with a cold, casual stare, while Yihei feels like the world around him has become an execution ground. For one horrifying instant, Yihei sees himself beheaded. The illusion is vivid enough to make his body believe it happened. He staggers back, wide-eyed and sweating. He realizes her killing intent forced a death hallucination directly into his mind. The pressure vanishes, and Gongke casually offers him a strawberry treat. That is one wildly aggressive way to say hello. Gongke apologizes for overdoing it and tells Yihei not to be late for school, sounding suddenly more like an odd guardian than a threat. She complains that she only gets 1 or 2 chances a week to go outside. Yihei can only stare at this bizarre powerhouse in disbelief. Yihei finally asks who she is, and Gongke answers with a smile that says she has been waiting for that question. Gongke boasts that she was already a terrifying grandmaster as a child, even making Hua University's president cry in a duel. That revelation hits Yihei like a thunderbolt. If Gongke can refine his martial art, she may be exactly what he needs to break through. Yihei connects the dots fast. A grandmaster who understands his technique is not just useful, she is a once-in-a-lifetime answer. After 4 years without finding a worthy teacher, Yihei drops the bomb and asks Gongke to accept him as her disciple. Gongke freezes with a confused little blink. Apparently, even an ancient monster was not prepared for Yihei's instant apprenticeship application. Inside Hua University's gymnasium, the faculty are already discussing the new students and the mentors competing to claim them. They treat every promising graduate like an investment, because becoming a top mentor's disciple can secure a student's entire future. The faculty wonder why they should care about one student, until someone reveals that he completed the brutal Zodiac trial. The trial was secretly broadcast live, with teachers grading every reaction to a sudden crisis. Yihei was being watched from the start. The test measured combat awareness, real-world technique, and teamwork under pressure. Even without a kill, excellence in any category earned points. He was the only student to score highest across the board, standing alone after the chaos with the proof in his hands. The teachers thought Yi would not impress the deans. Then he defeated the supposedly certain death boss, Qianlong. Qianlong was a battle model made by Hua University's most elite martial artists. The faculty cannot even place where Yihei's strength came from. Even though Yihei beat an artificial model, the feat is still monstrous. His records at Hua have not been broken in 100 years. The faculty decide Yihei is already master material. As long as he stays out of trouble, his future looks almost guaranteed. They only need to wait for him to choose mental. Then someone walks in with the kind of bad news that ruins the dean's afternoon. He has already asked to become Gongke's disciple, the former Imperial University professor they absolutely did not expect him to choose. Senior staff all explode in shock. That one choice has apparently detonated every academic alarm in the building. Gongke grabs Yihei with sudden enthusiasm and asks if he really wants her as his teacher. He says he means it. Gongke admits she has been expelled from Imperial University, but he is not backing away. Yi offers a deal. If she becomes his master, he will find a way to restore her freedom within 2 years. Gongke instantly accepts, while Yihei quietly celebrates. He did not just find a teacher, he landed a legendary one. The agreement sends a burst of power through the area, and the watching faculty realizes quiet recoupment is about to become a problem. Several senior figures rush in, furious and desperate to interfere, but Yihei and Gongke are already walking away together. Yihei calls the approaching crowd busybodies. Gongke reminds a senior that they agreed not to contact her, which clearly lasted 5 minutes. A masked senior argues that Gongke's current condition makes her unsuitable for mentoring, and tells her it is time to return home. He steps forward and firmly introduces himself as Gong-Kei's disciple, making it clear he will not let anyone dismiss her. Gong-Kei breaks into a run after her new disciple, her whole posture bright with excitement as she refuses to let him out of sight. The chapter opens at Quarto Research Institute, a sleek, high-security place that looks expensive enough to hide every bad idea in the city. He arrives at the institute, following his white-haired teacher Deepa into the facility. Gong casually explains that she has been living here for decades, while Yi stares like he has just heard a very strange landlord story. She says she was kept under the institute after causing problems, and Yi realizes this woman is not exactly on a normal teaching contract. Yi asks if she has been a prisoner all this time. Gong-Kei looks annoyed, but her eyes show she is taking the question seriously. Gong-Kei snaps that he should be scared of her instead. Yi is sweating hard now, which is a pretty sensible survival instinct. An alarm suddenly flashes, 666, and the quiet hallway turns into a countdown trap. Gong-Di explains that the corridor is narrow because only she is allowed through it and the number on the door is counting down. The timer races towards 0, and Gong-Kei urgently tells Yi to get inside before it is too late. She dives for the room, explaining that if the clock hits 0 while she is outside, the institute will send her straight to the headmaster's office. Yi cannot believe the consequence. Gong-Kei bluntly confirms it, her wide red eyes showing that this rule is no joke. They barely make it through as the timer reaches 0 and the heavy door slams shut behind them. The containment door locks with a brutal metallic crash, sealing both teacher and student inside. A glowing barrier activates across the entrance. Yi exhales in relief, but that relief does not last long. Yi senses a magnetic field weakening his martial energy. His nervous expression says he has noticed the cage is built for something dangerous. Guan-Ki calls it her confinement cell, then stands there completely relaxed. Apparently her prison comes with better furniture than most apartments. The room is huge, packed with living space and training equipment. This 3-level cage was clearly designed around Guan-Ki alone. Gong-Kei lunges amid snacks and entertainment, admitting the room is stocked so she will not get bored enough to break out. He looks deeply unconvinced when she calls this luxury room a cell. To him, it looks more like a dangerous celebrity suite. Elsewhere, the Huaizhou University headquarters stands over the city as officials monitor the confinement situation. President Shi Jingwen hears that Gong-Kei has gone inside and tells the worried staff to leave her be. She explains their mission is to raise talents who can carry humanity's future, and true geniuses need room to grow. The president orders the local training to continue, calling Yi the whetstone meant to sharpen Gong-Kei's edge. The monitoring system warns that Gong-Kei still has a chance of losing control when she stays with another person for too long. The odds say Yi has a strong chance of surviving, but the system still lists a real risk of disaster. Those are not comforting statistics. She knows Gong-Kei's freedom is restricted in peacetime, but dangerous foes are appearing everywhere. A fighter like her may be necessary soon. He notes that refugees are arriving from the north and other nations are already struggling with terrifying threats. Back in the B3 training hall, the new generation has no time to grow slowly. Gong-Ki calls it friendly sparring, and asks Yi to suppress his cultivation to her martial stage. Yi agrees, unaware how quickly friendly is about to disappear. He takes his stance and tells teacher Gong-Kei he is ready. She launches forward with a fierce little battle cry. He reaches out to meet her attack, determined not to relive the shame of their earlier encounter. Gong-Ki hawks straight at him, her red eyes blazing as she turns the spar into a full-speed assault. He is stunned by the sudden aggression. He thought this was a friendly spar, but Gong-Kei is clearly playing by monster rules. Her hand drives toward him with terrifying force, and Yi's focused stare turns into instant alarm. Yi calculates her movements and realizes she has already read his body like an open book. He has one choice: meet her head on. Yi's monster awakening erupts around him, forming dark armor, claws, and a blue aura as he roars back at her. The awakened power surges through the room, and Gong-Kei stares down at him with a sharp, hungry focus. Yi braces behind his dark-spiked armor, trying to use his bloodline awakening to survive her speed. Gong-Ki grins like she's found a proper challenge and then tells him she is even faster than he is. She slips around Yi's defense in a blur, leaving him wide-eyed as her attack closes in from behind. The clash explodes, and Yi is slammed off balance as Gong-Kei's power overwhelms his guard. Gonke catches hold of him mid-fall, but the moment has gone far beyond a simple training match. His face twists in shock as the fight reaches its most brutal point, leaving the outcome hanging on a screen. Battered, black-haired student faces his teacher again, looking hurt but stubborn. His bloodline awakening took a hit, and he is clearly not planning to stay down. His white-haired teacher tastes the blood on her lip and smiles like this sparring session finally got interesting. The student asks for guidance before trying a slightly unfair martial skill. Calling it slightly unfair is doing some very heavy lifting. Blue lightning erupts around him as he activates the skill, and the sand suddenly looks far more dangerous. He reveals the result with calm confidence. He completed the giant anthropomorphic template overnight. His teacher realizes her student may be a full-blown monster. The teacher crouches low, red eyes sharp with excitement. She is bruised, smiling, and completely ready to test this new form. She tells him that since she is his teacher, she should show some real skill. That is never a comforting sentence before an attack. Red energy tears down toward him in a violent barrage, forcing the student to brace for impact. The blue lightning surges harder as the attack crashes in, and the student answers with his new transformation. A blast of light glares, and a huge armored figure steps out of the smoke. The student has become a massive armored humanoid beast, covered in dark stalactites and crackling power. The teacher leaps back with a fierce grin, her eyes widening as she watches the armored form descend. The monster form charges straight at her, its heavy steps and electricity turning the training ground into a battlefield. The teacher exhales and gathers herself in midair. She's not panicking, but she knows this is no ordinary student drill anymore. Red energy coils around the teacher as she launches another attack, refusing to give the giant form an easy opening. Her strike slams into the armored body, but the monster barely seems shaken. The armor is not random muscle and metal, it is modeled after a shell, built for defense first, and it has absorbed her blow. The teacher bares her teeth as a blue glow forms at the monster's face. She can tell something nasty is coming. She spots the real trick. The student is hiding inside the armored form's mouth, protected deep behind its shell. Her detection skills cannot lock onto him. Even after scanning the body and the air around it, she still cannot find him. Instead of retreating, the teacher smiles and prepares a counter. She's about to see whether his armor can be cut apart. She calls out her move, split form, meteor anthropomorphic, and throws herself straight at the armored giant. Sharp blades burst from the armor as the teacher attacks from above, turning the monster's own defenses into a spinning hazard. The teacher races through the air, aiming to pierce the monster before its next strike can fire. The armored form answers with a blazing blue sphere at point-blank range, and the teacher wonders if she can really cut through it. The student looks almost eager as he warns her that his nuclear breath will not be easy to stop. Before the breath can decide the match, rusty spiked chains burst into view around him. The chains multiply and coil across the red-tinted space, closing in from every direction. The student is dragged into a nightmare red illusion, and the confidence on his face finally cracks. Chained down in the illusion, he looks up in shock as the entire battlefield changes around him. He realizes this space is familiar. It is where he once escaped evolution, and the memory is clearly not a pleasant one. A teacher's killing intent cuts through the red illusion as she activates Crimson Calamity. Time freeze. The student strains against the crimson pressure, sweat running down his face as the memory trap tightens. A dark figure watches from the red haze while the illusion presses its advantage. This is not a normal sparring lesson anymore. The student breaks through with a hard swing, scattering rose-like fragments and ripping open the illusion. The teacher sees the result clearly. Her killing intent domain pushed him to the edge, but it did not break him. Now the student counters with a storm of blazing fists, smashing into the false world from every side. The domain strikes hammer the illusion again and again until the red prison begins to fracture. The domain finally shatters in a burst of jagged light, ending the mental trap. Fragments rain down through the fading darkness as the illusion collapses completely. The lost pieces drift away, leaving the training ground and both fighters exposed again. The student's eyes return to normal as the pressure lifts. He looks exhausted, but very much still standing. The teacher grabs his hand and checks on him, admitting that the shell around him is insanely tough. She studies the wreckage and realizes the armor was protecting his real body the whole time. Her two-strike win suddenly feels a lot less impressive. The student calmly asks whether the teacher cheated. Her annoyed little tongue says she absolutely heard that. She protests that she beat him fair and square, then immediately admits she may have cheated just a tiny bit. The confidence lasts exactly 1 sentence. The student gives her a flat stare while she hesitates, suddenly less interested in defending the technicalities. The teacher bursts into tears and begs him not to be mad. After all that apocalyptic training he had Randy, the ending is pure panic mode. In a quiet training room, Jujo finds the tiny white-haired master crying, and he immediately tries to calm her down. She looks up with watery red eyes and asks if he is really refusing to leave. The guilt trip is already operating at full power. Jujo softens, admitting he worked hard to become her disciple and did not expect to be allowed to walk away. The master recovers instantly and declares that he is strong enough to start training. She leads him to the training supplies and asks what he wants to learn. Jujo is focused now, not intimidated. He wants advanced martial techniques, especially the kind that let her slice through lightning and a giant monster's arm. She raises a drink and asks what he means by that. Jujo is asking for the deluxe package on day 1. Her red eyes sharpen as she reveals the secret behind lethal attacks. Everybody has a precise line that can be severed. She explains that this vulnerable path exists in humans, magical beasts, and even alpha-combats. It is a kill line. Jujo realizes her killing style is completely different from Gu Qianlong's powerful slashes. Gu Qianlong crushes targets with overwhelming force, but his master slash is a butcher's cut, exact and terrifyingly sharp. She warns him that learning it will be difficult. Without becoming a martial artist first, he cannot handle most of her techniques. She explains that the difference is not just physical improvement. Martial artists gain a new ability called inner vision. With inner vision, a martial artist can study the body's workings in incredible detail, down to pressure points and internal organs. Then martial energy reinforces those weak points and expands the body's limits. It is less gym routine, more internal construction project. Jujo is impressed. Since using with the monster template and awakening Zagwood though, he already feels close to the martial artist stage. He asks what changes after reaching that level, clearly hungry for every advantage he can get. The master lists the advancement tiers: Tiangang, Disha, Hell, Silence, and No Breath. Most vocational and lower-level schools only teach unranked advancement techniques, while elite schools can reach the Xuanwang tier. Unranked techniques are easy to use, and anyone with enough blood energy can break through with them. But students at Huchang University begin with Xuanhuang tier methods. Jujo listens closely as the stakes rise. When he asks about Tiangang and Disha, the answer gets serious. Those ranks are far beyond ordinary access. Tonpen techniques are usually ancient relics, recovered from hidden realms, and there may be almost none left in the world. Even with only one Tiangang method at Imperial University, she says Jujo can learn a Disha tier advancement technique. She presents the Killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra, a Disha-level technique she personally mastered. The book is linked to Xiaohu's flesh-bound demon cage. Jujo is stunned by how casually this tiny master drops nightmare fuel. Jujo wants it immediately, and she happily tells him to get started. She created the killing intent domain specifically for this training. Jujo barely has time to ask why there is another test before the blood-red killing intent crashes over him. He stands inside the crimson domain, rigid and alert as the pressure turns the room into a battlefield. His master watches with a gleeful stare and admits she simply loves the smell of blood. Later, class is dismissed under a moonlit sky, but Jujo's first day still has one more surprise waiting. A blue-haired student leaves the lecture hall while Jujo walks away, unaware he is being watched. The blue-haired student calls out to him with a friendly tone, asking how Jujo's first day went. Up close, the student's smile looks calm, but the red hostile backdrop says this conversation is not friendly at all. Without warning, the blue-haired student swings a blade at Jujo. The attack flashes past in a violent red blur, and Jujo reacts before he can even think. Jujo catches the blade bare-handed, his eyes cold and focused as the ambush stops dead. For a beat, Jujo stares in shock at what his body just. The attacker awkwardly calls it a reflex, but even he looks rattled by Jujo's response. Jujo asks what kind of day this was, standing over a scene that makes the answer painfully obvious. The blue-haired student watches from behind as darkness and violent imagery close in around Jujo's first day. Yihei is dropped into a nightmare illusion, surrounded by vicious monsters and soaked in blood-red danger. The trial bans martial skills and weapons. He has to fight these things with nothing but nerve and a knife. The real lesson is brutal. Burn the feeling of every cut, punch, and survival move into his body. Yihei gets it. He's not trained strength first, he's trained the instinct to find a killing opening. Then he moves. Yihei tears through the monsters with clean, fast slashes. Every strike lands harder and sharper. The illusion is turning him into a human blender with excellent footwork. Dean one hot tint delights us in stunned silence as Yiki keeps fighting without hesitation. Dean notices the San-tier illusion endangers even for trained martial artists, but Yi is still standing. The monsters finally devour him inside the trial, but Dean is more impressed than relieved. Back in Yihe's dorm room, he has been locked in this training state for an entire day. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhu is relaxing at home when her phone starts ringing. The timing is about to get awkward. Lu Qingzhu sees the call and immediately knows her mom has sent over exactly what she asked for. She tells Yi that she wanted to thank him for helping her get first place in the freshman trial. Yi brushes it off and tells her to leave the gift at his door. He has apparently been living on Monster Time. Lu Qingzhu casually mentions that Dean accepted her as a student, and Yi instantly realizes he has been out of the loop. When Lu Qingzhu admits she has been rejected by Dean 3 times, Yi wisely avoids mentioning that detail. Survival skill among. Half a semester later, the freshmen at Huaju have built powerful factions, including the Dragon Blood group. Dragon Blood grows too aggressive, crushing rivals and local students until its momentum finally starts to fade. The new standout is Xiaohui, the top scorer in Huadu's entrance exam. Yi, once the center of attention, has vanished for 3 months. Underground at the Research Institute, Dean Bai keeps feeding Yi refined martial energy and demands more. Dean Bai calls it education. Yi calls it having a mountain dropped on his body every few seconds. He is drenched in sweat and furious, but the martial energy is surging through every part of him. Dean Bai refuses to ease up. She pushes him to go faster, and Yi finally snaps into action. Yi lunges forward with a roar, driving every ounce of his strength into the training room. His eyes flare as he throws himself into the pressure. This is no longer a workout, it is a breakthrough. The impact erupts in a massive burst of red energy, shaking the room around him. Yi feels something change inside him as his old limits begin to crack apart. The burst of bloody energy shreds his worn-out clothes, revealing a body rebuilt by 3 months of punishment. Dean Bai panics and covers her eyes, while Yi calmly discovers that his shirt did not survive the upgrade. He decides it is time to leave. He has been trained for 3 months, and he needs to see the sun again. Dean Bai pouts and asks if he will come back, hiding her concern behind a tiny bit of attitude. Yi tells her she is terrible at video games and should practice before he returns. That is his version of a warm goodbye. Outside at Huadu University, Yi finally steps back into daylight after his long retreat. He misses the sun, but he did not come back to relax. Campbell's missions count towards students' grades, and there's work waiting. Those missions include hunting wanted martial fugitives, investigating mysterious rifts, and fighting criminals or foreign forces. Yi's first stop is the Student Activity Center. He is ready to grab a mission and check on an old friend. At the entrance, Shujo is already waiting. After 3 months away, Yihei's return is finally noticed. 3 months after his martial breakthrough, Yihei still has not shown any obvious jump in aura or build. That quiet progress is exactly what makes everyone nervous. A flashback reveals why. Yihei was invited to watch a private arena match between the Tier 3 warrior Huang Jianwei and the elite vice chair Gu Yangzhe. The whole bout ended in under 10 minutes, and Huang Jianhui barely forced the vice chair to use his full strength. Yi realizes that level is still way beyond him. Then Qing Ji bursts in with all that pent-up energy. She has not seen Yi for 3 months, and she's clearly not accepting a casual hello. Someone helpfully reminds Jinju that she and Yi are a couple now. Her face instantly turns into a full system crash. Qingzhou is bright red and flustered, while Yi stands there looking completely serious. The romance side quest has found its victim. Jingju spins away in embarrassment and tells Yi she hates him. Nobody believes that line for even 1 second. At the mission hall, a massive screen tracks recently cleared assignments and standout students. The trio has come looking for work together. Yi notes that he and Qingzhu have already finished 3 missions over the quota. He says these 3 assignments suit their little team best. The choices are ugly. A serial killer in Hengcheng, a fallen city in Liancheng, and a strange outbreak in Lingshan, and a strange outbreak in Lingshui County. All 3 have been raised to Tier 3. Qingzhu explains that first years normally run Tier 1 work, and a Tier 2 mission already needs a special team. Their privilege card is the only reason this hunt is even on the table. Yi is handed the card, which lets them accept missions from Tier 3 upward. Harder jobs mean bigger rewards, but the safety rails are gone. The blue-haired teammate asks Yi-hee which mission they should take. Yi-hee keeps it simple. Risk and reward belong together. The first mission is a manhunt with terrible odds, and the second is mostly dull investigative work. Yi-hee has no interest in either one. The third mission puts the entire process in their hands with no safety net and huge unknowns. Shinko immediately agrees, fearless and fired up. The receptionist cannot believe 3 first-years are taking a tier 3 job when a proper squad already got wiped out in Lingshui. He is already walking away. Yi flashes his privilege card and tells the instructor to call the director. She has a problem. The front desk suddenly becomes very polite. The instructor gives the reckless trio a strained smile and wishes them luck. She knows they are walking into something serious. As the team leave, Yu-hee says he actually prefers the instructor's harsh attitude. The two boys go to prepare gear while Qingju handles her own supplies. He heads to the College of Mech and Magitech Foundry, a place built for weapons that look far too expensive to touch. Inside the forge, Yi-hee passes the security checkpoint and meets Senior Dean to claim his reward from the pendant war. Identity verified, Dean brings Yi-ha into the workshop, where a huge blue-black polearm waits like it has been saving itself for one owner. Dean calls it an excellent eye and says he forged it for Yi-hee. The weapon is a massive horse cutter with a broad, starlight speckled blade. The weapon lacks elemental traits, but its martial energy efficiency reaches 95%. It is forged from ultra-tough starfall gold, so it is basically a divine blade in disguise. Yi-hee grips the weapon, and its spine shudders with dense sun and moon markings. Every swing is supposed to land with frightening force. It tests the horse cutter, and the huge blade tears through the air with a chilling gust. This is not subtle equipment. The grip is wrapped in anti-slip leather and fretted with gold-black metal filaments, making martial energy easy to feed into the weapon. Yi raises the blade overhead, and a wave of icy wind follows its path. The weapon finally looks like it belongs in his hands. Each cut carries a wall of wind and frost strong enough to chill blood. Yi-hee has just upgraded from dangerous to deeply inconvenient for everyone else. Dean watches the oversized weapon settle perfectly into Yi-hee's grip and admits the balance is right. No floating, no fuss, just terrifyingly good craftsmanship. He is impressed that Dean customized the weapon to match his strength after only 3 months. Dean takes the praise with a craftsman's pride. With the weapon claimed, the scene shifts to Lingshu County, where their Tier 3 investigation is waiting. The team arrives as ordinary university students on an internship, keeping the mission secret. Yi-hee is already thinking like a hunter. Yi-hee expands his life field sensing to cover the whole county. He worries that a heavy aura might scare their target into hiding. If the creatures scatter, the job turns into a miserable search instead of a clean hunt. The team needs to move quietly. A local tricycle driver offers them a cheap Foss ride and Yi-hee gives the signal. Their Linktree mess ride and Yi-hee gives the signal. Their Linktree mission officially begins. A truck rumbles towards Lingshui County as an old local quizzes the young man about school. He casually says he is studying in Zhangjiang now. The old man recognizes him as his granddaughter's grandson, and the young man politely confirms it. Family connections unlock side quests faster than any map. The old man laughs that the boy has grown up, then remembers his mother asked him to bring a family-covering spell for the old mission base. They arrive at Huada Mission Base, a quiet, traditional compound that has clearly seen better days. The old man tells Xiaoyi to come back in 2 days for Linshui County's biggest event, then insists the young visitors stay and help revive the place. Chuzhou agrees, and the abandoned house suddenly has a cleanup crew. He spots the weeds and mosquitoes with the grim focus of a man declaring war on chores. Chuzhou gets to work raising a leg and preparing to clean the yard in his own very specialized way. A burst of blue force tears across the courtyard, blasting the overgrowth apart in one violent sweep. His blue-haired companion calls it a massacre, not cleaning. Chuzhou calmly says it is quick and efficient, then suggests adding surveillance cameras. The purple-eyed woman heads inside to inspect the house, while Chuzhou is called over to look at something unusual. She looks uneasy as she points deeper into the compound. Whatever she found has completely killed the cleanup mood. Inside the shrine sits a dark red-robed statue. The old man says it was never here before, and everyone immediately knows that is bad news. The shrine is ancient, but the statue is strangely clean while everything around it is covered in dust. Someone placed it here recently. The purple-eyed woman stares at the statue and admits she does not like it. She urges Chuzhou to investigate before it gets worse. Chuzhou agrees and gathers blue martial energy around his hand, ready to crack open the statue's secret. The woman shields her eyes, but Chujo keeps his attention locked on the clay shell beneath the grime. Chuzo suddenly senses something wrong. The statue is not just old decoration, and he braces to test it. He fires a sharp stream of energy at the statue, already certain the strange object will not hold together. His strike lands with a flash, and the statue begins cracking under the force of his martial energy. The others jump back in alarm as the statue breaks open. Their faces say the same thing. This cleanup has become an exorcism. Black cloud-like sludge pours from the shattered statue. Chujo watches it carefully, trying to identify what has been sealed inside. Chujo's eyes sharpen as a golden glow pushes through the darkness. Something far more dangerous than clay was hiding in there. A sinister red-faced figure emerges with golden energy swirling around it, while the black sludge takes on a hungry life of its own. The black mass sprouts rows of glowing mouths and surges forward. The shrine just produced the least welcoming house guest imaginable. The creature lashes out, and someone shouts for Chujo to seal it before the mess reaches everyone else. Chujo and his blue-haired companions surround the monster with a ring of bright energy, forcing the writhing black mass back. The purple-eyed woman is shaken, staring at the thing in disbelief, but she manages to call out to Jingju. Chujo checks on her and realizes the statue's psychic force tainted her. He channels pure martial energy into her to drive it out. She recovers, but Chujo knows that pulse was no accident. The strange clay statues in Lingshui are now their first real lead. Yu Chill says he tagged the statue with a radiation marker and can track it. He tells the others to stay put because he has something to handle. The trail leads to Lingshui County's Jinshan Buddhist Temple, a peaceful mountain complex hiding a very suspicious signal. Chuzul arrives at the temple, where the old man brings him inside to meet the abbot. A bald monk greets him with an eager smile, while the old man explains that this benefactor has something important to report. The monk leads Chujo down through a dark underground passage lined with ominous statues and ritual weapons. At the end of the passage, towering doors covered in golden talismans block the way, promising an answer hidden behind a serious amount of spiritual security. The abbot introduces himself as Lin Ying's benefactor and says he has been waiting for Chujo. Whatever is behind those doors, this meeting was planned. Inside the temple, the abbot reports that Liu Gensheng has reached the blessing standard. The mood is respectful, but something feels very wrong. Rows of armed Buddha statues surround a massive golden door as the temple's benefactor is questioned about his sudden visit. A green-eyed figure senses another presence nearby, and the peaceful temple instantly turns into an ambush zone. A dark mechanical-looking arm lashes out while someone warns that an immortal is hiding among them. That an immortal is hiding among them. That is never a relaxing sentence. Liu Gensheng launches himself forward, dropping through the attack with his eyes locked on the threat below. The strike lands hard, but the intruder moves with brutal speed and keeps the pressure on. The red-robed intruder complains about getting filthy while charging in. Apparently murder is fine, laundry is not. He recognizes Liu Gensheng as someone from the old Yi family, just as the Buddha statues begin to move. The temple guardians pull their weapons free. These are not decorations, and Liu is standing right in their firing line. A giant Buddha guardian towers over the room as the statues close in around the fighters. Liu realizes the Buddha statue can actually move, and their spinning weapons answer his question immediately. Blades rain down in a tight formation, forcing Liu to react before the trap cuts him apart. Liu plants himself beneath the storm of weapons and catches the attack with pure nerve. The guardian grips his weapon tighter as more metallic limbs drive in from every direction. The statues converge with a spear-like weapon, trying to pin Liu before he can escape. Liu quietly activates a spatial ring that hides him from the enemy's sight. Watch what he does with that opening! A dark blue cleaver materializes in Liu's hand, glowing with a dangerous edge. He calls the Starfall Cleaver and swings straight into the cluster of Buddha guardians. The cleaver tears through the attacking limbs in one savage upward slash. Broken pieces crash to the floor, but the surviving guardians are still very much in the fight. The giant Buddha drops low and his eyes ignite, revealing the next nasty surprise. The statue fires eye lasers. Yes, this temple has reached full boss fight mode. Red beams blast across the chamber, throwing Liu through smoke and shattered stone. Liu twists through the laser barrage and sends the attack back into the red-robed intruder. The intruder stares in shock as blood splashes across his face and his confident pose finally cracks. The fallen Buddha guardian fly in pieces, and Liu notices something impossible about them. Liu senses no vitality in the statues, then wonders how a secluded backwater place built defenses this advanced. He turns to the giant golden door and asks if the answers are waiting behind it. Lu uses a substitution move and politely announces himself as a university student. He still has door-knocking manners during a raid. A voice answers from inside and the sealed door erupts in golden light. The enormous door breaks open, exposing a hidden passage beyond the ruined temple. Li walks through the shattered entrance, calm but alert, as the dust settles around him. He finds a hidden chamber with a giant golden Buddha inside, and his expression says he knows this is no ordinary shrine. The golden Buddha fills the underground hall, sitting like the real master of this place. Lu takes in the full underground palace and realizes the giant Buddha is only the beginning. A bald man in red robes finally confronts him, demanding to know why Lu came to profane their temple. Inside the temple, a gold-armored guardian kneels before the intruder and calls him a profaner. The black-haired fighter stands loose and unimpressed, already sick of the robot's attitude. He fires back that the robot seems awfully addicted to playing temple guardian. The fighter's blue eyes stay sharp, but his patience is clearly gone. He lunges forward with his weapon, cutting through the air in one brutal rush. This argument has officially become a demolition project. The bald monk calmly repeats that the fighter carries heavy blood karma. That calm delivery only makes the warning feel creepier. The fighter lands hard and drives onward, cracking the floor beneath him. He is moving like he wants the whole temple to feel every step. The ground collapses under him, dropping him into the darkness below. He catches himself fast, but this place clearly has more layers than it should. He plants a hand on the broken stone and steadies himself. The landing is rough, but his expression says the fall only made him more alert. Below the temple sits a sewer-like chamber, lined with what looks like 18 steel sliding gates. Green lights begin flickering behind them, and that is never a friendly sign. He studies the lights and realizes each signal matches a Tier 2 martial fluctuation. Their identical life signatures make it feel less like a nextures, make it feel less like a nest, and more like a factory. The fighter grips his weapon and calls it a Zerg rush, then prepares Xuanwang blade art. He sees a swarm coming, so he answers with a blade built for crowds. He drifts through the opening gates and swings without hesitation. His body stays controlled even as the attack starts to flood the chamber. Red energy erupts from his weapon as he unleashes the first form. His grin flashes for a second, because apparently a monster ambush is exactly what he wanted. The strike becomes 1,000 red lines, carving across the darkness in every direction. The swarm gets hit before it can even settle on a target. He holds the center of the blast with his weapon raised. Surrounded by violent red light, for one moment he looks completely in control. The red slash continues tearing through the chamber, its light stretching across the sealed darkness. The attack is huge, but the temple is still not finished with him. A final column of energy crashes down, splitting the dark with a blinding flash. The fighter has thrown everything straight into the nest. When the smoke clears, the chamber is packed with green-eyed creatures. His attack did not find one enemy. It woke up an entire underground army. He smirks at the sight and wonders what kind of good temple keeps this many ugly monsters downstairs. Fair question, honestly. Standing atop the rubble, he watches the glowing eyes gather below. He is outnumbered badly, but not a single bit intimidated. The bio-androids surge together in a snarling mass, all teeth and green eyes. The whole floor seems to turn into one hungry creature. A monster's ruined face repeats that his blood karma is heavy. The words sound less like a judgment now, and more like a broken recording. He calls the creature's brain-dead butt to their heads on a loop, and dares that hidden potato to go between as you came out. His expression is pure provocation. He looks upward and laughs, saying they finally found a worthy opponent. He says it casually, which is a very bold thing to say under a monster ceiling. The Golden Guardian rises again from the wreckage, its massive hand tightening as it prepares to answer the challenge. The Guardian's armored body shifts and expands through the smoke. The fighter's taunt has finally brought out the real temple weapon. Blue power glows from the Guardian's machinery as its golden armor locks into place. This thing is not just a statue with a grudge. The giant looms over the chamber and calls the fighter beyond salvation. Its posture is rigid and certain, like it has already decided the verdict. The golden giant gathers power in its arms and torso, filling the room with a metallic glare. The fighter has picked a boss battle with a full transformation sequence. He watches the Guardian transform and admits it can even change forms. His surprise is real, but it only sharpens his focus. The Guardian commands him to return to the Wheel of Rebirth, then brings down a colossal glowing fist. The giant fist slams toward the chamber floor with crushing force. The attack is so large, it looks like it could flatten the whole room. The fighter stares into the incoming blast and simply says, Bring it. His blue eyes are locked in, and fear is nowhere on his face. The Guardian's hand crashes down in a storm of dust and metal, its fingers closing around the impact zone. A blue flash bursts between the golden fingers. Something inside that grip is pushing back with enough force to make the machine hesitate. The Guardian's systems report an energy spike beyond their limits and an overheating right arm. Its confidence starts to crack with the armor. The blue light changes shape inside the impact crater, and the Guardian asks what it is. For the first time, the giant sounds genuinely rattled. A huge blue-black beast bursts out beside the Golden Guardian, all jagged fur, claws, and teeth. The fighter has stopped playing human. The beast's glowing blue core flares as someone calls out Nemo. Its arrival turns the Guardian's keen execution into a full-scale brawl. The beast lunges straight at the Guardian, jaws wide and claws ready. It attacks with raw fury, not a hint of hesitation. Blue energy explodes across the Guardian's armor as the beast tears into it. The golden machine is finally getting hit from a direction it cannot control. A massive blue claw smashes down with savage force, driving the Guardian deeper into the wreckage. The beast pins the golden body in bricks at its armor, scattering debris everywhere. The temple's Guardian is suddenly the one being hunted. The fighter appears again with a fierce grin and declares that he is not done yet. Whatever that Guardian expected, it was not this. He drives a jet-black iron-hard knee into the Guardian at point-blank range, pouring blue force straight to the armor. The knee strike lands with another explosive burst, shaking the giant's frame. He is not giving the machine 1 second to recover. The Guardian's damaged body lights up with a critical warning as multiple systems begin to fail. The temple weapon is still standing, but it is coming apart fast. Inside the temple, armored mecha Buddhas surround the black-haired martial artist and open fire. The machines unleash their prayer-bead float cannons, turning the room into a very expensive firing range. Every battery fires at once, but the fighter stands his ground while blasts hammer the floor around him. The golden machine keeps pressing forward, its glowing optics locked on a target it clearly cannot put down. A massive explosion balloons at point-blank range, and even the machine cannot believe how many weapons it had to deploy. The Mecha Buddha calls its whole arsenal useless against a martial artist. That is a rough performance review. Smoke clears around the fighter as his monstrous blue aura rises and he prepares to answer with force. The machine tries to shake him loose, but the fighter stays attached and refuses to give it breathing room. The Mega Buddha launches meteor personification, erupting jagged blue spikes beneath the fighter. The martial artist fires back with Baham's breath, flooding the battlefield with a blinding blue-white blast. He casually apologizes for smashing the Mecha Buddha's precious figurine right before the attack tears through it. The blast leaves a giant crater, and the fighter immediately suspects the mountain is hiding something underneath. He spots a passage descending into the crater, so the destroyed temple was only the front door. Half an hour earlier, the people inside the hidden facility were still convinced their strongest mechanical body could handle him. 2 researchers watch the feed, and the bespectacled man nervously reports that their latest model had been destroyed. The researchers insist they still have a cyborg army plus a backup that can wear down even a powerful martial artist. Then their monitor shows the black-haired fighter coming for them, and the bespectacled researcher panics that they have a trump card. Their trump card is another Mecha Buddha, a combat suit built to hunt enormous beasts and supposedly rival a martial artist. The doctors fall silent as the threat closes in, while the older researcher realizes that gods only bought a few minutes. Dr. Fang snaps at the frightened researcher, furious that their supposedly secure hideout has been found. Dr. Fang orders an immediate retreat and demands the base self-destruct before any intelligence can leak. The story reveals Dr. Fang's past. 10 years ago, he quietly arrived in Lingshui County after being cast out of a research institute. Using the Jingshan Temple's banner of blessings, Fang exploited local faith and turned residents into test subjects for Laserbird Biotech. With the truth closing in, Dr. Fang decides the entire operation has to be abandoned. A blue shockwave crashes into the lab, announcing that the black-haired fighter has broken inside. He drops into the facility with a calm, unsettling smile. The doctors finally understand why everyone was running. Security rushes to cover Dr. Feng, but the fighter asks the abbot exactly where he thinks he is going. The black-haired fighter bursts past the guards in a blur before they can form a defense. The guards scatter around him, but he calmly tells them they can talk this out. Nobody in the room believes that. Dr. Feng reveals his control system. One press on his watch can trigger self-destruct bombs planted across the research network. Before Feng can finish his threat, the fighter flicks a small blue projectile and disarms him in one clean move. Dr. Feng screams as the device strikes him, and his confidence evaporates instantly. The old scientist stares up in terror, his cybernetic eye glowing red as he realizes he is completely trapped. The fighter pins Dr. Feng down and demands the full truth about everything done in Lingshui County. Dr. Feng can only gasp as the interrogation begins, with nowhere left to run and no machine left to hide behind. Deep in an underground lab, Xiao Yi confronts a terrified scientist about the 3 Huadu martial artists they killed. The scientist panics and reveals a bomb in his body. He would rather die quickly than tell Xiao Yi anything. Xiao Yi spots the poison capsule in the man's mouth. Nice try, but the emergency exit is already closed. A scientist's heartbeat suddenly stops, and Xiao Yi watches the self-destruct system fail. A red, monstrous presence rises behind Xiao Yi as the dead man's body begins changing. Xiao Yi stays ice cold. Death is too easy for someone hiding a city-sized secret. The transformation bursts into motion, but Xiao Yi cuts through it before the creature can recover. The scientist reveals his true nature, a vampire-like monster with grotesque ancestral humanoid power. He explains that ordinary vampire servants are little more than corpses, but he is something much worse. With red energy flaring around him, Professor Feng begs for mercy and offers his loyalty instead. Professor Feng drops to the floor and calls Xiao Yi his master, completely shaken and desperate. He says the ancestral power has broken the mental link controlling him. Now he fears sunlight and obeys Xiao Yi absolutely. Xiao Yi accepts the surrender with a faint smile. The former mad doctor is now his servant. Xiao Yi turns his attention to the city itself. Now he can finally trace when this nightmare first got inside. Blue power crackles around Xiao Yi's eyes as he digs through the stolen memories. A memory jumps to Professor Feng sneaking out for lunch. Apparently, world-ending research still has a lunch break. Professor Feng is already changed enough to crave human flesh, and his horrified face shows he cannot control it. A plate of raw meat becomes proof that the lab's victims were never treated as people. At a prayer gathering, people begin collapsing one by one, while an old man kneels at the center. The entire crowd falls asleep around him. Whatever this ritual is, it is spreading through the room fast. The old man prays before a strange idol and names the group behind it, the Divine Descent Nation. He finds a number carved into his wrist and realizes it's a file code, not a random mark. The code unlocks an internal company document, and the memories finally start connecting the dots. The memory reveals shadowy worshippers surrounding their leader, all tied together by the same hidden network. The old man realizes his memories were altered. Cannibalism, hypersomnia, and those eerie idols were all part of one design. The name Divine Descent Nation hangs over the revelation, and the conspiracy suddenly feels much bigger than one lab. Xiao Yi pieces it together. The cult quietly infiltrated Laserbird's secret base and rewrote its people into puppets. Professor Feng admits even the 3 Huadu martial artists were eaten by the cult's plan before Xiao Yi arrived. The altered memories show Lingzhou as a test site, where human bodies were being prepared for a brutal new era. Professor Feng recalls tracking anomalies after the outbreak, until the cult's influence slowly rewrote his own mind. Red warning lights blaze as the lab's nightmare fully surfaces. This place was built to grow monsters. Professor Feng says the temple lab sank too deep to resist the cult's will, and Lingzhou's sleepwalking proves it. Shadowy figures swarm through the red void, showing just how completely the cult has consumed its victims. The cult's symptoms are horrifyingly clear: mass sleepwalking, idol worship, and minds spent beyond recovery. The sleepwalkers are not wandering by accident. They are being prepared as food for something called the will. Black tendrils drag helpless bodies through the dark. The cult does not recruit people, it harvests them. A monitor confirms the Divine Descent Nation connection, and Xiao Yi learns this was never just illegal testing. Professor Feng identifies the force behind it as a demonic fetus from the secret ruins, a thing that feeds on polluted minds. Xiao Yi stares ahead, calculating the threat. The demonic fetus is not finished growing yet. Professor Feng gives Xiao Yi one last lead. Lingzhou's Grand Triennial Gala is only 2 days away. Wada stares at the mission screen with cold focus. He has pulled every useful memory from the strange anomaly, and now he's ready to use them. The researcher looks rattled as Wada explains what he learned. Laserbird experiments, a forbidden golden gene, and a demon fetus connected to a 3-headed serpent. Wada admits he cannot defeat the Laserbird yet, but he has found a much uglier surprise, an illegal biotech program hidden under the Linghui anomaly. The mission report is stamped complete, but Wada is nowhere near done. He is thinking 3 moves ahead, because apparently one apocalypse was not enough. With a sharp, almost cheerful grin, Quada reveals his plan. He will meet the mission requirements first, then take the reward later. His real target is the Divine Descent Nation's prize. Before that, he will visit the group and feed his own blood into their water system. A royal monster reacts in horrified disbelief as Quada makes the goal brutally simple. Maximize the infection. Quada watches the infected city like a king surveying an army. Lingwei has already reached stage 4 contamination, and he plans to make sure it does not spread beyond his control. At the old house base, Quada returns to a group already running on panic and bad news. One exhausted woman looks half-starved and completely overwhelmed. The others can only joke that food seems to be the main thing living here now. Quada bluntly confirms that something is eating people. He gives the group a grim reality check while they are still trying to process it. The group learns that powerful biotech has fallen under the anomaly, putting the threat beyond Tier 3. Their fear is very reasonable this time. Quada snaps at them to relax. The danger is out in the strange zone, not inside their safe house, and his fierce grin says he is already preparing for it. He warns them not to let their first instinct be grabbing refreshments. They need to hold position until night. Quada senses raw flesh and an old worshipper's presence nearby. He suspects this twisted city will reveal its true face after dark. At Laserbird headquarters, an emergency boardroom receives a report about the Jinshan Temple base. The situation is already spiraling. The board cannot reach its own base, so it decides on the cleanest corporate solution: kill every witness. Their order is worse. They will detonate every researcher's heart bomb and send a special squad to Lingwei immediately. At Lingwei Central Water Plant, a planted bomb explodes. Hawada's contamination plan has just started making noise. Dr. Feng survives the blast, bloodied and furious. He reports that the bomb inside him is gone and the company will surely send help soon. Dr. Feng decides the arriving squad does not matter. He tells his people to proceed, unaware that Lingwei is already a trap. Night settles over Lingwei as the next players enter the city. A quiet station sign marks the Lin exit. It looks ordinary, which is usually the exact moment a manhwa city stops being ordinary. The incoming squad steps onto the deserted platform, heading into a city the company has already written off as a black site. The leader notes how quiet it is. The silence is not comforting. It is the kind that makes everyone check behind them. The squad leader is identified as Catfish, a hard-faced operative with a gun at his hip and no patience for surprises. Headquarters confirms that the Great Sea Dragonfinch was involved with the Jinshan Temple base. Catfish now knows this job is much bigger than a routine cleanup. Elsewhere, a mother holds her sleeping child, while wondering who could possibly hate the company enough to cause this. The Enter has a very long to-do list. Catfish splits the team. Bluebird and Goldsnake would investigate Lingwei while he sends the rest toward the temple base. Blackline takes command of the second group. Their faces are serious, but they still do not understand what is waiting in the dark. The squad talks tough about wiping records and finding a nursery. Even a black site raid apparently has meal planning. One nervous agent warns that Laserbird's old chief researcher, Dr. Feng, was never ordinary. A pistol comes up because confidence is suddenly in short supply. The team reaches a decaying building and immediately feels something wrong. The city itself seems to be holding its breath. Inside, they find a rotting body in the bathtub. The locals are not merely hiding, they are becoming something else. A woman watches from beside a shrine of clay idols and calmly warns that this will not be simple. Her eye flares an unnatural purple as a report names a powerful warrior behind the Jinshan Temple disaster. Tens of thousands have already been affected. A message reports that the outer catacombs were torn apart, with no survivors and no sign of Dr. Feng. Then the signal dies. Outside the dark house, the team finally realizes the city is wrong. The threat is no longer hiding. A massive sleep purse closes in on the squad. Lingwei has turned into a feeding ground and their escape route may already be gone. Bluebird looks down at the crowd and realizes they have been discovered. He immediately orders them to move. A woman approaches from behind with a knife, but her glowing purple eyes show she is not acting on her own. Bluebird spots the strange look in her eyes and asks if she's being controlled. The answer is a nightmare made real. The possessed woman says she was pulled from a secret realm called Moon Nightmare. That name is doing a lot of heavy lifting already. Above the temple, an enormous moon hangs over the bell tower, turning the night into something deeply wrong. Bluebird stares up at the moon and feels his life force being drained with frightening ease. He checks the location and learns the sleepwalkers are southeast of town. If mass sleepwalking is feeding something, Bluebird needs to find out what. The bell tower stays silhouetted against the moon as Bluebird says they will have their answer soon enough. The group finally sees a nightmare in person. People are bound near the tower, and something is very wrong with their faces. More townspeople shuffle in with glowing eyes. Bluebird realizes the entire town may be under control. The controlled crowd closes in, grinning through purple-lit eyes. Bluebird gets shouted at to wake up, but this is not a normal sleepwalking problem. Bluebird faces the crowd as they quietly admit the Divine Descent Nation has some terrifying people in its ranks. One man panics that these things are worse than beasts. The crowd does not fear pain or death, which is a terrible detail to hear at midnight. A bell suddenly rings, and everyone freezes at the sound. The moon fills the sky impossibly huge over the temple grounds. The crowd can only stare upward and blurt out the obvious. That moon is massive. The purple-eyed people smile wider as the bell continues to toll. Whatever is controlling them is getting stronger. The possessed bodies begin climbing over one another, building a grotesque human tower toward the sky. They stretch upward in a desperate pile, reaching for the moonlight like it is a command. The living pile rises around the temple spire, forcing its way higher under the white glow. Feet slam into the ground as more bodies feed the growing tower. The moonlight hangs overhead, cold and overwhelming, while the ritual-like movement continues below. The tower becomes a writhing mountain of bodies around the temple. Bluebird is dealing with a full-scale nightmare, not a street fight. Hands claw and press together as the crowd keeps piling up beneath the moon. Elsewhere, officials lose contact with Goldsnake and Bluebird. They suspect whoever wrecked Jinshan Temple has made another move. The officials decide to take the initiative and head back into the city. Something big has shifted there, and they know it. They step outside and see the giant moon themselves. Even the cool-headed crew looks shaken. A beam of light suddenly drops from the moon toward the city. A woman points at the sky, alarmed, as the moonlight punches downward like a pillar. The beam looks like the moon has been pulled down into the streets. Everyone agrees this is nonsense, right up until it is clearly not. The bespectacled official realizes the beam has landed inside the city. Jinshan Temple was only the opening act. The group races toward the moonlight, hoping it leads to Goldsnake and Bluebird. A figure suddenly drops into the dark street below them. The falling figure keeps descending, and the bespectacled official immediately senses someone is waiting. A hen fighter bursts forward in a lightning-fast attack, cutting across the night with a bright blue slash. The strike comes down hard, fast enough to split the darkness in two. A blue umbrella catches the attack and redirects the energy. Yes, the umbrella is apparently the strongest person in the room. The blast tears into the building above, and the bespectacled official realizes this attacker is no ordinary person. The umbrella holds firm while its unseen owner stays completely composed. A black-haired young woman with vivid purple eyes appears beneath the umbrella and demands to know who attacked them. Flower-like energy blooms around the umbrella wielder as she lands with total control. A glasses-wearing man grins and says her clothes prove she is not local. Then he accuses her of trashing Jinshan Temple. On a dark rooftop, two attackers rush in under orders to crush their targets within 3 seconds. The purple-eyed girl plants herself in front of the others and fires back with a sharp ice attack. She is focused, but the pressure is already brutal. One thug grabs at her, grinning like this is easy. The girl strains against him, shocked by how heavy his grip feels. She throws up an ice wall to buy everyone time, but the attackers keep charging straight through it. The ice barrier explodes into shards. Her defense gets shattered way too easily, and that is never a comforting review. A fighter bursts through the flying ice, turning the broken wall into a storm of razor-sharp fragments. The ice user lands amid the smoke, realizing the wall barely slowed the people down. The attackers regroup and reveal the bad news. All three are high-tier martial masters, here to drag the whole group back. A knife flashes toward the purple-eyed girl. The leader calmly counts down. Please, there is only 1 second left. Another blade comes in from the side, but the bespectacled assassin is enjoying this a little too much. A lethal strike slices past it, point-blank range. Someone dodges by a hair, and the attack cracks the ground instead. The assassin's foot slams down with enough force to blast debris everywhere. This is no ordinary cleanup crew. The bespectacled man announces himself as the killer, then activates 12 phantom bodies with a smug little smile. Copies of the assassin swarm for every direction, boxing the defenders into a spinning wall of attacks. He lunges in with a grin and declares that the kid is dead. Subtlety clearly did not make the hiring list. The assault lands hard, blood splashing across the victim's body as the assassin presses his advantage. But the dark-haired young man looks almost amused. He admits the clones are convincing, yet he can still tell which one is real. The false bodies dive together, but he says he does not even need to find the real one. The phantom bodies rush in from all sides, turning the rooftop into a full-on murder blender. Red power crackles around the young man as he identifies his enemy as Black Lion, a killer whose real name is unknown. Black Lion smirks at being called an unremarkable king of killers. The insult lasts exactly as long as it needs to. A sudden ding cuts through the fight as the young man moves with cold, deliberate confidence. A red spike of power pierces straight through Black Lion's forehead. His grin freezes when he realizes the fight is over. Black Lion drops flat on the rooftop, dead before his phantom technique can save him. The dark-haired young man holds the fallen killer by the throat and says this blood will push him beyond martial disciple level. Blood drips through the night as the surviving attackers stare at the aftermath in disbelief. The young man stands in the blood-red aura and calmly notes that he has already reached martial artist stage 8. The remaining attackers panic. Their captain was killed instantly by someone they thought was easy prey. One survivor realizes the truth. He drained their captain's blood, and now he's using flesh-prison blood fiend marionette. The captain's severed blood-soaked arm rises from the ground, pulled upward like a puppet by the red energy. The brown-haired woman clutches the purple-eyed girl close, terrified as the dead captain starts changing. The captain returns as a red-eyed skeletal blood fiend. The woman recognizes him, but whatever stands there is no longer fully human. The last attackers realize each opponent is worse than the last. The brown-haired woman forces her soul forward and says she has this. She calls one attacker away, buying the others a precious opening, while the rooftop battle gets even uglier. A massive demon-like biomon emerges from a swirling purple-black portal. Someone calls for the baby to hold them off, which is an alarming sentence in any situation. The hulking bioman towers over the fighters with glowing purple eyes, blocking their path like a living wall. The survivors are ordered to fall back as the fight shifts from an ambush into a desperate escape. The purple-eyed girl calls for Chuzhou and Shinju to coordinate with her beast. The ice user steps forward, ready to take the other two masters. The ice user awakens his bloodline and calls forth the ice demon dragon. His expression hardens as freezing power erupts around him. Ice floods over his body and weapon as the bloodline awakening takes hold. Now the attackers have a dragon problem. The towering biomon braces itself, purple eyes fixed on a new wave of freezing power. Jagged ice spikes crash down around the battlefield, closing in on the monster from every side. The bioman is engulfed by the icy assault, but its glowing eyes remain locked forward as the clash continues. The blue armored fighter comes down like a thunderbolt, throwing himself straight at the hulking red monster. The monster takes the hit head-on, but its huge body barely gives him room to breathe. He keeps cutting through the air at impossible speed, forcing the purple-eyed brute to finally react. The monster is stunned by how fast his fighter moves, and its shocked stare says this was not part of the plan. Then shadowy figures with glowing red eyes swarm in. The monster has brought backup, because one nightmare apparently was not enough. Red-black slashes spiral around the battlefield as the shadow creatures close in on the blue fighter. A purple-winged creature enters the fight, spreading glowing feathers as a new power begins to build. The dark-haired woman calmly announces that charging is complete, while purple energy coils around her like a trap snapping shut. She unleashes her gene technique and the whole sky starts filling with violent purple light. The purple blast expands into a massive sphere overhead, swallowing the scene in crackling energy. The attack crashes down through the ruins in a blinding purple eruption, leaving nowhere safe to stand. When the light clears, the ruined street is filled with dust and a dark tunnel-like opening below. A terrified man recognizes the danger. He remembers someone beating the warlord of the Black Triangle, and he knows this is far worse. A blazing strike slams down as the man realizes wretch really do love crawling into sewers. Bad timing, mate. A woman flees across the shattered rooftop, her body thrown off balance as another blast lands nearby. She watches the blue beam strike and panics, realizing even the powerful people around her are being wiped out. Alone in the wreckage, the woman trembles and begs herself not to die. She still has people she wants to see. Then she looks up and sees something descending from the sky, calling it a moon landing shaped like a god's descent. Fear hardens into desperate resolve. Even if survival means giving her soul to the devil, she decides she has to live. The ground and air churn around her, and she feels her muscles go stiff from the terrifying pressure. A dark figure catches up behind her and asks if she wants to go up. She is too terrified to care what that means. The woman is yanked upward, wide-eyed and helpless as the chaos below falls away. She stares at a jagged mountain of debris, then notices an impossible glow waiting beyond it. Out of the ruins rises an ornate, glowing gate. The woman can only stare and ask if it is actually a door. The doorway bursts with white-purple light, flooding the ruined battlefield with a final impossible promise. Under the blazing column of light, Chinju watches with a cold smile. He figures the assassins sent after him are already presumed dead, and that is exactly what he wanted. The fake, godly spectacle keeps roaring over the city, while Chinju stands beneath it like he owns the night. The illusion is huge enough to make anyone panic. Chinju admits he created this whole god-level illusion just to force someone into launching it toward the moon. Casual overkill, apparently. With electricity crackling across his face, Chinju says the real show is finally about to begin. He has done the calculations, and his enemies have walked right into position. The towering beam continues to pierce the night sky, selling the illusion to everyone watching from below. Around the dark buildings, Chinju's people quietly take their places. The mission is far bigger than at first look. Chinju's small group gathers under the moonlight. He reassures them that they are not just 3 people anymore, and Ali promises she will not let him down. Ali studies Chinju carefully. She knows powerful warriors can be either dangerous heirs or monsters in human form, and she is trying to decide which one stands before her. Red-black power erupts around Chinju as he stops hiding his confidence. Tonight is important, and he is done playing small. Chinju gives the order. His shadow creatures will spread through the city and crush every major power's stronghold. Ali answers with a steady yes, even as a shadow beast launches into the darkness. Her calm face says she under the trogs. Her calm face says she understands how dangerous this border really is. Ali calls Chinju her beloved and looks completely certain of him. Chinju's guarded smile softens for just a moment. Ali smiles and tells Chinju he believes him, but asks him to trust his teammates too. Even in a citywide takeover, she still finds time to keep him grounded. Elsewhere, an older attendant reports to his lord. The response is impatient, stop talking and prepare for battle quickly. A massive pit has filled android bodies. Their owner sounds pleased because this pile of wreckage is not a loss to him. It is because this pile of wreckage is not a loss to him. It is raw material. Chinju unleashes the power of anthropomorphism, and a monstrous form rises behind him in blue lightning. The battlefield just got a lot less fair. A red core pulses among the wreckage, feeding something alive and deeply unnatural. The transformed machine mass opens countless glowing eyes and jaws. Whatever Chinju made, it is hungry for the next command. The monster activates a vampire virus and begins reviving the mechanical corpses. One dead army is becoming a much worse problem. Chinju explains that this power grants human-like intelligence to his servants, binding them to his will. Then he deploys bio-mosquitoes to carry the infection across the city. The red mosquitoes swarm from house to house, spreading their warmth through the city. Once the infection is complete, the machines can be repaired and upgraded. As the city changes, another faction moves by bus under the banner of a so-called Heavenly Kingdom. Their godly promise looks suspiciously like recruitment for something darker. The group preaches that a mysterious pope gave them the power to grow stronger through killing. Their followers sit quietly, locked into a very ugly belief system. A hooded figure declares that this land will become the Heavenly Kingdom's new stage. The next threat is already stepping into the spotlight. A hooded bishop looks dead serious as he orders his followers to keep the archbishop's sacrifice hidden. He believes their God is about to save humanity, which is never a comforting sentence from a cult leader. The bishop watches a grotesque mass descend from the sky and calls it God. The thing hangs above the earth like a nightmare with a celestial budget. The huge, pale, moon-like body settles over the world, its hollow craters making the supposed miracle look even more wrong. The bishop grins with manic pride. He says the god's descent is the greatest event in religious history, and he cannot wait to have his name recorded beside it. His phase has already caused global devastation. A first descent triggered eruptions, while a second swallowed Australia in a fog, where every signal vanished. The bishop spills blood onto a red crystal and welcomes the third god. His followers gather beneath a massive, pulsing red eye, completely devoted and completely doomed-looking. The ritual circle throbs like living flesh as the bishop approaches the moon. Every crimson pupil is fixed on him, waiting for the offering. He kneels at the giant blue coffin and presses his bleeding hand against it, begging the god to accept his blood. The coffin answers with blinding purple light. The bishop hears an invitation to come forward, and his posture shifts from fear to ecstatic obedience. Purple energy pours into him as he climbs through the darkened passage. He believes the years of preparation are finally paying off. The hooded follower sat upward in awe, then move as one when the bishop calls them his children and tells them to welcome their god. At the moon's base, the bishop kneels beneath the colossal body and calls it Father Bishop. The ritual has become a family reunion from hell. A red-eyed presence answers with chilling authority, calling him its most loyal servant and demanding to know what name it should use for him. The bishop tries to answer, but shadowy hands and white flame suddenly seize him. His confidence evaporates in one very bad second. White fire wraps around his body as a black silhouette looms overhead. The bishop can only scream while the moon watches in silence. The flames keep consuming him as the enormous moon begins to crack. Whatever answered the ritual is no longer following his script. A jagged mountain of bodies and stone rises beneath the moon, wrapped in ghostly blue energy. The whole divine structure is violently coming apart. The cultists recoil as blue light erupts from the ritual site. They have no idea why their perfect offering has suddenly turned hostile. A wave of gleeful tears across the moon and spreads through the ritual. The corruption is moving fast through the ritual. The corruption is moving fast, and it is headed straight for the god itself. Blue drops seep through the red ritual mass, and the bishop panics. He knows the spirit they summoned is being polluted by an unknown force. The bishop stares in disbelief as the spirit turns blue. As the spirit turns blue, he cannot understand how anyone could contaminate a divine fetus from inside the ritual. The contamination explodes outward in blue and red streams, blasting a figure free from the center of the god ritual. The ritual reverses completely. Instead of birthing the god, the polluted spirit is now trying to stain the divine fetus from within. A dark-haired young man appears due to chaos, blue power flashing from one eye. The bishop demands to know who he is, and the stranger calmly asks if he cannot tell. A crimson energy pattern locks into place around the intruder, turning the moonlit battlefield into a glowing trap. Red slashes carve across the moon's surface as the stranger's power surges. The attack is precise, brutal, and very clearly not a rescue attempt. The mysterious fighter drives his crimson force forward, cutting through the god ritual while the bishop's grand ceremony collapses around him. A blood-red moonlight barrage tears through the night as the fight suddenly turns vicious. The bald man shrugs off the huge strike and taunts the black-haired fighter, acting like even armed help would be useless. A hooded figure in a red cloak appears behind him and calmly asks whether he wants to join the Church of God. Casual recruitment during a murder attempt, naturally. The man introduces himself as Linchi, leader of the Xia Kingdom's god, religion, and claims the archdeacon the fighter killed was his person. Linchi says joining this religion is a dangerous job, then treats his own subordinates like disposable puppets. A lethal warning label is honest. Purple energy coils around the black-haired fighter, and his guarded posture shows he knows something is closing in. He feels an invisible telekinetic grip seize him, and a sinister voice calls out to Varuto. A red, tendril-wrapped figure rises overhead while the fighter watches with alarm, realizing this enemy has far more than ordinary muscle. The fighter recognizes the force behind Linchi's skulls and mutters that he never wanted to fight near the ghost coffin. Blue lightning erupts around him as he throws the challenge back, asking if Linchi really thinks he is afraid. The electricity takes the shape of a massive spectral beast, its jaws opening as it rushes straight at Linchi. Linchi's expression barely changes. He dismisses the summoned creatures as unable to hurt him while a crushing vortex forms around his target. The attack detonates in a blinding blast, swallowing the rooftop in blue-white force. Smoke rolls across the damaged building and Linchi coughs from the impact, but he is still standing. Even with his arm mangled, Linchi calmly repeats that the attack cannot hurt him as purple energy seals the damage. Linchi calls himself a person blessed by God, but the black-haired fighter stares back coldly and calls this much strength merely troublesome. The fighter hears Linchi declare that God descends into the human world, and his widened blue eye shows he is taking that claim seriously. Then he remembers the surrounding followers. His focus shifts from Linchi to the cultists gathering around them. The hooded cultists raise their fists and scream about justice, their fanatic faces making it clear this crowd is not here to negotiate. The fighter realizes the horrifying truth. Every one of these lunatics is capable of mass suicide. Red energy streams toward the fighter as something cold and sticky enters him, and he watches the change with a fierce, focused stare. A huge shadow swells inside the crimson smoke, its glowing eyes and rising horns turning the cult ritual into a much bigger problem. The horned monster fully emerges in purple-black energy while the black-haired fighter smiles like he has finally found an answer worth using. The demon cultists are not just dying in battle. They are turning their own bodies into summoning vessels, and the battlefield fills with fresh monsters. A burst of blue-white power tears through the darkness, but there are simply too many demons spawning at once. The black-haired fighter cuts into the horde, annoyed that his earlier lightning did not even scratch their humanoid bodies. He launches forward to the swarm with his weapon ready, carving a path before the creatures can close in. Red shapes flash through the chaos as his charge turns into a brutal close-range clash. The demons are ripped apart under the assault, but blood and broken armor show this fight is far from clean. Bishop Lynchy stares at the field in disbelief. The bishop was supposedly killed long ago, yet more and more giants keep appearing. Lynchy urgently calls for the spirit sight because whatever is behind this attack is still hidden. A glowing divine embryo becomes the center of the battlefield, and Lynchy warns everyone to stay away from it. A winged combatant drops into view and announces the obvious bad news. They are the enemy. Lynchy realizes these attackers came prepared. The cult's plan has already been exposed, and that makes the whole ambush even stranger. The black-haired fighter pauses as cold energy rises around him. He has felt this kind of hostility before. His blue eyes sharpen. Someone nearby is carrying enough killing intent to freeze the soul. A system hint appears. The host gains 5 points of divinity. Useful timing because this place is getting very unfriendly. The system explains that a fallen heavenly fighter's faith power has polluted the host, creating a connection to the moon demon's birth. He admits he never took those heavenly fighters seriously, but now he recognizes the real enemy as the deity of rebellion and dreams. A red coffin suddenly descends into the silent battlefield, spinning with eerie energy. The fighter looks up in alarm and asks if the thing inside that coffin is still alive. The coffin opens just enough to reveal something fleshy and monstrous within. Whatever this is, it has no business being this away. He raises his weapon and challenges the hidden presence, refusing to be intimidated by a monster hiding in a box. Then the battlefield goes unnaturally quiet. Even the giants and demons have vanished without him noticing. Standing alone beneath the dark sky, he realizes the world around him has been stripped away. A voice calls him Yi. His eyes widen as he recognizes that someone from his past may be here. A giant skull-like face emerges from the moonlit illusion and asks whether he has forgotten his true self. Bishop Lynchy calmly identifies the moon as an illusion, while the unseen voice presses Yiha about when it happened. Yihei is visibly shaken. This is not a normal attack, and he knows it. A bald man with glowing purple eyes grins and says he fell into the dream. Naturally, the nightmare has a host with a smug face. Elsewhere, purple power surges across the battlefield as the demons keep fighting outside the illusion. A massive purple beam slams into a demon, blasting the frozen ground apart. Lynchy knows brute force is not enough. He orders a grand spell and worries about Bishop Lynchy's condition. Back in the dream, Yihei stands surrounded by warped green and blue energy, searching for any trace of the bishop. Lynchy can't sense the bishop's spiritual aura anymore. His expression hardens as he decides he must reach the divine embryo himself. Lynchy draws the Schwammu divine needle and charges straight into danger. The enemy reveals a nasty bloodborne technique, promising to turn anyone it enters into pulp and claim their souls. A young fighter sees the attack coming directly at him and has only one thought. This is bad. A shadowy figure unleashes an ignition blood-forbidden art, shattering ice and energy across the battlefield. The blast freezes up a huge portion of the martial city, draining almost all of the fighter's strength. His allies tell him not to hesitate. The Wind Warrior answers with a simple understanding and dives back into the fight, telling Chu Zhou not to die. The seal is failing. Their desperate attempt to contain the enemy is no longer enough. Ice erupts around the enemy, but the demon forces its way through the shattered prison. The monster crashes down with explosive force, refusing to stay buried. The demon snarls that it has not finished its revenge yet, and its glowing eyes make that promise feel very personal. Towering blades of ice shoot upward around the beast, pinning the battlefield beneath a fresh wave of freezing power. The monster remains buried in the ice, but its body still stretches beneath the prison. From inside the darkness, the creature reveals its final edge. The powerful bloodline of the Huatu branch runs through its veins. The armored fighter unleashes a towering storm technique, his dragon-like power roaring into the sky. He looks locked in and furious as he forces every last drop of power into the attack. The storm becomes a massive pillar of light, and he sends the demon straight back to hell. The blast keeps climbing, swallowing the battlefield in crackling blue-white energy. The storm's aura is so huge, it looks less like an attack and more like a weather emergency. The demon is caught beneath the column as the armored fighter drives the technique down. He doubles down and orders the monster back to hell, refusing to give it room to recover. The monster howls through the impact, but its glowing eyes show it is still fighting back. A bloodline secret technique begins to stir inside the demon as the storm tears across it. The storm finally lands with full force, smashing through the demon in a violent burst. A razor-thin strike flashes through the chaos, cutting straight into the monster's defense. The demon erupts in fire and shockwaves, taking the storm sword head-on. The blue-haired fighter is sweating now. He can feel his power running dangerously low. The battered demon roars from inside the flames, proving that this thing is much harder to kill than expected. He realizes the demon somehow caught his storm sword, and that is a deeply unpleasant surprise. His martial energy is nearly gone, leaving him exposed at the worst possible moment. A red-black counterattack rockets forward, aimed to finish the exhausted fighter. The demon lunges through the smoke, convinced it finally has him cornered. Suddenly, a barrage of crimson impacts hammers the demon from another direction. A new fighter enters the battle with precise attacks, turning the demon's victory lap into panic. A wounded observer spots the newcomer and wonders if this is the expert everyone mentioned. The bearded man explains that the armor-piercing ground team finally arrived when it mattered. He thought Liu Chenju was the weakest member, but she had a hidden trump card all along. From above, the battlefield looks packed with incoming forces, and the demon is no longer the only danger. The bearded man calmly calls for a drone to restore his strength. Apparently, Monster Wars still need customer support. A terrified enemy sees 3 young fighters stronger than the last and demands to know who they are. The newcomers answer with brutal confidence. They are just ordinary freshmen from Huada. Heavy metal blocks slam down around the enemy, sealing the area with a mechanical trap. The coffin-like blocks lock into place as the red-cloaked enemy watches the trap close. The enemy stares at the frost-covered ground and realizes these are not ordinary traps. They are corpses. The blocks open to reveal a squad of strange figures, turning the battlefield into a full-on ambush. Lu Qingyu identifies them as Huada's missing Pothmore squad, including fighters she's thought were gone. The red-cloaked enemy laughs and realizes the girl has brought special forces to face 6 martial instructors. He admits the earlier scouts were too weak, but now he is ready to call in support and restore the Lord's order. The missing squad emerges with cold, unnatural presence, and even Liu Qingju senses something is wrong. She realizes the giants are not friendly reinforcements. They're trying to take her first. The purple-winged woman dies away as a giant corpse creature charges directly at her. The red-cloaked enemy screams for them to stay away from the divine seed, suddenly scared of his own reinforcements. A green energy beam fires across the field, intercepting the threat as the winged woman is chased. The beam crashes into the giant, buying her a tiny opening to escape. The winged woman is blasted out of the air, her expression flipping from confidence to pure alarm. She tumbles through the sky and calls for Yi Yi as the attack tears past her. A bright green strike slices through her purple wings, sending feathers and dark energy flying. She falls upside down through the air, wounded but still trying to force herself back into the fight. Yi Yi refuses to quit, even as the battlefield keeps throwing one disaster after another at her. She dives hard toward the ground, determined to close the distance before the enemy can finish the job. Yi Yi reaches forward in shock as another fighter races in to catch her. The purple wings fill the frame as the rescue comes down to a split second. The blue-haired fighter catches Yi Yi in midair and tells her he has got her. The black-haired woman blasts through the sky on purple wings, grimacing as the wound in her arm sends pain racing through her body. Below her, the giants from earlier lie scattered across the battlefield. She stares down in alarm, wondering if every last one is dead. The surviving monsters are still moving, and she knows they cannot stay here. Her escape plan is getting very crowded. As the creatures close in, a cold command cuts through the chaos. Leave him. Her purple eyes widen. Someone unseen is watching the battlefield, and that voice clearly expects obedience. A black bird silhouettes against the moon as the mystery voice says she has already done enough. Then it orders them to hand him over. She refuses flatly. Even injured and surrounded, she will not give up the person she is protecting. The purple winds whip forward in a furious counterattack. Whoever is pulling the stump gets a very direct answer. Get lost. The dark feathers surge like a crushing wave, flooding the scene with a warped violet glare. The black-haired woman recoils as pain spikes through her head. She realizes too late that this is a psychic attack. Distorted laughter tears through her mind, and she fights to stay conscious. Her face is tight with pain, but she refuses to let the attack take him. The shadowy feathers fold into a weapon-like mass, ready to finish the job while her mind is exposed. Three pale, long-necked figures suddenly appear beneath the dark sky. They look less like reinforcements and more like a nightmare with attendants. The airy figures stare down with glowing eyes as red streaks of force begin slicing across the battlefield. The incoming barrage tears through the air, forcing the pebble-winged attacker to twist away. Feathers scatter as the winged figure spins through the blast zone, barely escaping the crimson shots. The figure dives straight down through the glowing chaos, calling out as a wando. The attack hits hard enough to leave only drifting fragments and a stunned silence behind it. The woman opens her eyes weakly and apologizes for waking up late. She is exhausted, but safe in the black-haired man's arms. The black-haired man holds her close and confirms that she is awake. His calm face hides how close that rescue just came. Relief finally breaks across her face. She knows it is not too late, and the danger has not managed to separate them. Still being carried by the man in black, she tells him to handle what comes next. Their enemies are already asking how he escaped the illusion. The enemies rushing together, convinced that even he cannot face 6 moon god apostles at once. The coordinated attack crashes down, but the black-haired man stands inside the blast with pale energy curling around him. One attacker warns that Chinju has found safety, then threatens to kill him anyway. The threat lands with plenty of confidence and very little caution. A gigantic blue fist forms above the battlefield and slams toward the attackers with overwhelming force. The fist connects, launching one enemy through the air in a violent streak of red and blue. The black-haired man watches the impact with icy blue eyes. He looks completely unbothered by the damage he just caused. He looks toward the fallen enemy and asks what kind of noise he is making. That is one way to check if someone is still alive. The red-robed enemy is left kneeling and gasping, suddenly looking far less certain about this fight. Tears stream down the bald man's face as the illusion turns against him. He begs for the torment to stop, even though he created it. He cannot understand why the black-haired man can kill so free. Every slaughter in the illusion now returns as unbearable pain. The black-haired man stands untouched by the nightmare, and his opponent realizes the illusion has absolutely no effect on him. The terrified man calls him practically a demon, then begs the moon god for forgiveness. He says he has no choice but to drive this intruder out. Cracks spread across the moonlight ground as a red figure is ordered to lie down in the divine coffin. The bold follower looks upward in terror and calls to his moon god master as divine power gathers around the red-robed body. A massive skeletal vessel rises through the smoke. The moon god admits it can only complete the vessel by using a weak mortal body. The giant form looms over the battlefield, but the black-haired man judges its grand entrance harshly. Even with this power, it is barely more than a heap of corpses. He reports that the entire cultist group has been wiped out. Then his eyes sharpen when he senses there is still one enemy left. A final presence descends to the pale light, and the battlefield goes quiet for the real reveal. A beautiful white-haired man in flowing robes floats down from above, looking far too composed for the amount of destruction below. Darkness and pale energy coil together as the newcomer fully enters the scene. The white-haired man smiles faintly. The moon god has finally shown himself. The black-haired man grins back and calls him moon god or moon demon. He has clearly been waiting for this meeting. Chapter opens with a cold, cosmic nightmare as the dark-haired fighter is dragged into a strange moon-like realm. He drops onto the pale surface, disoriented but still standing. His eyes are wide with alarm as he realizes this place is not Earth. Looking down at his bare feet in the dust, he asks where he is. The answer is obvious enough to ruin anyone's day. The white-haired stranger tells him he's on the moon, surrounded by an airless void and enormous craters. The fighter notices he can still breathe. His expression hardens as he realizes this is no ordinary illusion. He identifies it as something like an intent domain, a place that can turn a person's reality into a killing field. Inside this domain, the stranger's invincible golden body has no weak points. That is a very expensive way to say the odds are terrible. The white-haired man studies him with cool admiration, calling him the most outstanding human he has ever seen. With a smug smile, the immortal explains that the fighter is especially valuable because he is only one piece short of divinity. Their compatibility is supposedly over 96%. The stranger wants him as the final half of a perfect mortal vessel. He boasts that this human has barely touched the Seeker realm's true power, yet already has the talent to climb much higher. Then the godlike figure offers his hand and invites the human to climb the moon and rise into the heavens. The invitation comes with a nasty detail. No human could refuse it. That confidence is about to get tested. 2. The dark-haired fighter refuses outright. He thought gods would be loftier, but this one is just an arrogant predator. The immortal barely reacts. He dismisses the resistance as trash talk from an incomplete human. He promises that, once the mortal vessel is complete, resistance will no longer be possible. His calm smile makes it worse. The god says the human's opinion never mattered. Then he reaches down to begin the takeover. A huge vortex tears open around the fighter, swallowing the moonlight as the domain closes in. With one lifted hand, the immortal opens that colossal body like it is nothing. The fighter's nervous grin says he knows this hurts. The vortex wraps him tighter and tighter, until he cannot move at all. The crushing spiral dominates the whole frame. There is no room to dodge, no room to fight, and apparently no mercy. Frozen in place, the fighter hears the immortal call him nothing more than food waiting to be consumed. The white-haired man suddenly frowns. He cannot sense the fighter's consciousness anymore, and that is the first crack in his certainty. The fighter looks up with a fierce grin. Even if his body cannot match a god, his spirit has another trick. He reveals he expected his body to fail, so he used the vampire template's extreme regeneration as a backup plan. Back in the physical world, his damaged body lies in a chamber, blackened and split apart by the possession. The immortal realizes the trap too late. Half of the fighter's body is split vertically, so his consciousness can awaken from the other half. A sharp fragment shoots through space, carrying the fighter's escape route straight out of the god's control. The streak keeps falling as the immortal watches from below, finally forced to take this human seriously. A new armored warrior crashes into the scene in a blaze of blue energy. He announces himself as the Longitude Division Section Chief, National Grandmaster Azure Dragon, and says he came to spar. Azure Dragon lands in full battle gear, weapon ready, while the white-haired invader faces an opponent with real authority. The fighter is relieved someone reported this cursed place. He admits he only wanted to steal the demon Basim's divine power, and now look at the guest list. Azure Dragon stares at the white-haired being and calls his body an abomination, its potential far beyond ordinary humans. The immortal compares him to the first abomination that descended into humanity and decides the gap between them is enormous. He asks Azure Dragon if he has ever been struck by the moon, then calmly claims the human body he wants will not be harmed. Azure Dragon braces himself as the white-haired threat turns away. He knows this abomination values the human far too highly. Azure Dragon decides to suppress the demon first and worry about the human afterward. His focused eyes show he is done talking. The white-haired invader pauses, remembering that before Deputy Jinwen mentioned his name, Yushu had already been on his mind. Azure Dragon launches a blazing blue assault, but dark chains and purple power surge up to meet him. The attack is caught in a violent clash of blue light and black-purple chains. The fight has officially turned ugly. The chapter ends with the demon guarding against Azure Dragon's strike, leaving the battle locked at its most dangerous moment. Deep in a frozen forest, Yihi is dragged through space by an unseen force, and the whole trip clearly feels wrong. Yihi lands hard inside a glowing sphere, clutching himself with motion sickness and looking seriously disoriented. He realizes the life magnetic field has pulled him far from Linshu County. The moon demon is trying to erase Linshu, and Yihi is relieved he is no longer in the blast zone. Yihi thinks about the people left behind, including Liu Qingzhou and Zhuzhou, and Yu. Even with instant teleportation, he knows he would only be in the way now. With no way back for the moment, Yiha turns to the system. He has finally got time to study the strange divinity points. Sisinski explains that divinity can push an innate gift into a higher, almost transcendent state. Yihi's eyes sharpen as the real value of this reward hits him. 5 points are tied to moon, dreams, and illusion. Yihi is impressed because Rakuda's inherited template is stronger than he expected. The moon-related divinity can strengthen Rakuda's moon and illusion talents, while the Emperor General's path is already set. Yihi sees exactly where to invest. The ultra-giant arthropod template is useful support, but Rakuda's interference abilities have much bigger potential. Yihi spends the points without hesitation. He orders the evolution, and Rakuda's power erupts under the moon. This is not a small upgrade. This is the kind of button every hunter dreams about. The new moon's darkness ability starts stacking brutal buffs, from stronger blood control to faster movement and heavier resistance. Rakuda appears in a newly evolved crimson form, cloaked in moonlight and looking far more dangerous than before. Yi stares up in shock. The upgrade needs moonlight, but under the red sky, the amplification is terrifying. He calls Rakude top-tier support template and remembers the classmates who risked their lives with him. Their difficult mission should earn the highest reward. Back at the academy, Yi knows Lu Qingzhou and Chuzhou are invaluable, but the school is still moving everyone out of danger. Under the full moon, Yi floats above the forest as pale energy circles him. He looks calm now, but he is testing a power that could get very ugly. Moonlit wind races through the trees as he gathers himself for another jump. His body tenses, his blue eye widens, and Yi launches forward with a burst of moonlit force. Yi twists through the air, moving with the confidence of someone who just found a very unfair upgrade. He rides the energy upward as the new moon power lifts his physique to another level. A pillar of light swallows Yi as he adapts to the moonlit boost. The transformation feels good, and that is usually when trouble starts. Yi keeps training, forcing his body to adjust quickly before the power surge fades. He admits he was a key part of the Moon Demon's descent event. The secret is too dangerous to reveal, because professionals can spot a lie fast. He decides to reconnect with his old backer, Hua University, and find out what support network is still waiting for him. Scene shifts to Hua University, where Yi arrives at the towering campus. Hua University hangs above the clouds like a futuristic fortress, which is a pretty dramatic place for a school meeting. Ye steps inside and spots an older official waiting for him. His expression turns alert immediately. The visitor introduces himself as Yi, and the two shake hands. The older man's polite smile hides a very serious reason for this visit. Principal Xi Jingxuan praises Yi as Hua University's pride. Yi stays respectful, but he is clearly waiting for the catch. Yi gets straight to the Linshu County incident, and the principal's relaxed tone says this meeting is anything but casual. The principal says Yi's team completed the anomaly mission successfully and will not need to handle the aftermath. Yi finds that far too convenient. The principal assures him Hua University will take care of it, then leans in with a grin that makes Yi even more suspicious. The school keeps the disaster report anonymous and promises a mission reward. Then comes the real offer, a high-level 5-person mission. Yi calls the whole arrangement dreamlike and suspects the old fox has been watching him through the system. The next day, Yi waits in the president's reception office after Mad Doctor sends him footage from the Linshu battle. The footage shows Linshu County wiped out by a catastrophic explosion. Yi wonders who is stronger, the Azure Dragon or the Moon Demon. Even with his new power, Yi admits the High Martial world is too dangerous. Meeting Basmuth in a dream left him genuinely rattled. The principal says the Moon Demon's anomaly is settled and reveals why Yi is really here. He needs to speak with the Azure Dragon. A door opens and Yi announces that the Azure Dragon has arrived. His confident smile vanishes almost instantly. Yi's blue eye goes wide as a freezing presence fills the room. The Azure Dragon steps in wrapped in frost and fur, looking powerful but visibly worn down. Yi immediately sees that his condition is bad. At the reception room, Senior Azure Dragon stands over Xu Jingwen, like a mountain. His cold stare says this conversation is about to get very serious. Azure Dragon admits that after 100 exchanges with the Moon Demon, his body finally started breaking down. He looks grim, remembering every painful hit. Xi Jingwen listens with a worried little hand over his mouth, surprised the supposedly distant Azure Dragon is this open. Apparently, terrifying mentors can still be oddly cute. Azure Dragon calmly offers to seal Xi Jingwen's gaze mark. His posture is controlled, but the glowing air around him makes the offer feel anything but casual. He explains that Prince Wuxi can calculate fate, and some classified secrets are safer left unspoken. Azure Dragon's face tightens as he prepares to reveal one anyway. The secret begins with intelligent monsters, creatures disturbingly close to humans. Shadowy figures crowd the memory like a nightmare that never really ended. When Azure Dragon was still training under his master, he followed his teacher and brothers to investigate ruins holding an A-class monster. He was the only one who escaped alive. The ruin left him with a terrifying curse, and Xi Jingwen's shocked eye tells you that is not a detail he expected. The curse transformed Azure Dragon's body into something monstrous. Dark energy tears across his skin as the memory turns brutally ugly. Even the best doctors were helpless. Afraid he would lose himself and hurt his own people, Azure Dragon chose exile instead. He hid alone in an S-class secret realm in the Great Atlantic, ready to die there. Then a massive sea storm swallowed the island. Azure Dragon says the people on that island saved him from becoming a beast. He still looks frustrated that the rest of the story must stay classified. The survivor reveals the black runes covering his powerful body. His expression is hard and unreadable, but these marks are clearly the price of survival. Shi Jingwen suddenly screams as Outer Dragon begins the treatment. His eye jerks wide with pain, so this healing is definitely not the relaxing spa package. Shi Jingwen realizes his karma template is healing. The cursed power surges through him, and his body struggles to contain it. Blood runs from Shi Jingwen's face as he feels something drag his very soul into a void. Even Azure Dragon watches with concern. Azure Dragon is stunned. Even Grand Marshal Masters would lose control under a glance like this. Yet Shi Jingwen is only bleeding a little. Azure Dragon presses 2 fingers to Shi Jingwen's forehead, his expression focused and severe. He is about to lock the dangerous power away. He tells Shi Jingwen not to resist as he imprints 2 runes into his mind seat. The promise is simple: sleep peacefully if his brain survives the installation. Blue and black power erupts around Shi Jingwen as the seal takes hold. His body arches under the force, caught between agony and awakening. Shi Jingwen's eyes blaze cyan and dark marks crawl down his face. He cries out as the moon demon's gaze is finally contained. The ordeal is done. Shi Jingwen bangs Senior Azure Dragon, while the older fighter casually asks after his teacher. A tiny white-haired girl warns Shi Jingwen not to tell anyone she's his student. Her serious little pose makes the secret sound way more dramatic than it needs to be. Azure Dragon says he has no issue with Kung Ki. Then he reveals he only brought up the old man's injury because Shi Jingwen might reach the Grand Master level through slaughter. Azure Dragon smiles and proposes a spar. He wants to see how pure Shi Jingwen's legacy of the famed Rose of Slaughter has become. Shi Jingwen accepts without hesitation, grinning up at the towering senior. Stronger warriors really do prefer communicating through property damage. A glimpse of the moon catches Azure Dragon's attention. His expression shifts sharply, as if he recognizes something ominous in Shi Jingwen's power. The match moves to Hua University's 4th panoramic arena. The vast empty floor gives these 2 plenty of room to make bad decisions at high speed. Azure Dragon sets the rules. He will not strike first, and he will use only one hand and pure physical power. His relaxed stance makes a handicap feel insulting. He raises the stakes. If Shi Jingwen can force him back even half a step, he wins free resources and direct admission to the Conquer Division. Shi Jingwen brings his hands together and asks for guidance. His blue eyes are calm, but his stance says he plans to earn that prize the violent way. Moonlight floods the scene, then crimson and violet energy rises beneath it. Shi Jingwen's attack begins with the kind of entrance that refuses to be subtle. Shi Jingwen reaches upward as a blazing moon-shaped aura forms above him. Azure Dragon narrows his eyes, recognizing something deeply familiar. Azure Dragon realizes the aura resembles the moon demon's, but it is not tainted by the same corruption. Shi Jingwen announces his first strike. The moonlit killing intent crashes down in a massive violet surge. Shi Jingwen has stopped testing the waters and gone straight for the monster effect. The technique is revealed as Slaughter Intent Moon of Carnage. Its violent light fills the arena and turns the spar into a full-scale warning. Azure Dragon braces with one hand, but even he feels the overwhelming killing intent. His eyes are locked forward now, with none of that earlier amusement left. Elsewhere, the white-haired girl jolts awake as the killing intent reaches her. Even her feet are panicking before the rest of her catches up. She stares in alarm and realizes Shi Jingwen is behind that terrifying pressure. The sudden attack has her genuinely shaken. At the Hua University Hotel, a green-haired woman senses the same aura. She cannot believe he developed such killing intent after only 3 days away. The scene shifts to Sword Manor, where the disturbance interrupts a quiet moment. Someone asks what could possibly matter more than the fun they were having. The green-haired woman dismisses it as nothing serious, just a very strong killing aura. Her smirk says she is enjoying the chaos from a safe distance. The companion notes that the surge spread so far that half the university could feel it. Shi Jingwen's little spar is now campus-wide entertainment. At Huadu University's arena, Singer Qinglong steps in with his fist cupped, looking completely confident that this lesson will hurt. Qinglong calls his Shua the free blades a simple martial move, but the pressure rolling off him says otherwise. He refuses to fold. He meets Qinglong head-on, and the master is impressed by the kid's fearless stance. Qinglong gathers blue energy and launches military boxing. Yi watches with wide eyes as the real lesson finally begins. The attack erupts in a blinding clash, turning the arena into a very expensive light show. A towering blast tears through the space, and Yi's counterattack comes out far more dangerous than Qinglong expected. Qinglong realizes Yihei used a serious forbidden technique just to win. He calls it an oops, but his face says he felt that. Qinglong is knocked away and admits that impact will be bad news even for a future pillar of the country. Qinglong's blood mist the nightmare technique fooled the senior for a moment, but Yihei is still standing there, flushed and stunned by his own success. Qinglong concedes the win. He praises Yihei's big heart and asks what reward the young fighter wants. Yihei admits he cannot stay strong alone forever. He asks if the answer is to train harder, and Qinglong tells him he needs a better guide. Qinglong says the teacher matters most. Yihei needs someone solid enough to keep him from walking the wrong road. Yihei immediately wants Qinglong as his teacher. The master looks amused, while Yihei goes from exhausted to wildly eager, from exhausted to wildly eager, in 1 second. Qinglong reveals a badge containing a top-level physical training technique, a treasure he claimed after defeating a Western warrior. He gives Yihei the difficult cultivation technique, and sincerely hopes the young fighter can master it. Qinglong cannot accept a disciple yet. He says Yihei must reach Grandmaster first, then earn the inheritance and return for guidance. Back at the dormitory, Yihei finally has a quiet moment to think about cultivating with the sleeping method. Still shirtless and dripping from a shower, Yihei hears the doorbell. Preparing a peace and privacy were never on the schedule. A late visitor waits outside. Yihei opens the door cautiously, wondering who would show up at this hour. The visitor is Ouyongze, pink-haired and unusually serious. Yihei invites him in, but clearly suspects trouble. Ouyongze hesitates at the doorway, and Yihei wonders if he has come to drag him back into the Gang King, the Weiyang Club. Ouyongze suddenly dropped to his knees. He says people outside need Brother Yi and begs him to become the Dragon Blood Club's president. Yihei is baffled as Ouyongze grovels on the floor. The pink-haired troublemaker has clearly arrived with maximum drama. Yihei, who remembers Ouyongze as an ambitious former club president and cannot believe this is the same guy begging at his feet. Ouyongze says Dragon Blood Club members are glad Yihei is back. Yihei immediately asks what happened while he was away. Yihei spots the surveillance footage and demands to know if Ouyongze watched him fight through hidden cameras. Ouyongze tries to explain the camera was not in Yihei's room, but Yihei grabs him and makes it clear that excuse is not landing. He asks a real question. Why did the club ask him to be president? And what trouble has the organization run into? Yeah. He squeezes Ouyongze until the poor guy can barely breathe. That is one way to speed up a meeting. Ouyongze panics and blurts it out. The Dragon Blood Club is about to stop operating. The club once had special status and opened profitable channels for its members, but its support depended on staying strong and useful. Under Xian Zhangwan's leadership, the club suffered setback after setback. After setback, members left, its value collapsed, and the company welfare channels closed. Ouyongze explains that the Dragon Blood Club is stuck at the same grade as its rivals, and the club needs help before its reputation sinks any lower. He asks Yihei to save the club. Yihei looks tired, but he hears the desperation behind the request. Yihei calmly agrees to represent the Dragon Blood Club. Ouyongze immediately grabs his hand like he just found the emergency exit. He cuts through the celebration and asks the real question, what exactly does the club need him to do? Ouyongze reveals the Daxia Recovery Plan, a nationwide martial arts effort to reclaim regions overrun by monsters. The plan spans the whole country, with danger zones glowing across the map. This is not a school club fundraiser. Universities will join the recovery plan, and the senior students will take the front line. Even freshmen may be assigned responsibility for nearby regions. Ouyongze says the Dragon Blood Club must earn the highest score in the recovery plan. Yihei is already thinking about the obstacles ahead. Before any grand mission begins, Ouyongze climbs a ladder to disable the surveillance camera. Subtle planning has officially left the building. Yihei sees the prize clearly. Better achievements mean a better chance to draw a high-level martial arts template. For Yihei, the recovery plan is a chance to strengthen the club, raise its rank, and improve his odds in the college entrance exam. The club's entrance opens, and the mood changes fast. Someone has arrived with zero interest in a friendly meeting. A group storms into the club room, leaving its members sprawled across the floor. The recovery plan is suddenly the least of their problems. Yan Zhangshang is shaken. The pink-haired visitor was always polite to him, but now he is acting like a completely different man. Master Zhou recognizes the danger. Ouyongze is calling himself Yihei's disciple, and the real president is on the way. The club members stare at the looming arrival. One of them realizes this may be the man who truly runs the Dragon Blood Club. Yan Zhengxiang tries to push Ouyang Zheyanzhe aside, warning that Brother Jianzhong has already gathered people from across the club. Master Zhou refuses to back down. He says a wise bird chooses its tree, and he has chosen Yi He. The newcomer calls on everyone to return to the imperial capital and build a real martial arts family. His offer is simple: follow him and survive. Several members turn against the club, convinced Yi He cannot save it. Fear is doing the recruiting for their new leader. The white-haired rival admits he bribed the club's actors and officers in advance. Then he spots someone unexpected walking in. Shen Shen crashes into the room with a flying kick, announcing himself with impact instead of introductions. The rival side panics and starts calling for Brother Kai. The white-haired fighter is clearly done waiting downstairs. Brother Kai sneers that he can simply fight his way into the hall. He also threatens the club's money and resources if they refuse to submit. Brother Kai attacks, but a pink-haired fighter steps in and stops him cold. Lan Ziyi drives a brutal kick into Brother Kai, and even the rival leader is stunned by how strong she is. The white-haired rival realizes Lan Xia is no ordinary fighter. She dismisses Brother Kai as trash for failing to take down Yi. Brother Kai gets back up furious, ordering Shin Chen and Lan Xi to beat anyone who tries to leave. Loyalty, apparently, now comes as hospital bills. The crowd freezes as Brother Kai unleashes his power. He wants everyone to understand that he does not see them as equals. He roars that the dog ignores its master deserves punishment, and the room shakes under the threat. Ouyangze hears the commotion from the second floor, but Yihe is already moving before anyone can react. Yihe grabs Brother Kai by the hair and stops the rampage with frightening ease. The bully's confidence vanishes instantly. With one throw, Yihe sends Brother Kai flying out through the building. The club finally gets its answer to the intimidation act. Yihe adjusts his hair and calmly notes that it is much quieter now. That is much quieter now. That is one way to call a meeting to order. Inside the Dragon Blood Club, one nervous member admits he cannot stay after offending Zhou Kai. The room goes quiet as the club's problems pile up. The pink-haired executive lays down the rule: no contribution means no place in the club. His cold stare makes it clear this is not a friendly chat. Yi cuts through the panic and asks one simple question: will they accept his plan? Will they accept his plan? Stunned faces around him say nobody expected that. He identifies the real issue immediately. The Dragon Blood Club is short on money and investment. At least someone finally read the budget. The club wants to use Daxia's recovery next month as their big opportunity, but Yi says he has a much more direct solution. Yi grins and says he has heard the name Xiang Jianzhuang all over Imperial University. If the guy wants a fight, Yi is ready to end the noise. The others reveal why that name matters. Xiang Jianzhuang is aiming for the martial artist realm. Suddenly, this gamble looks a lot bigger. He explains the bait. If he challenges the best players in the entire school, investors will have no choice but to notice the Dragon Blood Club. The club explains that Dragon Blood's first division is the university's strongest department. Yi is not picking a schoolyard scuffle. He is poking the top predators. Dragon Bird elite are called Dragon Bird Masters, and their toughest fighters are reserved for direct challenges. The room realizes Yi is serious. Yi raises his hand and makes the declaration official. As Dragon Blood Club president, he will challenge every warrior in Hua University's first division. He even asks whether the stunt will attract enough investment. The others look like they are watching a man light a fuse indoors. Couple test the post as the first division A-stars are supposed to pass the brutal entrance exam. He casually reveals he was recruited directly instead. Even the pink-haired executive warns him that the school martial artist is no joke. He stays completely calm. He knows ordinary fighters need years to become martial artists, but against someone stronger, he has an advantage he refuses to expose yet. He decides not to reveal his time-stop trump card just for funding. Instead, he picked the loudest possible alternative: challenge the entire university. The pink-haired executive is shaken but convinced. He rushes off to call the news team for the Dragon Blood Club. The announcement explodes across campus. Yihe, the freshman who vanished for half a year, has returned and is challenging all of Hua University. Students tear into the rumor online, asking whether this newcomer is brave, crazy, or just smiling his way into a funeral. The story keeps getting stranger. Yihe apparently skipped the entrance exam and still entered the first department directly. That detail only feeds the chaos. At Wada Hospital, people recognize the name and predict Yihe is about to have another unlucky day. They clearly have not been watching closely enough. Skeptics call the challenge fake and say Yi must have used connections. The news team is thrilled anyway, because outrage gets the cameras rolling. The online debate snowballs as viewers wait for proof Yi has turned a funding problem into campus-wide entertainment. With the buzz rising, the Dragon Boat Club's live broadcast attracts serious attention. The investors are finally looking their way. In a hospital ward marked for Jukai, someone learns too late that Yi has already announced the challenge to the whole school. A bandaged man stares at his phone with a vicious grin. He calls the coming fight a courtship with death, which is certainly one way to RSVP. He reminds everyone that real warriors fight with no room for mercy. In his mind, an accidental death would be perfectly normal. The arena system powers up, and the challenge stops being a rumor. A glowing gateway opens for the broadcast event. Fans surge forward with their phones raised, screaming for their show to begin. The whole campus wants a front row view of Yihei's gamble. The crowd roars as the live feed launches. Everyone expects a massacre, and nobody is pretending this is a safe sporting event. Screens across the audience catch the image of a fighter descending into the arena. The anticipation hits maximum volume. Yay! He steps through the gateway, calm and steady, while blue energy swirls around him. He looks less like a freshman and more like the main event. The announcer welcomes everyone to the Water Arena tournament, officially beginning the night. The challenge is live now. Blue power crashes down around Yi in a violent burst. He does not flinch for a second. The smoke clears through flashing light and rolling energy. Yi stands right in the center of it, completely composed. The blast shakes the arena, but Yiha remains untouched. The crowd's excitement turns into stunned disbelief. Viewers explode with praise, calling Yi's entrance the coolest thing they have seen all year. The hype machine is officially overheating. Under the moonlit arena sky, Yi has spread his arms to the fading smoke. He has made one thing clear: this challenge will not be small. Inside the martial arts club, a young challenger steps onto the floor while the room goes completely still. Long Tao sizes up the freshman with a smug grin. He thinks this match is his shortcut to overnight fame. Long Tao openly admits he will use any loss as an excuse to bring in someone stronger. The guy has a backup plan for his backup plan. Yi calmly accepts the challenge, and Long Tao charges in as Dragon Blood Club's 8th Dan martial artist. Long Tao lunges forward, confident that one hard rush will put the freshman down. The crowd throws up its hands as the match officially begins. Yi explodes into motion with blue energy, and Long Tao is suddenly the one getting launched across the floor. Long Tao stares up in shock, realizing his precious clout just got flattened with him. Before the room can process it, Yao Ling from the second year steps forward and tells Yi she will fight him. Yao Ling is a 5th Dan fighter with a terrifying record, and the spectators wonder if she can finally stop him. Yi watches her blade descend and coolly judges that her weapon is simply too slow. He slips past a strike in a flash, leaving Yao Ling's attack smashing into empty space. He says he's in a hurry and plans to handle every challenger at once. His calm expression makes that sound way too believable. The older students snap, calling everyone together to teach the first year a lesson. He stands surrounded, then fires a blue blast straight into the incoming mob. His energy tears through the attackers and sends another fighter flying. The blue shockwave keeps rolling, and every student caught near it gets tossed aside. The crowd can only watch in disbelief as the freshman crushes opponent after opponent. A bandaged spectator decides brute force will not work. He says only Zhou Yanting, the Zhou family's gifted second son, can deal with Yihei. He calls Zhou Yanting a stubborn bloodhead, but insists the man would never ignore his little brother being humiliated. Then he grins and asks who else wants a turn. Apparently getting launched through the air was not enough of a warning. Yi stands amid the fallen students, cool and untouched, while the cup's confidence lies all over the floor. The remaining students finally understand the problem. Yi is strong enough to beat both sides of the fight without even trying. A new fighter arrives, and the crowd erupts because this is a martial master Knight's Dan, the real monster of the club. The newcomer is Zhou Yanting. His cultivation has reached terrifying heights, but he is visibly struggling to contain the power in his bloodline. Zhou Yanting's battlesuit ignites as he forces his body into combat mode. Yi is about to pay for his arrogance, according to the cheering crowd. Zhou Yanting's older brother approaches Yihei politely, offering compensation and asking if he's the one who beat his explosive younger brother. He looks genuinely confused. He says he only came to settle a score with one loud loser, not start a family reunion. The older brother says the Joe family's reputation has been insulted. His cold stare makes it clear that polite talk is already over. He shrugs it off and says he expected them to throw a tantrum. Then he demands an apology to everyone at the school. That demand hits a nerve. Zhou Yanting's older brother decides Yihei needs to be taught where his confidence ends. He roars, insolent, and gathers a crushing burst of power in his fist. The attack slams down with enough force to shake the whole arena. A blinding blast swallows the space between them, and everyone waits to see if Yi can survive it. Zhou Yanting howls as power pours from his body, refusing to let the freshman embarrass the family again. But inside the blast, a far stranger energy begins to coil around Yihe. Blue-eyed white wrecks around Yihe as the attack fails to put him down. Golden cracks flare beneath his skin, revealing that this fight has awakened something much more dangerous. Even Yihe looks startled as the temperature around him suddenly surges. Zhou Yanting emerges through the smoke with glowing eyes, but the heat now building around Yihei makes the situation even worse. The Watchers recognize it at last. Yi has triggered the sun-blazed blood, and the entire fight is about to change. The crowd watches the arena in disbelief. Yi and Zhou Yitang are fighting on a completely different level. The spectators call Yi Hua University's Great Demon King, while Zhou Yitang's monstrous strength makes the fight look anything but normal. Zhou Yitang charges in with fire ripping across his body, and Yi answers by bringing up that dark dragon form. The dragon, like Yi, he tells his opponent not to get distracted. That is not advice, it is a threat. Zhou Yitang dives forward through a storm of blue energy, but Yihei is already moving to meet him. The younger students panic as the clash keeps escalating. Nobody expected a school challenge to turn into this. Zhou Yitang glares at Yihan, and wonders how anyone can recruit a monster with such a barbaric fighting style. Then Zhou Yitang realizes something is wrong. His body feels like it is getting bigger. Zhou Yitang confidently explains that he is releasing his humanoid power little by little, gaining speed and nerve reactions without losing control. His transformed body surges forward, and Yi's huge dragon frame takes the hit head time. Zhou Yitang lands a heavy blow and boasts that beating Yi Yihe is now as easy as hitting a child. Even Zhou Yitang is shaken by what Yihe is. He thought his own bloodline was monstrous, but this opponent looks like a humanoid demon beast. Zhou Yitang admits his current power cannot break Yihei's defense, so he decides it is time to cultivate again mid-fight, casual. Yihe fires back with a crackling blue blast, forcing Zhou Yitang away. Yihe calls out Zhou Yitang for challenging him without studying his previous battles first. Zhou Yitang spins through the air and snarls that Yihe is the arrogant one. Zhou Yitang's eyes harden as he warns Yihe that he is about to die. Flames consume Zhou Yitang's body as he pushes his demon power to another level. He drops toward Yihei like a blazing meteor, turning the arena into a furnace. The spectators can barely process the heat. This attack is changing the whole environment around them. A massive burning sphere forms overhead, carrying the name of the Zhou family's martial art. The flaming attack descends, and Yihei is swallowed beneath its crushing heat. Zhou Yitang unveils his earth-fiend martial skill, Blazing Sun Demon Hand. Fire crashes down around Yihei, but the dragon form still refuses to fall. He finally looks impressed, then says Zhou Yitang is decent enough to test his newly created martial skill. Blue lightning tears across Yi's body as the dragon braces through the flames. Yi bares his teeth with a terrifying grin. Zhou Yitang has officially become the test target. He announces the move, Heaven Bombing Dragon Cannon. A colossal blue beam erupts upward from Yi, tearing through the incoming fire. The dragon cannon detonates in a violent collision of blue light and burning red energy. Zhou Yitang stares into the blast with wide eyes. For the first time, he looks genuinely afraid. Zhou Yitang thinks he's going to die as the beam launches him high above the arena. The attack becomes a towering pillar of light, visible far beyond the school grounds. When the dust settles, Yi says Zhou Yitang was a little too reckless. Back in human form, Yihe awkwardly explains that he only came to watch the tournament and somehow got dragged into the open. Yi faces Principal Shi while Zhou Yitang coming defeated in the background. Principal Shi admits this outcome was probably Yi's intention all along. He politely asks the principal to forgive Zhou Yitang this time, saying he only lost control for a moment. Principal Shi agrees to support the tournament, then asks whether anyone else wants to challenge Yi. The arena goes quiet. After that display, suddenly everyone remembers they have somewhere else to be. The students admit Yi-hei's energy wave was so intense that no one has any power left to keep fighting. Principal Shi declares Yi-hei the winner. As a first-year martial artist, he has defeated every challenger alone. He raises his fist as the school recognizes that no one before him has achieved this. Yi-hei's name is said to become a legend at Imperial University. Yi-hei's victory has a whole school losing its mind. The crowd is already calling him their future champion. News spreads that the national martial giant is injured, and even Shi Jinwen's survival is uncertain. Yi-hei's sudden rise feels uncertain. Yi-hei's sudden rise feels like heaven dropped a new star into Ankang. His classmates cheer like they personally trained him. He gets the credit, while everyone else gets a free cardio session from waving their arms. Then the online rumors turn suspicious. Why did Imperial University suddenly back Yi-hei? And who was really standing behind him? The answer is bigger than school politics. Yi-hei's identity is tied to a top-level power, and his deceased parents may not have been ordinary at all. Elsewhere, a loudmouth gets launched during a brawl while the Dragon Blood Club wonders where their #1 hero disappeared to. He is already gone, heading back to his dorm. He has something far more important than school drama on his mind. Inside a secured room, Yi-hei reports to his master that he found the golden gene hidden in Anchang. His master calmly says he can open the container. He used to work with the Golden Gene Project's engineers, which is not exactly a comforting resume. The container is trapped. Opening it broadcasts an electronic signal that can bring the Laserbird headquarters straight to their door. He asks how long the protection will take. His master says the complex lock needs about half a month, and tells him to focus on staying alive. As he investigates, Yi-hei learns the Golden Gene Project grew from Prometheus, a secret group obsessed with capturing an otherworldly demon. Prometheus nearly awakened the demon's heavenly bloodline. Their scientists fed it ingredients for years, hoping to forge an impossible evolution. They finally captured the demon in humanoid form. From there, the experiments only became more ambitious. Prometheus wanted to build a god on Earth. The living material led to several research projects, including the sensational one Yi-hei recognizes. The goal was a man-made god that could stand beside the descendants of demon gods. Instead, the project left a trail of dangerous secrets. The plan reached for absolute fairness, where every human could become a blue star. Naturally, nobody thought that would end quietly. There was even a project meant to rewrite human genes and leap ahead in evolution. Yi-hei realizes the Golden Gene Project came from this same nightmare. Yi-hei senses that Prometheus dug too deep. He decides he will have to visit their headquarters sooner or later. Before leaving, Yi-hei checks the item Zhang Tian gave him. He finally has time to prepare for the next cultivation trial. The next moment, Yi is standing in cold rain, staring upward with calm focus as the trial map takes shape around him. He finds a battlefield littered with weapons and bodies. The evidence says humans fought here, and they fought hard. The armored corpses are scarred by flames that even the freezing rain cannot put out. This place is still burning with bad history. Yi spots non-human claw marks among the wreckage. His expression sharpens as the rain suddenly stops. A burst of golden fire tears through the battlefield. He immediately wonders whether the armored fighters can move freely in this heavy gear. The answer arrives in person. A black-clad fighter steps out with a confident grin, ready to test this new visitor. The stranger calls Yi a martial rhythm challenger and says the next trial is about to begin. Before Yi can settle in, the fight makes his move, launching through the rain with a blue flash of power. Yi slips away from the charge with a cool little huff. The attacker is fast, but not fast enough. The armored hunter is left sparking in the mud while Yi has already moved on. Getting ignored hurts more than the landing. The confused fighter calls after him, asking why he is running away. Yi treats the trial like a map to explore, not a queue for duels. Yi rides onward through the dark forest, only to find an old man waiting in a strange wheeled contraption. The old man complains that his vehicle only has enough strength to carry him, then asks what it takes to rob Yi, then asks what it takes to rob Yi-hei. Bold opening line, old fart. Yi just stares at him and repeats, robber? The old man's grand entrance has clearly not landed the way he planned. The old man claims Yi broke into his family's martial rhythm space. Yeah, he sees the problem differently. This guide is trying to shake him down. Yi says he's not interested in the old man's grievances. As an incompetent guide, the man should probably stop by doing his job. Then Yeha attacks, sending a sharp blue slash across the rain-soaked ground. He is done negotiating. The old man recoils in shock and asks what Yehi is doing. He expected a traveler, not a walking counter-argument with a sword. Yehi bares his teeth and makes it simple. He says he can only follow a guide who can keep up while he explores the map. The old master admits the brat wrecked his car, then points out a much bigger problem. This blue-head martial artist has already walked this route before. The spray marks vanish into the vast plain, but the protagonist quickly realizes they are still a trail leading toward the trial site. The old master sneers that the kid will be lost forever in this martial arts world. He is getting very confident for a man following somebody else's tracks. The protagonist looks up as a bird circles overhead, and he suspects the trial may not even be on the ground. The master is impressed despite himself. The kid found the key clue almost instantly, and his sharp perception makes this shortcut look painfully obvious. The protagonist takes charge, saying they are in a vast plain and need to head toward its highest point. Then he casually asks to borrow the horse again. They race through a frozen mountain wilderness, chasing the trail toward the distant peak. The horse tears across the snow with blue fire around its head, carrying both riders at full speed. The horse's eye flashes with alarm. Something ahead has it rattled before the riders can even see it. The horse suddenly rears and crashes through the snow, forcing the protagonist to brace himself. He realizes the horse sensed danger because they have reached their destination. Then lightning reveals exactly what has been waiting there. A towering multi-headed dragon emerges in the storm, each monstrous neck framed by crackling gold energy. The old master recognizes it as Demora, the legendary nemesis called the Star-Destroying Calamity. That is not a trial boss, that is a full-time disaster. Demora fires a blazing attack, swallowing the snowy battlefield in gold and orange light. The blast hits like a falling sun, throwing debris everywhere and burying the riders in the explosion. The attack cars into the ground, but the master refuses to fold. He insists he is the master of this space and will not die here. Burning with stubborn defiance, the master faces the calamity and calls the intruder nothing more than dust before his wrath. Even while wounded, the old master can only stare at the protagonist and mutter that the kid is still too young. The trial is not about killing Demora. It is about surviving the beast's attacks long enough to earn its recognition and claim the inheritance. The master remembers the blue-haired warrior who cleared the trial before, but this kid should never have reached this point at his current cultivation. The protagonist is still alive, but something is visibly wrong with his body. His frame starts changing under the pressure. He reveals that his template gave him no physical boost at first because their compatibility was too low. Now that compatibility is finally rising. Blue energy floods around him as the template merges into his soul. The broken sword he could not use before is suddenly within reach. The master watches in disbelief as the protagonist unleashes his true power. He can barely accept that this kid might be a monster too. The temple might manifest Demora's cellular power, wrapping the protagonist in a huge blue-black dragon form. The transformation is complete, but it comes with a brutal limit. Once his energy runs dry, this godlike form lasts only around half a minute. The transformed protagonist locks eyes with Demora and decides half a minute is enough. Demora lunges through the storm, and the old master realizes the calamity is about to battle the very power that made it famous. The master looks up in pure shock as the dragon forms crash together overhead. Their collision hammers the mountainside, blasting rock into the air while the protagonist's blue power holds its ground. Demora rises again, refusing to be overpowered by its own imitation. The protagonist calls for a rematch in the five-element space, and both dragons dive straight back into the fight. The beasts collide in a violent surge of snow and energy, turning the icy valley into their personal arena. Demora's many necks coil together, gathering a massive golden attack while the protagonist's blue dragon charges forward. Demora basically tells him he cannot bully it just because it cannot fully transform, and it proves that technicality is not a weakness. The blue dragon unleashes a crushing energy strike, but Demora counters from a different angle with its own golden blast. The attacks meet in a blinding eruption, drowning the battlefield in blue-white fire. Blue lightning and gold energy slam together, point-blank range as neither side gives an inch. The impact balloons into a massive flash, leaving the outcome hidden inside the blast. The clash erupts in a blinding blast as blue dragon energy slams straight into its monstrous target. Luke Qingju realizes this is no simple beam struggle. The pressure is still climbing. The blue power surges harder, swallowing the battlefield in a roaring wave of light. Then the monster reveals its real form. Meteor Emperor Demore, a hulking, three-headed dragon nightmare. All three heads blare through the blast, refusing to go down quietly. Naturally, one dragon head was not dramatic enough. Blue energy tears across Demora's armored body, carving through the creature at close range. The battered dragon remains standing, but the attack has clearly pushed its body past the limit. The giant beast braces itself from the frozen ground while the blue blast keeps hammering forward. Demora stares into the incoming power with its eyes wide, finally looking scared of what is about to hit. The blast detonates point blank and wipes the dragon from view in a wall of blue-white light. The energy crashes down like a glowing waterfall, leaving nothing but raw force and flying debris. One final burst punches through the haze, and the monster's body starts breaking apart. A burning core is all that remains as Demora's enormous form collapses under the attack. The dragon's fading power twists into a towering blue shape, and the battle finally falls quiet. Watching from below, the old master cannot believe it. Liu Qingju just slaughtered a multi-headed white dragon. A victory does not look comfortable. Liu Qingzhao's face tightens as overwhelming heat starts tearing through him. He crashes into the remains and complains that the dragon is dead, but its inherent space is still fighting back. The old master lunges in with a smug grin, convinced he can still take the prize for himself. Liu Qingju rockets through the red-hot darkness, eyes locked forward even as the pressure crushes down on him. His arm feels like molten iron, but he refuses to let go while his hand reaches deeper into the heat. Then he finds it. Liu Qingju spots the hidden inheritance and reaches for it without hesitation. The prize is a heavy black orb wrapped in a golden glow, and it is not giving itself up easily. With both hands, Liu Qingju hoists the orb overhead and forces its power to answer him. The old master watches in shock as golden energy coils around Liu Qingju's battered body. The orb unfolds into armor, locking into him piece by piece with a very expensive-looking glow. His eye flashes gold as the transformation completes, and the inherited power becomes his. Liu Qingju emerges in black horned dragon armor, wearing the kind of grin that says, "The gamble paid off." The reward has a name, the Abyssal Dragon Armor, a brutal inheritance built for someone strong enough to survive it. The old master admits the armor's strength is absurd. Even a powerful martial artist only claimed part of this inheritance before. Liu Qingju casually says putting it on was easy. The old man is not emotionally prepared for that answer. The old master clenches his fist, calls him a little brat, then gives up, because the armor already chose its owner. He explains that the ancestor recognized Liu Qingju, so the family inheritance could pass to someone worthy. Liu Qingju immediately asks if there is a second volume. The old master looks like he regrets teaching him confidence. The old master warns that this armor is overwhelmingly powerful, but it needs matching internal cultivation or it will destroy an ordinary body. 7 days later, Liu Qingju is still recovering while the old master's warning hangs over the new armor. A phone notification finally drags Liu Qingju out of bed. Even dragon slayers have to answer messages. From under the blanket, he hears that he has spent most of the week digesting the armor's power inside his martial rhythm space. The caller tells Liu Qingju to report to the university and collect his mission reward from the principal. Still groggy and bleeding from the mouth, Liu Qingju wonders why the principal wants a private chat again. The story opens at Kuai University's floating heavenly arc tower, a campus that looks like someone built a sci-fi city on top of a temple. Inside the vast lobby, Yihei waits calmly until a woman says the principal has been expecting him. The red-clad guide introduces herself as Nua and tells Yihei to follow her upstairs. Yihei to her, Nui notices she does not seem entirely human. Nua catches him looking and bluntly asks whether he is curious about her body. Yihei is instantly caught off guard. Yi quickly explains that he's interested in cutting-edge technology, not making the situation weird. Nua gives him absolutely no mercy. Nua opens part of her uniform to reveal a glowing mechanical core. She explains that her mass-produced service body is only made to resemble a human. Yi realizes the university's technology is far beyond normal robotics. Nua is not a person in armor. She is a machine wearing a human shape. At the 667th floor, Nua drops Yihai at the principal's office. The moment he steps inside, something feels wrong. Yihei's vision glitches as a strange power surges through him. He has barely arrived, and reality is already acting suspicious. The force throws Yihei backward, leaving him stunned and scrambling to understand what just hit him. Principal Shi calmly welcomes Yihei and asks how he suddenly appeared here. Yihei is equally confused, but he recognizes the principal from the Qinglong martial manual. The principal tastes his tea and confirms Yihei's strange ability can create a limited spatial shift. He realizes he has just used space power by accident. Principal Shi reveals that Yihee's heaven-defying realm time-stop ability earned him credit for a dangerous live-fire mission, plus access to better martial skills and a custom weapon. Yihei is not impressed by rewards alone. He asks for permission to access the gene locks and learn more about Prometheus. The principal agrees, then Yihei nervously asks whether he can really see the secret files. The old man has clearly decided to ruin his peaceful tea break. Principal Shi leads Yihei into the archives, promising that the files will tell him more than another lecture ever could. The principal warns Yihei that it is not too late to turn back before he sees the files. He hesitates, but keeps going. In the archive, a huge glass chamber holds a glowing, tangled, brain-like mass. He stares at it in disbelief. The principal reveals that this is Nua's central computer unit, her true main body. He learns that Nua was once an AI-made staff member before becoming something far more unsettling. The principal says half of the brain was created decades ago from Prometheus, an otherworldly god project. Yi's shock turns into alarm. He connects the dots. Prometheus was a disaster powerful enough to threaten humanity itself, and this university has been hiding part of it. Principal Shi exports Nua's data onto a device and hands it to Yihei, telling him he can ask it whatever he wants to know. He is stunned that the principal trusts him with secrets tied to the university's most important missions. The principal casually tells Yihao to leave, warning that visiting a student's room alone would look bad. Yihao can only sweat at the timing. Before Yi can leave quietly, a violent green aura crashes into the hallway. Someone is very eager to make an entrance. A muscular green-haired student steps through the light like he owns the place, radiating pure trouble. The stranger's powerful looks into Yihei. This is not a friendly campus welcome. Yihei braces himself while the green-haired fighter closes in, clearly enjoying the intimidation. The newcomer boasts that he is Shenzhen Swan, already a 9-star student in his first semester. Humility did not survive the trip to this hallway. Sheng recognizes Yihei as the student who woke from a coma and asks why he has delivered himself straight to his doorstep. Yihei, still wary, asks whether Sheng is from the Dragon God Club. Sheng tells him to come to the training room. Sheng grins and reveals exactly why he called Yihei over. He wants a fight. Yang says Yihei is the one who stepped on his Dragon Blood Club's historical record, and he is here to settle that score. He recognizes Sheng as the Shaman King and realizes he is being dragged into a fight with someone far more dangerous than expected. The aftermath reveals Sheng did not show up by accident. He woke Yihei from his coma a week ago, and now the real reason for that visit is about to surface. Inside the exclusive cultivation chamber, the black-haired young man clenches his fist behind his glasses. His Monster King is starving, and he knows he is finally out of easy options. He unleashes a storm of glowing magic cores, feeding them into the chamber like he is trying to satisfy the world's hungriest pet. His electronic-made Nua pushes the Emperor template higher, but the young man looks thrilled instead of relieved. Every new core buys power, and apparently also creates a bigger appetite. He orders Nua to activate the chamber's energy shield, getting at the privilege of ignoring normal limits. The level bar climbs, but his mood hardens. The answer keeps coming back the same. Not enough. The higher the template rises, the faster its demand for magic cores explodes. This is high-grade growth where even success starts charging interest. He realizes the brutal flaw in the system. If the template cannot turn into combat power fast enough, all that growth means nothing when a real threat arrives. The timer races forward as the chamber floods with blue light. Something inside is getting dangerously close to breaking free. Blue crystal shards swirl around a dark silhouette, turning the chamber into a frozen storm. A cold-eyed figure appears within the crystal, and the warning is clear. When this coffin opens, the king of monsters will appear. Elsewhere, sleek black aircraft descend through the sky, signaling that the outside world has its own crisis brewing. The Great Summer Martial Artist Recovery Plan begins today, and its organizers arrive with military-level flair. An elderly commander in a long black coupe faces the gathered students. Every martial artist in the nation is being called into the campaign. He rises into the air above the aircraft, making sure the crowd understands this is not a casual school announcement. The students look upward, wary and focused. Even the black-haired fighter and his blue-haired companion know a major order is coming. From above, the commander overlooks a massive formation of students, all waiting for the signal. The old commander calls on every Wada student to ignite their blood-smoke banners, and his fierce grin tells you he has been waiting for this. The crowd dances with one roar. Red battle spirit erupts across the sky. Their rising blood smoke banners twist together overhead, driven by martial chi and raw determination. The separate streams fuse into a towering crimson column, bright enough to paint the entire horizon red. The commander calls this their battle spirit. They will reclaim the lost summer even if the price is death. The red pillar hangs above the city, while the commander watches from the clouds, letting the spectacle sink in. He tells the students they already know the mission's ahead. Now they have to prepare themselves and come back alive. The black-haired fighter and the blue-haired wanderer, blue-haired woman stare ahead in silence. Their faces are calm, but neither of them takes the warning lightly. The old commander promises that water will always be their home, waiting for their return. Beneath the bluster, the old fighter is genuinely worried about them. He commands every Imperial University martial artist to follow his lead and shout with him. A student raises his fist and roars, "Before us, there is no foe." The chant spreads through the crowd as students throw themselves into it with fierce, almost desperate energy. But back in the Crystal Chamber, that same slogan meets a far colder audience. A glowing figure is still trapped inside the coffin. A shattered eye opens in the blue light, quietly reminding us that confidence is not the same thing as safety. In another facility, a purple-haired woman in sharp heels arrives. The staff immediately address her as Director Yu. Director Yu Yan, once a Prometheus researcher and now a Laserbird executive, reviews a grim report about stolen golden genes and failed containment. She says the board may suspect the same people behind the explosion, but their proof is thin. Her smirk says she is already thinking several moves ahead. With the nation's fighters focused on the recovery campaign, Laserbird finally has room to release the monster it has been hiding. Yu explains that the escaped first-generation golden gene was a Pandora's box, and its loss led to an even worse mistake. She enters a sealed laboratory packed with machinery, moving with the calm of someone who absolutely should not be this relaxed. Yu reaches into a pocket and produces a small control device, preparing to wake the experiment. Her fingers press the controls one by one. The chamber begins answering with heavy mechanical sounds. A grotesque armored head rises from the darkness, wide into the facility like a machine built from a nightmare. Yu gives the creature its designation, -1. Red cables twitch beneath its metal shell. The full experiment stands in its glowing containment ring, hulking and silent while Yu watches from below. Yu's confident expression cracks into alarm as the chamber's new terror starts to react. A black aircraft cuts through the clouds, carrying a sealed problem that clearly should not have been loaded onto a plane. Inside the cargo bay, a huge armored prison holds a snarling monster whose teeth are already testing the limits of its cage. The armed squad follows the captain's order toward West City, while the monster waits to beat behind them like a nightmare with excellent timing. The captain stays cool and tells the team not to panic. He believes even a high-level martial artist can be contained. One soldier proudly backs him up, convinced their long record means they can handle one more dangerous mission. The captain tells Eve to lock down the flight system and activate autopilot. That order is about to become painfully useful. The crew suddenly realizes the plane is out of control and their fear turns into a nervous little laugh. As alarms flare, the soldier accuses the captain of betrayal. The mission has gone from risky to very personal. The captain grimly denies betraying Laserbird, then apologizes to his men with a face that says he has already chosen the ugly option. The soldiers beg him not to do it, but they can only stare at their captain in disbelief. The captain approaches the prison anyway, and the monster laughs because it can smell what is coming. The beast calls Captain brother and asks for blood. Its drooling grin makes the request sound less like a favor and more like a meal plan. The captain offers his beating hand and tells the monster the squad members are all martial artists above Grandmaster, all martial artists above Grandmaster level. He unlocks the prison and sets the hound free, fully aware that this bargain is about to cost far more than blood. The monster immediately demands more, while the captain keeps his expression hard and his fear hidden. The captain says he is a Nook Baidu secret agent, not the monster's food, and asks what it truly wants. He tells the hound to vent its anger freely in Shia after it gets out of prison. That is not a comforting sentence when the prison is an aircraft. The captain leaps from the plane as Xia begins reclaiming lost cities, leaving the beast behind to do what it does best. The aircraft races away through the sky while the captain's final instruction hangs over the monster. Freedom comes after escape. The hound remembers hunting dogs for food and laughs at the irony. Now that it is off the leash, it wants payback. It admits it was badly underestimated, then promises to tear its enemies apart and swallow them whole. The prison erupts as bolts and metal blast outward. The cage finally loses its argument with the monster inside. Through the smoke, the hound focuses on one goal: complete its golden gene, achieve true transformation, and become a god. The creature bursts free in a larger, more terrifying form, finally free to ask who still dares treat it like a dog. Its exposed brain pulses with red energy as it glares into the sky, furious and very ready to collect the old debts. Over West City, commanders order ships to withdraw from the bombardment range. Their plan is to use the whole city as bait. Bombardment lights the streets as a small dagger squad moves in, hoping to pierce the monster's core and take down the overlord. The squad's aircraft closes in through the burning city, but the hound is already descending toward them. The beast dives at the ship with claws spread wide, turning the hunter's trap into a direct encounter. An armored fighter braces for impact as the monster's red eyes lock onto the squad. The hound stops laughing again. It has decided these attackers may be a better menu than the crew on the plane. It announces that it wants to try a different kind of food, and the threat lands with a hungry grin. The hound launches itself forward, its monstrous frame moving with shocking speed toward the squad. Strange red tendrils broom from its head like a living network, signaling another brutal change in its body. The tendrils whip through the air as the creature twists above the battlefield, transforming mid-attack. A dark silhouette crashes toward the aircraft, and the squad is suddenly staring up at something far beyond a normal monster. The beast's body continues warping in the smoke, its limbs and wings stretching into an even more unnatural shape. Now fully airborne, the hound hangs over the city like a living predator, ready to feed on the force sent to kill it. Golden lights flare across its head as the transformation pushes deeper, making its new power impossible to ignore. The monster revels in the city's rich genetic ecosystem, thrilled that its damaged body can recover here. To it, this battlefield is the perfect buffet. West City is already a wreck. Explosions rip through the streets as something huge tears into the rescue zone. The defenders watch a monster smash through the city, and the panic hits fast. Xiao Zhaozhang warns Sister Lu that the monster that destroyed the plane may still be nearby. She looks shaken, but she is not backing down. The group is told to stay out of the city center, but the beast is already looming over the ruined buildings. They realize the demonic beasts wrecking the crash site were wiped out by one person. That is impressive, right up until a real monster looks back. A gaunt, many-eyed creature crawls into view with a grin that makes everyone freeze. The monster's glowing eyes lock onto the survivors. It's clearly enjoying this bar too much. The creature quietly says the prey took the bait. Apparently the apocalypse also comes with hunting tips. Xiao Zhaojiang launches his chi wind slash, throwing himself into the fight with a fierce, focused strike. His blade cuts in, but his horrified face says it all. The target feels less like flesh and more like soft mud. The monster opens a massive mouth and swallows Yahusheng whole before anyone can reach him. A black, fleshy mass surges around him, and the others can only watch the attack close in. Sister Lu stares in disbelief as the group realizes Xiao Hozhang was eaten. Sister Lu snaps out of it and charges in, furious enough to make the monster regret being dramatic. Her attack slams into the creature, and it turns with a savage glare as dark energy coils around it. Sister Lu unleashes her own chi wind slash, diving through the monster's twisting black body. She recognizes the move as Xiao Zhang's technique, then hears him call out from inside the creature. He is still alive. The monster erupts into writhing tentacles, while Sister Liu stares upward, stunned that Xiao Zhan survived. The beast's victims scream for Sister Lu to save them. Their terror makes the trap's real purpose painfully clear. More trapped people beg for help, and Sister Lu's face goes pale as the creature keeps feeding. The monster towers behind Sister Lu as she tells everyone to run. She is terrified, but she still puts herself between it and the crowd. The creature smugly calls its victims old meat, then senses a golden gene somewhere else in West City. Sister Liu's expression hardens as the creature plans to blend into other martial teams and keep feeding. The monster boasts that it has broken free of its restraints and ascended into a demon. It is heading straight for the battlefield. Elsewhere, a captain reports that a Lord-level demonic beast has broken through again. A defender races across the battlefield and tells everyone not to panic, even as another monster charges in. A horned beast bounds through the smoke, its body bristling with armor and raw power. Green energy flashes across the battlefield as a warrior prepares to meet the threat head-on. The warrior drops like a green comet, eyes blazing as he aims straight for the incoming beast. The defenders face an endless beast tide, and their firepower is barely holding the line. Dean Chen Tianyu explains that their 5-person dagger team was dismantled years ago after they killed a high-level demonic beast. Dai King insists their risky route was the best chance to reach the Overlord's new vanguard. Chen Tianyu tells Dai Qin that high-level martial artists must trust their intuition, especially when death is close. The teacher suddenly orders everyone to stop and get their guard up. Chen Tianyu's eyes widen. Something is coming, and he knows it is bad. A burning mass falls out of the sky like a meteor, turning the battlefield silent for one brutal second. The impact explodes across the ground, and the incoming threat finally reveals its full size. It is the West City Overlord, the golden-horned beetle, and it looks built specifically to ruin everyone's evening. The target is confirmed. Chen Tianyu orders every available troop to form up for the fight. In the ruins of West City, blue lightning erupts around the armored fighter as the battle starts at full volume. The electric assault tears across the battlefield, forcing the huge golden insect creature to brace for impact. Lightning crashes down from above, but the golden monster only twists through the blast, like this is a warm-up. The Overlord sneers at the humans and promises to show them what pure beast force suppression really means. It dives headfirst to the lightning, turning its own massive body into a golden missile. The ground takes the hit hard, and the shockwave proves this thing is not slowing down for anybody. The Faiju stare in disbelief as the monster shakes off the attack. That was supposed to hurt. A black-haired fighter enters with glowing green hands, activating the earthly fiend martial art. Water droplets pierce stone hand. Blue energy lances into the Overlord at close range, landing cleanly across its armored body. The blast sends a human fighter flying, but the Overlord is already calculating their moves instead of panicking. A glowing artifact flares to life as one fighter orders the old man to retreat before the monster can finish him. Qian launches her next move, her face focused and cold, while blue energy tears through the dust. She demands more power, and 2 violet discs spin into place, like a martial arts version of a very angry cosmic lock. The technique settles into balance. Yin and Yang are firmly established, and the trap races toward the Overlord. The violet seals streak across the battlefield, closing in before the monster can slip away. The Overlord is caught inside the rotating seals, stunned that a human martial art can lock down its movements. The monster recognizes the next threat immediately. The humans are expanding a domain. A giant blue ancestral force descends in a storm of lightning, swallowing the trapped battlefield in raw power. The domain invokes the Nine Heavens family's ancestral arts, rituals, and alchemy. They brought the whole family toolbox. Even pinned beneath the lightning, the Overlord admits the human cultivation system has real merit. Golden energy surges through the monster's body as it starts forcing power back against the blue domain. The Overlord decides the humans may be worth learning from. That is not the compliment anyone wanted from a giant bug. Blue lightning slams down again, colliding with the monster's golden defenses in a blinding burst. The impact runs into a huge golden explosion, briefly hiding both sides behind fire and debris. As the flare clears, the battlefield waits to see whether the Overlord finally went down. The battered Overlord rises anyway, impressed by the humans, but certain an ordinary Beast King could never endure that attack. The humans realize the truth with growing alarm. This enemy may have a rare metamorphic form. A golden feature reveals its new state, golden horned insect, second molting stage. The second molting reveal lands like a warning bell, and the Overlord's red eyes make it clear the fight just got worse. The transformed monster picks its target and declares that the troublesome old man dies first. It vanishes forward in a golden blur, blasting past the defenders before they can react. Someone shouts a warning for Elder Mu, but the monster is already closing the distance. A gold flash erupts across the ruined street, sending nearby fighters scrambling out of the attack path. The Overlord's speed throws the group into the air, leaving them shocked at how fast this new form moves. Wu Hong steps in with Thunder Dragon's spear, meeting the golden blur with crackling blue power. The clash becomes a close-range brawl, with a red-eyed fury pressing straight into the defenders. The Overlord catches a fighter and hammers him down with brutal force before the lightning can stop it. Wu Hong roars as he watches the attack unfold, his face twisted with rage and urgency. The golden monster dismisses the humans as livestock and smashes another defender aside. Elder Morris sees their close range, his terrified expression showing he knows exactly how bad this has become. The Overlord taunts the whole team. If they cannot handle one beast like it, their clever scheme means nothing. The Elder Mole is left sweating as a worse possibility hits him. What if West City has more Overlords? West City is already a war zone as a huge command ship descends through smoke and fire. Inside the ship, the officers spot a massive bioenergy signal burrowing up from below. That is never a good first report. The thing erupts between the buildings, a colossal armored tentacle ripping the city apart. The commander orders ground forces to pull back while the ship engages. Everyone is moving fast, because that tentacle is moving fast. The monster lashes upward, its burning armored body whipping toward the command ship. The warship fires down at point-blank range, blasting a chunk from the tentacle. For 1 second it looks like the hit worked, then the severed mass starts twitching again. The strike leaves a gruesome wound, but the monster is nowhere near finished. The tentacle regenerates in front of him, and the commander realizes ordinary firepower is useless. His jaw tightens as he gives the only order left: prepare the bunker buster nuclear missiles. Missile bays open beneath the ship, lining up 3 nuclear answers to one very stubborn problem. The missiles launch together and streak directly into the writhing mass. The blast plumes over the city in a wall of fire. 3 nuclear warheads detonate, and the commander can only hope the fighters below escaped in time. Then Operator reports the impossible. The Overlord level signature is still there. The monster has absorbed all 3 nukes, leaving the crew stunned. The commander grips his console in disbelief. A nuclear trump card just became monster food. A new voice hijacks the central system and takes authority over the battlefield. The masked commander freezes as the unseen authority thanks the defenders, then demands control. The order is simple: hand the battlefield to him. The officers have no clue who he is. Their sensors pick up an intercontinental ballistic missile coming in, and panic spreads across the bridge. The missile has a life signature on it, yet somebody is riding the missile. Normal commuting has officially ended. The ICPM roars through the clouds toward the burning city. Standing on its nose is Yihei, calm and focused as the missile carries him into battle. Yehei's blue eyes lock forward beneath his white coat. He is not here to watch. Only minutes earlier, Hawaii University, Yihei completed a breakthrough in a column of blue light. The breakthrough leaves him standing in a new form, surrounded by crackling energy. A pink-haired researcher congratulates Yihei and immediately gives him a special nanosuit tool. She activates the nanosuit device against his chest, and energy races across his body. The black armor suit forms around Yihei, its blue patterns glowing like living scales. He learns the West City unit has been gone for 5 hours, and his surprise turns into urgency. Yihei asks for a supersonic jet, but it is too slow. He needs an ICBM to reach the city in time and take the Overlord's core. His Emperor General template reaches 99% synchronization, but the final step still needs a Lord Rank's core. Back in the present, Yihei launches from the sky on his missile delivery service. He sees the monster still alive after 3 nukes and calls it the Earth Demon. It does not enjoy the introduction. The Earth Demon gets offended that Yihei mocked its name. But even city-sized monsters have standards. The missile crashes into the tentacle giant in a brilliant impact. Yihei dives through the smoke, and the Earth Demon learns that the Emperor General has a vicious temper. Blue lightning gathers around Yihei's hand as he launches his next attack. The lightning expands into a massive electric strike, swallowing the battlefield in blue-white power. Yihei drives the attack straight into the Earth Demon's armored tentacles. Electric force tears through the monster's limbs as it thrashes against the assault. The strike slices clean through tentacle, proving Yihei's finally brought power the Earth Demon cannot casually absorb. A lone fighter stands before a massive shadowy beast, looking calm even as the battlefield erupts around him. Blue lightning tears across the sky and rips through the battlefield with savage force. Back at Pitohua University, the officers celebrate when a graduate is sent to reinforce them. They think West City can finally be saved. The uniformed commander grins and says they can actually win. Confidence is doing heavy lifting tonight. The lightning keeps carving through the darkness, leaving only violent flashes and shattered debris. The horned alien king peers down through the storm, impressed that his opponent managed to hide himself. Wu Hong smiles through the sparks and promises to finish this in a single breath. A spinning blue vortex gathers around him, pulling the entire attack into one terrifying point. Wu Hong names the move Emperor Mora's secret art, nuclear sky kick. The glowing strike launches upward like a comet, then curves down toward the planet below. From far above, the attack looks like a blue spear, punching straight toward Earth. The defenders stare at the blinding beam over West City, wondering what on earth just happened there. The alien king coughs through the blast damage, shocked that a shield expert hit this hard. He admits Wu Hong forced him into his 3rd form, but he is still standing. The insect-like king braces over Wu Hong's fallen body and mocks him for needing a 3rd form. Wu Hong is bloodied but focused. He knows the blood-burning secret arts will not last much longer, yet he refuses to give up. The king prepares to kill the hidden monster, while Wu Hong locks onto him with deadly martial intent. The alien king sneers that their power gap is still too huge to overcome. Wu Hong answers with another technique, Earth Fiend martial art, Thousand Fathom Thunderstake. A colossal pillar of cyan lightning drops from above, turning the dark sky white. The thunderstick slams down with crushing force, blasting the ground apart beneath the alien king. The king is driven into the impact zone, but he grins and reveals he recently perfected a cold division conversion experiment. The coldly tells Wu Hong that, as a human acknowledged by an alien king, he can die and be reborn in a stronger form. The lightning keeps hammering him into the crater, but the king's confidence does not crack. Electricity lashes across the ruined ground as the attack reaches its violent peak. The alien king complained that humans burn through their life force too quickly. He is apparently reviewing combat stamina like a disappointed coach. Wu Hong rises from the smoke, alive through sheer stubbornness after using the blood-secret art to preserve his body. The king calls him a human corpse and says his punishment will be getting flattened into slag. He points out that Wu Hong has been resisting a fight that began beyond the city's outskirts. Then someone asks if Wu Hong did not just die in battle, and the answer comes with a sinister little hum. A man with glowing eyes laughs that he did not die. Something much worse is waking up. A black and crimson mass bursts around Wu Hong, twisting upward like a living nightmare. The nearby fighters recoil in horror as they realize Wu Hong is changing before their eyes. The transformed creature crouches over the battlefield, its body wrapped in dark flesh and hungry energy. The creature flashes a vicious grin and decides the people nearby look delicious too. That is not a normal post-fight snap. The alien king stares at the grotesque new form and asks what this disgusting thing is. He senses traces of a dark, crazy aura inside it and realizes this creature may be something far beyond a human. Black tendrils bloom from the monster as it lets out a delighted, deeply unsettling laugh. The transformed Wu Hong introduces himself as -1, then calmly announces that he is here to eat the alien. The alien king swears up and snarls one word in reply: arrogant. The golden monster crashes down hard, looking confident for exactly 1 second. Then dark flash erupts from its body, and the creature realizes something inside it is very wrong. It panics as its own flesh and blood start getting eaten from the inside. The monster's body twists into a huge spiked mouth, trapping the smaller fighter in a nightmare-sized stomach. It asks if anyone knows what an anglerfish is. That is never a comforting question in a fight. The swollen creature slams down as it tries to finish digesting its prey. Its bloated body tightens, but the thing it swallowed is still fighting back. The monster staggers upright, barely keeping its balance under the pressure inside. The nearby fighters see their opening and shout for Din Shen to be taken away. But the monster has not forgotten the others. It calls them its perfect dessert. Before it can strike, a blue beam tears down from the sky and the monster freezes in shock. The blue energy keeps spilling overhead, bright enough to make everyone stop and stare. The attack surges toward the battlefield like a blue tidal wave. A silhouette dives through the energy, heading straight for the monster. The monster rushes forward, angry and desperate, while the blue power closes in. The collision explodes in a blinding flash of blue lightning. The survivors scramble to protect Din Shen, realizing the blast may hit anyone nearby. Lightning detonates across the ground, and the monster is driven down by the impact. He appears inside the storm, glaring at the monster that everyone thought had already beaten him. He refuses to let it devour Din Shen or the others, and pours even more power into the strike. The monster complains that the dark red substance tastes awful. Even cosmic monsters have standards, apparently. Deihi's blue energy blasts are straight through the monster in a violent burst. The monster is throwing back through the smoke, its body taking the full force of the attack. A broken cry rises from the dust as the monster crashes down. Its mangled body falls through the smoke, but Yihei is not relaxing yet. Yihi's glowing eyes stay locked on the target. He says he will not let it die so easily. Blue power coils around Yihei's body as he prepares another devastating move. The energy whips through the rubble and shoots skyward, gathering force above the battlefield. A towering blue spear forms in the clouds, aimed directly at the crater below. Yi unleashes Earth Throne, sending the massive strike straight down. The beam drops like a divine hammer, carving through the battlefield. The impact erupts in a huge blast, swallowing the crater in smoke and light. When the dust starts to clear, the ground has been smashed into a deep, broken pit. At the center of the crater, something dark stirs. The fight is not finished. Yi Hilan's Kome, as a strange distant message begins to appear. The infinite monster template confirms it. Yi has unlocked the Madman Demora template with full compatibility to its Flame Lord 4. But black red-edged flesh starts rising from the crater again. The monster pulls itself together in a seething mass, refusing to stay down. Stunned but furious, Demora admits Yuhi's attack crushed it harder than anything ever has. Then Demora reveals the real problem. Yuhi's attack helped it finish digesting an overlord-level magical beast. Its body transforms again, stronger and more monstrous than before. The white-coated fighter fires a curved blue shot around the monster's guard, looking completely locked in as he tells it to stop barking like a dog. That beam slams into the target, but the monster only laughs and demands more. Apparently getting blasted is its idea of cardio. The enemy's body swells into a nightmare mass of glowing red eyes, and its grin makes one thing clear: it is enjoying this fight. Wrapped in black-red energy, the monster taunts him that he cannot kill it, only turn it into something even worse. The fighter answers with another huge brute blast, while the monster smugly claims his arrogance is making this easier. Blue energy floods the battlefield as he raises the pressure again. He is not backing down for even a second. He unveils the Godzilla's secret technique, Imperial Ki Blast, sending a sweeping arc of blue power straight at the monster. A bold observer watches with alarm. He has never seen energy fluctuate like that, though he still believes their side has the stronger man. The Imperial Ki Blast detonates in a massive blue-white burst, but the enemy insists raw power alone is useless. Inside the blast, monster splits itself apart again and again, its red eyes gleaming as it claims it can regenerate endlessly. The fighter hangs in the air, focused but visibly strained, while the monster cells keep adapting to his atomic energy. The creature's body reshapes into a huge tooth maw, breaking that its invisible evolution will eventually devour him. The fighter grimaces, but he can feel it too. The genes inside him are changing, and the monster's new strength does not feel out of reach. Surrounded by staring red eyes, the monster boasts that it has devoured countless lives, and evolved beyond anything he can match. It lunges with a savage promise to eat him alive, its confidence almost as oversized as its body. The monster's transformed body coils over the ruined city like a giant serpent, blotting out the battlefield with black-red flesh. The massive coils sweep across the skyline, turning the whole area into a trap around the lone fighter. Bruised but calm, the white-coated fighter studies the monster. Even the spectators admit this thing is absurdly strong. He gathers blue energy in his hand and faces the giant head-on. The monster thinks he is just food, which is a dangerous assumption. Blue lightning wraps around him as he starts armoring up, his expression sharpening from caution into pure confidence. The Gen 2 Dragon armor activates, and he unleashes its one-arm liberation straight into the monster. His armored punch steers through the attack with enough force to split the sea of flesh apart. A razor-straight blue strike carves deeper into the monster's enormous body. Energy beam keeps drilling forward, ripping a glowing path through layers of dark flesh. The attack does not slow down. It keeps cutting through the monster like the armor finally found the answer. Blue power erupts upward in a towering column, forcing the monster's massive body apart. The blast becomes a solid wall of light, swallowing the creature's attack and refusing to let up. For the first time, the monster is stunned. It can only gasp, wondering how his power could possibly keep climbing. Blood-red fragments scatter through the light as the monster repeats the question in disbelief. Its smug grin is gone now. The damaged monster screams that his power should not be increasing, while its body starts losing the shape it fought so hard to build. Even wounded, the monster insists his strength will always surpass his. The fighter stands below it, cool and utterly unconvinced. Desperate, the monster triggers an air explosion, filling the sky with flashing white detonations. Explosion after explosion bursts around the fighter, trying to bury him under pure force. The blasts merge into one enormous storm of light and smoke, but the attack still cannot break his defense. When the smoke clears, the fighter is protected inside a golden barrier. The monster hangs above him, suddenly looking much less certain. The battlefield stays buried in smoke while the golden shield holds firm beneath the monster's looming shadow. The fighter lowers his hand and smiles through the dust, asking how the monster can be so sure this is his prime. Black-haired fighter unloads a brutal acid elbow on a molten lava strike, while the monster reels under the sudden barrage. The monster is hit by a thunderous 5-strike whip, but its glowing eyes burn with angry disbelief. It cannot accept that this human is pushing it back. Warring with wounded pride, the creature insists it is the perfect being and fires off an ultrasonic roar. A wall of blazing force erupts between them. This fight has officially stopped respecting local property values. The fighter barely reacts. He tells the monster that no matter how much nonsense it throws at him, it still cannot kill him. The monster realizes why its attacks keep failing. The fighter has grown far beyond normal limits, with strength and speed raised again and again. With a smug little grin, the fighter says even after a full day of combat, the monster probably still could not break his defenses. The monster admits the gap is enormous. Even if it closes that gap by a centimeter at a time, it knows this will take a while. Still, the creature stares up with cold determination. It is already planning to evolve stronger and eventually surpass him. The fighter finally understands it. The golden-horned insect venom had broken the monster's aura and let it restore itself to near-perfect condition. The monster threatens to invade the city, the country, and then the whole world if he refuses to finish it now. It even boasts that it will travel abroad and crush every nation strong enough to resist it. The ego is somehow still evolving too. The fighter calmly explains that the strongest people can develop toxins meant to eliminate any enemy. He raises one finger and the monster's confidence finally cracks. It senses that this calm gesture means trouble. The monster asks what he means, staring at that raised finger with growing alarm. The answer is simple. 10 minutes. If the monster is still alive then, it can throw a punch. The fighter tells it every extra second is useful. He is not rushing because the countdown is already working for him. The monster laughs at the threat, declaring that every cell in its body is roaring to evolve. It still thinks death is optional. The fighter simply says to try it, then tears off into the sky in a streak of blue light. His energy trail rips upward like a beam, carrying the fight far above the ruined city. The fighter rockets higher with the monster in tow, turning the battlefield into a straight-up launch sequence. Even while being dragged upward, the monster laughs. It insists its attack cannot even stretch it. The blue trout punches through the clouds and keeps climbing, leaving the city far below. Now above Earth, the fighter has the monster by the limb. The creature is confused, but he is taking it exactly where he wants. The monster sneers at outer space, claiming cosmic rays and absolute zero cannot kill it. Confidence remains dangerously high. It plans to absorb and evolve in space, then return to Earth and slaughter humanity. At this distance, it thinks nobody can interfere. But the fighter points out the real problem. From this far away, the monster has lost contact with its detached derivative bodies. The truth comes out. The monster's main body is hard to kill, but its life energy is limited and slowly drains with every resurrection. Its biggest advantage was its network of derivatives, each one serving as a reserve for another resurrection. The golden-horned insect venom had already shattered several of those backup bodies, weakening the monster's safety net. When the main body runs out of life energy, its backup consciousness normally activates a stored body part for another resurrection. A resurrection trick has limits. The derivative bodies cannot travel endlessly far, so the connection fades with distance. The fighter says he sensed that connection through the monster's life field and uses to calculate the exact breaking point. He has yet to calculate the exact breaking point. He has done the homework. The monster's glowing eyes widen as the fighter delivers the verdict. It has only one life left. Yanjun is trapped inside a massive beast, but he refuses to panic. If he dies here, he says, he will never see daylight again. The creature calls this its secret survival weapon. As long as one piece of flesh reaches the ground, it can regenerate, so Yanjun needs a much cleaner answer. A huge claw crashes down as the beast tries to crush him. Yanjun watches the attack close in, completely boxed in. The monster even mocks him for being too small. That confidence is about to become very expensive. Instead of grabbing every piece of the monster, Yan Yen gathers its flesh into one place. He is setting up something far nastier than a simple counterattack. The beast looms over him with its jaws wide open. Certain Yanjun has nowhere left to run. Yanjun stares straight into those teeth and asks if the beast really wants to eat him. He sounds calm, which is never a comforting sign in a fight like this. The beast sneers at him and calls him arrogant, still convinced it can devour its opponent without effort. Now swallowed, Yanjun is standing inside the beast's mouth like this was the plan all along. The monster finally realizes it may have invited dinner in sight. Yanjun reveals the truth. Being devoured is only the first step of his extermination plan. Then red energy erupts from inside the beast. The flamer formats, turning the monster's own body into a furnace. Yanjun has made escape impossible. The beast screams as stellar heat tears through it. Its gene pool cannot adapt to an environment this extreme. The red blast keeps expanding while the creature begs for the heat to stop. It is being burned apart from the inside out. Even at the end, the beast cannot accept it. It rages that Yanjun is using it like medicinal fuel. Its last thought is pure denial. The self-proclaimed perfect being begs for more time, but the blast gives it none. One final red arc cuts through the sky, and the monster's resistance disappears in a flash. The energy surges into a blinding pillar. Yanjun did not just survive the trap, he turned the whole beast into his reward. The crimson power condenses around him, signaling that the battle has become an evolution. 10 minutes earlier, West City headquarters receives word that Dai Qiming, the beast occupying the war zone, has been completely annihilated. The report credits a mysterious powerful figure and asks headquarters to identify the person who saved West City. At the University of Washington, a wounded official is stunned by the report. He says no ordinary professor should have that kind of destructive power. Then comes the absurd answer. The person they are talking about is still a student, and even younger than the official's junior. That is one awkward faculty meeting waiting to happen. Back at the battlefield, a blazing red cocoon hangs in the air as Yanjun's transformation reaches its peak. The red shell cracks open, leaking a violent aura over the ruined city. Something inside the cocoon decides the defeated monster does not look bad at all. Apparently, even world-ending biomass gets a food review. Yanjun emerges in a black and red new form and calls it -1. He is ready to see what this upgraded body can really do. Red-black tendrils coil around Yan-Yun as the power settles into his body. His expression is focused, but clearly thrilled by the result. The new form keeps reshaping itself, as if his body is being rebuilt from the inside. Yanjun miraces the advanced vampire bloodline can absorb the genetic traits of -1 while refining them. His new body inherits the creature's black and red biomass. Yanjun can feel the upgrade running through every part of him. The transformation does more than repair damage. Yanjun says it feels like optimization, like he can freely sculpt himself. He launches across the ruined city in his new form, looking very pleased with his freshly unlocked monster build. Yanjun smiles to himself, overwhelmed by how wonderful the new ability feels. The story shifts to the northern Beitan Commonwealth, where the consequences of Yanjun's fight are already spreading. At a federal military command base, a distant crimson beam cuts across the sky. General Duller watches the phenomenon with alarm as the blast's shockwave reaches far beyond the city. The military calculates that the high-energy reaction hit around 1 million tons of force. Duller is stunned that anyone could cause this. Duller had expected to deal with the Shah Kingdom, not a power spike that can reduce experts to ash. Satellite operators detect life at the explosion center and zoom in, expecting to find the source of this impossible event. The image resolves into a young man floating in the light, his black and red aura still burning around him. General Duller can barely believe the satellite feed. The terrifying presence at the epicenter is just a young man. Yanjun looks directly toward the surveillance grid, clearly aware someone is watching. He asks if they are spying on him, and suddenly, the satellites feel very exposed. Inside the North Beituan command base, the officers panic. Their satellites are outside the planet, but someone has still found them. The black-haired fighter does not merely detect the satellite, he locks onto it, and the nervous generals realize he is about to hit back. One satellite explodes in orbit. He coldly warns the spies that if they keep watching, he will keep knocking their toys out of the sky. Floating above the planet, he explains the problem. He cannot sense carbon life alone, but machines betray themselves through their special frequencies. He unfolds his magnetic field, pouring black and red biomass into a gigantic globe around himself. Casual planetary surveillance countermeasure, apparently. The crimson field expands in violent waves, spreading far beyond the city while he holds perfectly still at its center. The glowing red sphere becomes a complete map of the world, tracing the urban layout of Great Xia with frightening precision. His search touches Guanshan City, and he is not surprised when its 5th-level secret realm blocks his senses. He considers the failed scam proof that ordinary powerhouses are helpless against an S-class secret realm, then turns his attention elsewhere. Suspended over the blue planet, he sends the field farther and farther, determined to explore every corner in one sweep. On Xiaodong Island, servants crowd around the shrouded figure and urgently call for medicine. Something important is clearly failing behind that curtain. A worried attendant studies a strange green medicine while wondering if the distant perception field has noticed someone who has named Kirkstein, someone who has stayed hidden for nearly a century. The hidden ruler's silhouette remains weak, but the order is clear. Refine the god object quickly enough to conquer the blue star. Far away, worshippers celebrate their idol and declare that anyone who doubts him will be punished. The fan club has taken a very intense turn. A desperate prayer from below wakes a colossal armored serpent. Its gaze opens with a terrifying hunger. The enormous serpent snarls as it rises, its monstrous mouth exposed beneath a golden mask. It seizes a struggling person in one huge hand, making its loyalty look less comforting and more like a death sentence. The giant kneels before its master and promises to continue serving. Whatever happened here, its devotion has not broken. Meanwhile, an ominous vessel appears over frozen mountains, quietly entering what looks like hostile territory. Inside the vessel, a white-haired officer senses the distant gaze and asks if it is finally here. His calm posture cannot hide his caution. The white-haired officer smiles to his recovery and admits the black-haired fighter has grown at an astonishing rate. He remembers how badly a human attack damaged him. Without rebuilding a human form, he says, recovering from those injuries would have taken far longer. Back in the sky, the black-haired fighter senses the life magnetic field across the entire planet, but several places remain black holes to him. He recognizes that even his reverse trekking attempt has been noticed. The waters of Earth are much deeper than he expected. Then a familiar voice reaches him. His eyes widen as he realizes it belongs to Principal Shi Qingwen. Shi Qingwen urgently warns him about Fu Hongxiang and tells him to deal with Great Xiong and tells him to deal with Great Xia first. The warning cuts off with no time to explain. Following the signal, he finds its source at Kunlun Mountain, where bright rings pulse around a towering peak. He remembers Shi Qingwen warning him about Fu Hongxiang, who was supposedly secluded with serious injuries. That excuse is starting to look very thin. He calls Nuwa and demands answers about Kunlun Peak, then asks her to locate the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Nuwa finds no signal from the Dragon Sparrow. The black-haired fighter grits his teeth as the search turns up nothing. A report reveals that Section Chief Ting Tuong made a secret trip, and the real reason was never disclosed. Now the clues are pointing in the same direction. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes emerges from the darkness. The black-haired fighter stares upward in alarm, asking if Fu Hongxiang has betrayed them. While the Great Xia dynasty loses its top fighters, the surrounding nations smell blood and move in fast. The whole country is suddenly exposed. A frozen peak hangs over the battlefield, and the warning is simple. Without elite protection, Great Xia can be attacked from every direction. Death Valley on Kunlun Peak can hide martial beasts and secret realms, but there is still no sign of combat. That silence is doing nobody any favors. Fu Hongxiang stares ahead, focused but worried. If he has joined the enemy, Kunlun itself could become their new battleground. Elsewhere, Veruda decides the answer is obvious. Get stronger. He has already maxed 3 templates and he is hunting 2 more. Murdia digs about the golden gene unlocked by the mad scientist. If the dynasty has no stronger protectors, this power could change everything. The scene shifts to a commercial building in the western part of the city, dark and unnervingly quiet. Lightning flashes over the ruined structure as something hidden inside makes its presence known. Veruda finds the trails of bloodline connection. Red tendrils curl around him as he calmly identifies the target as a blood person. A blue beam rips through the darkness. Veruda realizes the enemy's hiding something, and he's done waiting around. A massive worm-like monster bursts out with its jaws wide open. Veruda faces it without flinching, which is either confidence, or terrible life planning. Veruda fires a sharp blue strike straight at the creature, putting pure killing force behind the attack. The slash tears through the monster, blasting green gore across the ground. The ambush ends very badly for the worm. The mad doctor staggers out, drenched in green slime, and greets Veruda like this is perfectly normal. Veruda is visibly disgusted, and honestly, fair. The doctor points at Veruda nervously, but Veruda presses him for answers about who he has been hiding from. The doctor explains that he hid inside the worm to conceal the golden gene and his own aura. Then he reveals that a real monster was sent to steal it. Behind Veruda rises the ultimate creature, a grotesque red beast that could devour every living thing in the western city. The doctor wants out immediately. The doctor recognizes the red monster and realizes Veruda already has it under control. Veruda coolly says he refined the creature himself. Veruda extracts a vial of golden liquid, explaining that he used Isualo's ability to remove it safely. The prize is finally in his hands. The monster craves the golden gene, but Veruda refuses to consume it yet. He knows the timing matters more than greed. The man doctor praises his own work, then looks terrified when Veruda decides he is finished here. His gratitude has a very short shelf life. A thin red tendril slits forward as Veruda prepares the next step. The doctor has every reason to panic now. Naruto explains that his current abilities are too weak to keep hiding forever. He needs a new biological weapon, one that can enhance his brain. Blue crystal erupts across Naruto's back as the negative black and red biomass begins its transformation. Electric energy courses through the crystal growth, turning Naruto's body into something far more dangerous than the doctor expected. Naruto pulls the jagged blue crystal free and presents the result. The doctor can barely process what he is seeing. The mad doctor holds the crystal with shaking hands, stunned by the power it contains. Naruto explains that the spinal crystal can draw out power based on its user's skill level. The doctor instantly promises loyalty because survival has entered the chat. The doctor grins wildly as crystal power spreads over him, while Naruto dismisses him as immature. That is a bold insult from the man-growing monster upgrade. Naruto gives the order. The monsters in the western city have become too civilized, and he is ready to begin a citywide purge. West City's eastern battlefields in chaos. The defenders stare at the shattered remains of the Overlord and realize the beast is finally down. The fighters celebrate, but their leader keeps everyone moving. Smart monsters have already run for the alleys, so the city is being handed to the real cleanup crew. They identify the threat as Nuai and order every martial artist to evacuate. That is usually the moment when the sky decides to get dramatic. A glowing sphere hangs above the monsters, and something huge begins gathering power in the dark. Red energy tears across the battlefield as the unknown force surges forward. The black-haired fighter raises his eyes, calm and cold, while crimson power coils around him. The red power twists into a massive living vortex, spreading over the battlefield like a nightmare with a grudge. The vortex keeps swelling, and its surface ripples as if it is about to grow teeth. Weapons burst from the red mass in every direction. This is not a monster attack anymore. It is a full arsenal. Dozens of guns walk into the swirling body, turning the monster into a walking weapons platform. The fighter reveals his new template, the Angel of War. He looks completely composed, which is unsettling when the enemy has become a gun nest. The mounted weapons ignite and begin raining fire down on the monsters below. The barrage intensifies, filling the sky with tracer fire while the beasts are pinned beneath it. The monsters are ripped apart by relentless fire. There is nowhere to run when the sky itself starts shooting. The rapid gunfire pounds into the center of the swarm, blasting at craters of the battlefield. The barrage continues without a pause, and the stunned defenders can only watch the destruction unfold. One soldier calls him a monster, and honestly, the comparison is doing the military no favors. Every shot is strong enough to kill a Lord-rank beast. At command headquarters, the officers realize Captain Yi is fighting back hard. One of them admits he did not know where this terrifying man came from. Even the Angel of War's weapons begin overheating from the non-stop assault. The commander sees the opening and orders the troops to buy Captain Yi time while the cannons cool down. The military launches mobile energy cannons into the sky and gives the order to fire. Golden artillery beams crash down toward the monsters in a coordinated strike. The monsters hate the upgraded human weapons, which is a fair complaint right before getting shelled. The beasts know the cannonball is a problem, so they decide to destroy it before it can recharge. The cannon opens up again, hammering the battlefield with another rapid-fire round. The second barrage begins, and weaker monsters are erased before they can even fight back. Explosions tear through the horde, and the underground nest is destroyed along with the low-level monsters. The remaining monsters panic. They know if the cannon survives, every one of them gets wiped out. Then the cannon stops again, giving the surviving Lord-rank monsters exactly the chance they needed. The monster leaders rally their pack and scream for a charge. They are ready to die if it means destroying the cannon. The horde pushes forward because their nest has fallen and they need to buy time before word reaches the base. The command screen flashes a warning. At least 20 Lord-rank monsters are converging on the city. The defenders look up in alarm as the monster force gathers and prepares to rush the cannon. Their leader orders everyone to cover the cannonball. He tells the fighters to hold the line until the next barrage, even if they die doing it. The defenders brace themselves as the Lord-rank monsters close in. The monsters dive toward the defenders, and the human line prepares for a fight that leaks brutally one-sided. Before the charge reaches them, the red mass splits open. Something far stronger is waking up inside it. A towering blue column of energy erupts from the battlefields and swallows the incoming monsters. The blast surges higher, turning the entire battlefield into a wall of blinding blue power. Monster silhouettes are launched through the beam as the attack finishes its devastating sweep. The defenders blink at the aftermath. Every Lord-rank monster is gone, and one exhausted soldier complains they were just background characters. The black-haired fighter stands beside the fading blast and asks if they really thought he would just stand there shooting. With the battlefield secured, he quietly says, West City's recovery is now set in stone. He gives the city one final promise. After tonight, West City will have no more monsters. To save in West City, Yihei gets the kind of system pop-up every fighter wants, one free template draw. He knows the deal. Low-rank multi-templates are not worth holding anymore, so he is betting on a much bigger pull. Purple cards whirl around Yihei as he waits for the draw. The man looks calm, but this is basically a supernatural loot box. The first battle to reclaim Great Xia is already paying off. 3 cities fall back into human hands in a single day. The Drakkenberg division leads the charge in the first recovered city while civilians finally celebrate in the streets. The evil warriors capture the second city, proving this counterattack is moving far faster than the monsters expected. At Chicheng, Haughty University's team takes the third city. The students are suddenly fighting in the big leagues. The warriors of Great Xia keep pushing forward, and one woman reports that Dean Chen was the one who reclaimed Chicheng. The blue-head fighter dismisses the spotlight with a smirk. Apparently, nobody else could pull off that dramatic blue-light entrance. At Great Xia headquarters, Yiki's identity stays classified. His achievements are getting too big to keep completely invisible. An anxious official rushes in and begs Yihei for help, clearly knowing this student is not someone to underestimate. The official offers top student recognition from Huajing University of Science and Technology, cutting straight to the real issue. The school leaders panic because approval normally takes a month. Yihei just stares them down while they scramble for paperwork. There is one shortcut. The student council president can certify him on the spot if he happens to be around. Perfect timing. The student council president walks in, looking like he arrived specifically to make everyone else nervous. He thanks the older student for saving everyone, his awkward expression showing he did not expect this much attention. The council president leans in with wild enthusiasm and thanks Yi on behalf of his teacher. Yi tries to be polite and calls him senior. The answer is immediate. Age means nothing on the martial path. The president laughs and declares that Yi has greater potential, so Yi is the senior now. Rank etiquette just got flipped on its head. The system confirms it. Yihei has achieved top student status at Wada University. Yihei triggers the reward draw and a huge purple vortex tears open in front of him. Something answers from inside the vortex. Yihei narrows his eyes as the draw starts getting seriously ominous. Black tentacles burst from the cracked ground around him, turning a reward draw into a full horror movie entrance. The result appears at last, a B+ Hellstar template. He has pulled something far beyond a disposable monster card. The tentacles cradle a glowing core as the Hellstar fully manifests, making the prize look more like a contained disaster. The pulsing violet energy swells around the new template, and Yi watches without backing down. The system begins assisting the Hellstar's abilities, including light control, density shifts, and terrifyingly precise energy guidance. Its skills read like a cheat sheet for battlefield control. Even a combat bonus is just the cherry on top. Yi is thrilled that this is a real ability skill, not another basic body upgrade template. If Hellstar's light can sync with the Emperor's nuclear energy, his growth could explode. While Yi starts studying his new template, the story cuts to the fallen city of Qincheng. The commander fumes beside the battlefield. After an entire day, they have only recaptured 2 counties around Kenshin. Their decapitation squad cannot even locate the rat overlord, while countless glowing eyes fill the darkness. Xingjiang's beast tide is mostly rat-like magical creatures, and 3 powerful rat leaders have built an underground transport network. The Alliance had planned to lure the monsters outside, but the rats forced brutal urban warfare and sealed off the city from within. More cities are reclaimed elsewhere, but Qingcheng is bleeding heavily. The commander can only curse as the operation stalls. Explosions shake the city, but every strike feels wasted when the real target refuses to show itself. The rat overlord is hiding deep underground. To reach it, they would have to crawl through narrow tunnels packed with millions of rats, and the commander knows that is nearly impossible. The hooded fighter moves through the snow with his face hidden and his posture tight. He is returning to Qin City, and he is determined that nobody notices. Behind the mask, his blue eye narrows as he questions Fu Hongshang's moves. Targeting 3 elite Xiat experts only makes sense if something much bigger is coming. He realizes Fu Hongshang may be trying to awaken the Great Xia itself. That is not a personal grudge anymore. That is a whole country problem with extra dramatic lighting. The fighter leaps onward, fully expecting a future clash with Fu Hongshang. Until then, he plans to stay hidden, grow stronger, and strike before his enemy can react. He activates a life magnetic scan, sending red rings pulsing to the underground dark. The search is methodical, but his expression says he already knows something is wrong. The scan catches an impossible number of biological signals, packed in the hundreds of millions. His eyes sharpen when he realizes the dense swarm is masking the dominant creature. He remembers how Kin City's martial alliance could not locate the Overlord. Now he sees why. The monster buried itself under a living wall of lesser beasts. The sight reminds him of the ancient, blood-eyed black ape, a high-level monster that grows more dangerous through bloodlust. That is a nasty clue to find in a sewer. Red-black energy coils around the fighter as he prepares another ability. He has too many tricks to count, and this underground ambush is about to test all of them. The tunnels begin to tremble as the red mist slips through the pipes. Something is moving beneath the city, and it is moving in numbers. A mass of red-eyed rat monsters fills the darkness. Their snarling faces and hunched bodies make it clear that this is not a scouting party. One of the beasts throws back its head and roars, its glowing eye blazing with hunger. The swarm is getting louder, closer, and far too confident. The creatures spill from every corner of the tunnels as dark red energy drips overhead. The fighter is being surrounded from every direction. The ceiling erupts with writhing crimson shadows. More monsters pour down, turning the underground passage into a living nightmare. The rat monsters rise in a heaving pack, their red eyes fixed on the lone intruder. They look hungry enough to skip introductions entirely. Black shadows stretch and twist around the beasts, making the swarm look even larger than it already is. The fighter stays calm, but the pressure is obvious. In the tunnel, the red-rimmed shadows close in around him. He is standing in the center of the trap, watching every root disappear. The swarm floods the chamber in every shape and size, jaws open and claws ready. The ambushers have brought enough bodies to bury a small army. The monsters crowd closer until the tunnel is almost swallowed by black fur and red light. Their target does not retreat. Instead, the hooded fighter gives a small, confident laugh. Surrounded by monsters, he looks like he just found teammates for a very bad group project. He adjusts his mask and launches into motion. His red-black aura spins into a violent vortex, and the swarm finally learns why he was not afraid. The vortex tears through the rats at high speed. In moments, most of the lesser monsters are wiped out, leaving only the real threat behind. The fighter notices the dark red substance reaches hundreds of meters underground. He stares at it cautiously, wondering why it has not surfaced yet. Then a cluster of red eyes opens inside the darkness. The underground mass is awake, and it is done hiding. Black-red power explodes upward through the tunnels, blasting debris everywhere. The smaller monsters were only the opening act. The ground cracks apart as jagged spikes rise from below. Something huge is forcing its way through the city beneath their feet. A massive ape-like monster emerges, covered in glowing red growths and glaring with multiple bloodshot eyes. It is furious, and it finally has a target. The beast mocks the lone human, convinced the group was supposed to ambush it. Its huge body leans forward with arrogant, predatory confidence. It boasts that its sonic roar has already countered the fighter's black-red ghostly attack. The monster thinks it has won, which is usually when the bad news arrives. The fighter answers with pure confidence. He makes it clear that one move was never all he had planned. He raises one hand, his visible eye cold and focused beneath the mask. Above him, purple energy begins to gather into a monstrous spiral. The purple vortex widens with blinding white streaks, twisting like a storm that has found its target. The fighter remains perfectly composed beneath it. The storm bursts into the sky above the city, towering over the buildings like a cosmic disaster. This is no underground trick anymore. The fighter names the attack a raging storm of stars. Purple light floods the skyline, and even the monster cannot ignore what is coming. The ape stares upward in shock, its red eyes wide as the storm bears down. For the first time, the monster looks genuinely worried. The gigantic purple spiral descends toward the planet, turning the whole battlefield into a celestial execution ground. Purple lightning tears across the ruined skyline as the battle kicks into overdrive. The white furred rat demon dives at the masked human, furious that a masked mean and furious that a mere beast can outrun light itself. A blinding purple attack gathers above them, and the demon is about to get a very direct answer. The energy crashes down in one massive blast, turning the battlefield into a violet explosion. The rat demon screams as the attack tears through its body, but it still refuses to die quietly. Even while burning apart, the demon boasts that killing it will not be that easy. Famous last words, usually. The masked human calmly raises one finger, and another burst of purple power locks onto the target. The finishing beam slams down and detonates with enough force to swallow the demon in light. Inside the wreckage, a red demon core remains intact. The masked human expected it from a hegemon. He reaches for the demon core, looking cold and certain that the fight is already over. Then the ground erupts beneath him. His calm reaction snaps into surprise as something moves below. Red fissures spread across the earth while the monster's body starts rumbling from every direction. The masked human narrows his blue eye and realizes the rat demon is pulling another trick. Dark red tendrils burst upward and wrap around the battlefield as the demon's trap finally springs. One rat becomes several. White-furred clones pour in from above, all marked by the same glowing red wounds. The clones close around him in a swarm, filling the air with a wall of claws, teeth, and bad intentions. The tendrils whip through the explosion zone, but the masked human remains standing at its center. The rat demon mocks him as a rat who can never rule, clearly enjoying its fill-in speech a little too much. A towering red-haired figure appears behind the masked human as he activates the Udo, stopping time. The rat clones freeze mid-charge. Their glowing cyanides lock in place, while time itself betrays them. Masked human explains that his upgraded time stock can now freeze the vital cores of living beings. He sees through the plan. The old rat used a drum cart to survive, but its clever escape has hit a wall. Blue energy coils around his hand as he prepares to finish every frozen clone at once. Far below, the story cuts to the underground rat palace, where something hidden is still alive. A battered rat body begins to pulse and swell in the darkness, feeding something deep inside. A golden egg-like core rises from a monster's body, with a tiny creature-shaped shadow trapped inside. The golden core absorbs the dying body and seals a new life inside it. This rat really came with a backup plan. The core beats in the dark tunnel, and a sudden impact launches the transformation forward. Golden energy bursts outward as the cocoon completes its violent transformation. Inside the cracked shell, a new monstrous silhouette forms, far more dangerous than the creature that died. The reborn demon crawls out with molten yellow energy across its body, snarling like the nightmare just got an upgrade. The rat demon panics, admitting the king is nearly dead and that they need to retreat to the sinful realm. It complains that the so-called grandmasters never joined the fight, leaving its clones to take all the damage. The demon realizes the masked human can devour demon beasts and wield the power of the stars. That is a terrifying combination. It comforts itself by deciding the masked human probably kills only a clone, then opens a rift to run home. Grinning with relief, the demon heads for the purple portal and thinks it has finally escaped the human world. The escape lasts 1 second. A huge purple strike tears through the portal from behind. The demon is caught in a blast, its smug escape expression replaced by pure disbelief. Purple beams crash down on the city again. Everyone below can only stare at the destruction. The armed observers look rattled. They cannot tell whether this is a space weapon or something even more impossible. The fighters rush toward the boss site, desperate to see what just hit the battlefield. All they find is a smoking crater and burning rubble. Whatever fired those beams left nothing behind. The scouts cannot sense a single rat monster anymore. The whole swarm may have been erased in one strike. One man glares into the distance, trying to figure out who could wield that kind of power. A week later, the Great Xia dynasty has retaken 4 fallen cities, and the public is celebrating hard. The victory fills the news screens, and the government promises to keep the recapture campaign moving. Up above, senior officials watch in silence. The mood is less celebration and more problem-solving. The Alliance still has no clue who saved Qincheng. They agree on one thing: the remaining cities must be reclaimed. A dark-haired fighter launches forward, clearly done waiting for officials to catch up. Only one occupied city remains in reach, Wave City, and its weak-looking defense makes it the obvious target. But the old purple power was too recognizable. Whoever used it knows a new identity is needed. He raises a hand and Kama decides to change his identity. That is never a casual sentence in the genre. Dark red energy coils around him as the transformation begins. White hair spills out beneath the red aura, and the disguise becomes something far more menacing. A horned, red-faced swordsman stands where he was before, draped in white hair and murderous intent. He lands with red energy blazing around his feet, fully committed to the role. He draws the Starfall blade, and says it has been too long since he used it, so it needs a disguise too. His killing force martial art should hide his real identity. Only a handful of top masters could possibly recognize it. The disguised swordsman fires off a red slash, and casually says, "Night is falling in Ixtal's deeps, and it's time to disappear." At Wave City, a nervous soldier complains about military food and wants to leave before the real fighting starts. The soldier admits he's terrified. He has a son back home, and suddenly being brave sounds like a terrible hobby. The horned stranger approaches from behind, while the soldier is still frozen in fear. The stranger realizes Wave City is under an illusion. The people do not even know they are trapped. The city troops stand around like nothing is wrong, completely unaware that something horrifying is closing in. A young woman is suddenly struck down, and the illusion begins to show its teeth. The horned swordsman explains the ugly truth. Wave City's coalition has already been wiped out, but the victims never realized it. The woman is already decaying while she still thinks she is alive. The whole city has been living inside the lie. The disguised fire looks disgusted. This kind of cruel mockery of life is exactly what he wants erased. A red tendril lashes out and catches the woman before she can understand who attacked her. He calls it blood magic and spirit hypnosis, then tells her she is already dead. Her eyes go wide as the truth hits. She was dead on the battlefield long before this moment. The terrified woman realizes the Overlord killed every guild leader and turned them into living dead. Only a Grandmaster can challenge that monster. Her body starts collapsing as the force keeping the dead moving finally fades away. She falls for good, and the swordsman quietly tells his dead colleague to rest in peace. The horned swordsman vows revenge, then turns toward the nightmare controlling Wave City. Wave City has gone quiet under a life magnetic field, but the signals inside are nearly identical. The Overlord has been building an army of mass-produced puppets. The armed figures stand perfectly still in the fog, looking less like survivors and more like someone else's disposable soldiers. The horned masked Overlord locks onto the hidden enemy and calmly decides to force him out. Subtlety has apparently left the building. Black-red energy erupts across the city's streets, spreading like smoke with a very personal grudge. The dark aura rises higher and higher, swallowing the city blocks as the Overlord's surge turns into an open challenge. A shadowy monster answers the provocation with a roar, while the masked Overlord keeps pressing him from the rooftops. The masked Overlord's blue eye narrows behind his skull-like mask. He has found exactly where his target is hiding. The pressure hangs over Wave City as the confrontation pulls a far more dangerous force into view. Lee Chong-jen arrives, the Hongwu sect leader and the strongest fighter among the Allied forces. His glowing eyes say he did not come here to negotiate. The Allied warriors spot Wave City's Overlord ahead, standing alone. Their confidence spikes immediately, which is usually when things get expensive. Lee Chong-jen orders a charge, promising that killing this one enemy will liberate Wave City. The troops roar in agreement and surge forward, convinced their overwhelming numbers have the Overlord cornered. Then a massive purple vortex opens above the battlefield, and every confident face turns upward. The masked Overlord floats beneath the swirling energy, looking completely in control while the sky itself starts acting hostile. With one cold stare and a simple command to rest in peace, the masked Overlord sends a blinding strike downward. The human fighters panic as the purple blast tears through the air. They cannot even tell who is attacking them. Ground troops are ordered to retreat as their air support vanishes. Their fighters and missiles have somehow disappeared from the battlefield. The survivors stare at the wreckage in disbelief. This was their first expedition, and they swear no one fired those weapons. The masked Overlord realizes the humans may have uncovered his plan, but he is more annoyed than worried. He still sees a chance to infiltrate their ranks. Lee Chong-jen answers with the Hongwu sect's secret earthly fiend martial arts, launching himself straight into the purple storm. His transformed body drives a heavy strike forward, meeting the enemy's energy head-on. The earthly fiend technique flares around Lee Chong-jen as he commits to the attack with everything he has. A towering beam of purple-white force crushes down, turning the battlefield into a wall of light. The energy fractures with gold-edged cracks as Lee Chong-jen forces his martial power against the Overlord's attack. The collision explodes outward, though the fight is still not decided. Both sides are testing whose power actually breaks first. Lee Chong-jen grins through the pressure, impressed despite himself. The human body's martial techniques are far stranger than the enemy expected. The masked Overlord hangs within glowing rings of energy, openly fascinated by the power packed into a human fighter. The purple assault keeps pouring down, but Lee Chong-jen stays planted beneath it, refusing to give the enemy an easy opening. Lee Chong-jen laughs it off, claiming the attacks cannot even scratch his powerful body. The masked Overlord answers with a sharp counterpoint. The real target is not Lee Chong-jen's armor, but what happens after it fails. The masked Overlord draws back a glowing golden fist and asks if Lee Chong-jen can withstand this punch. The golden blow slams into Lee Chong-jen's face with brutal force, finally putting his boast to the test. The horned puppet master closes in with a nasty grin, convinced The dark-haired host has already fallen into his trap. The house is blasted by glowing attacks, but the puppet master is still talking like this fight came with a warranty. A breath attack streaks down at him, and the puppet master orders him to die with regret. The impact detonates in a blinding flash, swallowing the host in smoke and gold light. Through the fading glare, the host lowers his head and looks far too calm for someone who was just hit. Dark red energy crawls over his face and shoulders. He is hurt, but his eyes are locked in now. The puppet master senses something wrong and freezes. That feeling is killing intent. The host launches sweltering moonwheel, flooding the battlefield with a massive blood-red attack. Crimson technique expands across the ground like a slaughterhouse moon, with the host standing at its center. A huge burning arc tears through the red field, racing straight toward the puppet master. The golden red slash keeps drilling forward, leaving the enemy no room to breathe. The beam crashes down with enough force to shake the entire scene. The puppet master watches the attack and realizes the awful truth. The target he destroyed was a fake. The real host appears behind him, coolly noting that even the visual copy fooled the enemy's senses. The puppet master's rage curdles into shock. His puppet was destroyed, and his disguise has been exposed. Instead of backing down, the monster boasts that even its unusually tough human body only took a scar. It powers up its golden rings and declares that the host's rare human body belongs to it now. The host raises his weapon as the monster charges, both of them ready to settle this at close range. Their weapons collide in a violent burst of red and white light. The monster braces behind its golden ring and laughs that the host cannot break it. A sharp strike scrapes across the monster's defense, but it still thinks the host is wasting his strength. The host answers with a cold promise he is about to show the real gap in strength. Red slashes explode across the screen in a relentless barrage. The host has stopped testing him. He calmly picks apart the monster's weak points, calling its movements slow, clumsy, and easy to read. The monster panics as every attack grows sharper. Even its transformed body cannot keep up. It admits it still cannot fully see through his attacks, while the host reveals that he can see straight through it. The host's vision exposes the monster's body like a glowing skeleton, tracing every hidden movement inside it. He explains that changing a magnetic field can hide a position, but it cannot hide a position. But it cannot hide a creature's true nature. The monster turns toward him, suddenly realizing it has been completely found out. The host makes it plain. He has found a real target. The monster is stunned. A Grandmaster-level physique should not be getting cornered like this, so it decides to retreat. Its glowing eye widens as an unseen force locks its body in place. It cannot move at all. The host's finishing attack descends from above, and the monster can only beg him to stop. The strike lands, and the monster's scream is cut short. Then the system flashes an achievement for recapturing more than half the territory. The host immediately starts extraction, eyes wide as a strange light begins forming in front of him. A swirling portal opens, and the host stares at it like he has just spotted a legendary loot drop. A huge golden rocket descends from the portal, turning the reward reveal into something seriously oversized. The reward takes shape as an enormous sacred-looking tree, its roots and branches glowing with unnatural power. The system identifies it as the 10 Journey Hymns template, a level 5 infinite monsters template tied to a sacred tree bloodline. The black-haired host studies the 10-headed Yeno template. If he can maximize it, its destructive power could surpass even his starry sky emperor Mora. The system confirms the gamble. The two templates share plant-related traits, so they can be combined and integrated. He knows this is not a card game shortcut. Using two templates has huge potential, but the final result is completely unknown. The first fusion fails. He stays composed because both templates keep a high-level foundation instead of collapsing into something weaker. Then the system spots the missing ingredient. The golden gene can optimize the bloodline and push the fusion in a better direction. He refuses to back down and orders the process to integrate. This is the kind of upgrade button that always comes with suspicious warning labels. The golden gene is injected, but the starry sky Emperor Mora cannot fully devour Yeno's genes. The fusion continues anyway. As the transformation runs, the scene cuts to a shattered battlefield and a massive corpse lying among the ruins. A survivor asks if the monster was killed. The black-haired man answers yes, but his calm face shows he knows the danger is far from over. He takes a piece from the corpse and insists they should not let it be desecrated. His focused stare says this remains a serious threat. The warning gets worse. This magical beast was one of an Emperor-level monster's 4 envoys, and it had already slaughtered the Wave City allied forces. The Breck headman freezes as the report lands. Koedu's grandmasters have been called away, leaving the city dangerously exposed. The reconquest plan pulled nearly every powerful fighter out to reclaim lost territory. Huadu is now almost empty. Far away beneath the Julong River, Dragon Sparrow guards a hidden underwater base. The realm was downgraded after rare beasts disappeared, so the guards think their post is easy money. The guards are grilling meat drinking and celebrating their cushy Huadu assignment. Their watch shift has turned into a full barbecue. One guard catches old Joe slacking off and tells him to watch the radar. Joe pushes it aside and reaches for another drink. The banter keeps rolling as they joke about the quiet secret realm and the lack of girls. And something crashes down outside. The forest canopy shakes as a huge figure lands nearby. The guards have no idea their lazy shift just became a massacre waiting to happen. A massive armored foot steps through the trees, crushing the peaceful forest path under its weight. The human garrison finally notices the threat, but they are already terrified. They know they are about to face something far beyond a normal monster. Two monstrous envoys loom over the forest, eager to kill every human they find and make humanity feel an emperor's wrath. The leader silences them with one cold word. He is Asura, one of the 4 envoys serving the emperor of the sinful realm. Asura's armored body fills the frame as the envoys gather. Their expressions are cruel and eager for the hunt. Their mission is simple: slaughter humanity's strongest fighters first and erase as many powerful forces as possible. They carry a list of powerful humans, starting with Fu Hongsheng. The monsters are not wandering blindly. They came prepared. Asura demands efficiency. To him, killing humans is work, and he has no patience for wasting time on those beneath his notice. The envoy's face twists into a savage grin as he prepares to move. Huadu's empty defenses are about to be tested. The armored monster towers over the battlefield, staring down at the fallen humans with cold, effortless confidence. It calls their resistance sad, then opens another warped rift like the fight is barely worth its time. The creature explains that powerful warriors are unusually vulnerable to spatial rifts. That is a nasty bit of battlefield math. It crushes a strange pink mass in its claw, insisting this leftover demon filth is still useful. The crushed mass leaks into the air and spreads into a thick, unnatural pink cloud. Pink mist wraps around the monster's body, and it stands perfectly calm while the contamination keeps building. The fog suddenly drops away from its feet, then erupts upward in a violent blast. The monster launches through the cloud at terrifying speed, turning the sky into its personal runway. It gathers power around its head and hesitates for one beat, as if deciding how much destruction is enough. Then it dives through the storm with a sharp blast, smashing down towards target. Back at the Huadu 9 councils, an emergency alert summons the elders. Dragon Sparrow headquarters has received a warning from Manhua. The old council members learn that Fu Hongsheng has left seclusion, and they immediately fear the capital is in serious danger. Worse still, Shi Jingwan and Qing Long have gone silent. The council has no idea where either of them is. The elders have already sent people to search for Fu Hongsheng, but there is still no response. One elder angrily wonders if Fu Hongsheng plans to seize central power while the nation is distracted. The council fears the 9 families will collapse as their strongest cultivators cannot suppress the demonic martial artists. They choose retreat over pride, ordering the nation's strongest warriors back to the capital before the crisis gets worse. At Huazhu's Julong River, the city looks peaceful for exactly one last moment. A towering column of force crashes into the river, blasting water and wreckage high into the sky. Bystanders can only watch in shock as a body is thrown through the blazing sky. Nobody knows what just exploded. The monster lands with crushing force, its massive frame making the humans below look painfully fragile. It calls them fragile and vulnerable and promises to reduce them to dust and ashes. The impact tears open the riverbank, while Dragon Sparrow Command Center realizes a supreme-level magical beast has appeared in the capital. The command center erupts into chaos as the monster's image fills every screen. Director Longhui Wang Yiting gets the grim report: the frontier specialists are scattered, and help must come from Huadu. He orders every Dragon Sparrow agent in the capital to mobilize, even though the command room knows they are buying time. Huadu martial arts school leaders, Li Tingsheng, Lin Hong, and Wu Makuan, arrive ready to face the monster. Du Shenrong offers advice while the monster roars at them. His expert assessment is simple: these things are not playing fair. The beast looks down on the arriving masters and tells them to run, claiming they are too weak to matter. The martial artists refuse. They rush in together, determined to hold the demon back until reinforcements arrive. Their attacks rain down in a furious red barrage, turning the street into a battlefield. Several fighters strike at once, pouring everything into one desperate opening. The monster cuts through their attack with ease and knocks the defenders aside before they can even recover. It coldly tells them that courage without enough power only ends in tragedy. One of the stunned fighters can barely believe how fast the monster moved. The gap between them is brutal. Over the city, anti-aircraft guns activate as low-flying bombers rush in with interceptor missiles. The bombers lock on and fire, raining missiles straight toward the target. At ground zero, the armored monster stands beneath a glowing seal as the realm of death and decay unfolds around it. The missiles slam into the smoke, but the strike cannot punch through the monster's defensive field. The defenders realize their firepower is useless. Martial arts are the only thing that can even hurt this thing. The beast grins at the chaos, thrilled that 3 strong humans have finally come down to entertain it. 2 fighters dive in together, ready to unleash their maximum power. No pressure, gentlemen. Command reports devastating losses. The 2nd and 3rd divisions are gone, and more divisions are gone, and more divisions have been forced into retreat. A shaken official says the martial art leaders have come to help, but Asura is still advancing on the city center. The death toll keeps climbing. 4 grandmasters of the Transcendent Stage have already perished. The command center cannot contact its key martial masters, and nobody knows where Wadu's 9 grandmasters have gone. A battered armored fighter can only groan as the crisis spreads. If this continues, even the entire Great Xia dynasty may be dragged in. A red-haired officer begs the director to release the fighters, because this is now a matter of life and death for Wadu. Back on the street, the monster turns toward its attackers, calm and almost bored by the challenge. One martial artist charges with a glowing weapon, and the monster snaps back, asking where he thinks he is going. The monster casually bats aside the attack and complains that these so-called powerful fighters have only dirted its hands. The trapped fighters realize they are released just to fight this monster, but the monster says the goal has already been set. 3 battered men step forward together, weapons ready. They have no room left to be afraid. The monster's eyes flare as it orders them to kill. It is officially done playing nice. He looks up toward the city and declares that the 3 fighters are worth hunting, but not as valuable as the one in the sky. The monster's eyes open fully, glowing red as its attention shifts to a much greater target. His companion is stunned that brother has opened his eyes, then impatiently tells the fighters to hurry up and finish their job. A red-haired fighter grits his teeth and swears he will give this monster a good slap for all the overlords it killed. Power surges around the fighters as they launch forward, hands and weapons cutting through the air. The clash becomes a blur of blue and crimson bodies as both sides strike at impossible speed. The monster catches and redirects an attacker mid-charge, tossing him through the battlefield like he weighs nothing. Then the monster's eyes burn brighter. Something far worse is about to come out. The monster announces a domain expansion, and the fighters below freeze as the meaning of that sinks in. The humans cannot believe a warcraft can use a martial arts domain, just as darkness begins swallowing the battlefield. Lightning rips across the battlefield as the monster threat lingers over the city. The black-armored monster is disappointed. The so-called top fighters went down way too easily, and it wants a real challenge. It stares through its strange eye-covered mask and decides the weak opponents are already gone. The armored brute charges forward, still hunting for something strong enough to entertain it. A huge golden strike erupts from the ground and blasts toward the skyline. The attack tears across the sky while the city below becomes the target zone. A military platform hovers above the smoke, getting ready to answer this monster-sized problem. The city activates its strongest energy shield as the incoming blast closes in at terrifying speed. The golden-faced monster watches the defenses with glowing excitement. It is having far too much fun. The defense fires a red missile barrage straight at the invader. More anti-aircraft missiles launch, but the monsters barely treat the barrage as a threat. The black-armored monster mocks humanity. Ordinary weapons cannot hurt this crew, apparently. Its red eyes flare with boredom and bloodlust. It does not want to fight anymore. It wants a kill. Explosions bloom around the monster, but it keeps driving forward through the fire. Then the powerful human aura suddenly disappears, and the monster realizes its prey may have slipped away. The golden-faced monster narrows its eyes, suspicious that the human escaped right under its nose. A wet-haired fighter suddenly dives in from above, fearless and furious, telling the monster that it is the one you should run. Her attack slices into the pale armored creature with a technique she calls the winds of death and corrosion. The teal monster recoils from the filthy corrosive hit. For a monster invasion, the hygiene standards are collapsing fast. The teal monster warns its brother that if their magic cores are not destroyed, the corrosion could still kill them. The black-armored monster is finally hurt, and its rage spikes because a decent opponent has arrived. The golden-faced monster senses how silently she struck and recognizes the rare purity behind her power. It calls the human powerhouse the most valuable prey they have found so far. The white-haired fighter releases a crushing killing intent, flooding the battlefield in red. The monster realizes they are no longer in normal reality. They have been dragged into a separate domain. She stands calmly in the blood-red domain and tells them her corrosive aura is much better than theirs. That confidence lands like a slap. The black armor monster stops talking and prepares a martial attack of its own. It unleashes the earthly fiend martial technique, Sunset Hammer, dropping a blazing beam toward her. The golden blast detonates through the domain, powerful enough to make the monsters expect an easy finish. But when the blast cleaves, she is gone. The attacker cannot believe its target vanished. The monster whips around in alarm, wondering if this is teleportation, an illusion, or something even worse. The white-haired fighter reappears close by and calmly says she's about to get serious. Her eyes sharpen as she activates a genetic technique called blood slaughter and death by 1,000 cuts. Blood droplets fill the domain around the black armored monster, boxing it into a lethal red maze. The monster studies the droplets and notices something deeply wrong. That is a line of blood linking them. Every pair of blood beads is connected, turning the floating drops into a precise killing network. The network is so dense that not even a mosquito could slip through it. The monster is completely trapped. Xiaohei grins like she has been waiting all day for this, then unleashes the first slash at Mahakala. The battlefield erupts in a storm of red-black cuts. Mahakala is getting buried under more strikes than anyone should reasonably have to count. Xiaohei keeps pressing forward, confident that even Mahakala's healing particles cannot stop the next wave. The attacks hammer down, and Xiaohei laughs that this fight was absolutely worth it. But Mahakala refuses to stay down. That giant black silhouette is still moving, which is never a comforting sign. Mahakala suddenly buckles, staring at his own legs in confusion as they become crushingly heavy. Then a source appears behind him, a huge, hooded presence, glowing with cold blue energy. Mahakala looks up at the looming figure, while the battlefield goes unnervingly still around them. Mahakala praises Xiaohei's talent for slaughter, but the purple-black energy around him says he is still very much in the mood to kill. Xiaohei plucks her ears and refuses to listen to his grand speech. She has zero patience for fill-in monologues today. Mahakala declares a domain expansion, turning the martial space itself into his weapon. Xiaohei raises her phone with a feral grin and admits she can do that too. She wants to prove her teacher is stronger. Her arm rises as she begins her own domain expansion, and the air starts to tear apart around her. Xiaohei names the technique Limitless Decapitation, and a blinding slash tears across the arena. The attack races beneath Mahakala as he braces himself, suddenly realizing this human is not playing around. Mahakala answers with great black heaven, throwing his own overwhelming power straight into her attack. Xiaohei starts to vanish under the pressure, and her confident pose cracks into real alarm. Mahakala dives in to finish her, his armored body and glowing eyes locked on the kill. Xiaohei looks shaken, but the fear flips into anger. She warns Mahakala that breaking will get him choked up first. Another white slash sweeps through the domain as both sides pour everything into one violent collision. Mahakala drives forward to the chaos, refusing to give Xiaohei even a second to recover. The competing domains collapse in a flash, ripping the martial space apart. Xiaohei drops to the ground, gasping as a drow, gasping as a jade waist nearly disappears from the backlash. Mahakala admits Xiaohei is stronger than the human grandmaster Li Qiongxin, so he finally decides to use his full strength. Mahakala transforms in Matthew, his monster's face spitting into jagged teeth as black limbs and red eyes surge outward. His new body keeps unfolding with extra claws and staring red eyes. The fight has officially become a nightmare creature showcase. A massive red blade rises over the ruined ground while Mahakala promises Xiaohei something far worse. Mahakala towers over Xiaohei in his transformed form, and the blade hangs between them like a final warning. Xiaohei wipes away sweat and admits this is getting troublesome. Her confidence is still there, but now it has teeth clenched behind it. She can sense Mahakala's killing intent clearly enough to judge her odds, and those odds are not looking friendly. Xiaohei decides that in a straight fight she will not lose, but then the ground begins to answer with a terrifying new pressure. Xiaohei stares wide-eyed at the mean power and wonders if this is the moment she was always meant to die. She realizes only a grandmaster at the butterfly transformation stage could wield such spiritual strength. For the first time, she thinks fate may have cornered her. A brief memory shows Xiaohei calling after her master, left behind with unanswered questions. Mahakala reveals that her teacher is about to leave, then casually mentions another apprentice, Xiao. He is enjoying this far too much. Xiao Hei snaps back from despair and screams that she will fight to the death. Purple energy spirals into a massive vortex as Xiao charges forward through the collapsing battlefield. Then Xiao senses another expert nearby, and her red eyes narrow toward the sudden arrival. A shadowy figure steps through the purple storm, and Xiao Hei immediately demands to know who it is. The hooded stranger stands calmly inside the violet aura, promising that he is the one who will help Xiao rewrite her destiny. The human command center is rattled. Their sensors cannot even show the battle clearly, and everyone knows something has gone very wrong. Outside, a violent purple storm twists over the city, while the terrified observers ask the obvious question. Are the monsters here to wipe them out? Purple energy swallows the skyline, turning the battlefield into a storm cloud with a very bad attitude. A black-eye fighter drops into the ruined streets as monster warriors gather below. The armored creatures surround him and demand that the human strongmen identify themselves. They are here for a fight, not introductions. The fighter raises his glowing blue eyes from the shadows, and the monsters immediately feel that something is off. One of the invaders recognizes the aura. This is not just a human standing in front of them, it is something closer to a monster. The yellow-skinned leader stares in alarm while another monster watches the black-clad fighter with wide, suspicious eyes. The black-clad warrior introduces himself as a member of the monster organization known as Demon Eye. Demon Eye hangs calmly in the purple sky while the enemy struggles to process that name. The monster leader realizes the information is incomplete, then decides details can wait. Murder first, paperwork later. The monster launches forward through the smoke, moving to erase the lone human before he can make another move. Demon Eye answers with his original martial art, Black Chi Annihilation Slash, and a red-edged strike tears down toward the target. The monster's eyes go wide. The slash looks perfect, but Demon Eye barely reacts. The attack passes through the black-clad warrior's shifting body instead of cutting him down. The attacker panics as the slash seems to fall off harmlessly. He cannot believe Demon Eye is still standing. Demon Eye gathers a massive blast of black and purple energy, and the city lights disappear beneath the glow. The energy sphere grows enormous overhead. Even the monster admits it is huge, which is not a sentence you want to hear mid-fight. The blast detonates across the city. Demon Eye notes that his newly awakened template compatibility is still only in its early stage. His blue eyes now carry strange, star-like patterns. Dealing with a monster like this is more than enough practice. Demon Eye sees a survivor rise from the smoke in Tonson. The monster emperor has evolved, so it will not die that easily. The battered monster crawls out of the crater, then laughs. Apparently getting blasted through a city is part of his warm-up routine. The monster surges back into the air, charging through the dust with all four blade-like limbs ready. A golden attack streaks across the battlefield, but Demon Eye watches every movement with unnerving calm. Demon Eye reveals a new passive ability from his temp eye. In his vision, every incoming strike now moves in slow motion. The monster laughs and causes Demon Eye's first battle after unlocking the 5 template state. He thinks he is the test subject, which is painfully backwards. Demon Eye activates cellular refinement, and shadowy duplicates begin forming around him. The monster jolts in horror as multiple Demon Eyes rush him at once. The clones sweep through the sky in a coordinated assault, boxing the monster in from every direction. Demon Eye's dark body remains steady as the clone army closes the net around its target. He explains that each clone was made from sacred tree cells and reinforced by black energy, giving them strength close to his main body. A clone opens its mouth and charges a blazing blue energy core. The copies may be fragile, but their firepower is terrifying. The monster is surrounded by a ring of clones, each one preparing the same devastating attack. The yellow monster finally understands the danger and tries to get out of the line of fire. Blue energy erupts around the trapped monster. He cannot move and has no idea what kind of ability has locked him down. The clones unleash their beams together, turning the air into a cage of blinding blue destruction. The formation rains down pillars of light until the entire battlefield is swallowed by the blast. The barrage peaks in a huge blue explosion, leaving the monster nowhere to run. At Dragon Sparrow headquarters, the alarms go wild. The temperature spikes as the second sun suddenly appears over the city. That glowing sphere is not sunrise. It is a violent blast flooding the sky with blue-white light. The light crashes down like a celestial weapon, and the city gets a front-row seat to the apocalypse. The countdown races on while the blast keeps pouring down. Everyone has about 17 seconds to start regretting their life choices. The shockwave tears through the city, but the emergency scan shows the radiation is already falling. Below the fading light, a line of armored figures stands in the wreckage, their bodies darkened and smoking. They look half-melted, but they are still standing. That is a deeply unpleasant survival skill. Headquarters confirms the heat and radiation are returning to normal, but the threat itself is far from over. A dark figure hangs in the smoky sky, calm and utterly unfazed by the blast below. The fighter opens a purple void around himself and admires the human attacker's strength. He calls the human a top expert of the secret realm. The yellow-haired warrior watches with his back turned, visibly wary as the enemy survives the nuclear strike. The monster praises his target as a high-class specimen, then explains that ordinary living beings should have been vaporized in seconds. Instead, the creature orders its magic sphere to restore its body, and the broken monsters begin rebuilding themselves. The human warrior refuses to let them recover. He launches forward with pure anger, ready to finish this himself. Aircraft opens a brew ring above them, and the enemy insists the fight must leave the city before a third nuclear blast hits. The invaders call humanity battle-hardened, then reveal they have been wounded by humans since the beginning of their lives. One of the red-eyed monsters boasts that the Emperor has perfected an ancient transformation ritual. They offer the human powerhouse a place among their superior race, promising he could become the Emperor's fifth envoy. The human rejects the pitch immediately. After fighting his way this far, he is not waiting decades in an alien promotion queue. A disc-like craft drops in, and the human charges after it as the battles drag out beyond the city. The fighter throws out a shocking claim, saying he stopped being human long ago. Then he carves a blazing blue arc through the sky. The beam slams into the mountain, sending a towering pillar of light into the wilderness. The red-eyed monster is blasted backward to the air, battered but still in the fight. The enemy accepts the human's decision. With the city behind them, both sides are ready to show what they really are. Demoria transforms into a towering black battle body, crowned in blue nuclear fire. The gloves are officially off. The monsters realize this human had not shown his full strength during the capital battle, and suddenly their confidence starts looking expensive. Mechanical claws descend through the smoke as the monster force calls for every human hunter to be eradicated. The machines swarm forward, launching a coordinated assault at Demoria from every direction. A red-white strike streaks toward him, but Demoria turns straight into the attack instead of backing down. Blue nuclear fire erupts around Demoria as he unleashes his power at point-blank range. His massive energy wave crashes into the incoming force, swallowing the battlefield in blinding blue light. The enemy is hurled through the explosion, while the mountains flash under the force of the collision. The distant mountains burn into the aftermath, showing just how far this fight has escalated. The horned monster charges in, smugly warning the humans not to get arrogant. It is still fighting like it owns the place. Blue and red power collide in a blinding slash, and the monster gets hit head-on. Even battered and weakened, the beast snarls that it's still no ordinary opponent, then fires back with everything it has. Its counterattack erupts in the storm of red and gold energy. This fight has officially stopped respecting the local property damage budget. The monster declares the so-called Monsters Organization a threat to the Emperor, promising to wipe them out. The masked man cuts through the blast and coldly calls the creature even more arrogant than himself. But instead of falling cleanly, the monster bursts into dark purple spores that spread across the battlefield. The masked man watches with a calm smile and reveals the spores are 10-headed cells. The infected monsters suddenly lose control of their own bodies in panic as the black growth swallows them. Dark cosmic matter keeps crawling over their armor and flesh, turning the defeated force into something much more dangerous. The explanation is chilling. Cosmic cells can assimilate every organism on the planet into one shared sun. The purple infestation floods the landscape, but a huge armored figure rises to it, with blue power blazing. The towering armored being answers the masked man's command and accepts the role of his avatar. The avatar kneels in obedience, and the masked man orders his new powerhouse to squat down. The massive avatar obeys, blasting downward as it drops into position with earth-shaking force. The masked man calmly drops a rock into the avatar's open mouth and simply says, "Good." The giant creature happily barks while chewing the rock. Apparently, cosmic domination also comes with fixed training. Satisfied, the masked man launches away on a streak in blue light, while his dragon sparrow headhunter waits nearby. Elsewhere, officials report that they have identified the cause of the unnatural purple sky. At Washington University, a scientist urgently reports that every incident was caused by the same masked man. Their screens reveal a pattern. The vortex masked man appears in different fallen cities, hunting overlords and wiping out monsters. The director realizes this masked figure may be restoring cosmic light to the fallen cities, but his real goal is still unclear. The assistant confirms the report while the masked hunter stands above another pile of defeated monsters. The analysis finally lands on the truth. He is not simply reclaiming cities. He is hunting the overlords ruling them. Professor Gong forces a communication link to the masked hunter, and the lab braces for a very uncomfortable answer. The scientists are stunned to learn the masked man belongs to an organization called Monsters. His code name is Demon Eye, leaving the researchers staring at each other in total disbelief. Officials stare up in alarm as a massive figure is identified as a monster called Demon Eye. Nobody knows why the Special Intelligence Agency never had a file on this thing. The chief looks rattled as Demon Eye descends over a great shah. The whole room realizes this is not a normal enemy raid. Demon Eye hangs in the stormy sky with blue energy blazing around its armor. It has the kind of entrance that makes every security budget feel optimistic. The agents compare its presence to Asura, then nervously wonder if this evolved monster is even stronger than before. A hooded figure suddenly appears beneath Demon Eye, and the agents freeze when they recognize the visitor. The chief blurts out the name Demon Eye, horrified that a supposed overlord beast hunter is standing right in front of them. Demon Eye gives a cold little laugh as surveillance is cut off. The last report says Asura has already carried it away from Huadu. The chief grimly admits Great Xia has suffered a brutal failure. With its forces shattered, people are now hoping some mysterious organization can stop Asura. News of Huadu being attacked explodes across the city. Even the public cannot believe the capital was hit. The rumors climb the trending lists, and people insist the attack has to be fake. Huadu is supposed to be protected by countless powerful fighters. Online arguments turn ugly fast. Some suspect the Great Xia itself is trying to reclaim lost territory, while others demand proof before the panic spreads further. The pig-haired president confirms the awful news is real. Her serious expression makes it clear this is no internet rumor. The president asks where the national protectors are, but the answer is disastrous. Even elite fighters from nearby Great Xia factions cannot reach Huadu in time. A dark-haired woman reports that not one top-tier expert has appeared in Huadu. Her narrowed eyes show she already knows how badly this changes everything. Far away on Luli Island, the powerful head of the K family waits with a formal escort. A northern guest has arrived at exactly the wrong time for polite small talk. The distinguished guest is welcomed from his aircraft, his face hidden beneath a wide hat. Whatever this visit is about, it is clearly business. The two men shake hands despite their country's long conflict. The guest says business still has to be done. The northern guest skips the formalities and calls it a huge deal. He is not here to mourn Great Xia's crisis. He is here to profit from it. Elsewhere, a black-haired young hunter is offered membership in the monster organization. He accepts the invitation, becoming their first member. The hunter stands confidently beside the organization, but its leader explains that power and influence matter most in a world growing more chaotic. The new recruit calls Dr. Mad first and casually asks to visit his secret base. He is clearly preparing to build power of his own. Using Hellstar's light control ability, the hunter turns invisible and slips into a dense forest. The forest looks quiet at first, but the hunter's alert blue eyes scan every shadow. He knows something here is wrong. He notices the trees. Then a red eye opens in the darkness. The hunter has just found something that was waiting for him. The giant red eye stares back, and the hunter forces a terrified grin before shouting that it is a demon. The wolf squares at the towering hook monster, but the creature immediately recognizes him and backs down. The Lord tells the giant beast to calm down, and it turns out the scary forest guardian is surprisingly polite. Dr. Modman explains that the whole forest is made of biotech monitoring devices, with eyes and mouths everywhere. Subtle security was never on the menu. The Lord looks genuinely impressed and praises Dr. Madman for creating the entire artificial forest. The Lord grins as he realizes the forest was built from scratch. Dr. Madman has clearly been busy. Dr. Madman leads him into a newly developed base and apologizes that it is still a little rough around the edges. The Lord studies the facility with a wary look and asks how this much research happened so quickly. Dr. Madman says wealthy people facing death gladly fund his work, especially after learning about his self-healing blood. He has also begun looking for willing candidates to undergo vampire transformation and join the Lord's organization. The Lord approves, but makes one thing clear. Nobody gets forced into this. They choose for themselves. With that settled, Dr. Madman invites him deeper inside to see the scientific results firsthand. The sealed doors open, and the base reveals a clean, high-tech research wing waiting beyond them. Dr. Madman steps forward beside hovering machines as the Lord enters the heart of the laboratory. Inside, scientists work around glowing tanks and massive equipment, while the Lord takes in the scale of the operation. One researcher wears a heavy neural visor, hinting that these experiments go far beyond ordinary medicine. Dr. Madman reveals the people in the tanks are cyborgs whose brains have been modified. The Lord stops cold at the sight, visibly disturbed by whatever is floating inside those green chambers. Dr. Madman calmly says the body in front of them is only his cyborg vessel, and the Lord asks where his real body is. The answer is wild. Dr. Madman transformed himself into a brain and discarded the rest to control his body more efficiently. The Lord could barely process the idea of a blind date with a neural system, then decides to let Dr. Madman enjoy his bizarre setup. Dr. Madman shows off the giant hook monster as his external embodiment, a body his mind can transfer into whenever he wants. He promises the Lord's new cells will receive round-the-clock cyborg care. That is one extremely committed health plan. The Lord quietly says that is unnecessary, but Dr. Madman is already eager to reveal the next experiment. They move into an aquarium-like chamber where Dr. Madman calls this his most important research project. A huge shape drifts through the blue tank, and its monstrous silhouette makes it clear this is not a normal aquatic specimen. The Lord and Dr. Madman stare upward as the scientist proudly unveils his artificial creature. Dr. Madman says he built it from the original genes of a sacred specimen, then refined it through black and red biomass experiments. The creature inherited controlled nuclear fusion and can adapt its black and red biomass to almost any environment. The Lord stares in shock and calls it a genuine nuclear bomb, then senses it could someday threaten Shaodong Island. Instead of rejecting it, the Lord says he is very satisfied and rewards Dr. Madman with newly developed cells. The Lord smiles with quiet confidence, promising that Dr. Madman's work will bring even more surprises. The city has barely recovered when a sudden curfew cuts it off from the outside world. The streets are dark, tense, and nobody knows what is really happening. Chamik. Police seal the streets as rumors explode online. The government is trying to stop panic, but the whole nation is already on edge. The young recruit looks around in disbelief. Huaidu is still standing, but its once brilliant streets have been wrecked by the recent disaster. He receives a direct order to report to the Dragon Sparrow Command Center. Nowhere Mokum, just straight into the deep end. The command center rises ahead of him, a huge modern fortress against the blue sky. Today is his first day of internship. He stares up at the Dragon Sparrow insignia, focused but clearly curious about what waits inside. He passes through the entrance gates with a calm face, even as the place feels far more serious than a normal internship. Inside the headquarters, he heads deeper into the building, keeping his cool as the assignment finally begins. A cheerful hello greets him from the office. His new handler is already waiting, and she looks much more awake than the room itself. The blue-haired staff member sizes him up through her glasses. She knows he is the special student recommended by Section Chief Qinglong. She introduces herself as Linju, gives him a desk, then immediately makes it clear she is buried in work. Classic first-day hospitality. Linju explains that most elite agents are guarding the frontier, while heavy losses have left the remaining divisions overloaded. She has been reviewing documents for more than 30 hours without sleep, and her exhausted expression says this job is eating her alive. The recruit quietly takes out black-red matter, a rare substance that can sharpen brain function and ease mental stress. He hopes it helps her. Before she can process his gift, an emergency alarm blasts through the office. The timing is spectacularly rude. Riots have broken out in several cities of the Southeast Triangle. 4 top agents are dispatched, but the command center's dispatched. But the command center still needs one more. Ling Ju is frustrated because the urgent mission hits her right when she was planning to eat. Then the recruit calmly volunteers to go. Ling Ju warns him that he was recruited for future potential, not his current strength. These emergency missions can kill even experienced agents. Instead of backing down, he asks if she doubts him. Her startled look tells you she did not expect that confidence. His eyes flash with a strange purple light, and then Ju suddenly finds herself overwhelmed by a vivid illusion. The illusion is not a monster or battlefield. It is a tray full of Linju's favorite cafeteria dishes because apparently hunger is the true final boss. He reveals he only used the chance to enter her mind while she was exhausted. Linju realizes this quiet recruit may be far more dangerous than he looks. Linju explains that special recruits train to resist illusions, yet his ability slipped past normal defenses even when someone is conscious. She admits he cannot force her to the cafeteria, but he can make those favorite dishes appear in her mind. Her annoyed face is fighting a very real craving. Easy to add out, but Lyncher insists that a rare genius like him should focus on developing his talent instead. Her concern finally shows through. If something happened to him, she says she could not bear the responsibility. A packed train rolls through the border region, and the passengers already look uneasy. One nervous man even notices the carriage is strangely clean, which is never a comforting detail in a train full of shady strangely clean, which is never a comforting detail in a train full of shady strangers. Authorities have already wiped out riot leaders across several cities, but they know these thugs are only the visible layer. Someone bigger is still pulling strings. Now that the agents have identified the 3 leaders, the undercover man decides to trace the riots back to their source and rip the whole operation out by the roots. The driver snaps at the man behind him for distracting him while he drives. Fair complaint, except the passengers are about to have much bigger problems. A tattooed blonde boss steps into the aisle looking smug and completely in control. He has brought enough muscle to turn this train into his private terror show. The boss orders the door open, and the driver freezes. The threat has stopped pretending to be polite. The gang talks about Shaw as the safest place on earth, then scoffs at how bold criminals have become. They convince powerful people must be protecting them. The thugs insist they are good people while showing off their tattoos and demanding everyone cooperate. That sales pitch needs some work. The gang floods the aisle and warns the train's braking system will soon be disabled. Every trapped passenger realizes this is no ordinary robbery. 2 massive tattoo artists stand behind the young man as the gang reveals its plan. Before long, everyone, old and young, will be marked. The young man tears open his shirt and shows the same vicious tattoo. He's not just trapped with these criminals, he has walked straight into their inner circle. He explains that Nua gave him the tattoo, and after that, ordinary people were pushed into crime. His dark expression makes it clear he has been waiting to expose this. An old passenger finally snaps and calls the gang traitors, furious that they are disgracing their own ancestors. Brave timing, but very dangerous timing. The young thug raises a blade and threatens to chop the old man down. He is grinning like this is entertainment. Before the trick can land, the fight suddenly turns violent. The gang's confidence gets sliced apart in one sharp instant. The knife man recoils in pain, babbling that his hand moved on its own. The order from behind him is much simpler. Kill the intruder. The undercover agent moves through the aisle with brutal speed, and the bigger thugs suddenly look like they picked the wrong carriage. His strikes land in a blur, dropping attackers before they can surround him. The gang planned a massacre and got a one-man beatdown instead. Even the huge tattooed enforcers collapse, and their blonde leader can only stare. He clearly did not expect the quiet guy to be this dangerous. The remaining thugs charge together, but the agent keeps tearing through them. Bodies hit the floor as the whole gang scrambles to save itself. Passengers huddle in terror while the gang leader suddenly begs for mercy. A minute ago he was a prison lord, now he is begging like the train has no exits. The leader gets launched out of the train in the middle of his pleading. His tough guy routine does not survive the exit. Outside, the battered leader claims he did not mean any of it and whines that he may have broken his arm. The undercover agent has completely broken his nerve. Back inside, the aisle is covered with defeated gang members. The young agent stands alone among them, still calm while everyone else tries to understand what just happened. The blonde leader finally asks who this young man is, then gets smacked before he can process the answer. He is having a very educational afternoon. The agent grabs the leader by the head and calls him a spirited little guy. The leader protests, but his bravado has vanished completely. The vehicle lurches away as someone claims his body is out of control. The gang's escape is falling apart as badly as its attack. The shaken passengers piece it together. A group came aboard demanding tattoos, then started fighting without warning. They have no idea they were caught in an undercover operation. A battered driver grips the wheel and begs for mercy, already looking like he knows this ride is going very badly. The blonde, mustached captive tries to bargain, but his narrowed eyes show he is terrified of saying the wrong thing. The unruly demon king calmly asks who funds the operation and where they meet. He even throws in a ridiculous polite hand gesture, because apparently interrogation has dress code. The captive realizes he will be punished whether he talks or not, so he admits he cannot reveal everything without getting hunted down. He offers a desperate compromise, claiming he can point out people connected to the great Shia Dragon Sparrow instead of naming the whole network. The vehicle reaches a lonely cliffside, and the demon king decides it is time to send his prisoner on a very unpleasant trip. When the captive breaks his promise, the demon king erupts with red-black power and admits he has been restraining himself. The Demon King coolly reveals that he can read memories directly. The captive's lies were never going to survive this conversation. The unruly Demon King stands on the cliff in a storm of dark energy, looking far too pleased with the fresh air. A boot lands nearby as the dark aura keeps swelling around him, turning the empty cliff into a danger zone. He stretches into the power and says he feels much lighter, while the shadow behind him grows into a monstrous mass. The dark mass spreads across the ground, and a blinding burst signals that something huge is being summoned. The light clears to reveal a sleek red armored vehicle, arriving with the kind of entrance that definitely ignores parking regulations. The red machine charges forward, its sharp armored frame cutting through the dust as the Demon King climbs aboard. Elsewhere, young Master Yi activates his female system with a cool grin. He has already decided where to find his next target. Yi admits that locating the bold contact was a dead end, so he asks Noah to guide him to Qingqing while posing as a spoiled merchant heir. Noah answers immediately, and Yi's vehicle tears away with a burst of speed. The red vehicle rockets down the cliffside route, leaving dust and sparks behind as Yi pushes hard toward Changcheng. The vehicle races across rough ground at full throttle. Yi is clearly not planning a quiet arrival. It blasts through the narrow mountain pass, red lights streaking behind it as the chase heads into the southeastern triangle. In the southeastern triangle, a hidden door marks the beginning of a much larger scheme. A long-haired strategist says Huidi has been attacked, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime opening while rival leaders consider cooperation. Another planner says the Great Jade Dragon's Barrel has sealed the country too tightly, but the local factions remain divided. To them, that means opportunity. Their glamorous informant describes young Master Yi as rich, flashy, and constantly surrounded by attention. Subtlety clearly did not make his guest list. They say Yi is the son of a financial giant and a billionaire-level playboy. The exact sort of man who draws eyes wherever he goes. One operative concludes that Yi is too convenient a lead to be trusted. He may be bait, but they decide to step on the trap anyway. The group sends its best people to investigate Yi, convinced that his carefully polished image is hiding something dangerous. They pile on gossip about Yi's extravagant habits, trying to paint him as a complete degenerate. Their dossier is basically a roast session with funding. The woman smugly claims she can spot a pervert at a glance, and she is convinced young Master Yi fits the profile. The decision is made, they will go to Chengcheng and meet this so-called perverted young Master Yi themselves. The story shifts to Chengcheng on the Xiao Dynasty border, where a church-like compound hides another threat. A report identifies Jeff, a former Northern investigation agent who betrayed the Federation and joined the Bloodthorn organization. The report names Kenny and Sultana as Bloodthorn leaders too, and the reader reacts with open disgust at the organization's bloody history. A masked figure listens in silence, his blue eye cold above a jagged grin-like mask. The masked figure orders that all 3 targets be brought to Changcheng today. His calm tone makes the command worse. He decides Bloodthorn has grown weak enough for anyone to approach, comparing the organization to a lamplit in a septic tank. That is not a rescue mission, it is a warning. A car heads toward the cathedral meeting point in Changcheng, but the bondwoman is already uneasy about the supposedly ordinary town. The driver insists there is no reason to guard a quiet county town so heavily, while the woman feels something watching them from every direction. As they enter the city, shadowy pedestrians with glowing eyes crowd the roadside. Her fear is not subtle, and for once that is completely fair. She notices the impossible detail. Every one of those people has an eerily steady heartbeat, like they are all following the same signal. The driver slams on the brakes and orders a retreat as the trap finally becomes obvious. Outside the car, more red-eyed figures stare them down in the fading light. The grinning figures explain that sunset is coming, and the rulers of the night will soon be out in force. The car races away, but the woman knows caution may be useless after they have already driven so deep into Zhenjiang. The blonde woman remembers glimpsing a scene of destined death while trying to break through in martial arts. That vision showed 2 corpses beside her, and the driver explodes in rage that she kept something this serious from him. Shaken by his anger, she admits that fate may not be stopped forever, but she refuses to surrender today. In her vision, the backdrop was a dark and menacing forest. Even though there should not be a single tree anywhere around them, she steels herself and declares that even if this is fate, she is going to defy it. Elsewhere, a black-haired man is surrounded by dark red energy as he reveals that his cells can now form a body and carry his consciousness. Using a sacred tree of the Celestial Emperor Mora's plant cells, He calls forth the being who was utterly destroyed. Under the full moon, the power erupts with one brutal announcement. The dark forest descends. Black roots surge upward under a blood-red glow, swallowing the world around them. The car is caught as enormous twisted branches rise around it, turning the escape route into a living nightmare. A huge wolf-like monster with glowing red eyes emerges from the darkness, and the forest suddenly has a face. The black-haired man stands calmly atop the writhing roots and says fate can indeed be rewritten, but only if he decides it can. The blonde woman crashes into the nightmare exactly as she feared, realizing she has arrived at her scene of destined death. She looks around in terror and asks if this is really the place from a vision. A battered man reaches out from the ground and begs for help, his face twisted with desperation. The dying man reveals that Jeff is already dead and warns her to get out while she still can. The monster's victims insist that nobody can escape their destined death, but the blonde woman refuses to accept that answer. She is attacked at close range, yet she keeps repeating the one thought keeping her alive. Fate can be changed. Bound and helpless on the roots, she watches the monster loom overhead as the situation gets very bad, very fast. The beast descends toward her, and her exhausted expression shows she is running out of options. Then her fear shifts into strange fascination as she catches a wonderful, rich aroma in the middle of the carnage. A single drop of dark blood falls, signaling that someone else has entered this deadly game. The black-haired man looks down with cold confidence and tells her that her fate is now in his hands. He offers one cruel choice: die as a human, or sell her soul and body to him for a chance to survive. The blonde bloodthorn is given a brutal choice: die human, or hand over her soul and body to survive. She is battered and terrified, but her clenched hands show she refuses to die here. Her eyes flare red as the transformation starts. She instantly realizes asking that question was a terrible life choice. Dark energy erupts around her silhouette, swallowing the last traces of her old form. A ghostly blue beast rises behind her as her body absorbs the strange blood power. The unseen master is impressed, then warns that if she cannot endure this, he will rebuild her from black and red biomass. Black spikes burst through her changing body while the monster power keeps escalating. She rises in a darker, armored form, shaking with pain as red energy crawls over her skin. The mossed man watches her adapt and admits she's doing better than expected. He samples her blood, coolly probing what kind of organization the Bloodthorn really serves. The blood reveals a small group in the southeast triangle, is trying to rebel. The blonde woman quickly decides this masked monster is no longer her boss. Sensible career move. She kneels at his feet in submission while he gives a quiet, satisfied, very good. He summons 15 elite E's and orders them to erase every Bloodthorn stronghold and riot leader across Gratia. The red-eyed force scatters around him, and the blonde servant answers with a nervous yes. Up close, her sweat and wide eyes show that she understands exactly how dangerous her new master is. Under the moon, she hesitates and quietly calls him Lord. Over the next 2 weeks, the southern riots fade and public order returns to Xia Kingdom. Meanwhile, the police receive a mysterious letter every day, each one marked with a grinning red monster seal. Out at sea, an order comes in. Notify them to collect the body. A life magnetic scan sweeps the ocean, but it cannot detect anything resembling a submarine. The masked man calmly tracks the target with a pulsing signal, calling it a clever rat hiding from coastal defenses. He says his Mora trainees have already wiped out countless rats, and this target will not be an exception. Then he unleashes the Mora ultimate and blue lightning tears down into the ocean. The sea detonates in a massive blast, throwing up a wall of water. Beneath the surface, a huge spined silhouette drifts through the dark water. The creature's armored body glows blue underwater, looking far too large to be any normal sea life. Purple energy blooms around the monster as it releases something into the sea. The hunter locks on and says he has found his target. A sleek submarine appears in the darkness, heading through the water without realizing it has been spotted. The Butcher's Knife once served the Snowline Alliance, but after its collapse, it became the Bloodthorn organization's mobile base. Sonar reports an object over 120 meters long racing toward the vessel from 8,000 meters away. Inside the submarine, the crew wonders if it is a whale, but the captain knows this is not a migration route. Sonic propulsion fails, and the target is closing at high speed. The captain orders Trident torpedoes fired directly. The submarine launches its Trident torpedoes straight at the approaching monster. The torpedoes race through the sea and explode in a blinding burst. The blast lights up the depths, but something huge is still moving inside the water. The vert comes back immediately. Triton torpedoes are ineffective. Inside Butcher's command post, the officers watch their target surge closer at terrifying speed. The crew's faces tighten as they realize the monster is already on top of them. The submarine faces a gigantic armored sea beast glowing with blue energy. It has arrived ahead of schedule because apparently monsters do not respect naval appointments. The beast slams into the submarine's path and the hull takes a brutal impact. The collision barely slows the creature. It streaks through the water beside the submarine like a living torpedo. The crew finally gives the order to launch every remaining Trident fish. Their panic has officially become an all-in attack. The missiles crash into the monster in a blaze of fire and blue lightning, turning the sea into a war zone. A glowing projectile tears through the water toward the submarine as explosions flash above it. The barrage erupts around the beast, filling the depths with blinding light and violent shockwaves. When the fire clears, the monster is still there. The attack has made it look angry, which is not the result anyone ordered. Gret, leader of the Bloodthorns, watches from the water with a grim, furious stare. He never expected his family business to be crushed by a passing monster. Gret's thoughts spiral as wreckage burns around him. He imagined enemies and powerful nations, but not this nightmare from the deep. The defeated fighter cannot accept what is happening. His rage is real, but fear is starting to win. The submarine deploys its last card, a glowing nuclear battery, the crew's betting everything on one final explosion. Crete screams that the damaged submarine cannot last much longer. He believes his nuclear battery is about to explode. The battery drifts toward the monster through dark water, glowing like a very expensive bad idea. Crete taunts the beast, convinced the nuclear battery will blow it apart from the inside. He laughs at the monster for swallowing the battery, calling it a mindless creature. That confidence lasts about 5 seconds. The monster calmly absorbs the nuclear battery instead of exploding. Its power surges through its body in waves of blue light. Gret is horrified as the beast's energy erupts outward. He can only beg it to stop while the sea flashes around him. Gret's eyes go wide behind his mask. He finally understands that the monster absorbed the nuclear battery. The massive creature looms over the stunned fighter, now charged with an even more dangerous power. A voice enters Gret's mind and tells him, "Your turn." He freezes as the monster proves it can speak directly into his brain. Gret reads the words from the impossible voice. The creature is even speaking Shao country language, and he has no clue how it has that power. Gret tries to stand his ground, insisting that even underwater he is an S-rank Grandmaster martial artist. His posture says brave, but his situation says doomed. Dark tentacles seize Gret and start draining his martial energy. He cannot move, and his confidence disappears instantly. The monster unleashes a towering blast of blue energy, swallowing the trapped fighter in light. Gret cries out for it to stop, but the attack keeps pouring down without mercy. Completely overwhelmed, Gret can only scream one question: who exactly is this monster? The destruction fades into a quiet ocean view. Then something enormous begins rising from beneath the surface. Jagged, black spires burst from the sea, throwing up clouds of water and debris. The spires keep rising until they form the outline of a moving island-sized threat. A dark-haired young man with glowing blue eyes and a monstrous armored mask stares ahead. His target is the southeast triangle area. His decoration lands hard. The triangle area is next. In the southeast triangle region of the Philippines, soldiers notice the tide behaving strangely and a small island appearing offshore. The guards discuss recent foreign equipment shipments and possible action against Shah country. They are focused on politics while the ocean is about to interrupt. One soldier boasts that nearby powers are too busy with other wars to interfere. He calls the approaching shape a huge tailwind. The smug stops when both soldiers hear a deep rumble from the sea. Their faces shift from excited to nervous fast. They stare toward the water as the dark island-shaped mass rises closer and closer. Massive destroyers cut through the water toward shore, and the people below think rescue has finally arrived. The fleet closes in on the target. Someone aboard gives the cold order to eliminate every enemy in sight. Then the black shape rises from the sea, its glowing eyes cutting through the storm like a very bad warning sign. Tomorrow gathers a blinding sear of blue energy above the waves. The attack gets a name, Nuclear Black Ball, and it is already swelling into something absurdly huge. The energy tears forward, turning the dark sea into a flashing blue nightmare. A towering wave rolls outward behind the blast, making the whole coast look tiny. At the naval base, soldiers stare upward in terror as the monster's attack approaches. Inside the Philippine naval port, alarms hit and the operators realize a tsunami is coming. The command staff receives the worst report possible: a highest-ranked beast, 2 warships, and landfall ahead. They rush to activate newly acquired American weapons. The mustached commander is still grinning. He thinks foreign equipment and allied firepower will keep the Philippines safe. That grin vanishes when the monster's signal suddenly disappears. The commander can only stare and ask what just happened. Far below the water, Damora moves to a field of chain metal spheres. The officers talk about wiping out every armed force in the region. The traps stretch across the depths in every direction, but they look painfully small beside the monster. The Philippine fleet forms up overhead, ready to spend every ship it has on this one target. Every warship is now gathered above Damora. The military thinks sheer numbers can finally box him in. Damora answers with Damora Ultimate Unleashed, throwing a glowing ring of force across the fleet. Missiles and debris launch into the air as the blue energy punches straight through the formation. Explosions boom across the water. The crews cannot believe an Overlord-level beast ignored their minds without slowing down. The order changes from attack to pure survival. Ships scatter, but the reports say the fleet is already finished. Fighter jets race off the carrier deck for one last interception attempt. The commander finally breaks. He screams that the beast has ruined the Philippines, then desperately orders everyone to attack. A soldier watches the vast blue impact outside the command ship, waiting for a hit that may already be too late. The remaining warships unleash everything at once. For a second, it looks like firepower might actually matter. Shells erupt around the target in a wall of orange fire and smoke. Damora emerges from the smoke with those blue eyes still glowing. The terrified troops can only run. At 8:35 in the morning, Damora begins tearing through the Philippine fleet. The counterattack lasted less than a dramatic speech. 3 minutes later, the Philippine fleet is completely wiped out. Emperor Morales lands in Manila, but the damage is already done. Damora tramples the capital and leaves the country facing chaos, while every attempt to stop him fails. The monster keeps advancing, heading away from the Philippines toward Indonesia within the hour. Emperor Morales refuses to back down. Surrounded by red power, he declares that no inferior player will set foot in his country. The scene tightens on a sharp armored shape as the next confrontation begins to close in. 20 minutes later, Indonesia is paralyzed. Damora has already left, and now the giant shadow is moving toward Myanmar and South Korea. A private jet races ahead while Myanmar's internal conflict becomes the next problem in Damora's path. Someone urgently warns Myanmar's leader to flee. Damora will cross the southern kingdom and arrive in about 20 minutes. The heavy-set leader sits rigid in his plane, insisting that the people of Myanmar are meant to die where he is. That consultant sounds expensive. Then he spots the red branch in shape outside, and can only manage a stunned reaction. Over Myanmar, a terrified man watches a red nightmare slip into the plane and wonders why a monster would board a flight. The creature is already inside. Its calm eyes and spreading crimson body make it clear that this is not a normal hijacking. The passengers panic as the red mass grows tendrils and the bold fighter orders his men to kill it. The fighter tries to mock the slime, but the monster forms a vicious grin. That confidence is about to expire. He charges in with glowing punches, convinced 3 hits will finish the job, while the monster barely flinches. A crimson tendril lashes around his attack and tears through his defenses before he can react. The tendril drives into his stomach. His shocked, twisted face shows he finally understands the gap between them. The monster calls it the art of cutting, smiling wide as its spread blades close in. The fighter is ripped apart by a storm of blood-red spikes. This fight ends with exactly 0 refunds. The bald man coughs blood as the creature's combined powers shred him. A cold commander orders the remaining enemies cleaned up. The red-eyed commander dismisses the elite army as boring and says he wants to see what the real strong side can do. A shadowy figure accepts the risk. Even getting caught is worth the price of admission to this chaos. Far to the south, cities burn beneath the colossal beast, and thick smoke rolls over the skyline. Amid the ruined ground, someone begs to be saved, as an overwhelming presence descends from above. The blue-haired destroyer smiles and declares himself the very embodiment of death. He promises that the southeast triangle will remember the shadow of this dark behemoth for thousands of years. The damage dealt by Damora is carved into the land itself, leaving the city staring at a permanent warning. By morning, 3 countries have fallen. Tazlaadu watches with cool eyes, clearly more annoyed than impressed. Havlaadu, the feared ice demon king, considers whether he can turn Damora into an ice sculpture for his collection. Behind Pavla, a first menagerie of powerful magical beasts gleams in the cold blue light. Pavla calmly says that making Damora into ice would be his most impressive collection yet. An icy beast surges forward beneath Pavla's outstretched hand, showing exactly how serious that offer is. Pavla agrees to lead the behemoths of the north, but he demands that the other side keeps its promise afterward. The reply is simple and respectful, of course, Mr. Ice Wizard. The story shifts west, where witches are born with terrifying elemental power and can become walking natural disasters. One witch's volcanic rage is blamed for Pompeii, while another unleashed the Black Death. History gets very rude around these women. The Black Witch devastated the continent so badly that frightened rulers began hunting every woman suspected of being one. Armies march under a skull-dark banner, turning fear into a merciless campaign of witch hunting. Countless suspected witches die before adulthood, crushed by the government's desperate suppression. Yet the witch of the 21st century is never found or killed, leaving the whole western continent without an answer. Pablo's hovering figure sets out the reason behind that impossible disappearance. The secret begins to surface as a dark, unnatural shape clings beneath the witch's robes. The missing witch was never alone. She was actually a conjoined twin, hiding a second body within the same terrifying existence. High above the clouds, the armored beast spots someone slipping through its net. Its glowing eyes narrow as it prepares to answer. The beast charges a blinding core of energy in its chest, lightning tearing across its armor like the weather itself picked a side. Then the white-haired fighter steps into view, calm and focused, and calls on endless wind to swallow the monster. The beast fires anyway. That energy sphere is not subtle, and neither is the amount of lightning behind it. The mage watches the incoming attack with a cool stare and admits the beast is brutal. Then he raises a hand for super magic. A huge loss tears forward, but the mage enters with ice, shaping a contour that looks far too big for one hand. Massive frozen slabs rise through the light, turning the open sky into a rapidly closing ice maze. The mage unveils the ice mirror of divine reversal, trapping the battlefield inside towering mirrored ice. The beast's energy attack crashes into the icy defense, flooding the whole prison with a savage blue-white glare. The collision detonates at point-blank range, but the ice structure keeps taking the punishment. As the light clears, the mage has already moved, leaving the beast to search through swirling frost. Floating above the frozen battlefield, the mage studies his target. He suspects this strange opponent is not an ordinary local martial artist. A dark-haired observer grins at the challenge. A magic expert has arrived, so naturally he wants to see what other tricks are available. The beast refuses to be intimidated and demands to see the mage's full arsenal. The mage calls it a foolish monster and launches another fast attack across the ice. But the target vanishes. The mage's eyes snap wide as he realizes he may have only hit a clone. The beast reappears through the broken ice, looming behind him, with its cyan eyes burning. The beast complains that the mage teleported behind it and only damaged a little hair. It is deeply offended by the haircut. It fires back at full speed and demands the mage show his real skills. Another flash erupts, and the beast stands the frozen air for its see-through opponent. The dark-haired observer senses something important. The mage carries martial arts energy, yet he keeps avoiding a direct confrontation. The mage laughs and calls the beast magical. He says he will cooperate fully, because his real goal is to expose this creature in public. The beast slams down hard enough to crack the ground, forcing the fight out of the sky and into raw destruction. The mage taunts the beast, asking if it knows why he destroyed several countries. He is clearly trying to provoke a reaction. The mage quietly confirms that his lure worked. The beast has charged exactly where he wanted it. The beast begins moving slower and the mage watches swebbily as the trap starts paying off. Then the mage freezes in shock. He cannot understand why the beast has stopped responding. Demora stands trapped among the ice, but its posture still looks stubborn rather than defeated. The mage raises more ice around Dimora and tells the beast to stop pretending. A brutal ice spike drops toward the monster, pressing the prison tighter around its armored body. The mage mocks Dimora, asking if one ice spike will really hurt it. He is testing its nerve now. He keeps pouring power into the frozen trap, determined to see how long this monster can hold out. Dimora remains buried in ice and steam, its glowing body almost swallowed by the prison. Off to the side, another watcher realizes Narforn's plan has fallen through. That is never a reassuring sentence during a monster fight. A massive black beast drops from the storm clouds, its armor glowing with cold, blue light. The hunter below looks confident, but he is staring up at a very bad day. The floating hunter dismisses the creature as just another beast, sounding almost offended that it has not brought better skills to the fight. With a hard glare, the pale-haired mage raises his hand and promises to freeze the monster using his absolute ice. Purple energy crackles around him as he launches the spell, completely certain this beast is about to join his trophy cabinet. Huge blue blast tears across the sky toward the monster, flooding the battlefield with freezing light. Then the mage's confidence slips. His wide eyes and clenched teeth say it all. The monster is treating that attack like a joke. The purple-haired opponent keeps taunting from a distance, bragging that the mage cannot even get close enough to hit him. Bounties finally fires back with a blazing blue strike. It has been successfully annoyed, which is never a reassuring milestone. The monster reveals it was playing along. Its life force can track the mage's location in real time, so running through space will not save him. The beast bares its fangs and says the chase is over, as another blue sphere forms beside its mouth. The blast engulfs the fleeing mage in a violent burst of blue-white energy, leaving him no room to dodge. He is thrown through the air, stunned and exposed, while the monster dives in to finish the job. The beast streaks forward like a living missile, carving a bright trail for the storm as it closes the gap. Humiliated and furious, the pink-haired mage vows to kill the beast, his eyes burning with wounded pride. Before he can retaliate, a heavy red aura rises behind him. He crouches low, suddenly aware that an even stronger presence has arrived. The purple-haired mage is confronted by the newcomer, who bluntly asks who he thinks he is going to kill, and calls out the conjoined twins. The dark-haired newcomer points straight at him, his glowing blue eyes calm but dangerous. The mage realizes the stranger knows about his sister. The newcomer mocks the mage's bizarre bond with his sister, and the insult lands exactly where it hurts. This fight has become painfully personal. The mage's eye narrows with rage as he snaps back, asking if the stranger wants to die. The newcomer answers the cold stare. He is here to kill him. Then he raises a hand and begins a terrifying spell. A monstrous shadow erupts behind him as he unleashes the dark forest descends, turning the air crimson and vicious. The mage charges into the attack but scoffs at the black magic, saying these woods are far too aggressive to be real witchcraft. Pavel dismisses the spell entirely. In the realm of dark magic, he says even the Ice Demon King's magic is beneath his notice. A vast icy magic circle opens overhead as Pavel unleashes a super-tier spell. Iceberg engulfs the world. Towering ice spikes explode upward and race across the battlefield, swallowing the dark forest in a frozen wall. The pink-haired mage reveals why he is so confident. His sister's witch blood runs through him, making her the perfect vessel for his magic. He boasts that his magical supply is effectively endless, enough to crush any spell thrown at him. The iceberg keeps spreading, jagged and suffocating, as the ice magic attempts to bury every last plant. He laughs at the idea that mere plant magic can challenge his ice. That confidence is about to get flash frozen. Pavel's eyes stay locked forward as the ice seals the forest away, promising that even lava would freeze completely. A sudden impact cracks through the frozen barrier. The supposedly unbeatable ice has been hit from inside. Pavel stares in disbelief as he realizes the plants have not died. They are still alive beneath the ice. Golden force surges through the frozen prison as the dark force pushes back, its roots and branches bursting with new power. The golden growth shatters the ice in a violent eruption, smashing through Pavel's perfect spell from within. Pavel can only stare in shock and admit the impossible. He actually lost the magic battle. The frozen mountain range becomes the stage for his rage, as the purple-haired fighter remembers every insult that pushed him here. He's trapped inside a massive body he hates, and the humiliation's clearly still burning hotter than the ice around him. The memory gets worse. He was mocked, called a twin monster, and left boiling with helpless anger. Kneeling between jeering figures, he decides his ugly body has to become more than a curse. The red aura erupts as he accepts the trial. Apparently, divine power comes with terrible customer service. His eyes flare wide as he roars that this body is necessary to obtain divine power. He believes surviving the trial should earn supreme power, but this mortal body is still holding him back. He lunges through the storm, swearing that only killing his opponent can wash away this humiliation. A huge wave of freezing force tears forward, turning the battlefield into a blur of blue-white violence. The black-haired martial artist barely reacts. He dismisses the attack as small tricks, which is never a comforting thing to hear mid-blizzard. A dark-red eye opens, as he reviews his ultimate technique, the art of image manipulation. His body shifts into the art of Pangu, and the pressure in the air suddenly feels much heavier. Then comes the art of Candle Dragon. The black-haired fighter is stacking transformations like he has a whole boss fight menu. A dragon-like red form emerges, its glowing eyes locked on the purple-haired giant with cold confidence. The transformed fighter surges forward, his huge body cutting through the icy attack without slowing down. The clash rips across the sky, but the black-haired fighter keeps advancing through the frozen current. He explains that the celestial demon template lets him perceive natural energies, turning the battlefield itself into part of his arsenal. Standing against the giant, he says that once he understands the same forces, he can do whatever his opponent can do. He raises one hand and summons fire, calmly proving that the cold is no longer the only element in his fight. A blazing red face forms in the flames. Since he can control the cold wind, he decides to ignite a raging fire too. The fire spreads across the ground as he calls out, "Black flower bloom." Black flowers blossom through the burning field, turning the ground beneath the giant into a deadly trap. The fire attack swells into a massive blazing shape, its eyes shining through the heat. The firestorm intensifies, swallowing the scene in a violent burst of orange and red. The burning technique expands into a sea of fire, leaving almost nowhere for the purple-haired fighter to run. The attack is named Hell Treacy, and the flames crash forward in a relentless wave. The purple-haired fighter sweats as the heat shatters his cold current. He realizes he may have lost this battle again. Before he can recover, the massive opponent attacks. The one comes with a fist, naturally. He is stunned by the speed. That enormous body moves behind him in an instant. The purple-haired fighter braces himself, eyes wide as he tries to survive the next strike. A giant fist slams down with crushing force, leaving him no room to breathe. He admits the truth through gritted teeth. No matter how fast he moves, he cannot catch that flash. A pillar of light shoots into the clouds as the black-haired fighter hovers above the battlefield. The purple-haired fighter decides his only option is to use clouds and unleashing forbidden magic at full power. He looks up in shock as something enormous shifts through the clouds above him. A giant form looms overhead, its red eye fixed on him as the next attack begins. A horned demon charges through the fire, while towering ice dragons rise to meet the attack. The three-headed ice dragon refuses to stay down, surging through the flames like a persistent ghost. Its icy head slams straight into the burning enemy, but the clash only gets more violent. The horned fighter dismisses the dragon as brainless and decides retreat is suddenly the smart career move. The pink-haired wizard admits he underestimated his opponent, then reveals he has been saving his magical artifacts for exactly this moment. Purple lightning erupts from the wizard as he finally prepares a serious finishing move. He gives his opponent one last chance to prepare, then hurls a blinding thunder attack across the battlefield. The lightning beam tears forward with enough force to light out the entire storm. The blast keeps pouring down, and the target is nearly swallowed by pure violet light. Pavli grins through the chaos, convinced that when he is ready, nobody can escape him. The masked fighter uses the heat from the Hellwood Forest and the storm to create the perfect thunder-charged environment. Pavli's confidence cracks when the masked fighter calmly calls for Keelan to appear. A colossal purple lightning creature answers the call, turning Pavli's own thunderstorm into a nightmare. The giant thunder strike comes crashing down, and Pavli can only stare up in horror. Electricity floods Pavli's body and locks him in place before he can blink. The lightning pillar engulfs him completely, and his angry outburst does absolutely nothing to slow it down. The thunderstorm becomes a solid column of light hammering the ground without mercy. The impact keeps expanding, turning the battlefield into a violent purple-white crater. For a moment, there is nothing but lightning, smoke, and the sound of the ground being torn apart. The final shockwave detonates across the landscape, finally leaving the battlefield visible again. The horned demon emerges from the fading blast, while the masked fighter watches for any sign the enemy is finished. The masked fighter asks if it is over, but the frozen aftermath suggests something else is waking up. Ice surges upward around the battlefield, wrapping a figure in a chilling new form. The frozen figure stands within a towering shell of ice, and the atmosphere suddenly feels far more dangerous. The masked fighter recognizes it at once. The true Ice Demon King has awakened. Far away in the northern lights and Commonwealth, officials receive reports that a huge vortex is gathering in the southeast triangle region. The director of North Baton takes the call as the distant storm keeps growing. His staff report that Pavli is fighting a mysterious masked man, and the magic is affecting both eastern and western continents. Satellite footage cannot penetrate the massive cloud cover, while military bases in South Korea have already been destroyed. The director fumes as more reports arrive. The storm may be weakening, but nobody knows what is left standing underneath it. A subordinate reports that the storm has subsided, and the chief immediately demands a local view. The chief curses Pavli for asking the wizard for help, apparently forgetting the wizard brought continent-sized weather with him. The local footage finally catches the ice-covered figure at the center of the disaster. The chief realizes the ice wizard they were tracking is under attack, just as the glowing figure fills the screen. Pangu fires chaos falls, charging his red energy until it bursts forward like a wrecking ball. The red blast tears downward, its heat and pressure ripping through the frozen battlefield. Pangu drives the attack into the ice, trying to crush the threat before it can spread. A pale hand rises through the blue glow, and the cold power answers his attack head-on. The icy surge swells across the ground in a violent wave, turning the whole clash into a freezing spectacle. Pangu's strike is swallowed by exploding ice and flying debris that is a very expensive way to learn your enemy is stronger than expected. Pangu stares through the frost in shock. The witch crushed his attack almost instantly. The purple-haired witch gasps through the icy mist, while Ping keeps his eyes locked on her. Her immense frozen form keeps moving through the storm, towering over the shattered ice below. Angul realizes this cold is far stronger than the men the witch fused with. He has to find a way to fight back. The frozen giant is still forming, with the witch's power packing itself into a terrifying new body. The restrained witch throws herself forward as cold energy rains around her, desperate and completely out of control. Elsewhere, the officials realize the witch beneath them has awakened. Their panic is justified, for once. An older official explains that Pavri's male body had been suppressing the witch's bloodline and holding back her full strength. He warns that only Pavri's sister can become a real witch, and she is now the true source of this nightmare. Even a fragment of a witch can freeze the entire Southeast Triangle region. A true witch could push Earth into a mini ice age. The officials decide their only option is activating a hidden crystal martial energy system to suppress the witch. Pandu watches the witch stumble and mutters that this woman is something else. He is not wrong. The witch screams as she drops through the storm, still tangled in her strange bindings. She reaches for the sky, and a massive ice mountain erupts beneath her. The ice formation rises into a jagged fortress, sealing the battlefield inside a wall of frozen power. Pangi hangs above the expanding ice mountain, facing a prison big enough to swallow the entire fight. The witch peers out from inside the ice, frightened but still driven by raw instinct. Pangu sees the problem immediately. Her power is monstrous, but her attacks have absolutely no plan behind. The witch lashes out with red tendrils. Pangu calls it boring, which is a bold review during an attempted murder. The red tendrils coil around Pangu, but he stays calm and watches the pattern instead of panicking. Pangu notices a strange icy double nearby and wonders if the witch made a clone. Then he understands it is not a clone at all. Her body is breaking apart and rebuilding itself. Pangu identifies the trick. Her body can instantly transform into elements, a power close to energy transformation. Pangu has his answer. He prepares a deadly net of heaven and earth to stop her escape. Red energy lines slash across the sky from every direction, closing in around the witch. The witch looks up as the net tightens, and the attack leaves almost no room to run. The crimson net curved into a sealed dome over the battlefield, turning Pangu's counterattack into a full trap. The dome locks into place above the storm, trapping the witch under Pangu's deadly formation. A purple-haired woman screams as a gigantic wooden cage crashes down around the battlefield. She is terrified, and honestly, the cage is not exactly subtle. From inside the cage, the masked fighter watches through one glowing red eye. He can hear something crying within the prison. The masked fighter stays calm behind his metal mask, but he knows primal force is often the most dangerous kind. Instead of waiting for the wooden cage to fail, he freezes the entire area. Massive blue ice spikes erupt around his target. The ice formation keeps growing, swallowing the cage in a brutal crystal prism. The masked fighter studies the frozen mess and wonders if the creature can even replicate the ice prison now. Then he decides to raise the stakes, unleashing the ultimate wash-8 Sunwheel Strike. A red-armored monster answers the challenge as fire flares around its skull-like face. The clash between giants is officially on. Far away, Northbury researchers stare at the battlefield. They cannot identify the masked man who summoned something this huge. The director looks grim. There is no record of anyone this powerful in the Northbury database. The team pulls up more surveillance footage, including a recording from an airbase above Hualu. The evidence suggests the same mysterious masked man repelled the Asura invasion, and spies link him to an organization called Monster. The director can only mutter "monster" while his staff panic over the fact that the supposedly untouchable organization has competition. Back at the battlefield, the frozen giant powers up while the masked fighter braces for another round. Red energy rains down like a burning meteor shower, cracking the ice fortress under the pressure. Inside the ice, the purple-haired woman winces in pain as the prison squeezes around her. The red monster dismisses her as a reckless kid with no battle experience, yet she is drawing enough elemental energy to destroy everything nearby. The masked fighter launches a blazing attack, turning the air above the cage into a storm of fire. He names the attack Torch Dragon, and a huge flaming dragon dives straight toward the ice prison. The purple-haired woman snaps out of her pain and screams as the fire closes in. Torch Dragon collides with the ice in a violent explosion, blasting smoke, flame, and shattered crystal across the sky. The masked fighter thinks the Candle Dragon can pierce the ice spikes, but he is already pushing the attack even further. He dives through the couch toward his opponent and declares that she is his now. Cold brain and glowing ice fragments fill the dark skies. The battlefield goes briefly still. The masked fighter looks up in shock as a blue-white surge begins breaking through the smoke. A blinding blue strike tears downward through the air, fast enough to make the whole scene look like it got hit by a flashbang. The frozen giant unleashes a massive burst of icy power, flooding the battlefield in white-blue light. The blue giant charges through the blast with glowing eyes and a furious expression, refusing to stay trapped. Its attack lands with enough force to rip apart the ice around them. Towering ice spikes explode into rubble, leaving a smoking gap where the prison used to stand. Through the broken ice, the purple-haired woman floats free, looking far less frightened than she did a moment ago. She starts laughing with a sly smile. That is never the face of someone who plans to surrender. Red energy coils around her as she laughs in midair, building toward one last dangerous move. With the sky burning red around her, she activates star-devouring refinement. The fight opens with a woman screaming as a wall of fire surges toward her. The heat is not playing around today. A black-winged figure tears through the blazing attack, while the masked fighter calmly calls for soaring fire. Columns of flame crash down from above, turning the entire sky into a burning execution zone. The masked man locks onto his target with glowing eyes and says he can still see through her strength. He explains the trap. Cut off from nature, her control over its elements will keep getting weaker. The fire closes in from every direction. He tells her she was too busy dealing with the crazy woman to notice it was already his turn. A purple beam shoots into the air as he mocks her satellite spying. Apparently even villains cannot escape bad signal coverage. With dust and embers swirling around him, he says the Korean Peninsula and Southeast Great Xia should have been left in peace. He unleashes the art of cloud manipulation, wrapping a massive serpent-like threat in spiraling energy. Bloody but focused, the masked man says the battle will take time to settle, so for now they should stay hidden. Elsewhere, a bald official learns about manhwa and admits the wolfish ambitions of the vassal states are no secret. The blue-armored observer says the key to stopping them lies in the supporting forces behind the vassal states. He warns that once Great Xia looked weak, neighboring powers would naturally start making moves of their own. Then Emperor Mora appeared from nowhere. His sudden arrival stopped a giant beast from sweeping across the entire southeast. The masked man burns with power as the observer reveals that the monster organization has already mobilized again. The observer warns that terrifying figures are emerging one after another, including an ice witch who can summon nightmare trees. The serpent rears up with flames pouring from its head, but a blinding blue light suddenly cuts through the battlefield. A crystalline object descends through the light, and the masked man raises both hands to receive it. He looks up in shock and calls it the Golden Legend. Whatever this thing is, it has arrived with maximum dramatic timing. Holding the glowing prize, he announces that the ice witch has been captured successfully, then prepares to return to China. The ruined city lies smoking beneath him as he states coldly that, within 100 miles, everything has been wiped out. He admits that without his intervention, this hellish disaster would already have reached Great Xia. Surrounded by terrified followers, he declares himself the guardian of peace in the Great Xia dynasty and also the world's most bloodthirsty tyrant. Green ghostly flames coil around his body as he stands unmoved in the middle of the wreckage. His expression stays ice-cold as he says he hopes the millions who died at his feet carry no curses or resentment. He offers no excuses, only a promise to repay his blood debt for countless years to come. A blue portal bursts open, signaling that the next crisis is already pulling him somewhere else. The masked man dies through the vortex. All news reports say Great Xia's major forces were badly weakened during the reconquest. The report says outside threats have been handled for now, but the real trouble has shifted inward as powerful families flee. After the reconquest ends, martial academies reopen, and teachers and students finally return to something close to normal life. University students return to peaceful campuses, visibly relieved to brave that a battlefield hanging over them. The younger generation starts training harder, because even peace in this world comes with a warning label. At the training hall, a group trades rumors about the masked man who appeared in the Southeast Triangle. One guy insists the masked man is a righteous hero, then launches into a story about a cold wave sweeping southern China. A blogger's photos reveal a monstrous ice wizard and a sinister masked figure, making the rumor sound much less ridiculous. The storyteller builds the mystery up like a legend until his impatient friend asks what happened next. He delivers the final update with perfect deadpan. All that terrifying build-up went down because the ice wizard died. News of the masked man from Guadu is exploding online. The students are stunned, wondering if that monster could really be one of Great Sha's own. The chatter gets uglier as they point out the masked spiders could be hiding anywhere. Chuzhou hears every word, and his calm stare says he's already thinking ahead. The room falls quiet when Chuzhou turns toward the entrance. He looks composed, but the sudden attention clearly puts everyone on edge. The students practically light up when their president answers them. Chuzhou gets called a legend student, which is a very normal amount of pressure to dump on one guy. Chuzhou's reputation is carrying serious weight now. He knows the Dragon Blood Society will need strong allies if it plans to challenge the major families. With a faint, confident smile, Chuzhou calls for Yu Yangze. He is ready to move before the rumors turn into a bigger problem. Inside the Dragon Blood Society training room, the mood shifts from campus gossip to business. Something important is waiting for Chuzhou. A vivid memory of a water-wreathed masked fighter flashes through the scene. The power behind that battle still hangs over everyone. Chuzhou asks what happened, and Uyangze arrives looking uneasy. Someone has come specifically to see him. Uyangze nervously admits the visitor is important, someone he cannot afford to offend. Chuzhou immediately wonders if he has returned. The messenger looks genuinely worried as he repeats that this guest is a big deal. That is never the opening line before a relaxed afternoon. The visitor is revealed as Chu Feng-chi, eldest son of the Chu family from the ancient southern capital. He sits there like he already owns the room. Feng-chi looks Chuzhou over with a smug little grin and calls him an underestimator. The expensive rings and attitude arrive together. Feng-chi coolly notes that Chuzhou came all the way from the ancient southern capital. His expression says this family reunion has an agenda. Feng-chi tells his dear brother that appearances can be deceiving. He insists the family only survived because it kept its strength hidden. Feng-chi explains that Huodu's major martial guilds are being weakened as the Great Xia reconquest plan advances. He sees this as the Chu family's chance to reclaim quest plan advances. He sees this as the Chu family's chance to reclaim its glory. Then Feng-chi makes the pitch. Chu Xiu should return home with him. He calls him brother, but the invitation feels more like a recruitment order. Feng-chi reaches out and asks Chuzhou to go back together. Chuzhou's body stiffens before he even answers. Chuzhou snaps that Feng-chi should not call him younger brother. He rejects the Chu name outright and says he carries his mother's surname, Chu. Feng-chi does not argue. He simply says he did not expect to bring Chuzhou back so easily, then lets the silence do the work. Feng-chi admits Chuzhou's Dragon Blood Society has grown into a real force. He sees its strength as useful, and Chuzhou immediately asks what he wants. The offer lands hard. Feng-chi wants Chuzhou to become Dragon Blood Society president and represent Nanzhao University. Chuzhou turns away, clearly done with this conversation. As he walks off, Chuzhou dismisses Feng-chi with one cold word, idiot. Family diplomacy is going beautifully. Feng-chi tries another angle, offering resources, management, and the leadership role. Chuzhou fires back that he is already the society's president. Feng-chi's patience finally cracks. He says he is not asking Chuzhou to return out of kindness. The family is in serious trouble. A powerful elder reveals the truth. The 9 families need Hualu University students, and they approach Chuzhou because his talent is impossible to ignore. An overwhelming white-haired figure appears behind Chuzhou. Chuzhou's anger vanishes fast when he realizes his opponent is on another level. Crushed by the eldest aura, Chuzhou admits the gap in strength is terrifying. For once, he cannot just glare his way through the problem. The elder smiles and says people of low status must learn what revenge means. His confidence is cruel, and he is clearly enjoying the intimidation. Then the elder leans in with the real temptation. Does this young man desire power? Chuzhou freezes as the threat turns into an offer. The blue-haired young man wakes inside a blood-red illusion that immediately demands to know who dragged him here. He scans the glowing darkness with alarm, wondering if this whole place is some kind of illusion. Then the red shadows stretch into something enormous. Whatever invited him is clearly not planning a normal recruitment interview. A monstrous skull-like shape rises over him, making the lone fighter look tiny in the red abyss. The creature towers over him, and he braces himself beneath its crushing presence. A strange masked figure finally steps out of the darkness, arms folded like this nightmare is just another Tuesday. The young man recognizes the silhouette and asks if this is the masked man behind the intrusion. Still furious, he demands how the masked stranger infiltrated the Huazhong University of Science and Technology and got in touch with him. The masked figure calls the organization monsters and offers him a place in it, saying his destiny is not ordinary. The blue-haired fighter stays low and guarded as red energy circles him, clearly refusing to be impressed too easily. The offer gets clearer. Monsters only accepts people destined to become monsters, and the stranger says this fighter has that potential. He repeats the word monster to himself, but his narrowed eyes show he is already weighing the offer. Suddenly, he bares his teeth and accepts. He's joining. The masked figure gives a quiet laugh, as if he expected that answer all along. The masked recruiter promises to visit again tonight and says he can help solve the fighter's bloodline problem. The vision snaps away in a rush of red light, and the young man is thrown straight back into a real fight. His eye flies open as blue power bursts around him. That mysterious promise may already be changing something. His momentum suddenly surges, and even his opponent notices the bloodline power has grown much stronger. An older opponent sneers that a bloodline breakthrough still will not make him a match, then prepares to teach the younger fighter a brutal lesson. The blue-haired fighter glares back through the incoming attack, refusing to fold under the pressure. Their power collides in a violent blast, but the older man is still smiling through it. The older fighter gives him one last chance. Join him, and he can become president of the Dragon Blood Society. He refuses flatly. He will not join scoundrels who chase power and abandon Huadu City when it matters. A Puakiab student with glowing blue eyes steps into the room and calmly backs him up. The blue-haired fighter recognizes the newcomer from the Dragon Blood Society files and realizes he is facing the guild leader. The guild leader dismisses the threat, saying even the whole Dragon Blood Society together would not be enough to stop him. A pebble-haired brute grabs a shorter student by the throat, turning the room from tense to ugly at 1 second. The bully threatens to cripple the blue-haired fighter's arms, but the threat only sharpens his resolve. The blue-haired fighter launches his counterattack and asks if the bully has finally had enough fun. The bully is stunned. He cannot believe a freshman organization member can crush a Xuembu martial artist like this. The blue-haired fighter takes control, declares his turn, and flips the bully with a clean, savage throw. Someone desperately shouts for the president to calm down, because this is apparently a very important guest. Bit late for that memo. The bully crashes straight through the window, leaving shattered glass and instant silence behind him. Watching the aftermath, the blue-haired fighter realizes the whole confrontation may have been for nothing. The word monster lingers in his mind, and his expression turns from anger to uneasy fascination. He greets Chujo with a cocky grin. These two clearly have the kind of reunion where the smiles come with trouble attached. Chujo answers with an equally sly smile, while Ihai acts like they are old friends instead of two men sizing each other up. Ihi pulls Chujo aside for a private talk, and the pink-haired bystander watches with sparkling curiosity. Suddenly has already left the building. He heads to the Dragon Blood Society president's office, determined to prove he is more than a disposable pawn. Chujo studies Yihei's vortex mask and calmly invites every question. That calm is doing a lot of heavy lifting right now. He leans back with a confident grin, ready to hear what Chujo knows about the monster organization. Chujo explains that Tomal brought Yihei into the organization after their mission in Linshu County. Yihei realizes his rescuer has deeper connections than expected. Across the office, Chujo sits composed, while Yihei presses him for the real scale of this hidden organization. Yihei admits he is already stronger than a grandmaster, but he knows talent and hard work got him most of the way. He is not done climbing. Chugojo says the organization has 5 people at grandmaster level or higher, but its true purpose is still hidden from him. The number hits hard. If enemies as powerful attack Rickshaw, ordinary resistance may not even matter. Chujo tells Yihei not to underestimate him. He can refuse the organization's arrangements, but the organization currently stands with great share. A notification interrupts the grim talk, and Chujo quietly decides that helping Yihei is what a good friend should do. Chujo turns to Great Shia's history. The current plan needs someone willing to understand how the old dynasties truly survive. The royal families were not simply destroyed when dynasties changed. Their influence was preserved, and over time it became 9 great families. Juzhou reveals the answer lies in the power of faith, also called the power of will. A sea of raised hands shows that this power comes from countless people placing their faith in something greater. Yihei always believed only demons could create this magical force. Now he learns humans have been using it for ages. At Great Xia's founding, the first ruler used fate to establish a nation-shaping power, later called national energy or luck. The dragon on the royal robe is not decoration. Its energy protects the royal family and can make the dynasty feel almost untouchable. But there is a price. When a royal family faces annihilation, it can twist destiny itself and unleash disasters across Great Xi. He absorbs the warming with a hard stare. A dynasty can fall, but its poison can still flood the whole nation. Yi reaches the obvious conclusion. He must seize the dragon aura before the other side can use it. The 9 families are tied to Great Xia's dragon energy, chosen to become dragon veins and sacrifice themselves if the nation is threatened. The cost is shown in chains and blood. These chosen people are human-shaped vessels, carrying a burden no one should want. Jizhou admits the system is cruel, then offers a way out. He will have the royal blood temporarily absorb dragon energy and stabilize the danger. He hears the promise clearly. Zhuzhou will eventually find a way to rescue him from this fate. Zhuzhou explains that only those forced to shoulder Great Xia's darkest weight can truly understand this cruel reality. He calls the suffering necessary sacrifices. The words are calm, but the sky behind him makes the promise feel much heavier. Night falls, and Yihei waits beneath a huge moon. The quiet lasts just long enough to make the next arrival feel dangerous. Dark birds scatter through the moonlight as Zhuzhou watches from above. Something monstrous is already waking nearby. A giant red monster fills the darkness, all teeth and rage. So much for a peaceful evening. He looks up at the creature and says he thought Zhuzhou was not coming. His calm face says he expected trouble anyway. Zhuzhou warns Yihei to stay calm and keep his eyes open. Then he announces that their special training begins now. The wet energy swirls around Yihei as Zhuzhou prepares him for a brutal lesson. This is not the kind of training with a warm-up stretch. The monster's attack lands fast, and Zhuzhou is suddenly bleeding. Yihei is about to learn that power always charges interest. Xiaohe is dragged into a blood-red vision, where a shadowy figure looms over him and leaves him frozen in alarm. The strange master grips his face and orders him not to open his eyes. That is never a comforting sentence. Blue power floods Xiaohe's eyes. The master says he has planted the eye of cause and effect, a requirement for cultivating its power. The master calmly declares that Xiaohe will become his disciple, while Xiaohe stares up in stunned disbelief. Xiaohe accepts the lesson with a tight smile, and the master tells him to properly digest the power he has received. Still kneeling before that eerie silhouette, Xiaohe looks overwhelmed, but he does not back down. Back in the room, Xiaohe sits cross-legged to cultivate while his master watches from the shadows. Xiaohe holds a glowing blue creature or core in his hands as the master prepares another upgrade. The master transfers a configured eye of cause and effect to Zhuzhou, shown by the gruesome pair of eyes floating inside a cylinder. He explains that the energy of force and Zhuzhou's ice power are strengthening the creature's body cell by cell. Zhuzhou's body transforms into a glowing blue and red figure, and the master expects the dragon-powered growth to come fast. With cold determination in his blue eyes, Xiaohe realizes he can finally strike back at the 9 families that fled to Nandu. At the big research institute, Xiaohe's tiny white-haired master is already getting her cheeks squished. Her dignity is taking splash damage. She glares at Xiaohe and demands to know why he suddenly remembered his master, while he looks painfully awkward. The master erupts, accusing him of vanishing after learning from her and leaving her alone in the room. Xiaohe offers a limited-edition gold-plated magical girl figure, and his master instantly shifts from furious to completely distracted. Holding the gift close, the master softens and asks what Xiaohe has brought her this time. Xiaohe reveals he has mastered the second half of the Killing Heart Bodhi Sutra and reached the peak of the Grand Martial Master realm. He wants to use his time at Huara to break through again, speaking with the unnerving calm of someone who has already killed 2 top experts. His master is delighted. She calls Xiaohe worthy of being her disciple and promises to teach him everything he needs. The master settles in to review the fundamentals, looking proud enough to turn this lesson into a full semester. The lesson explains that breaking into the martial artist level awakens spiritual power, but only after the body and mind grow in sync. To advance further, a fighter must unite spirit and body without resistance, opening a personal martial arts realm. The master says the Shiwamu martial artist stage is only a transition, but many fighters remain trapped there for life. She lays out the martial arts hierarchy and explains why lesser masters formed a school when they could not reach the grandmaster level. The master reveals the Shuanwu warrior rank was added later, and snaps of Xiaohe for getting distracted by her chess. "Focus, man!" Xiaohe enters the Dragon Blood Society training room, wondering why his master is finally looking serious. From above, the master orders him to focus on his eyes, control the energy inside his body, and to direct it into his pupils. Xiaohe squeezes his eyes shut and concentrates hard, sweat forming as the energy begins to answer. His eye opens with a purple flower-like iris, and the power surging through it is clearly nothing ordinary. The strange pupil fully blooms into a radiant symbol, showing that Xiaohe has finally forced the technique away. Xiaohe stares forward with both transformed eyes open, and his master confirms the breakthrough. He has successfully opened his pupils. Inside the Dragon Blood Society training room, the blue-haired fighter is told to test his new eyes. He looks focused, but the challenge is clearly not going to be gentle. The moment he activates them, his vision locks onto a flying insect with frightened precision. The world suddenly looks like a target range. Even at a huge distance, he can track the insect's path through the sky. Those eyes are doing far more than making his face look dramatic. He learns the eyes can follow tiny flying targets from hundreds of meters away and predict where they will go next. No bug is getting a peaceful afternoon now. He grins with pure excitement as he realizes their battle value. With this vision, reading an opponent's moves could become terrifyingly easy. His instructor immediately cools him down. The eyes can help him resolve his past self within 3 minutes, but he has barely scratched their real power. The warning gets darker. These eyes can create illusions and colossal divine images, but using them carelessly could damage his eyesight for good. The pain hits instantly. He calls at his face as if his eyes might burst, and the instructor makes it clear that his current level cannot handle a direct stare. Blood runs from his eye, yet his expression turns stubborn instead of afraid. He tells his master he cannot wait any longer. After 3 punishing hours, he sits exhausted and clutching his eye. He has never felt training this intense, and every second hurts. Still, his master refuses to rush cultivation. The blue-haired fighter is bruised and drained, but he is told to rest before the next step. His master sets down a metal case and tells him to open it. He does, looking wary, because mysterious training cases never contain snacks. The case opens to reveal a glossy red creature inside. The fighter can only manage a cautious hello before the thing answers with a grin. The red blob pops up with a smug little face, and he blurts out the obvious question, "Is that a monster?" The creature stretches into a humanoid shape, turning the awkward reveal into something much more unsettling. His master explains that Severity was created by the monster organization, not born as a wild monster. The creature calmly introduces itself as a fae. A fae wraps around the fighter's body, and he freezes in alarm. His face says he is deeply unconvinced by this training method. Instead of hurting him, a fae pours streams of pure life energy into his body. The exhausted fighter stares in shock as the power floods through him. His fatigue and pain vanish almost immediately, and even his vision feels sharper. A fae's strange embrace turns out to be one seriously effective recharge. His master approves and tells him to continue training. The scene then shifts to Imperial City, the ancient southern capital. At the Chu royal family's ancestral hall, a grand dispute is already brewing. The calm city view hides a room full of angry old power players. The family elders call the incident a provocation against the royal house. Their rage is not subtle, and neither are their plans for retaliation. They argue that Xu Fenxi, a Shumu martial artist, is still unconscious after someone at Huada University intervened. They suspect that Dragon Blood Society's president is behind it. One elder dismisses the story as impossible, insisting the Dragon Blood Society was only built by freshmen. He cannot accept that Xu Fenxi could lose there. Another elder argues that even a supposed Grand Martial Master attacking a Xuanwu artist in a hospital would be a deliberate insult. The room keeps feeding its own anger. Elder Chu Bojin suggests the Great Shit, Dragon Sparrow, noticed their family gathering power and sent this warning. His expression is cold, but his theory raises the stakes. Chu Chengming demands action. He says, the Great Jia Dragon Sparrow has moved first, so the family should contact its allies and prepare to strike north. A calmer elder pushes back, warning that their national strength is already weakened and sending troops could turn the people against them. Finally, someone in this room remembers consequences. Chu Chengming explodes, calling restraint foolish and demanding blood. His fury turns the debate from political maneuvering into an open threat. An elder cuts him off with one sharp word. Enough. The room goes quiet as a far more authoritative figure prepares to speak. Patriarch Chu Hong Tang says the great Ham Tang says the great Xia, a dragon sparrow, has indeed clashed with their forces, but this is not the time to raise an army. He orders them to give the great Xia time to recover and delay everything until the upcoming Dragon Vein succession ceremony. Chu Chenming looks ready to choke on that answer. Furious at being booked again, Chu Chengming vows that without the royal family's grand plan, the world will never be unified. His final glare promises this argument is far from over. Outside the Imperial City, a nervous red sign realizes the place is packed with royal bloodlines. It worries that even getting close will expose it. The little monster gets a blunt answer. It needs a brain upgrade before it can handle even slightly complicated work. Fair assessment, honestly. Instead of giving up, the slime gets a mission. Find the royal families in Nangdu and track down the city's biggest entertainment venue. That trail leads straight to Jinna Club, a lounge nightlife spot where rich heirs gather under glowing lights. Luxury cars line the entrance while guests stream inside. This is not exactly a place built for discreet monster scouting. Inside, glamorous guests own the room with cool confidence, while the club stage keeps the crowd entertained. The club is alive with music, dances, and elite spectators. Everyone is here to be seen. Upstairs, in the supervisor's office, Xiaoqi is warned to be more sensible if he wants to advance in his career. The supervisor leans in with a smug little lesson, but Xiaoqi looks deeply uncomfortable with where this conversation is going. A purple-haired woman suddenly appears, calm and intimidating. She tells the startled supervisor not to panic because she is visiting incognito. Her glowing eyes make the supervisor freeze. She demands the full VIP list and wants the highest-ranking royal guest identified. The woman casually asks for royal gossip, and the supervisor instantly understands that this is no ordinary customer. The staff scramble to welcome young Master Liu, whose arrival has the room watching every move. Young Master Liu gives a cold, unimpressed look. He clearly expects this room to bow before him. His followers complain that the local families have been acting like grandsons ever since powerful royals arrived from Huadu. The man grumbled out who gets to call the shots, proving that expensive drinks do not cure fragile egos. Liu dismisses Nandu's manners as outdated, then contrasted with Huadu, where people have forgotten who is master and who is servant. The group discusses a century-old conflict between the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow and the royal family. They are waiting to see who breaks first. Then Liu hears about Nandu's #1 young martial artist, a girl named Tianya, and his interest immediately perks up. A companion teases Liu about Tianya joining the Dragon Sparrow. Liu plays it cool, but his expression gives him away. The teasing ends fast when the table's mood shifts. Liu realizes his family may already be taking sides in the growing conflict. Liu snuts at the gossip, but a red, viscous threat suddenly looms behind him. Something has entered the club. The intruder calls out Liu for still pretending to be confused. Then the attack begins before anyone can process what they are seeing. A violent burst of power smashes into the room, spraying debris and sending the arrogant party into instant chaos. Liu's group can only stare as the attacker tells them to remember exactly who they decided to insult. The attacker tears into Great Xia's arrogance, reminding Liu that royal status does not make his family untouchable. With one man already down, the intruder gives Liu a message for his family. The royal family will answer tomorrow. The attacker walks away while the club falls silent. Liu's people are left stunned that their status meant nothing. A massive bodyguard steps in, and the nearby woman turns toward him with alarm as the danger gets closer. Liu tries to sound composed and asks why the bodyguard is here, but his guarded expression shows he knows something is wrong. Red smoke coils through the room, thickening into a terrifying presence. The real threat is finally stepping forward. A dark-haired figure emerges from the crimson aura with glowing blue eyes. The transformation leaves the whole club frozen. Liu's confidence collapses as he recognizes the impossible sight in front of him. A monster has gotten inside the club. Someone shouts for the alarm, but the order comes far too late. The attacker is already moving. The transformed fighter launches forward through the smoke with a clenched fist locked onto his target. One strike sends a man flying across the room. That royal club swagger disappears at maximum speed. The victim crushes down, bloodied and terrified, his face twisted in pure disbelief. Panic spreads through the guests as the monster's violent power fills the room, and nobody knows who will be next. The survivors beg for mercy, calling for their fathers and backing away in terror. Their elite party has become a nightmare. The transformed attacker only smiles and tells them not to rush. He is completely in control now. A glowing golden beast emblem hangs over the slaughter, making it clear this is not some ordinary turf war. 2 Imperial Liu clan men are already down, and the red-haired young master stares at the attacker with pure disbelief. The young master gets cocky for 1 second, demanding to know who would dare kill him. That confidence has terrible timing. His face twists from rage into panic as he realizes the killer is not backing off. The red-haired heir tries to invoke the Imperial clan name, but blood is already running down his face. The black-clad intruder strikes without hesitation, and the heir finally understands. He walks straight into a trap. A shadowy monster seems to rise through the attacker as the terrified heir is overwhelmed. The heir can only scream as a dark presence tears into him. The room goes very quiet after that. The surviving clan members freeze in horror, watching something inhuman take over young Master Lu's body. The parasite finishes cracking open the heir's body while the others collapse beside the spreading blood. The red-haired man's expression goes blank and broken as the possession settles in. The black-clad figure stands calmly over the carnage, like his whole massacre was just a quick errand. The servant reports that the Imperial bloodline has been copied, and the young master's memories have been extracted. The possessed heir is warned that his brain will leak out if the parasite does not patch the damage soon. The red-haired heir nervously apologizes, while his master orders the remaining victims converted and the seeding plan started. The servant bows and accepts the order. The takeover is moving from murder to infiltration. The master dismisses the Imperial clan as parasites living off Huan Yin's people, and says cleaning them up dirtied his hands. Behind the mastermind's glowing eyes, the real scheme finally comes in focus. He explains that a seed was planted inside an Imperial clan member long ago, but that seed has only just begun to stir. Affecting every clan member with deception cells is no easy job, especially when the strongest martial artists still have to be reached. The hidden force behind the plot watches from the shadows, treating the Imperial clan like a board full of pieces. A blue-haired man says he needs to rescue Chuzhou only after the Dragon Chi settles, so he is sending the clues toward Lingshu County first. The brown-haired fighter meditates on a Dragon Chi stone, determined to keep growing until he can resist the clan's secret arts. He grits his teeth and says everything is in place. Now he just needs Chuzhou to grow. Then they can make their move. His body erupts with power, but the breakthrough comes with a nasty catch. His body is too powerful, so he has to pour energy into his spirit. The only path forward is the Yin Force Eye Art. To advance the Eye Art, he deliberately forces himself into intense negative emotion. Training plans in this world are never normal. He refuses to hurt himself or anyone nearby, so he channels the pressure into the sinister eye technique instead. The 10-headed Yeno template feeds the Yin Force Eye, and once his resources synchronize, the eye should open instantly. He keeps trying to guide the world of spirit power into his eye, pushing its mutation toward incubation. A strange spiral forms in his eye, and he suspects this awakening may have something to do with time itself. The eye flashes with golden energy as the breakthrough finally starts to take shape. 2 months later, Chuzhou returns to training, facing his bizarre one-eyed master in a silent arena. His master challenges him to prove the last 2 months were worth it, promising to judge his advanced Yin Force Eye Art. Chuzhou exhales slowly, calm and focused as the energy settles behind his eyes. Then both eyes ignite blue. Chuzhou is ready to show exactly what he learned. Chuzhou is trapped inside a roaring ice storm, but he keeps charging forward instead of giving the enemy an inch. The frozen battlefield erupts around him as Chuzhou unleashes his Warcraft true form and lets the chilling aura run wild. Towering walls of jagged ice slam down around the fight, turning the whole arena into a frozen death trap. The ice keeps spreading in every direction, burying the ground beneath an avalanche of blue crystal. Chuzhou braces beneath the falling ice, his body swallowed by the storm while he searches for a way through. His icy power is fully unleashed now, and the glow in his eyes makes it clear he is not backing down. The red-haired opponent studies him with cool confidence, admitting Chuzhou has less raw power but far better quality. That is a nasty compliment in the middle of a murder blizzard. The opponent finally decides to get a little more serious, and his strange red hair coils outward like it has a personal grudge. A huge purple sphere blooms above the ice as the enemy gathers a frightening new kind of power. More glowing orbs split off and encircle the red-haired fighter, each one hovering with eerie precision. He calls the technique photonic traction, and the energy spheres begin moving into attack formation. The spears streak across the frozen field from different angles, boxing Chuzhou in before he can get close. The purple projectiles fire in a rapid barrage, leaving glowing trails that slice through the icy air. The burst tears through Chujo's ice defenses with relentless force, blasting open the battlefield around him. Chujo realizes the truth with alarm. Those orbiting spheres have formed an absolute defense around his opponent. His sharpened eyes track every sphere at once. They are not drifting randomly, they are moving in fixed paths to protect their owner. The opponent can attack from multiple directions while 5 spheres guard him in rotating groups. Getting near him looks virtually impossible. But Chujo spots the flaw. If he alters an orb's path by even a tiny fraction of a second, his eye technique can grab the opening. He answers with Ice Demon Dragon Bloodline, and the massive blue dragon surges out through the frozen chaos. The ice dragon rises around Chujo, its blazing orange eyes fixed on the enemy's purple defenses. The dragon blasts forward in a towering stream of freezing power, forcing the enemy to react instead of simply waiting behind his shield. Chujo keeps the attack steady, carefully guiding the dragon's energy toward the exact path he needs. The purple spears finally shift to restrain the dragon, and that tiny adjustment is exactly the gap Chujo was waiting for. Chujo moves now, his eyes locked in as he launches through the opening before the defense can close again. He dives straight at the red-haired fighter through the purple fire, gambling everything on one perfectly timed strike. The opponent looks almost amused and tells Chujo he is thinking too simply. Never trust a guy standing calmly inside a laser hurricane. The energy orb swells violently as Chujo closes in, revealing that this opening may be a trap after all. Chujo's expression hardens as he realizes a sphere can explode, but he is already deep inside its range. Purple beams crash down around Chujo, pinning him in a brutal crossfire. The attack lands. Chujo grimaces through the pain as the trap detonates around him. Smoke and shattered ice explode outward, but the red-haired opponent is still watching closely for any sign that Chujo is finished. The enemy gives a small, smug reaction and reminds him that it was a trap. He really wants credit for the obvious. But the ice dragon remains overhead, and its presence means Chujo has not played his final card yet. A dark shape drops through the icy storm, setting up the next move while the opponent is distracted. The red-haired fighter suddenly finds himself facing a false target. Chujo has layered illusions and clones into the chaos. Chujo knows the opponent's true body is hidden in a blind spot, waiting for a single mistake. He can tell the real and fake targets apart, but he is still being outsmarted, so he gives the enemy a chance to come closer. Chujo sees the opening and commits. He knows this may be his only chance to reach the real opponent. He charges through the frozen field with one reason driving him forward. He has to become stronger. Ice power erupts around Chujo in a towering wave, swallowing the battlefield in a final burst of cold. The frozen energy twists into a crushing new shape, and the pressure of the attack closes in from every side. Chujo reveals the finishing move, Earthly Fiend martial skill, Frosty Dragon's Long Shadow. The fight is still exploding at full speed as Chujo throws himself through a storm of blue energy trying to escape a red monster's killing line. The enemy crashes down through lightning and ice-like force, but Chujo is already reading the attack with unnerving focus. Chujo's eyes burn red and blue as he admits he has simulated every dot route through his eye technique. He looks strained, but very sure of himself. The blue-haired fighter bares his teeth and decides this time he will guarantee the win. That confidence is about to get expensive. A towering blast of blue power rips downward, swallowing the battlefield in a blinding column. The attack keeps showing through the darkness, huge enough to make the target disappear inside the impact. The energy twists into a massive dragon-like surge and slams home. For 1 second, it looks like Chujo actually landed it. The strike hits its mark, and Chujo stares to the fading light with a cautious, almost disbelieving smile. He quietly wonders if he killed the monster, but his wide eyes show he already senses something is wrong. The red opponent reveals the trick. Chujo has been trapped in an illusion from the start. His proud hit was never the ending. Surrounded by dark, purple power, the enemy calmly explains that raw martial arts cannot touch the real body when spiritual power is in control. A purple eye-like vortex tightens around Chujo. The enemy promises to keep him trapped in an illusion built for every possible cause and effect. The monster says Chujo is different from him, with far greater potential than Yeno's chariot. That compliment somehow sounds exactly like a threat. Chujo is dragged helplessly deeper into the purple illusion, his body falling while the trap closes around his mind. The enemy explains the cruel lesson. If Chujo wants causal eyes, he must feed them powerful negative emotions. Countless purple eyes open around the prisoner as the illusion starts searching for the deepest pain it can use against him. The voice promises that once Chuzhou breaks through, the royal family that endured for thousands of years can be erased from history. The illusion changes. Chuzhou wakes in freezing darkness, terrified and unable to move as old memories close in. He sees his younger self chained inside a rain-soaked prison, instantly recognizing the childhood nightmare he was forced to return to. The child version of Chuzhou looks up in terror as someone approaches through the rain. A stern, older man stands over the child with a staff, and the memory identifies him as Chuzhou's father, Chu Longtian. Chuzhou cries out for his father, but the order is cold and immediate. Kill her! His face goes completely pale. The next prisoner is Chu Wenmi, his mother. Seeing her broken and soaked in the rain turns the memory into pure horror. Young Chuzhou begs his father to spare his mother and Zhou, but Chu Longtian accuses her of faking her death and disgracing the family. The father spits out the final accusation. Chu Wenmi lived with another man for 5 years and had a child with him. Chu Nui kneels in the rain and says the shame brought to the Chu and Zhu families means she would have been executed anyway. She begs Chu Longtian to kill her in exchange for Zhou Weir's survival. Even now, she is trying to protect her child first. Lightning flashes behind the adults as the child watches helplessly, realizing no one is coming to save them. Young Chuzhou screams at his father, calling him a coward. The rage is huge, but he is still just a chained child. Chu Longtian turns away from his son's cries, leaving the boy to panic and desperately fight the chains. The child begs someone to look at him and cut his hands free, but every pull only makes the chains bite harder. Rain runs over his shaking hand as he swears he will never forgive them. Grief is turning into something much sharper. His eyes flood with blood and blue light as the pain finally pushes him past fear. A violent shock tears through the memory, and the scene lurches toward the moment that broke him for good. Juani gives her son one last wish: live well, Zhou, and become an outstanding martial artist. Blue power erupts from the child's body in a wild spiral, answering the grief he can no longer contain. The energy slashes across the prison in a blinding burst, turning the rainy darkness into white-blue chaos. The blast keeps expanding, and even the heavy chains begin to look powerless against the boy's awakening. Young Chuzhou screams as the chains snap loose around him, its awakening arriving through raw trauma instead of triumph. The prison walls crack apart into the blue force, scattering shards through the bright void. The shattered illusion hangs in white space, showing just how deeply this memory has become part of Chuzhou's power. Inside the training room, the masked master notices a violent fluctuation as Chuzhou's power starts surging. Chuzhou stands crackling with blue energy, and the master calmly confirms that he has finally broken through. His glowing eyes sharpen with focus, Chuzhou has reached the key step of understanding cause and effect. He respectfully tells his master he has broken through, but his stare makes it clear he knows this is only the beginning. The master asks what eye technique he awakened, while Chuzhou faces him with quiet confidence. Chuzhou explains that his left eye holds world-slaying floating pagoda, a technique that can cut through space. The other eye glows purple, hinting that the right eye carries an even stranger power. Its technique is severing the void of love, briefly cutting the distance between two people for instant movement. Casual teleportation, no big deal. Chuzhou explains that his wish to protect his mother became the idea behind his space-severing eye. The master calls it the power of cause and effect, then tells Chuzhou to attack with his eye technique. He will not defend himself. Chuzhou hesitates. His technique can cut space itself, and he knows one bad move could be disastrous. The master stares from beneath his mask and challenges him directly, asking if Chuzhou is confident he can kill him. Chuzhou exhales, locks in, and prepares to fire. His fear is still there, but his resolve wins. He announces that he is going in, and blue-white erupts from his eye toward the waiting master. A towering blue sash tears through the room, racing straight to the master's unmoving figure. The space-cutting attack stretches into a blinding streak, turning the entire chamber into a wall of light. The slash keeps driving forward with enough force to split anything caught in its path. The beam rips down through the training room, throwing debris aside as it carves a deep line through the floor. For a moment, the master is swallowed by the blast, and Chuzhou can only watch the impossible amount of power he unleashed. But inside the whiteout, a red gold eye opens. The master has not been beaten at all. The master activates Causality Eye Arch, River of Time Reversal, answering space-cutting power with time itself. The shattered attack reverses in a flash, as if the destructive moment is being pulled backward. Chu is stunned. The master was just cut in two, yet the room snaps back as though the split never happened. Sweating hard, Chu realizes this must be his master's eye of cause and effect ability. The master says it is right, and casually notes that his technique is the power of time. Apparently, surviving a spatial execution is a training demonstration now. He tells Chu to attach the Dharma manifestation to his eye of cause and effect, warning that stronger eyes may otherwise lead to blindness. The master explains that the Dharma manifestation is protecting Chu's body by balancing him with yin energy. If Chu trusts Fa and lets him control the body, the ultimate ability can be used. Chu admits he never fully trusted that strange lump before. Now that he has this power, Chu chooses to rely on his monster organization and accepts the master's offer. Red energy surges through Chu as he opens himself to the connection, both eyes blazing with power. The transformation hits hard. Chu clenches his teeth as violent red force floods through his body. He cries out and lets it loose, cursing the karmic burden he has to bear even with Tenjiana's blessing. Golden clouds pour into the room as the new power takes shape around him. A huge golden form emerges from the swirling light, building into a fine-looking manifestation. The golden presence gains a fierce face and glowing eyes, towering over Chu like an ancient guardian. Its arms and weapons form in blazing gold, and the Dharma manifestation finally becomes clear. The enormous figure moves with crushing presence, every gold-lined shape locking into place around Chu. A dark, gold-eyed silhouette appears within the aura, showing that this manifestation is far more than a simple power. The reveal lands. This is the manifestation of the eye of cause and effect, the Dharma itself. The full golden warrior stands revealed, regal and terrifying as it surrounds Chu with divine force. It is Erlang, the illustrious sage and true monarch of the pure souls and mystic Tao. Chu's upgrade has officially entered mythic territory. A colossal golden dragon form looms over the scene, making it clear that the power tied to the great Xiao dragon veins is anything but ordinary. He stares ahead with a tight, serious expression. After only 2 months of training, his strength has already reached a level that leaves him stunned. A shadowy dragon-shaped force towers over a tiny figure. The dragon veins are being prepared for a major transfer, and the scale is ridiculous in the best way. A glowing blue eye watches from the darkness as the plan is confirmed. The dragon energy can finally be freed from the 9 royal families. The scene shifts to the Dragon Sparrow headquarters, a towering fortress where the people controlling this operation are already making their next move. Director Wang reacts in open shock when he hears Chu Baozhen is dead. This is the 5th royal conservative to die in just 2 months. Senior Commander Feng Haifeng sits calmly, but the situation is explosive. The royal conservatives have fallen into open conflict with the radicals. The balance inside the royal family is shifting toward the radicals. In 2 days, the 9 families will mark 60 years since receiving their dragon veins. Director Wang narrows his eyes and reaches the brutal conclusion. Once the veins are replaced, the conservatives will almost certainly be purged. At their peak, the Long family could suppress the royal bloodlines. Now that old restraint is gone, and war with Huadu is beginning to look likely. Feng Haifeng is interrupted by an urgent visitor. The nervous commander has no idea the next report is about to change the entire room. The visitor hands over a file, and Feng Haifeng immediately asks who it concerns. The answer makes him stop cold. The photo shows Yihei, calm and unreadable. Even as a first-year student at Huadu University, he has already become a name powerful people cannot ignore. Director Wang sweats behind his glowing glasses as he reads the report. The mysterious powerhouse from the western city war zone was Yihei all along. The report confirms Yihei's other title, President of the Dragon Blood Society. Feng Haifeng can barely believe the college freshman is carrying this much weight. Yihei did not just survive the battlefield, he killed 2 Overlord-level enemies, which is the sort of school achievement that never makes it onto a normal transcript. The file describes him as a martial arts prodigy who fought a grandmaster despite the disadvantage. Yihei's rise is starting to look less like luck and more like a warning. Feng Haifeng questions how much of Yihei's past is known. The report is so important that it could reshape every alliance in the room. Feng Haifeng's face hardens. Yi has accumulated enemies within their own ranks, so this revelation is not just impressive, it is dangerous. Director Wang realizes Yi holds an unusually high place in Feng Haifeng's esteem. The man who normally answers to nobody may be treating Yi like a superior. Director Wang asks if he is being given Yi file. Feng Haifeng calmly confirms that Yihe wants to see him. When Director Wang asks when the meeting will happen, Feng Haifeng gives him the only answer that matters. Now. He appears inside the headquarters without permission, hands him his pockets, and completely unfazed, he has walked straight into the lion's den like he owns the lease. Yi faces Feng Haifeng across the conference room. The tense standoff is broken when he explains that Principal Shi Jingwen let him in. He shows a device carrying Nua's authority. Director Wang panics at the implication, wondering whether their super AI has been compromised. Yi coolly explains that Nue's highest authority was personally granted to him by Principal Shi Jingwen. Director Wang's confidence evaporates on the spot. He realizes the principal expected trouble and chose him as a handpicked safeguard. His expression sharpens as he starts connecting the pieces. Director Wang admits Nua's control was meant to remain with the principal of the Research Institute and the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. He now holds authority no searched hid Dragon Sparrow. He now holds authority nobody should have been able to reach. Feng Haifeng finally accepts that Yi is right. With the principal's authority in his hands, Yi is no ordinary visitor. He turns the conversation toward the real issue. He did not come here to show off a clearance badge. He came with a demand. Director Wang admits he already felt uneasy when the principal left Yi with the Azure Dragon. Now he understands why Yi was trusted with something this dangerous. Yi's demand lands like a blade. He wants the lineage of the 9 royal families to end with this generation. He says he has a way to take the dragon veins out of royal hands. His plan will let them act without waiting for those cowardly families to collapse. A monstrous skeletal presence emerges as Yi reveals his backup. For the experts among the royal families, he has no intention of letting Dragon Sparrow handle this alone. The monster organization is brought into the plan. Yi leaves the final message hanging in the room. The royal families are about to face something far worse than politics. Director Wang questions Yi about the monster organization, and Yi stays cool while the director clearly expects trouble. The monster organization is painted as terrifyingly powerful, with enough information to keep whole nations on edge. Eva's records are bizarre. 2 members can threaten a country, yet the group somehow hides almost everything about itself. The mystery only gets worse because someone powerful enough to erase the organization's tracks must be backing it. Yi casually introduces himself as a member of the monster organization. Director Wang's stunned face does all the paperwork for him. He says he holds an important position and the organization has already sent 2 members to help him. He says they're familiar faces from Huadu and Nangyao, then calls them SSS-level super curry. Apparently danger now comes with seasoning. The scene shifts to the ancient southern capital, where an ominous procession is already moving into place. Rows of ceremonial guards stand rigidly at attention, making it clear this is no ordinary family gathering. Past a warming sign at the royal cemetery, the ceremony heads deeper into restricted Zhao family ground. A grand ancient gate marks the entrance to the royal cemetery, polished and peaceful on the surface. Below the cemetery lies a dark underground passage leading toward the ancestral dragon hall. The ancestral dragon hall rises from the darkness, guarded by massive gold dragon carvings and a heavy sense of tradition. The long stairway leads everyone toward the hall's inner chamber. Nobody is treating this walk like a casual tour. The Zhao family gathers in silence, their body language stiff and expectant as the ritual is about to begin. At the center waits a golden dragon head coffin, the kind of family heirloom that immediately tells you something will go wrong. The elders look down from above as the new generation of Dragon Vein candidates gathers beneath them. The ceremony begins. Everyone is invited to witness the transfer of the new Dragon Vein. Yao Guiliang looks visibly anxious. Being chosen is supposed to be an honor, but he looks like he wants to vanish. Yi Liang explains that the previous Dragon Vein belonged to his older brother Zhao Dali before the role passed to him. Yi Liang has barely seen this many people before, and the elegant woman nearby has him even more nervous. He notices her long hair and red dress, then admits he has never even spoken to a woman. Poor Kai picked a terrible day to panic. Guiyang forces himself to focus. He believes every member of the Zhao family has a role, and his is becoming the Dragon Vein. He declares that he was born for this mission, determined not to let embarrassment distract him from the family duty. The dragon head coffin begins to glow, and Yi Liang's private doubts are swallowed by the ancient ritual. The dragon relic opens with a harsh mechanical growl, turning the solemn ceremony into something much more dangerous. Blue dragon energy starts leaking from the coffin as the elders watch with guarded excitement. More glowing blue spirits pour into the hall, circling the relic like the entire chamber has been awakened. The dragon energy surges higher and brighter, gathering power around the golden coffin. A blinding burst floods the hall as the energy reaches its peak. The blue flames coil around the dragon relic, but the ritual's growing violence makes the watching elders uneasy. The head of the Zhao family loses his composure and orders the dragon coffin opened immediately. The protectors advance toward the coffin, ready to force the ceremony through. A white-haired protector ducks into the ritual space with a fierce glare, moving to control the unstable power. The protectors unleash their own blue energy, trying to overpower the dragon relic before it breaks loose. A powerful strike crashes down toward the coffin, and the entire chamber erupts in sparks and pressure. The blast keeps surging, but the dragon energy pushes back instead of submitting to the ritual. One protector stares in disbelief. The dragon energy is resisting, and the chosen dragon vein ceremony is suddenly spiraling out of control. The 9 clans gather beneath a massive dragon monument as the dragon coffin begins to release its sealed energy. The elders are rattled. The coffin was never supposed to open, and they immediately fear their clan leader has failed. 2 guardians pour their power into the golden coffin, forcing its enormous lid to shift. The ancient coffin cracks open inch by inch, blasting the room with a heavy, ominous presence. The lid grinds wider while everyone watches from a safe distance. Smart crowd, honestly. With one final heave, the coffin opens completely. The clan erupts in celebration, convinced the dragon energy is still waiting inside. But Zhou Guoliang stares into the darkness with a nervous sweat. He cannot see what is inside. The open dragon coffin looks completely black within, swallowing every trace of light. An older clansman pushes Zhou Guoliang forward, proudly telling him to enter as the royal family's chosen descendant. Zhou Guoliang freezes and asks where Guoliang has gone. His confidence is already evaporating. A woman approaches him, and Zhao Guoliang awkwardly introduces himself as a Zhao family descendant before asking for a hug. He tries to sound charming, but the nervous smile and blushing cheeks make the whole introduction painfully obvious. The dark-haired woman is disgusted. She knows the Zhao family's ritual turns chosen descendants into tools, not heroes. She reveals the brutal truth. A parasitic subworm is secretly planted in every chosen dragon vein. Once a chosen heir enters the dragon vein, that worm activates and lets the royal family control the dragon energy from afar. The old clan elder snarls that the victim has ruined their plan, while the woman tries to look harmless under his glare. She hugs Zhao Guoliang and quietly wishes him courage, hoping the dragon coffin can erase the fear inside him. Zhao Guoliang accepts the embrace, unaware that the ceremony around him is about to become a nightmare. She thanks him softly, and turns away as the crowd pressures him to continue. Zhao Guoliang breaks from the moment and heads toward the towering coffin. A shadowy elder watches from above, his hidden face making the whole ritual feel even less welcoming. The crowd lines the stairs and orders Zhao Guoliang to hurry up and enter. Zhao Guoliang finally faces the Zhao patriarch and realizes this is the first time he has seen the family ruler so fierce. He senses the patriarch is nowhere near as approachable as the lord, and that thought sends a chill through him. Then Zhao Guoliang's mind snaps. He insists he is not Zhao Guoliang at all, claiming the Lord sent him to seize the dragon vein. The impostor reveals a horrifying twist. The Lord has erased Zhao Guoliang's identity and taken over his body. The patriarch demands an answer, but the possessed boy only grins and declares that everything is for the Lord. The possessed Zhao Guoliang leaps straight into the open dragon coffin, laughing like he just found the worst possible shortcut. The elder panics and shouts that this cannot be Zhao Guoliang, but the possession is already out of control. The guardians rush in with crackling attacks, desperate to stop the intruder before he reaches the dragon vein. Inside the darkness, the Lord's voice celebrates. He is finally here, and he promises that everyone outside will die. The possessed body falls into absolute darkness as the threat from within closes around the ceremony. A violent burst of red energy tears through the chamber, turning the royal ritual into pure chaos. The golden coffin is struck by the explosion as the Lord's invasion reaches its first devastating payoff. And Crimson Blade erupts from the darkness, and the royal family's nightmare is officially underway. Amid the wreckage, the blue-armored monster declares that the great Xia royal family will leave no survivors. The monster crackles at blue lightning and coolly confirms it. He looks completely in control, which is bad news for everyone else. The terrified elders demand to know who he is and how he found their secret ancestral dragon location. He gives them a wonderfully useless answer. It is a secret. Then he fires another devastating blast. Blue power detonates across the chamber as the elders scramble to protect their clan leader. One protector unleashes Vajra Bodhi, forming a giant golden guardian to block the attack. The golden defense surges forward, but the blue monster stares it down without a hint of fear. He calls the Grandmaster's move a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The confidence is outrageous, but watch what happens next. His lightning beam smashes straight into the golden avatar, overpowering it in one brutal collision. The Bowser Bodhi Guardian splits apart under the blue beam, and its creator can only watch in disbelief. The Elder realizes his Bowser Bodhi seed has been shattered by a single strike. Master leans in with a savage grin and tells the broken protector that now it is his turn. Another flash of blue energy fills the hall, and the next victim never gets a chance to fight back. The blast fades, leaves the empty chamber stunned and the blue monster standing untouched. He steps through the smoke in full view, and the survivors realize he just killed the Grandmaster with one attack. The Royal Elders panic because no monster like this has ever appeared in Great Sha. One elder makes the situation even uglier, noting that even their dead fighters are valuable resources to the dynasty. A grotesque figure rises with red tendrils twisting around him, adding another threat to an already ruined battlefield. The elders shout for someone to stop the monster, but their defenders are already being pushed back. More Dharma protectors rush in from above, trying to surround the blue demon before he can finish them off. A shaking young man judges this monster to be nearly as dangerous as the Asura from the Battle of Huai. The royals turn to their dragon energy, hoping its blessing can finally give them a chance to fight. But their fake dragon coin has weakened the link to the royal family so badly that the dragon energy will not respond. The defenders stare at the swelling blue power and ask the only reasonable question: what do we do now? The answer arrives at another explosion. 2 more Grandmaster protectors are killed by the monster. The remaining Grandmasters finally gather for a desperate counterattack. Apparently the group project is due now. They charge together, determined to blast the monster to pieces in one all-or-nothing sweep. The blue monster drops toward them, and the air suddenly grows heavy with a new force. Massive purple pillars crash down around the battlefield, cutting through the defenders' attack. The purple barrage keeps falling, and the royal protectors are swallowed by dust and shock waves. A dark newcomer stands above the chaos and simply asks if anyone else wants a turn. Only the newcomer's black coat and polished shoes are shown, but the elders already know the survival changes everything. The elders recognize the blue demon and fear the monster organization is targeting the royal family itself. The shadowy man tells old Dung to stop pretending. He says monsters are not the real problem here. The reveal lands at last. The newcomer is the great Sha Dragon Sparrow. A lone black-clad warrior stands inside a roaring purple vortex as the whole battlefield seems to bend around him. The terrified official reveals that Great Sha Dragon Sparrow is clashing with a monster organization, and he is furious that this warrior fired on them. Behind the mask, the warrior is ice cold. He says every piece he planted over the past 2 months is finally paying off. He explains that ancient southern capital generals and imperial guard commanders have already been infiltrated by his cells. The remaining holdouts were secretly executed that morning. This coup has been cooking for a while. He also moved most of the imperial guard out of the ancient capital under the excuse of military exercises. Thousands of elite guards were quietly brought under his command, while the remaining imperial experts were left for his demon warriors to eliminate. Then his blue eye narrows. Not every powerful figure was caught in the net. The missing threat is Huang Lianchen, a famously gifted martial artist and one of the strongest experts of his generation. Huang Lianchen has apparently been hiding in the imperial city because his declining qi and blood could no longer break through a natural limit. The plotter dismisses the old servant as inconvenient but manageable, never noticing danger is already at his feet. Loyal guards swear to protect their clan leader to the death, but their nervous faces make the promise sound painfully expensive. The black-clad warrior attacks in a blur, sending savage red energy tearing across the room. The elders recoil as he warns them not to come any closer. One horrified elder complains that terror has made his body betray him. Even during a coup, somebody has to overshare. Another elder shouts that they cannot be killed because the entire Sha kingdom is tied to their lives. They threaten catastrophic disasters if they die, insisting politics always requires compromise. The warrior laughs at that logic. These men want to preserve the royal family, but only after preserving themselves first. His stare sharpens as he says he is too lazy to keep arguing with them. He calls their decaying bodies worthless and declares that a warrior's duty is to slay demon beasts, especially evil ones. The accusation lands hard as demonic figures surge behind him. He tells the elders that as they are the real demons. Blue energy gathers in his hand, bright enough to turn the room into a death sentence. The elders finally panic and beg him to stop, claiming they are one of the 9 clans of Great Sia. Their faces twist in terror as the attack keeps building. Their grand status is suddenly not helping much. They beg for mercy and warn that destroying them will take countless innocent lives down with them. He enters with a massive blue blast that floods the chamber from wall to wall. The warrior calls it a thorough purification, and the scene shifts to the capital as something enormous responds. Above the modern city, an ancient palace giant armored fist rides into the sky. A colossal burning armored beast looms over the rooftops, making the capital look very small. The giant drives its fists downward with enough force to shake the skyline. Red shockwaves explode around the monster as it slams into the city. Huang Lianshen drops in from above, furious that a demon has dared to destroy the Xia martial foundation. The beast turns its flaming horned head toward him, looking more offended than intimidated. The monster mocks him as an overgrown dog who has served human masses for 200 years. Huang Lianshen fires back, charging a golden technique called the Great Golden Hand. His golden attack descends through the fire, and the clash is about to get very loud. A demon-like attacker crashes toward the Imperial City, while a lone white-robed defender throws himself into the path. The defender unleashes a massive golden strike and warns the invaders not to touch the city. The bold attacker is stunned. This old man has taken dozens of punches and barely moved. The defender fears his entire house could be reduced to ash as the golden force keeps driving forward. The white-robed fighter is launched through the blazing attack, but he is still fighting in midair. A huge red claw tears through the explosion, proving the attacker has not been stopped. The defender spins back into the air and snaps at the demon for daring to attack his home. The red monster is smashed backward, its body cracking under the counterattack. The impact erupts into a violent blast. Nobody is getting a quiet afternoon at this palace. Smoke swallows the battlefield as a collision shakes the sky. The bold attacker tumbles away, then grins like this disaster is exactly what he wanted. He vows to kill the defender and everyone behind him, his eyes burning with confidence. Inside the ancestral dragon palace, its protective aura has weakened, putting the clan leaders in real danger. A monstrous crimson presence watches from the shadows, and it clearly has a backup plan. The enemy claims the royal bloodline is all that matters. Replace the clan leader and the palace can still be controlled. The white-robed defender suddenly clutches his chest. Something is locked onto his aura. He recoils in alarm and demands to know who is attacking him now. A brilliant blue-white force opens overhead, cutting through the chaos like a descending beam. A giant golden hand reaches out from the light, and it is aimed straight at the battlefield. The golden hand streaks across the sky with absurd speed, turning the fight into a one-sided ambush. The bold attacker realizes the culprit who wiped out the Grand Dragon Palace has arrived. An invisible grip squeezes his heart, leaving him unable to breathe or even understand the attack. A dark armored figure drops in, surrounded by electric blue power, and decides to destroy the threat first. Blue energy coils around the newcomer as the Simeon dragon armor fully manifests. The armor grows heavier and sharper, its glowing plates building into something far beyond ordinary martial gear. The dragon armor fills the frame with crackling light, making the enemy's earlier confidence look very premature. The fighter announces the Moria's secret technique, nuclear light dragon armor, super. The completed armored dragon towers over the scene, pouring enough power into the sky to make everyone freeze. The bold attacker finally looks shaken. He can feel that this power is on a completely different level. The armored warrior identifies himself as Yihei, the newly appointed head of Great Xia Dragon Sparrow's first section. Yihei declares that the malignant royal tumor will be erased from the Great Xia dynasty today. A level 1 alert sounds across the city, sending civilians scrambling for shelter. Emergency broadcasts order everyone to evacuate and get underground as quickly as possible. Onlookers recognize Yihei from a previous livestream, stunned that the famous student now leads a Dragon Sparrow section. The crowd wonders how Yihei can challenge the royal family, a force packed with powerful grandmasters. One moment argues that the royal family is a national cancer, and Yihei's arrival might finally be the treatment. The armored dragon looms over the enemy, its glowing jaws and claws making the threat feel painfully real. The bold attacker sweats and stammers as the black armor closes in around him. A golden fist forms at the armor's chest as the attacker is promised a brutal end. The black armored monster lunges in with a blazing golden fist, and his opponent immediately realizes the nightmare. This thing gets faster as it grows. The bold fighter stares hard at the charging monster. If that speed climbs any higher, exposing himself is basically a death sentence. He knows he cannot let the monster's body get close. The fear is written all over his tense face. And then the armored beast announces the first punch. The golden hand comes in like it has a personal grudge against gravity. The opponent sees the huge golden fist and tries to convince himself it is only a feint. He is about to learn that confidence is not armor. Red eyes glare from the darkness as the monster drives forward, completely focused on the kill. That glowing fist closes the distance in an instant, its black claws and gold plating turning the charge into a full-on horror show. The strike lands with explosive force, and the beast keeps pouring power into the blow. The monster's teeth bare behind the golden fist as the first punch sends his target flying. The bold fighter is blasted to the red sky, trading fire and force from that monster's hit. But he twists in midair and blocks it. His eyes widen with relief for 1 second, because he thinks he survived the first punch. He flashes a nasty grin and insults his attacker. Bold move, considering he is still airborne. Red energy cracks across the armored monster's body as he loads up the next attack. The beast rockets after him and declares a second punch, and the opponent's confidence vanishes fast. The bold fighter stares in alarm as the follow-up closes in before he can reset. The second punch smashes through his defense and hurls him away again. Blood pours from his mouth as the damage finally catches up. He is no longer fighting a clean duel, he is trying to survive. The battered fighter to walk back comes, a tiny silhouette against a gigantic burst of force. The impact keeps expanding through the sky, turning the whole battlefield into a red and black explosion. It crashes down hard enough to throw up a massive wall of dust and rubble. Buried in a crater, the bald fighter begs the monster to stop. His body language has gone from smug to desperate. His ruined face twists with terror as he admits he has something important to discuss. The timing is spectacularly bad. The armored monster does not look interested in negotiations. He stands over the crater, cold and unmoved. Black armor plates slide and shift across the monster's body as more power gathers. The monster lifts his hand for the third punch while the wounded man can only stare up from the crater. Blue energy floods the beast's face and the opponent screams in raw terror. He knows exactly what is coming. The third strike crashes down and the ground buckles under the pressure. The shockwave rips through the earth in jagged blue-white blasts, sending debris skyward. The defeated fighter's body is left grotesquely broken by the force of that final punch. His protective artifacts and body cannot contain the explosion. The third punch tears through his chest with horrifying force. When the dust settles, there is almost nothing left to see in the crater. Only his head remains, barely conscious, while a strange golden trail rises into the sky. That golden energy streaks toward the capital, carrying the aftermath of the battle far beyond the crater. On the road to the underworld, nearby martial artists hear the roar and freeze in fear. A red-haired soldier demands to know who forged military orders and calls for everyone to rush back to the capital. The crowd looks up as a young brown-haired man arrives, calm enough to make everyone else even more nervous. He introduces himself as Ihe, head of the Great Sia, Dragon Sparrow's first section, while a dark monster shape looms behind him. Ihe stands with his arms folded, completely unfazed by the panic around him. He brought the kind of backup that ends arguments. The brown-haired commander steps forward in his orange jacket, projecting total control over the shaken crowd. Ihe plants his boot and asks if anyone else has objections. No one looks eager to volunteer. High above the Imperial City, Zhuzhou hears that two monster organization powerhouses may be plotting against the royal family. Yi is one of them, and his rank makes the threat feel very real. The newly appointed Dragon Sparrow Division Chief is a total mystery, while the royal side braces for trouble from every direction. The Emperor, Demon Warrior, and Demon Eye have arrived too. The royal experts are getting boxed in, and somebody is clearly enjoying the chaos. Zhuzhou calmly notes that Iha already settled his issue with his father. He wants the royal family called in to answer for the deaths piling up around them. A raging dragon force has gone completely out of control. The family tried to sever its link with the royals, but that little plan has become a full disaster. The ancient capital of Nandu may already be gone, swallowed by the uncontrolled dragon energy. Inside the Chu family's imperial territory, the golden power surges toward a man who should not be standing here. Zhuzhou walks through the flames without flinching, focused on the human wreckage waiting ahead. A single step lands in the ring ground, and the makeshift from a real crisis to something painfully personal crisis to something feely personal. He stares ahead in shock. His eyes are wide, his breathing catches, and he can barely force out a single word. On the ground lies Ihe's long-haired father, Battered and bleeding, even now, he drags himself forward instead of asking for mercy. Yi breaks down behind Chuzhou. Tears pour down his face as he watches his father fade away. The diamond asks why Yi chose death at the last moment. He insists he never wanted to kill his own son. Blood spills from the father's mouth as he tells Yi to kill him, if that will ease the pain. He is exhausted, guilty, and ready to stop fighting. With one eye half closed, the father admits he is tired of living. He believes he should have died with Yi. He believes he should have died with Yi, his mother, years ago. Rain pours over the broken family as the father confesses his regret. His body is failing, but the apology finally comes out. He admits he was a terrible person, failed his family, and wants Yi to live happily after he is gone. Yi can only stand there crying. The anger is still there, but so is the crushing weight of hearing the truth too late. Chu Kai, Joe watches from behind as the father collapses. He gives him space, but his expression shows he has already made a decision. The father recognizes Chuzhou as the man Yi followed. He wonders if trusting someone that powerful was the right choice after all. The father coughs out one last hope. He wants his son to cherish his life and be happy. He looks down at him and softly says, "Dad." The grief has stripped away every bit of his usual composure. He calls Chuzhou his master, expecting the end. Chuzhou stands over the scene with a very different idea in mind. Chuzhou steps toward the fallen father. You can practically see him deciding that death is about to lose this argument. Chuzhou gives the old man a grin and says the royal experts will be doing hard labor for the great Xia. Then he moves before anyone can process it. Chuzhou unleashes a sharp burst of power straight into the dying man. Yi can only watch as the impossible starts. The father is lifted in Chuzhou's grasp while dark red energy coils around him. This is not a gentle bedside manner, but it is working. Red-black power floods through the old man's body. His face is stunned as life force begins to return. The energy erupts into a towering crimson silhouette, turning a family tragedy into a straight-up resurrection scene. The transformation continues in a storm of red power. The father rises where he should have been dead moments ago. His eyes snap open. The old man looks terrified because he knows exactly how impossible this recovery is. Back on his feet, he asks if he has fully recovered. His hands shake as he feels strength returning to his body. He realizes Chuzhou may have revived him. In the 21st century, apparently biology has become a very aggressive career choice. Chuzhou tells him to trust science, then points out the obvious price. He saved both father and son, so uncle now works for him. The revived father sweats as Chuzhou cheerfully asks him to submit. He agrees immediately because dying once was apparently enough paperwork. Chuzhou puts an arm around the shaken father and tells Yi to come with them. The family gets a second chance, even if it comes with a terrifying new boss. He looks at Chuzhou with quiet gratitude. For the first time since the fight began, the grief in his face starts to ease. Chuzhou smirks and says there is no need to thank him yet. He promises that Yi will soon learn the truth about the royal family. Inside the underground passage, Yi looks focused and uneasy. He plans to use an illusion to uncover what the dragon vein is hiding about the royal family. Yi's eyes snaps wide open as the thought hits him. The dragon vein and the royal family are tied together by secrets nobody has explained. That realization leaves Yi visibly shaken. This is not just an old ruin, it is a family mystery with teeth. The purple-haired elder admits his royal blood is impure, but he believes his strength is enough to survive the burden of becoming a dragon vein. He is sweating, but grateful. He thanks Chuzhou for promising to rescue him when the time comes. Chuzhou embraces the elder, who wants to enter the dragon vein himself. Family bonding, except the family project may eat him alive. The elder insists his imperial blood is purer than Chuzhou's and says he's more suitable for the dragon vein. To prove his loyalty, the elder offers to let them place a curse on him if they still doubt him. He is all in. Chuzhou reassures his uncle with a calm hand on his shoulder. He is worried, but he refuses to abandon him. Chuzhou says Yi is his beloved friend and he would never hurt him. His expression is steady, even with danger closing in. The elder accepts that trust, though he still hopes the curse can keep Yi from being trapped forever. Everyone is gambling on a rescue plan. The elder softens when he looks at Chuzhou. Beneath the hard talk, he is clearly terrified for the young man. He entrusts the future of Juzhou and Great Xia to Yihi. That is a huge vote of confidence and a brutal amount of pressure. Yihi gives a firm answer. Juzhou watches with sharp eyes, knowing this choice could change everything. The elder decides the old pattern of thousands of years has to change. He is done letting fear make the decisions. A path opens toward the ancestral dragon hole. The ancient structure looks less like a temple and more like a warning. The group reaches a massive dragon-shaped entrance amid shattered stone. The way forward has finally appeared. He studies the wreckage with a cool, determined stare. He knows the real danger is waiting below. They find the dragon coffin still intact despite the destroyed surroundings. Yihei is stunned that the key object survived untouched. He takes out a glowing blue eye-like tool and says he will use it to see what lies beneath the coffin. He explains that this ultimate vine will connect automatically to his body. If anything goes wrong, it can pull him back out. Juzhou secures the vine, while Yihi gives the setup a final check. One short word, good, and the descent is on. Everything is ready at the dragon coffin. Yihi and Juzhou face the dark opening with no room left for hesitation. He steps into the opening first, holding the lifeline. His face is composed, but the drop below is endless black. Yihi lets out one controlled breath, then commits. He drops into the abyss without looking back. He plunges through the shaft as the vine trails behind him. There is no graceful way to enter an ancient death hole. The fall continues through rushing darkness and pale streaks of light. Yihi keeps his body tight and controlled. He becomes a tiny figure in the deep shaft. The scale of the descent makes the dragging ruin feel impossibly vast. He angled his body through the rushing tunnel, fighting the pull of the fall with pure focus. A sudden scrape draws blood, but Yihi does not panic. He pushes on, even as the shaft turns more dangerous. They are already more than 200 meters down. Yihi is still falling, and there is no bottom in sight. Yihi asks if they have reached the bottom yet, then answers himself. It is still early, and the real test has barely begun. Juzhou tells Yihi to watch the ancestral dragon hole surroundings closely and report any change immediately. Purple mist suddenly curls around Yihi. He stiffens and warns that nobody should touch it until they know what it is. The mist closes in, and Yihi calls for a Fei to take it. He has found a problem and immediately tries to hand it to someone else. Purple energy surges through the darkness as a strange mist is drawn toward the mechanism below. The situation is escalating fast. A giant armored dragon-like device activates around Yihi, surrounding him with a violet glow as it takes the mist. Yihi realizes the purple gold mist is aggressively forcing its way into Afei's pores, and Afei cannot hold it for long. The device fires up with bright blue beams. He orders them to move, because they cannot stay here. A blazing stream of blue and purple energy tears through the hole as the escape route finally opens. He rockets forward through the darkness and calls for full speed ahead, while heroes below there are charging straight into it. The blue-haired man keeps dropping through a thick purple-gold mist. Even he can tell the shaft is getting way too deep. Upside down in the darkness, he realizes the mist is nearly blocking out every trace of light. He looks worried now. At 10,000 meters down, this fall should have killed almost anyone already. Below the Earth's crest, the abyss is still going. The purple-gold mist clearly is not normal cave fog. His glowing eye activates, and he decides to see exactly what is hiding inside this dark mist. He calls on the incarnation of the Dharma, because apparently Fallen Forever needed the boss fight upgrade. A towering golden Dharma avatar forms around him, cutting through the poisonous mist with overwhelming force. Golden power flashes across his eye as the avatar prepares to smash a path through the abyss. The Dharma avatar unleashes the world-destroying pagoda strike, blasting straight through the mist. The blue-haired man is drenched and screaming as the blast sends him crashing toward black water below. He hits a hidden lake and sinks into its freezing darkness, surrounded by faint blue lights. He coughs and drags himself upright, shaken but alive off of the brutal impact. His eye confirms the danger. He only came down because something unexpected happened to the dragon vein's energy. He sees himself plunging to the lake through his vision, then realizes the scene has trapped him in a strange loop. Even with his immense strength, he could not pull himself free. The lake swallowed him before he could react. His blue eye widens with alarm as a massive golden structure comes into view beneath the water. He is landed inside the dragon coffin abyss enclosed by colossal golden dragon coils. He braces himself and studies the place. He fell from the sky straight into a lake that leads here. Standing beneath the dragon coils, he sees no obvious escape. This prison is built to keep something in. The passage is narrow, sealed on all four sides, with no hidden doors and no way out. The lake gauge confirms it. After wandering in circles, he has come right back to the only route. He calmly decides he has to return to the lake even though it is clearly the worst possible swimming pool. Unable to isolate himself from the lake, he activates the Dharma avatar directly and forces his way back in. The avatar dives into the water in a violent splash, sending waves across the sealed abyss. Underwater, he senses something alive at the bottom of the lake. That is never a comforting discovery. The golden avatar draws its weapon and attacks the unseen presence beneath the water. The avatar swings with full force, but the lake throws its power back in a violent surge. Water lashes across the avatar's arm as something below resists the strike. A giant column of water erupts, briefly exposing what lies beneath the lake. The water clears enough to reveal the ruins of the ancestral dragon hall, with a lone figure standing below. His eye locks onto the scene, and his shock is immediate. The dragon veins have an extremely nasty surprise waiting. At the bottom of the lake is not treasure. It's a mountain of dead people buried beneath the mist. The corpses appear to be people sacrificed in the past to the dragon vein of the Jai Year dynasty. Their bodies should have broken down long ago, but the lake's strange properties have preserved them for thousands of years. Purple gold mist rises from the corpses. The entire mountain begins to shift. A white-haired elder's eye flies open as he realizes the pile of bodies is changing. The blue-haired man watches through his glowing eye while a golden stream rises through the corpses. The white-haired elder screams in horror as the ancient force gathers around him. His face twists in terror as the energy builds. Whatever this ritual needs, it is not asking politely. A pale green current pours down from above and begins weaving through the lake like living veins. The glowing strands multiply around the corpse mountain, forming a huge, unnatural web beneath the water. The energy coils around a dark hollow at the center, as if the abyss itself is growing a mouth. A grotesque hollow-faced shape emerges from the energy. The ritual is finally showing its true form. The blue-haired man gives a grim, focused smile. He recognizes it at last. The Dragon Vein transfer ceremony is about to officially begin. The Dragon Vein transfer ceremony begins, and Chujo watches the glowing creature wake up around him. He stays cool for 1 second, then the Dragon Vein starts closing in. That calm expression is already doing overtime. The strange vein opens like a living maw, and Chujo realizes this transfer is not going to be gentle. Glowing tendrils coil around his body as he looks up, focused but clearly alarmed by what has chosen him. Pain explodes through him as the Dragon Vein forces its way in. This ceremony has the bedside manner of a wrecking ball. His legs buckle under the pressure, but he refuses to collapse. Chujo grits his teeth and tells himself to endure so his cells can adapt to this body-changing power. Dark marks race across his face, showing just how violently the Dragon Vein is rewriting him. His transformed eyes snaps open, catching a brilliant golden vision inside the paint. Chujo sees it clearly, and the revelation hits him hard. This is the power of will. Now standing in the energy storm, he studies the phenomenon with sharp, determined eyes. Chujo recognizes the swirling force at last. This is dragon energy. Countless streams converge in the dragon coffin, and Chujo follows them backward to find where they come from. The energy trail stretches farther and farther, pulling his senses across a hidden network. From above, Chujo watches the dragon energy surge skyward like an ancient signal finally answered. The streams shoot into a blinding point of light, and the vision keeps expanding. A massive flare tears across the darkness, leading him toward the real source. The energy races through the void in a single relentless streak. It reaches old temples, where dragon energy burns above their roofs like sacred fire. Chujo understands that countless temples across the ancient capital have been feeding this power for ages. The temples honor the Dragon King, a collector of willpower built from generations of offerings and prayers. Every offering sent to the Dragon King adds another thread to the enormous energy web. Chujo realizes dragon energy can influence an entire dynasty, spreading through its territory like a giant blood vessel system. That makes it powerful enough to control a whole great Shia, exactly like the legendary heavenly dragon veins. His family could not truly control this force, so they treated it like a remote-control bomb. Very expensive, very unsafe. But Chujo is the first to keep his self-awareness inside the dragon vein, and his cells begin changing the ritual from within. The transferred energy plunges deeper, while Chujo keeps fighting for control. The dragon vein twists through a dark, monstrous space as the transformation grows more dangerous. A towering black form rises inside the energy surrounded by eerie purple flames. Chuzhou's cells begin reshaping the environment beneath the dragon coffin, turning the ritual into something new. Black-red corruption spreads through the ground and merges with the violet energy. The severed vines melt into the dragon vein corpse and get analyzed in reverse, letting Chuzhou absorb dragon energy itself. He sees one more possibility. That bizarre corruption might infect whatever connects to the dragon vein's spine. Chuzhou believes he may soon be able to bring Chuzhou out, but first he has one last power to seize. He reaches for the dark energy wrapped around a golden dragon form. The golden dragon coils through the darkness as the final prize comes into view. Chuzhou smiles with sharp confidence. He is taking control of this special energy called willpower. Yi reflects on the strange power he gained and turns his focus to finishing the dragon coffin operation. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow seals the Imperial City and orders the remaining guards to submit. The cleanup is getting very official, very fast. He knows most Imperial guards are just employees, but the royal diehards are another problem. His calm stare says he is ready for all of them. A blue stripe tears through the battlefield as Ye knows to end the royal family's resistance. With icy blue eyes and no hesitation, Yihai decides foreign forces must be purged from the country. The enemy is blasted apart. Yi has spent the last 2 months preparing for exactly this kind of fight. The ancient capital is too disposed to survive another war, while his monstrous power keeps climbing. Han no longer needs the monster organization as cover. He has already absorbed its strength and can finally step into the open. Even Fu Hongsheng, another shadowy threat, is no longer enough to make Yi hide. He is ready to fight anyone. After wiping out the royal family, Yi can finally stand on the international stage without restraints. News spreads across Great Xia that the royal family, rulers for thousands of years, have been completely erased. The broadcast reveals Yi's new position head of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow's first section. He looks completely unfazed by the promotion. The onlookers call Yi a once-in-history talent. One man is impressed, while the purple-haired woman looks like she has just swallowed a battery. The praise lands badly. The shocked reaction says someone was not expecting the quiet young man to become this terrifying. They explain that Yi leveled the Imperial City with 3 half-step Grandmaster punches. That is not a performance review, that is a weather report. A huge monster looms in the discussion as nobody objects to Yi taking the section chief position. At 20 years old, Yi is already a Grandmaster. Other martial artists are still at the starting line, while he has reached the finish. His fiery power makes the scale of his talent impossible to deny. Yi is breaking every rule people thought martial arts had. Fu Hongsheng was once praised as a genius after defeating a Grandmaster, but Yi's potential now looks even more frightening. A close-up of Yi's clenched fist makes the point clear. He is young, powerful, and nowhere near his limit. Scholars believe Grandmaster is not the final realm. Yi may be the first martial artist with the potential to unlock what lies beyond it. The discussion turns to humanity's hidden genetic potential, a lock that no ordinary warrior has managed to open. Researchers once searched the first otherworldly demon for answers, but their obsession with the dangerous Garden of Eden project brought disaster. The world powers had to unite and destroy that research. Now, Yi may be the first person to unlock that potential safely. A watcher studies Yi's broadcast and calls his birth a blessing for Great Xia. Her smile makes that compliment feel a little dangerous. Elsewhere in Great Xia, another figure calmly drinks tea while Yi's rise sends ripples through the country. A frightened man calls from a dark corridor, desperate to leave Great Xia before he gets dragged into the fallout. His contact reminds him that Yi is now first section chief, and asks what he has been doing since taking the job. The answer is chilling. Yi reorganized former Imperial gods into the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, giving the weakened force new strength. Great Xiao's intelligence agency has also unleashed creatures called decapitation. Those metallic faces are not exactly sending a friendly welcome. These infiltrators can appear anywhere and disguise themselves perfectly. Your neighbor, your cleaner, even that old fart at the door could be one. With spies exposed and the Huaiqi network nearly destroyed, any suspicious movement gets reported to Yi's headquarters immediately. The caller realizes Yi may have replaced high-ranking officials across the region. He is terrified, and for once, that seems sensible. Something suddenly attacks the caller. His scream cuts through the conversation before the line goes dead. Only a damaged screen and drifting smoke remain as someone repeatedly asks Agent Jerry what happened. At a northern base, officials receive the report that Agent Jerry has been killed, shortly after mentioning the head of Yi-Hee's division. An older official sweats, as he admits the real threat is not the monster organization. It is a man named Yi-Hee. They fear Yi-Hee's terrifying strength and unpredictable allies. If he truly reaches Grandmaster level, even major powers may not be able to stop him. The woman wonders who would dare test Great Shah now. Yi-Hee's sudden arrival has turned an old royal war into a global standoff. The international arena falls silent again. Nobody wants to make the first move, because the first move might be their last. At the Dragon Blood Society office, students are lining up to join the fastest rising club on campus. The crowd is desperate for approval, and the society's sudden popularity is getting impossible to ignore. Chen Gim watches the chaos with a nervous grin. He knows this rush happened because President Yi-Hei made the Dragon Blood Society untouchable. Tianjun eagerly asks Vice President Ouyang-Zhe to let him join. The guy is applying like this is a job at a tech giant. Ouyang-Zhe points out that Chang'an is already a student representative, but holding multiple positions is allowed under school rules. Ouyang-Zhe calmly accepts him, and Tianjun lights up like he just got handed a golden ticket. By a small, Kenjiang is already planning to use the society's rise to replace the university's old power structure. He tells Ouyang-Zhe to report directly to Yi-He when the president returns, then heads off, thrilled with himself. Chen Yan celebrates the fact that even someone as influential as Ouyang-Zhe treated him with respect. But his grin turns sharp. He knows Yi-He is the real reason everyone is suddenly taking him seriously. Elsewhere, Yi-He reflects on how one invitation to the university changed everything before returning to his cultivation room. A call comes in from a white-haired woman, urging Green Bamboo to listen because Yi-He is now one of Great Xia's most powerful men. The caller tells her mom she already knows. She has been training in seclusion since Yi-He's unexpected victory at the ancient capital. The dark-haired woman in the snow looks composed, but her bright purple eyes show she is very interested in Yi-He's rise. She leaves the room and quietly asks if Yi-He has arrived yet. Outside the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow training ground, Yi-He faces a pile of defeated elite fighters and calls them too weak. The battered trainees can barely stand, admitting that Yi-He's hits nearly broke their backs. Yi-He shuts down their excuses. He is not training them to establish authority, he is training them so they can survive Great Xia. A blue-haired woman with glasses stares in disbelief. Just 2 months ago, Yi-He was her junior colleague. Now he is her direct supervisor. Yi-He gives the exhausted group until 3 days later to recover, then promises to keep training them. Yi-He realizes the Dragon Blood Society has grown into Huada University's most influential organization, and the system notices too. A glowing system screen announces a new reward. Yi-He has earned one more card draw. The reward is for making the Dragon Blood Society #1 at Huada University. Yi-He does not waste a second. He activates the draw, and the screen cracks open with violent purple energy. A blazing card emerges from the system, followed by the shape of a terrifying dragon. The red and gold dragon manifestation keeps building, making it clear this pole is not some ordinary upgrade. The full dragon roars across the screen as lightning tears around its massive body. The result is the Blacking Nighthold template, Rent A. It carries Dragon Emperor power, elemental authority, and an ability that can return even after death. Yi-He is stunned. He expected luck, but not an A-ranks pull that lands this far off the charts. He immediately sees the potential. Like his earlier Celestial template, this one can be refined for several different uses. His old elemental attacks could only mash together wolf power for a crude super energy bomb. Strong, but not exactly elegant. Now Yi-He sees a better path. Dragons have their own supernatural word of power, opening up far more precise combinations. The new template lets him imagine a whole library of elemental techniques instead of relying on one oversized punch. As the card's promoter, Yi-He can bestow parts of its power on others. That makes his reward useful for building an army, not just boosting himself. Still, Yi-He decides the giant template has reached its limit. Its growth potential is too low for where he's headed. A red armored messenger reports that the North Bolton Federation has gone to Glass Island, where several martial arts families met a foreigner. He gets a knowing smile. It looks like old Wong's words have finally started paying off. After the Huatu battle, Lily Island has become a political headache. The Great Xia dynasty needs a careful response before its border tensions explode. Director Wang calmly chooses diplomacy. sending people to negotiate with Lily Island while he deals with the stubborn Wang Jiyan. Wang Jiyan's group is stalling because they do not trust the government deal. He looks irritated, but he clearly thinks he has a better way to force their hand. With a sharp grin, Wang Jiyan sends Yihe, Lily Island as a special envoy. Nothing says peaceful negotiation like sending the guy everyone fears. At the owner of Lily Island residence, the newly appointed Dragon Sparrow chief is expected within 3 hours. The elders are already losing patience. The Kai elders learn that Yihe has arrived to arrest people. Their faces stiffen because they are secretly meeting an envoy from North Bayan. An anxious elder asks why they cannot let the visitors leave first. The family leader stays cold and impatient, even while the secret meeting hangs by a thread. Kai Laoshan dismisses the danger with ruthless confidence. He believes that once Yi finds evidence, nobody in this family can escape. The elders panic because Yi came far earlier than expected. They have no time to prepare, and North Beitan's support could disappear before the scheme even starts. Kai Laoshan fumes from his chair, realizing the plan was ruined the moment Yiho was called. Then a strange object suddenly cuts through the room. The elder whips around in alarm as the blue streak tears past him. Somebody has crashed their secret gathering, and they did not knock first. The flung object slices through the chamber toward the doorway, kicking up debris and sending the elders scrambling backward. A massive silhouette fills the open doorway. The elders demand to know who would dare interrupt their meeting, but the answer is already walking in. The intruder steps through the dust with total confidence, and the room goes quiet as the elders finally get a clear look at him. The man tells Kai Laoshan to look at him. Laoshan's eyes widen in pure disbelief as he recognizes his eldest brother. Kai Wuxian, the Kai patriarch, stands there looking impossibly young and powerful. His return is so absurd that even his own family can barely process it. The shocked elders remember that this gaunt old man was supposedly close to death only 3 hours ago. Now he's standing tall, and everyone knows the rules just changed. Kai Wuxian orders a banquet for Yihe, the new head of Great Sea's first section. The North Baitan guests are ready, so the patriarch turns this crisis into a performance. His aircraft races toward Lily Island through the clouds, carrying him straight into a banquet that feels more like a trap. Inside the aircraft, an attendant respectfully tells Yihe that the Kai family has prepared a banquet to welcome him. Yihe listens without relaxing for a second. His blue eye narrows as he immediately suspects a trap. Instead of walking into the airport reception, he decides to go straight to the Kai family. He leaves the aircraft and tells the pilot to head for the Kai residence. He is done letting other people choose the battlefield. The aircraft surges forward in a burst of blue energy, streaking away from the airport toward the family residence. Yihe watches the approach with a cold, focused stare. He knows the smiling invitation ahead could turn ugly at any moment. At the Kai family banquet, guests whisper about Kai Wuxian's bizarre recovery. The old patriarch was supposedly finished, yet his martial energy is now stronger than ever. The visitors stare at the gathered Kei and Li family patriarchs, all looking far younger than they should. Something has restored more than one old monster tonight. The guests cannot believe their eyes, as every elder appears rejuvenated. Their returned martial energy makes the room feel dangerous, not celebratory. Someone quietly wonders if North Beitan is behind this miracle. The Federation has been hunting Prometheus research, and that connection suddenly looks very suspicious. Wuxian welcomes the political figures and business leaders with a broad, unsettling smile. This banquet has stopped pretending to be friendly. The restored patriarch announces that everyone has witnessed the changes in himself and the Qi and the elders. He wants the entire island to see their new strength. Kai Wuxian says Lily Island used to be weak and overlooked, but now they have regained power beyond their former peak. He also announces that Yihe is on his way. A blue signal erupts into the sky as the patriarch prepares to make his point in the loudest way possible. Kai Wuxian declares that Lily Island's noble families will not be manipulated. The power rising around him makes that threat sound very real. Blue energy detonates upward in the towering blast, turning the banquet into a full-scale show of force. Ye finally arrives with an icy stare and asks who exactly they are trying to impress. That entrance just got awkward fast. A sharply dressed young man arrives, and the gathered elders stare like they have just seen bad news walk through the gate. The newcomer brushes past them without slowing down, calm and confident, while every eye follows him. The crowd quietly recognizes him as the newly appointed Dragon Sparrow Section Chief. His speed and martial energy have them seriously rattled. They cannot figure out why this young chief is here, especially when their little island plan was supposed to stay safely out of sight. The bald elder tries a warm welcome, but he slips and calls the place Lily Island. That one word lands like a brick. Yi politely shuts that down, warning him not to use that name. His smile is gone, and the elder instantly knows he stepped wrong. The elder feels the pressure rolling off Yi and realizes this is no ordinary young official. He starts reconsidering every part of the scheme. Even at his peak, the elder cannot sense Yi's true limit. So instead of confronting him, the group decides to stall for time. He plays along with the banquet invitation, sounding almost friendly. The old man is smiling too, which is never a relaxing sign. The hosts rush to prepare a feast, trying to bury the tension under an absurd amount of expensive food. Ye settles in at the table, relaxed on the surface while the island elders hover around him. The table is loaded with lavish seafood, including a freshly killed dragonfish. Presented like this is the world's most suspicious cooking show. The bald elder praises Yi and offers a dragonfish as a specialty of their island, watching closely for his reaction. Yi says there is no need for politeness, then immediately takes a huge bite. He is clearly not afraid of their hospitality. He devours the fish with gusto, leaving the hosts to wonder if their guest is enjoying lunch or declaring war on the menu. Yi keeps eating with total confidence, and the elder can only sit there looking deeply unsettled by his appetite. More people gather around the feast, but nobody can match Yi's calm. He asks why they are all staring instead of eating. Then Yi casually proposes creating a branch of the great sea dragon sparrow on the island, saying it will ease the burden of governing it. The elders verbalize Pharrell as clear as he realizes Yi is gunning straight through their claimed independence. The elder protests that the island's autonomy came from its ancestors. Yi calmly asks if he is not one of those ancestors. The elder is visibly shaken, but he forces himself to agree. Behind that strained face, his patience is burning away. He offers to share the island's burden, but the gesture is stiff and calculated. Yi sees the trap coming. The elder asks if Yi really wants the power they hold. Yi answers that there is no need for it, and the refusal hits hard. Yi gives him a cold answer. If he wants to die, he can do it himself. The polite banquet is officially over. The elder tries to invoke the great Xia dynasty, warning that killing him would be a serious mistake. Yi does not even blink. Red-black power erupts around Yi's hand as he moves first, turning that warning into a very immediate problem. Yi lashes out with a brutal strike, his dark energy carving across the room before anyone can react. The attack casts tears through the banquet area, sending the elders scrambling as the fight finally explodes into the open. Yi watches the chaos with a faint smile. He has stopped pretending this was ever a friendly visit. He calls their betrayal a crime punishable by death, saying you already showed them enough mercy by letting them try suicide. The elder's face twists into something monstrous as he admits that killing himself may be harder than expected. Yi stands over the shattered table, focused and ready, while the transformed elder prepares to strike back. The table is blasted aside in the sudden clash, and the room becomes a battlefield in a single heartbeat. Yi answers the elder's hesitation with pure confidence. Then do not do it. Simple advice, terrifying delivery. Blue energy erupts around Yi as he launches forward, his expression fierce and completely done with his fake banquet. Yi makes his verdict crystal clear. He will kill every last one of them himself. The old fighter charges in furious, vowing to kill his opponent himself. He's done playing nice. The attacker meets him with a cold stare. He expected this fight, but his impatience is starting to show. The veteran rushes again, shouting at the youngster like pure anger is a martial art. He powers up his primordial martial chi and throws everything into the attack. The defender enters with the golden bell shield, a huge glowing barrier built to absorb punishment. The attacker slips away from the bell's force, but the impact has clearly not gone the way he wanted. The brown-haired fighter stands calm beside the bell and warns that its martial chi combines 3 elements. This defense has teeth. He studies the giant bell with bored confidence, admitting the dragon chi was disappointing. That is a wildly casual review for a death trap. Then he draws black and red energy around his hand, condensing it into something much nastier. The dark red power erupts forward in a brutal strike aimed straight at the golden bell shield. His attack slams into the bell, and the guardian's face twists with alarm as the pressure keeps climbing. The bell guardian roars, realizing this is not an ordinary challenge. Red energy tears across the golden surface in rapid, violent impacts. The brown-haired fighter keeps driving his condensed power forward, refusing to give the shield a second to recover. The barrage streaks over the bell in blinding red arcs, each hit trying to crack its legendary defense. The assault accelerates into a relentless storm of red strikes. Lightning-like force flashes through the barrage as the bell takes hit after hit. He drops two blasts through the blast zone with his power still roaring around him, pressing the defense from above. The red storm becomes a spinning wall of force, turning the whole battlefield into a grinder. A spidery gauntlet emerges from the chaos, focused and ready for the next move. The opponent coolly admits the attack is not bad, then tells him to add more enchantments. He is grading the assault mid-fight. The attacker winds up a massive red spiral of power, putting his whole body behind it. His face tightens into a full battle cry as he commits to one overwhelming blow. He unleashes the wind-blow nuclear bombardment fist, firing the red vortex straight into the bell. The blast flashes across the golden bell shield in sharp crossing lines of light. A huge red slash races up the bell's side, looking strong enough to split the whole construct open. For a moment the blast leaves only a dark silhouette and flying debris. Fragments fly through the air, making it look like the shield finally shattered. But the bell remains standing, with the black-clad fighter clinging to its massive surface. The attacker stares in disbelief. After all that power, the golden bell shield is completely intact. The bell glows even brighter, proving its defense is far sturdier than expected. The brown-haired fighter stays calm and calls the defense impressive, promising he will let them see it sooner or later. A shadowy figure with bright blue eyes appears in the red-black energy, and the mood shifts fast. The dark aura swells around the field. Even the defenders notice that old Kai's presence has become strangely stronger. The bell orders its side to strengthen their martial spirit and prepare for defense. They know something worse is coming. A purple-armored spear-like force rises from the darkness, leaving the Bell Guardian stunned. A monster's purple-red face takes shape, staring down like a weapon that just woke up hungry. The creature opens a massive, dark, cannon-like mouth as energy gathers inside. Two blue lights flash in the darkness, and the order comes down. Human cannon, ready to fire. A monstrous cannon charges up, its purple teeth glowing like it is ready to chew through the battlefield. The Black King armor-piercing rounds ignite, and the weapon fires straight down. The cannon spits out a blinding beam. This is less a warning shot and more a personal insult from artillery. Purple energy erupts in a towering column, swallowing the target in raw force. The blast keeps streaming downward, wrapped in violent red lightning. The beam stretches farther and farther, refusing to let up for even a second. The purple barrage crashes through with enough force to shake the entire scene. A dark silhouette is caught inside the blast as the attack reaches its peak. The armored target screams as the cannon blast tears into him. The impact detonates in a massive flash, throwing fragments through the air. The purple monster-like form stares through the smoke, looking far too calm after that hit. The golden armored fighter is left cracked and stunned, his face twisted in pain. Then a swirling burst of light opens in the chaos, hinting that someone has slipped away. A final streak of energy shoots off into the distance. The glowing projectile plunges toward the sea, leaving the battlefield behind. A dark-skinned woman and the bald man beside her stare in shock as the blast lands nearby. The battered golden armor crashes down, and the hunters realize their prey may be gone. The ground erupts from the impact, but there is no sign of Yi-Hei. They finally understand it. Yi-Hei used the human cannonball attack as his escape route. The gold armor commander admits the opportunity was wasted, his expression hardening with frustration. A sharp-eyed young man calls out the three old men for taking too long. The master plan has officially developed a leak. The group worries that the people from Little East Island and North Woodington could rebel if the situation drags on. But he has not run. He returns in his purple armor, staring down the men who thought they had him cornered. The enemy spots Yi-Hei coming back, and their confidence suddenly looks a lot less convincing. Yi-Hei stands surrounded by crackling power, while his enemies struggle to explain the strange energy around him. Lyons asks whether the next step is even possible, and the answer comes back with chilling confidence. 30 seconds is enough. The commander reveals the trap Forbidden Zone formation will turn this fight into a death sentence for Yi-Hei. A glowing spatial transfer array forms overhead, ready to teleport the combatants into the Eastern Ocean ruins. One of the villains grins as he calls it a hunt designed specifically to eliminate Yi-Hei. The masked fighter announces Eastern Island ninjutsu, because apparently this ambush needed one more dramatic entrance. Hirishima's evil smoke rolls across the ground, closing around Yi-Hei. The smoke coils into a dark storm, trying to hide every angle of attack. He steps up through the smoke, still composed as the trap tightens around him. A strange jewel device activates and its wielder calls on heaven's curse. The woman recoils as the curse takes hold, her face showing real fear for the first time. The curse crawls through the victim like black veins, and the enemy judges Yihei powerful enough to crush a grandmaster. The villains explain that heaven's curse shares its damage with the cursed target, hoping to drag Yihei down with them. Yihei admits a direct fight is risky, but he has learned not to underestimate enemies or ignore dirty tricks. Blue energy twists into the shape of a fierce beast as Yihei prepares his answer. Yihei unleashes his final response. The cone swallows everything. Fight opens in pure chaos as a dark, purple glowing monster charges through a storm of energy. The creature is tearing apart their coordinated assault, and the fighters realize their elemental attacks are getting nowhere. One fighter calls out a dark lightning technique while another answers with an undying flaming attack. Everyone is stirring the kitchen sink now. Their leader warns Miyachi that they can no longer sense or summon the surrounding elements, so retreat suddenly looks like the only smart move. Miyachi stays cool under pressure as the energy attack slices past him, while the others panic and start pulling back. A terrified fighter begs the monster not to rush off, but his face says he is already regretting every life choice that led here. The purple creature closes him with a vicious grab, and Miyachi watches with one sharp blue eye, completely locked in. One man gasps that Miyachi is leaving without even saying goodbye, just before a violent purple blast erupts. The blast clears, revealing the creature standing tall in a much more menacing armored form. Purple flames coil around the monster as it squares up, looking less like a wounded target and more like the final boss. The golden armored commander screams that they will not let it escape, and his squad launches forward together. The squad floods the battlefield with shadow clones, hoping sheer numbers can finally pin the monster down. Miyachi recognizes the clone technique immediately, then calmly opens the Eye of Cause and Effect. His eye ignites with power, and a cold blue force begins gathering around the battlefield. A jagged wall of ice rises as Miyachi declares that time flows against the current. The scene blurs under the technique's effect, making the charging attackers look like they've run straight into a broken clock. The attackers stagger in disbelief, unable to understand how Miyachi suddenly got ahead of them. Miyachi appears behind the sweating enemy, with the purple monster at his side, turning the hunters into prey. He darts across the field in an instant, forcing the armored squad to scramble for a response. The commander vows that even as a ghost, he will never let Miyachi go. The commander admits the three fighters bought only 10 seconds, then gives a simple order: eat him. A blonde, armored fighter answers immediately while the purple monster begins changing shape again. Spiked red-black tendrils burst from the creature's body and the transformation becomes even more grotesque. Miyachi watches the bioengineered monster rise, curious rather than scared. That is never reassuring for the other guy. Miyachi challenges the Northern Baron's technology, and the monster rockets toward him at full speed. The creature lunges through the air, its jaws and armor aimed directly at Miyachi. Instead of dodging, Miyachi lets the beast collide with him and studies the strange, sponge-like body. He realizes the monster can absorb a powerful attack because its body yields instead of breaking. The creature swings again, and red energy streaks across the battlefield as Miyachi is pushed into a direct clash. The commander proudly calls it the latest product from the Black Base Research Institute, built to absorb and release force. Subtle branding, guys! Miyachi catches the key detail with a cold smile. This thing can absorb power. Purple energy surges harder and harder as the monster tries to overwhelm him with everything it has. The creature's body bulks up under the strain, but its confidence is beginning to crack. The blonde commander can only stare as the monster groans and starts losing control of the energy inside it. The monster finally ruptures in a massive purple-white explosion, turning its own absorbing body into its downfall. The blast swallows the frame, ending the exchange with a brutal flash of unleashed power. The brown-haired fighter throws up both hands and starts gathering a storm of purple energy. He looks focused, like he has stopped playing defense. His monster-like purple aura spreads its wings as he calls on elemental control. The glowing power coils into a dense orb above him. More violet spheres bloom around him, flooding in a tight formation. This is not subtle magic, it is an airborne demolition crew. The purple orbs surge forward in a blinding wave, all aimed at the armored commander. The first blast connects and splashes right across the glowing spear. The commander is caught right in the attack's path. The fighter watches through the chaos with one cold blue eye. He knows the hit landed, but he is not relaxing yet. The battered commander tries to stall him, demanding to know what makes him so confident. Fear is already creeping across the man's face. Before the commander can finish, he suddenly lunges in with a heavy armored strike. Desperation has made him reckless. The commander wants to calm the ones that killing him will make everyone here die. He is sweating now, trying to turn his own defeat into leverage. He claims the people trapped nearby are influential figures, hoping that threat will force a pause. The fighter's purple attack keeps coming anyway. The commander insists the reasons do not matter and demands a death penalty. His face twists as the glowing orb slams straight into him. He rages that hundreds of people could die here, but the threat only exposes how trapped he feels. His voice is breaking under the pressure. The violet power crashes down and tears through the commander's armor. The man who was barking orders a second ago is now getting dismantled. Fragments of the armored gear explode outward as the impact peaks. The blast leaves behind nothing but smoke and wreckage. Dark smoke mushrooms across the battlefield, swallowing the scene. For a moment it looks like the commander has been erased. The explosions keep rolling across the ground. The brown-haired fighter stays alert because this enemy is clearly too stubborn to disappear quietly. The smoke continues to erupt in violent bursts. Every blast makes the battlefield look less like a fight and more like a crime scene. Blood rains down through the fading smoke, but the fighter assures everyone that they will not lose a single piece of flesh. He is controlling the damage with unsettling precision. He calmly says he is not some kind of demon, while standing in a curtain of blood with purple power at his feet. The timing is doing him no favors. The fighter stands untouched amid the falling blood, his posture loose and confident. He has completely taken control of the room. Then he spots movement below. The commander is still alive, and the fighter gives him a cool, almost amused look. He addresses the surviving leader directly. The commander is ruined, but the hatred in his eyes has not faded. The commander admits the public did not see his threats, then reveals the real plan, a forbidden life sacrifice technique. The fighter realizes the space transfer formation was charged with the commander's entire life force. That is why its countdown has suddenly changed. He looks down as the formation begins to react, asking whether he's been locked out by a fluctuation. The air around him blurs as the spatial slash releases. The commander laughs at trading his life for theirs is worth it. The commander declares that the Northern Byton Federation will be invincible on Earth. He thinks this sacrifice removes its final obstacle. The brown-haired fighter's eyes snaps wide open as he realizes something is coming. The calm confidence is gone for one sharp second. A towering blue beam tears down through the battlefield, flooding everything with cold light. The commander strains to keep the teleport active long enough to send them into the forbidden zone of life. Inside the blue light, the fighter's silhouette is swallowed by the transfer. The commander watches anxiously, waiting for proof that it worked. The formation flared with a final white-blue burst, then begins to collapse into glittering fragments. The commander stares at the remaining blue beam, confused by what he sees. Something about the result is not matching his plan. The beam narrows into a distant point over the empty landscape. The transfer appears complete. Cracked and bleeding, the commander grins in disbelief. He thinks he actually pulled off the impossible. He starts laughing and congratulating himself for removing the Federation's final obstacle. He is celebrating very early, which is never a great sign. The exhausted commander drops to his knees, breathing hard as the battlefield finally falls quiet. A sound behind them makes the commander freeze. He turns, suddenly unable to believe what might be approaching. A familiar blue eye appears behind him, and the fighter gives a casual little yoo-hoo! The commander's victory lap lasts about 5 seconds. The fighter is standing right behind the stunned commander and tells him it is not rest time yet, addressing him as Special Agent Captain.